The university entrance exam mobilization meeting is about to begin. Today, we have specially invited the brightest genius in the entire Yuanwu City, Liu, to let everyone witness firsthand what a true prodigy looks like. Blue Star, Yuanwu City, Yuanwu No. 5 High School. At this moment, the school playground was bustling with excitement. Despite the scorching sun overhead, it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of countless young men and women, their eyes fixed intently on the boy standing on the podium. The boy on the stage was young, with a confident smile on his face and an innate arrogance in his gaze, as if everything was under his control. But this pride did not provoke any resentment from others. Instead, it made people yearn for it. Damn, did you see that? It's him, Liu, the #1 genius in Yuanwu City right now. I heard he has an A-level talent. I'm so jealous. I'm just a mere C-level. With A-level talent, getting a guaranteed admission to a martial arts school is a given, and he might even enter Blue Star's top martial arts school. I heard a rumor that Liu has already been recommended to Blue Star's top martial arts school. Whoa, really? The students in the audience were buzzing with discussion, their envy evident on their faces. Amid this lively atmosphere, a boy dressed in white at the back of the crowd appeared out of place. His expression was dazed, as if his soul had yet to return to his body. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Liu stared blankly at his surroundings, feeling as though his head had been heavily struck by a hammer. Wasn't I just on my way home from work? The next second, a tearing pain suddenly struck, as if countless fragments of memories were flooding into his mind. Soon, he understood everything he had traveled through time and space. He had come to this high martial world called Blue Star, becoming an ordinary senior high school student at Yuanwu No. 5 High School. The cause of everything was that the original owner of the body overexerted himself during cultivation and died unexpectedly in bed. And so, I took over his life. In this world, the strong can pluck stars and capture the moon, turn their palm to summon clouds, and reverse their hand to bring rain, while the weak can only be trampled upon, living like ants. Martial artists reign supreme over everything. Ordinary people, on the other hand, are reduced to tools that serve the martial artists. Even the college entrance examination is no longer just a test of academic knowledge. A critical martial test has been added as a key component. As long as you can stand out in the martial test, even if your academic scores are average, you still have the chance to change your destiny and reach the pinnacle of life. But if you fail the martial test, no matter how good your academic scores are, you can only end up working for the martial artists. Cruel, cold-blooded, yet fair. As for why the world has become like this, there are some clues in the original owner's memory. The cause was the tearing of spatial rifts, leading to the arrival of numerous star beasts on Blue Star, wreaking havoc. Humanity thus awakened Star Source, martial arts began to flourish, and warriors emerged. Although technology has not stagnated, it pales in comparison to the vigorous development of martial arts. And Liu, the current body's talent is actually the lowest E grade. Damn, an E-level talent, how am I supposed to pass? Liu was on the verge of breaking down. The average person's talent is typically around C-level. With a bit of effort, getting into an ordinary martial arts academy wouldn't be an issue. If lucky, after becoming a martial artist, life could turn out pretty decent. After all, the Federation provides excellent benefits and generous subsidies for martial artists. Possible E-level. This is definitely a loser's starting point. No wonder the original owner of this body worked desperately to cultivate, only to eventually die from overexertion. The guy on the stage seems to be Liu, with A-level talent, right? Liu looked at Liu, who was basking in the limelight on stage, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Talent is divided into SSS, A, B, C, D, E. Level A is already an extremely rare existence, with only one appearing in Yuanwu City every 10 years or so. With such talent, becoming a martial artist is almost a sure thing, and going even further to become a city commander is not impossible. That was truly a meteoric rise. Looking at himself, with an E-level talent, he couldn't even reach the threshold of a warrior. Turning his fate around seemed almost impossible. Just as he was feeling down and restless, an abrupt voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The God-level replication system is loading. Loading successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift package ×1. Host, Liu. Level, none. Replication points, 100. Talent, E. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 meters per second. Neural response, E. Martial skill, none. Weapon, none. Looking at the system panel that appeared out of thin air before him, Liu's eyes widened instantly. The system is here. The standard artifact for travelers has finally arrived, albeit late. Overwhelmed with excitement, he quickly spoke up. System, can you introduce yourself? Ding. This system is called the God-level duplication system, capable of duplicating the attributes of anything and everything. The system's response was concise and powerful, yet it was like thunder exploding in Liu's heart. Copying, does that mean that whatever others have, I can have too? And it's copying everything. System, can I copy Liu's talent? Liu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, so tense that he almost couldn't breathe. Ding. Ready to copy. The host must make contact with the target, and the system system will automatically deduct copy points. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was so excited that he was about to jump. Even talents can be copied? This is definitely not an ordinary ability. Without hesitation, he curled his lips into a smile and looked up at the stage. At this moment, Li Yu was passionately delivering a speech. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Apart from the first talent test, there will be a second test during the college entrance exam in 10 days. As long as you reach the level of a preparatory warrior before the exam, what does talent even matter? Many people with average talent have also become true warriors. Hard work is ultimately more important than talent. His voice was loud and clear, his smile confident, and countless students in the audience were inspired. Li Yu is right. What does talent matter? As long as we work hard enough, anything is possible. Good luck with the college entrance exam. We will definitely get into the martial arts school. The entire senior year students shouted in unison, the atmosphere boiling with passion. Li Yu smiled and nodded in response, while the school leaders beside her, though echoing encouragement, were all well aware in their hearts. Effort is important, but talent is the true key to determining the ceiling. Just as the principal was about to announce the end of the pep rally, an abrupt voice emerged from the crowd. Student Li Yu, could I have your autograph? The entire crowd instantly fell silent, with everyone turning their gaze toward the source of the voice. A thin young man was stepping out from the crowd, his face adorned with an expression of admiration. Lu Yu. The principal recognized him at once. After all, he was the student with the poorest talent in the entire school, making it hard to forget him. Amid everyone's astonishment, Lu Yu had already stepped onto the stage. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he tried his best to present himself as an adoring fan, speaking sincerely. Li Yu, may I have your autograph? Li Yu was momentarily stunned but then smiled. Although he knew he was strong, he didn't expect someone to idolize him to such an extent. Without hesitation, he signed his name on the notebook Lu Yu handed him. Keep it up, classmate. As he spoke, his fingers lightly touched Lu Yu's hand. At that moment, system, copy talent. System, copy talent. Ding, copying talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level talent. Ding, talent is upgrading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS-level talent. The system's notification sounded repeatedly. Lu Yu's eyes widened, his pupils contracted sharply, and he was instantly frozen in place. What the heck? It can automatically upgrade after copying? And directly jumped from grade A to the legendary SSS grade? This isn't just a great deal, it's a stroke of immense luck and a reversal of destiny. You must understand, SSS grade talent is only a theoretical existence across the entire Federation and has never actually appeared. Even SS grade talent is as rare as a phoenix's feather. He forcibly suppressed the violent pounding of his heart, suddenly grabbed Li Yu's hand, and said with a face full of gratitude, Classmate Li Yu, thank you so much. You're practically my lifesaver. If we get a chance to meet again, I'll treat you to a meal. Definitely. With that, Li Yu turned and ran off without giving Li Yu a chance to respond. Li Yu stared at his departing figure in confusion, her mind filled with questions. This person, why do they seem so odd? But before he could think further, driven by Lu Yu, a large group of students on the playground swarmed forward, crowding around him for autographs. By the time he finally managed to deal with them, Lu Yu was already nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Lu Yu had quietly slipped out of the playground, pretending to head back to the classroom while barely restraining the excitement within him. System, bring up my personal panel. As soon as the words were spoken, a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, none. Replication points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 meters per second. Neural response, SSS. Combat technique, none. Weapon, none. Looking at that row of golden, glowing SSS, Lu Yu nearly jumped on the spot. He forcibly suppressed the upward curve of his lips, but his heart was already bursting with joy. He originally thought duplicating a B-class talent would be impressive, but first he managed to copy an A-class, and then the system unexpectedly upgraded it, taking it directly to SSS. System, you deliberately didn't tell me about the upgrade, did you? I almost had a heart attack. Ding. Apologies, host. During system initialization, we forgot to inform you that there is a certain probability of triggering talent upgrades during the duplication process. The system's tone was so human-like that one could almost believe it had feelings. Lu Yu was both happy and somewhat thoughtful. What exactly is the drop rate? Just as he was about to continue asking, a familiar voice came from ahead. Stop standing around and get back to class. The college entrance exam is near, so hurry up and make your final sprint. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Mingshan, walked over, swept his gaze across the crowd, and finally stopped on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, come with me for a moment. Lu Yu roughly guessed what he wanted to say and didn't ask further, silently following him. Sure enough, in the office, Zhang Mingshan got straight to the point. Lu Yu, with your current talent, it's going to be very difficult to get into a martial arts school. His tone carried a trace of regret, and his expression was somewhat heavy. The other teachers in the office also shook their heads repeatedly, their eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness and sympathy. Everyone knows that an E-level talent talent is at the bottom of the entire grade, making it almost impossible to get into a martial arts school. Teacher, I know, but I will become a preparatory martial artist before the college entrance exam. Lu Yu's tone was firm, not as if he were boasting, but as if he were stating an imminent fact. Zhang Mingshan was momentarily stunned, then frowned. How do you plan to achieve that? You know very well that to become a preparatory martial artist, your strength has to reach at least 300 kilograms, and now you're only at 100 kilograms, which is way too far off. I'm not trying to discourage you, Lu Yu, but you should set your sights on a cultural institute sooner rather than later, so you don't end up missing out on both, he advised earnestly, his tone filled with concern for the student. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, teacher, but I want to give it my all. Lu Yu had a smile on his face, but his eyes shone with an undeniable determination. Zhang Mingshan remained silent for a moment, then finally sighed softly and patted his shoulder. Alright, young people should have drive. The college entrance exam is in 10 days. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me anytime. Thank you, teacher. I won't let you down, Lu Yu said earnestly, then turned and left the office. The teachers in the office watched his back and began whispering again. Does he really think he can get into a martial school with an E-level talent? Sigh, too naive. Once the results are out, he will know how harsh reality really is. Zhang Mingshan remained silent, merely gazing out the window, sighing inwardly. At the same age, Li Yu was already standing at the pinnacle of talent, while Lu Yu could only struggle at the bottom. He recalled his younger days, when he, too, had chosen a literary school in the end due to his lack of talent. Looking at Lu Yu now was like seeing oneself in youth, but whether the result would be the same remained uncertain. At this moment, Lu Yu had already returned to the classroom and was seated at his desk, yet his mind had already drifted far from the class. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, he left the school immediately. The outskirts of Yuanwu City. This is the place where ordinary people gather, with a crude environment and low housing prices, a stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers and luxurious facilities in the city center. Stepping off the vacuum supersonic train, Lu Yu looked around and felt a surge of emotion. In this world of highly advanced technology, where even space travel is no longer a fantasy, this area seemed to resemble the Earth he had come from before his time travel. Passing through the dilapidated neighborhood, Lu Yu returned home, immediately entered his room, and locked the door. The parents of this body had long since passed away due to overwork, leaving behind only this old house and a small amount of compensation. Sifting through the memories, Lu Yu sighed deeply in his heart. In this era, it is even harder for ordinary people to survive than it was in Earth's era. Resources are all in the hands of the strong, while the weak can only be at the mercy of others, struggling even to survive. So becoming a warrior is a must. System, open the panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, none. Copy points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 10 meters per second. Neural response, SSS. Martial skill, none. Weapon, none. Staring at the panel, Lu Yu suddenly noticed a detail. The replication points had gone from the initial 100 to 50. System, why did copying Li Yu's talent consume 50 replication points? Ding. Any replication action consumes replication points. The system's response made Lu Yu frown slightly. Then how do I obtain replication points? Ding. Complete tasks issued by the system or achieve specific milestones to receive replication point rewards. Hearing this, Lu Yu appeared deep in thought. Then give me a task. Ding. Randomly generating a task. Current task, complete warrior certification within 10 days. Task reward, copy points times 500. As the system's prompt fell, Lu Yu's brows furrowed immediately. Complete the warrior certification within 10 days? This task is a bit tough. The warrior certification is a standard process established by the Federation. Only by reaching the body refinement stage can one go to the warrior center for testing and registration to become a truly registered warrior. Once certified successfully, you can not only enjoy various official subsidies and resources but also gain higher social status. But the problem is cultivation is too difficult. Even with SSS-level talent, without sufficient resources to support it, progress is still impossible. This is because the star energy content in the air of Blue Star is extremely low. Absorbed through breathing? That would take 10 years. This isn't a matter of talent, there's simply no rice to cook. To break through, there's only one thing: source crystal. Formed by condensed star source into crystal, it contains extremely pure energy and is the core resource for warriors to cultivate. The problem is, even the cheapest piece of source crystal starts at $500,000 in the market. Where would he get the money? This task is practically forcing him to reach the heavens. Just as Lu Yu was frowning in distress, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Brother, I'm back. A familiar voice rang out from outside the door. Lu Yu paused for a moment, and memories of the original owner of the body suddenly surfaced in his mind. That's right, he wasn't the only one in this family. There was also a younger sister. Because they attend different schools with varying dismissal times, she has just returned home now. Just as he was about to stand up, the door clicked open with a clack. Brother, are you home? A girl's voice sounded, followed closely by the appearance of a cute girl with a ponytail and delicate features at the doorway. Seeing Lu Yu, she gave a sweet smile and placed the bag of groceries on the ground. "There's a big sale at the market today, so I made a special trip to buy a week's worth of groceries. It was so much cheaper." As she spoke, her face was full of a satisfied smile. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Lu Ling, his younger sister in the previous life, had been sensible and obedient since childhood. After their parents passed away, she took care of everything, big or small, at home, especially cooking. This left Lu Yu feeling a bit uneasy. A girl in the bloom of youth had already learned to handle everything at home so early, and if women were scored by some standard, he was certain that Lu Ling was undoubtedly a beauty scoring above 9. Pure, lively, and full of vitality. Lu Yu didn't speak for a moment, and Lu Ling tilted her head slightly in confusion. "Brother, I heard that the top talent in our city, Liu, went to your school today. Did you see her? An A-level talent. I've heard her future is limitless." Her eyes were full of yearning and longing, and her words revealed a sense of admiration for the strong. Her talent was slightly better than the original hosts, rated at sea level. Although there was hope for her to become a warrior, it was still slim. Lu Yu listened to these words and just felt his teeth itch slightly. He did have SSS-level talent, but having talent without resources was still useless. This source crystal issue, if not resolved, might make it impossible to complete the system's first mission. He deeply experienced the meaning of "so poor that one can't take a single step." Before he could think further, Lu Ling saw him remaining silent and thought he was feeling discouraged, quickly waving her hand to comfort him. "Brother, don't feel bad. It's just an A-grade talent. I believe you're definitely someone with a hidden SS-level talent. Look, I prepared a surprise for you." As she spoke, she carefully took out a small black box from her arms. Lu Yu's attention was instantly drawn to it. Even before the box was opened, he could already sense a rich surge of star energy emanating from it. "Source crystal?" Lu Yu asked tentatively. "You guessed it right." Lu Ling grinned like a little fox and opened the box, revealing a deep purple source crystal lying quietly inside, resembling a dazzling gemstone. "Brother, you're about to take the college entrance exam. I know you've been working really hard lately. With this source crystal, you'll definitely be twice as effective with half the effort." After she finished speaking, she stared eagerly at Lu Yu, as if anticipating his praise. Lu Yu's heart warmed, and he was about to reach out to take it when he suddenly became alert, his brow furrowing. "That's not right. Where did you get the money to buy source crystals?" His tone grew a bit tighter. "Even the smallest low-grade source crystal starts at 500,000 star coins. Their family simply couldn't afford it." Lu Ling's smile instantly froze on her face, her eyes avoided his gaze, and she lowered her head, murmuring softly, I used the compensation money left by Mom and Dad. But don't worry, brother. I've already signed up for the work-study program, so I won't starve." As she spoke, she looked up and gave Lu Yu a reassuring smile. At that moment, Lu Yu's heart felt as if it had been fiercely struck by something. He glanced at the bag of cheap vegetables bought from the market on the table, his nose stinging slightly. This little sister had endured so much. Don't worry, sis. Your brother will definitely become a warrior." Lu Yu smiled faintly, but his gaze was incomparably resolute. He did not refuse Lu Ling's kindness, because right now, he indeed needed this piece of source crystal. "Alright, then good luck, brother." Lu Ling nodded and smiled as she pushed him into the room. "Since you've agreed, don't let me down, okay? I'm going to cook now." With that, she turned and walked toward the kitchen, closing the door behind her. Lu Yu lowered his head and looked at the source crystal in his hand, which emitted a warm starlight aura, taking a deep breath. "For myself and for Xiaoling, I must become a warrior." His gaze was fiery as he immediately accessed the system. "System, how many copy points do I have left?" Replying to the host, "The remaining replication points, 50. "Then how many times can I replicate the source crystal?" 5 times. Hearing this number, Lu Yu immediately felt a headache coming on. 5 source crystals are far from enough for him to break through, and the lack of replication points cannot solve the problem at all. Just as he was deep in thought, the system prompt sound suddenly rang out again. Ding! The host has not yet opened the beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Lu Yu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. That's right, he still had the newbie gift pack. Open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Free copy times 8. 2. Double drop rate card times 1. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, almost taking off on the spot. 8 free copies, and it doesn't consume copy points. This is way too overbearing. System, what is this drop rate card used for? Returning to the host, the drop rate card can double the upgrade probability during replication, providing a chance to replicate a target of a higher grade than the original item. Lu Yu immediately understood. It turns out that copying Li Yu's talent to SSS before was actually triggering the upgrade probability, and the drop rate card is what doubles this probability. If it was originally 50%, then once the drop rate card is activated, it becomes a straight 100%. Wow, doesn't that mean it's a guaranteed win? His heart warmed, and he immediately made a decision. Now, he has 8 free duplication opportunities, but the drop rate rate card can only be used once. To maximize the benefits, the best approach is first duplicate 7 times, leaving 1 for the final use with the drop rate card. System, start copying source crystals. Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining low-grade source crystal times 2. Continue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining low-grade source crystal times 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining low-grade source crystal times 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining low-grade source crystal times 16. As the number of copies continues to increase, the quantity of source crystals grows exponentially. By the time he had used up all but the last replication, the table was already piled high with a total of 128 low-grade source crystals. Even Lu Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. These source crystals were stacked up like a mountain. System, use the drop rate card. Ding! Drop rate card successfully used. Current drop rate, 101%. 101%? Lu Yu was stunned, his mind almost failing to process it. Isn't 100% usually the cap? How is there an extra percentage point? System, why is it 101%? The current initial drop rate is 50.5%. After the drop rate card doubles it, it becomes 101%. Therefore, there is a 1% chance to trigger a special effect that surpasses the upgrade tier. Lu Yu squinted his eyes and took a sharp breath. This 1%, if it really triggers, would be an incredible windfall. Whatever, let's take a gamble. System, one last copy, activate drop rate boost copy source crystals. Ding! Copying in progress? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 250 mid-grade source crystals, 5 high-grade source crystals, and 1 supreme-grade source crystal. All source crystals have been stored in the system space. The host can retrieve and use them at any time. As soon as the system's prompt ended, Lu Yu was completely stunned in place. Immediately after, a surge of ecstatic joy overwhelmed him. What the heck? 250 pieces of mid-grade source crystals, this he could still understand. After all, they were copied, so doubling the quantity seemed reasonable. But those 5 high-grade source crystals plus 1 supreme-grade source crystal, this is simply outrageous. You should know, a single high-grade source crystal on the market now costs over 2 million star coins, while a supreme-grade source crystal directly skyrockets to 5 million per piece. This is simply astronomical. Just these few high-grade source crystals alone are worth over 10 million star coins. Adding 250 mid-grade source crystals. This wave, a huge profit. Lu Yu was overjoyed, so excited that he almost jumped on the spot. As for the remaining 50 replication points in the system, he didn't even give it a second thought. Copy points are a good thing, but they are clearly not enough to support him in replicating another round of source crystals. It would be better to save them for later use. What's more, the resources at hand are already sufficient for him to break through to the body refining realm. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu no longer hesitated. He casually retrieved a high-grade source crystal from the system space, sat cross-legged, and began absorbing it. Source crystals are crystalline formations condensed from star energy. A single low-grade source crystal is equivalent to the concentration of 1 cubic unit of star energy, making it extremely precious. The energy of high-grade source crystals is 10 times that of low-grade ones. As he began absorbing, the advantages of the SSS-level talent immediately became apparent. The pain of an E-level talent struggling to absorb even a trace of star source was now a stark contrast, like heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Yu's body seemed to have opened a vortex devouring star sources. Countless star source energies, as if drawn by a magnetic field he created, rushed eagerly into his body. The immense star energy surged wildly within his body, washing through every inch of his meridians and bones. Cells continuously regenerated amidst collapse and reformation. Bones grew sturdier, and muscle lines became tighter and more powerful. In just over 10 minutes, an entire piece of high-grade source crystal was completely absorbed by him, turning into a grayish-white stone. Lu Yu casually tossed it aside, his expression filled with surprise. Just one piece of high-grade source crystal, and my strength has increased by 100 kilograms, while my speed has improved by 10 meters per second. This efficiency is simply too exaggerated. He was deeply shocked. No wonder people say, poor scholars, wealthy warriors. Some people have outstanding talent but lack resources, leaving them to struggle, while others, even with average talent, can still become high-level warriors as long as they have enough resources piled up. Resources truly are the catalyst for strength. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Yu did not pause at all and continued to take out a large number of mid-grade source crystals for absorption. This time, instead of absorbing them one by one, he directly piled dozens of mid-grade source crystals in front of him and absorbed them all in one go. The star energy surged like a vast ocean, rushing in. His body seemed to transform into a massive black hole, devouring the boundless star energy completely. 240 kilograms, 280 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 400 kilograms. His power was surging crazily, and his speed was soaring rapidly. One piece after after another of mid-grade source crystals was completely absorbed by him, and the ground quickly became piled with grayish-white discarded crystals. If others were to witness this scene, they would surely be dumbfounded. Who uses source crystals like this? Others use them sparingly, calculating every bit. Even second-generation heirs of mining tycoons wouldn't dare to eat source crystals like popping candy and pour them into their mouths. But Lu Yu directly uses source crystals like throwing stones. It's practically using star coins to smash strength. Under such frenzied absorption, time quietly slipped away. By the time the next day dawned faintly, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his cultivation state. He looked around, and the entire room seemed as if it had been ransacked, with the floor covered in discarded source crystal residue. 200 mid-grade source crystals were completely absorbed by him overnight, and his strength has reached an entirely new level. System, open the personal panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, Apprentice Warrior. Replication points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 1,500 kilograms. Speed, 150 meters per second. Neural response, SSS. Martial skills, none. Weapon, none. Looking at the exaggerated data on the panel, Lu Yu felt an urge to spit blood. According to common standards, a preparatory warrior is expected to have 300 kilograms of strength and a speed of 30 meters per second. A true warrior, on the other hand, starts at 1,000 kilograms of strength and 100 meters per second of speed. With his current abilities, he had already far exceeded the standard and should have long since stepped into the body refinement realm. But why does the system still display novice warrior? Could it be that there's still a thin barrier preventing the breakthrough? Lu Yu frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind. It seems I'll have to use the top-grade source crystal after all. He took out the deep blue top-grade source crystal from the system space. It felt cool to the touch, and the star source energy was so dense it seemed about to overflow from the crystal. Come on, let me see how far you can push me. Lu Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to absorb. As soon as he made contact, a thunderous explosion erupted within his body. An overwhelmingly domineering force of star energy surged into his body like a raging flood, directly striking the faint bottleneck within him. Sure enough, only high-level warriors can withstand this thing. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the violent turbulence within his body, frantically channeling the star energy inside him to refine and absorb that power. Time passed by second, and the entire morning flew by in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, the supreme source crystal in his hand had already turned to powder, drifting away with the wind, and his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Bones emitted crisp cracking sounds within his body, his height imperceptibly increased by a few centimeters, and even his hair seemed to grow rapidly. A layer of foul-smelling black sludge was expelled from his entire body. The impurities left after his body was thoroughly tempered. He opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed to contain the stars, sharp as a blade. Breakthrough. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed as he quickly brought up the system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, second stage of body refining. Copy points, 50. Talent, SSS. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 330 meters per second. Neural response, SSS. Martial skill, none. Weapon, none. Looking at the panel clearly displaying body refining stage level 2, Lu Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, an indescribable exhilaration filling his heart. This breakthrough was truly not easy. 200 mid-grade source crystals, 1 high-grade source crystal, and 1 supreme-grade source crystal. If it were someone else, they could probably use these resources to cultivate 5 or 6 body refinement realm warriors. But he spent it all on one person. Just saying it out loud would make people faint on the spot. But the result is astonishing enough. Body refining stage 2, strength 3,300 kilograms, speed 330 meters per second. This data is simply outrageous. An ordinary body refining stage 2 martial artist has a strength of only about 2,000 kilograms, but he's nearly doubled that. Combat power can completely crush those of the same level, even rivaling the third stage of body refinement. At this moment, he knew he had truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. It's time to get the warrior certification. A gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Becoming a certified warrior not only allows you to receive federal subsidies but also grants system rewards. Now, he is already qualified as a warrior. It's time to let the whole world know. Lu Yu is here. Go for warrior certification. With his current strength, certification is simply a piece of cake. As Lu Yu thought of this and was about to get out of bed, he suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent smell. Looking down, he saw that his entire body was covered in black sludge, emitting an extremely unpleasant odor. The process of cleansing the bones and purging the marrow is truly not just talk. He smiled and shook his head. Martial arts cultivation is essentially the continuous exploration and activation of the body's potential. From the initial body refinement realm to the subsequent mountain moving realm, sea expanding realm, profound connection realm, and then to the heavenly origin realm, or even higher levels like the Star Lord level, each stage represents another breakthrough of the body's limits. Rooted in star energy, the foundation of martial arts arts is forged. Bone cleansing and marrow refinement are merely the first steps on the path of martial arts. True masters can even refine their bodies under the blazing sun and temper their souls beneath the starry sky. Such a realm has never truly appeared, even across the entire Federation. But Liu Yu knew one day he would also set foot on that path. Moments later, he washed away all the grime, changed into a clean and tidy outfit, and walked out of the room. Today was the weekend, no classes, yet Lu Ling had left home early. Liu Yu's gaze swept across the dining table, where a simple yet heartwarming breakfast was laid out, along with a note. "I'm off to school for extra classes, brother, remember to have breakfast." Seeing this line of graceful handwriting, Liu Yu's lips curved slightly upward, and a touch of warmth appeared in his eyes. That girl is as thoughtful as ever. Although the breakfast had already gone cold, he didn't mind at all and sat down to enjoy it heartily. After entering the body-refining realm, the body's metabolism and energy consumption increased dramatically, and the appetite becomes several times larger than that of an ordinary person. Unless one cultivates to the mountain-moving realm or above, where starlight energy can replace food, 3 meals a day remain indispensable. After wolfing down breakfast, Liu tidied up briefly and then headed out to the city center. Although Yuanwu City is only a 5th-tier city, as one of the cities under the federal system, it naturally has a branch of the Martial Artists Association. The warrior certification takes place there. Taking the hover train to the city center, Liu looked at the towering skyscrapers around him and the flying cars weaving through them. The overwhelming sense of advanced technology left him momentarily dazed. In contrast, the old residential neighborhood back home seemed more like the earth he had known before his journey. Pulling himself together, he quickly walked toward the Warrior Association. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by a uniformed staff member. "Sorry, sir, the internal area of the association cannot be entered at will." The other party's attitude was fairly polite, showing no disdain despite Liu Yu's ordinary attire. "I'm here for warrior certification." Liu Yu spoke calmly. The staff member was momentarily stunned, then gave him a once-over, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. At this age, could he still be in school? And he's here for certification? However, they quickly stepped aside, revealing a professional smile. "Welcome to the Martial Artists Association. Wishing you success with your certification." Liu Yu nodded and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the association hall, a flying robot descended from above and performed a full-body scan on him. "Liu Yu, Federation citizen, warrior certification application confirmed. Please proceed to the certification area. Wishing you an outstanding performance." The robot projected a blue arrow, pointing forward. Liu Yu had just stepped into the certification area when he immediately felt numerous gazes fall upon him. Dozens of people were gathered here, waiting for the test to begin. Most of them were over 30 years old, dressed in uniform combat attire, exuding a sharp and disciplined aura, clearly seasoned martial artists who had honed their bodies over the years. In contrast, Liu Yu, wearing the most ordinary training clothes and being so young, instantly became the center of attention in the crowd. "What's this kid here for? Did someone bring their child for a tour?" "Not really, he's here for certification." "Are you kidding me? How old is he?" "Probably some hot-blooded high school student who read a few passionate novels and decided to give it a try." Whispers filled the air, and the crowd's gazes at Liu Yu were either curious, disdainful, or mocking. However, no one spoke out to mock him. After all, this was the Martial Artists Association, and everyone understood that once certification was successful, one would become a bona fide martial artist, with a status far surpassing that of ordinary people. Liu Yu couldn't be bothered with these gazes and stood quietly in the corner, waiting. The combat suits on these people were of various designs and highly functional, with even the most basic configurations valued at over 500,000 star coins. These combat suits not only enhanced the body and assisted in cultivation but also increased survival rates in battles, making them almost standard equipment for anyone preparing for martial artist certification. But Liu Yu did not. His plain and simple attire made him seem out of place. However, he didn't mind. Soon, the certifying officer appeared. The ground suddenly split open, and a circular lift platform slowly rose. A burly, muscular middle-aged man stepped forward, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room like a hawk. When his eyes landed on Liu Yu, they noticeably paused for a moment. "You, no combat suit?" Reporting to the examiner, "No." Liu Yu remained composed, his tone calm. The examiner frowned slightly, a hint of doubt arising in his mind. This age, isn't he a bit too young? And he looks so poor that he can't even afford a combat suit, yet he dares to come for certification? All right. His tone was indifferent. "Let me first explain the assessment process. Warrior certification is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a basic test to assess your strength, speed, and reflexes. Those who pass the first round will proceed to the second round combat testing. I will personally take action as the examiner. I will control my strength and ensure no fatal injuries, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt." His final sentence was deliberately emphasized, spoken with extreme coldness. Many people's expressions froze, their faces instantly turning a few shades darker. Some of them were well prepared, but quite a few were trying their luck, wondering if they could get through by chance. chance. The examiner cast a cold glance and added, "Let me remind you, each person has only 2 chances for certification in their lifetime. If you fail both times, even if you meet the standards later, you will never be officially recognized as a warrior by the Federation." As the words fell, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. I quit. I feel the same. I'll go back and prepare a bit more. A few people stepped forward with grim expressions, leaving dejectedly. The examiner did not stop them, merely furrowing his brows. His gaze swept over Luyu once again, noticing that his expression remained calm as usual, his breathing steady, without the slightest hint of panic. This made a trace of surprise flash in his eyes. This kid is not simple. Very well, those who stayed, prepare for the first round of testing. I hope you can impress me. As the examiner's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire assessment area suddenly grew tense. At this moment, Liu stood among the crowd, his expression calm, but inwardly, he was already gearing up. Come on, let the entire Martial Artists Association see what it means to be a true genius. Examiner Luosha's gaze swept around, his voice deep and powerful. Very well, those who remain are confident in passing the warrior certification. My name is Luosha, and I am the examiner for this assessment. As soon as he finished speaking, a low gasp immediately arose at the scene. Luosha, it's actually him? It's over, it's over. This time, there probably won't be many who can pass. Many people's expressions changed on the spot, especially those who lacked solid foundations and came with a fluke mentality to try their luck. Their faces turned even paler. Luosha, the famously iron-faced examiner of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association, is not only demanding and strict but also never shows mercy. The pass rate for his assessments has always been less than 3%. Assessment begins. Serial number 1, step forward for testing. Luosha spoke in a deep voice. As his words fell, a 5-meter-tall metallic pillar suddenly rose in the center of the testing area, with a massive force gauge at its core. A burly man in a red combat suit stepped forward. He appeared to be in his early 40s, exuding confidence in his demeanor. He took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and suddenly punched the force tester with full power. Boom! A metallic clang echoed through the hall as the numbers on the screen rapidly fluctuated. 1,120 kilograms. Candidate number 1, strength 1,120 kilograms, meeting the standard for warrior level 1. The system notification had just sounded when the man's eyes lit up, and an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. Success! Ha ha ha, I did it! This was his second assessment. After failing the first time, he had spent 3 full years preparing, and now he had finally met the standard. Everyone looked at him with envy, silently cheering themselves on. Luyu stood among the crowd, his gaze falling on the dynamometer, his eyebrows slightly raised. 1,120 kilograms? It looks quite impressive, but, compared to himself, far too inferior. Now, I am at the second level of body refinement, with a strength of 3,300 kilograms. A casual punch might make these people question their lives on the spot. Next, a few of you, step forward for the test one by one. As the assessment progressed, everyone stepped forward in turn. After a dozen minutes, dozens of people had completed the test. The result caused quite a stir. Apart from the initial number 1, only 2 others barely exceeded 1,000 kilograms, just scraping by. The rest were completely wiped out. Luosha frowned deeply, clearly extremely dissatisfied with the overall quality of this batch of candidates. His gaze slowly turned in one direction, sharp as a blade. Number 46, it's your turn. Luyu nodded and stepped forward. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Humph, that kid finally stepped up. Just now he dared to talk about having strength over 2,000 kilograms. Even boasting has its limits, right? I bet he's not even a preparatory warrior. If he embarrasses himself later, he better not start crying. Many people shook their heads and sneered, their tone filled with obvious disdain and mockery. Rasha also frowned slightly. Without even a battlesuit and being so young, how dare he boast about challenging the second level of body refinement? He originally had a sliver of expectation for Luyu, but at this moment, his face couldn't help but turn cold. Luyu, however, remained calm, standing in front of the force tester and seriously asked, "Examiner, if my strength reaches 2,000 kilograms, can I be directly recognized as body refining stage level 2? As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone was stunned. Immediately after, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? This kid wants to be body refining level 2? Isn't that too arrogant? Wanting to skip levels for certification without even being tested yet? Does he really think he's a genius? I think he's probably out of his mind." Even Luosha's expression was cold as he said indifferently, "Just focus on throwing your punch. You don't need to worry about anything else." Luyu nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a faint smile. All right. He lightly clenched his fist, his foot sank, and he suddenly threw a powerful punch. Boom! The force of the punch roared like thunder, the air seemed to be torn apart, and the entire dynamometer trembled violently, emitting a deep rumbling sound. The next moment, the numbers flickered and jumped. 100 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms. Martial Artist level level 1. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Those who were mocking earlier immediately fell silent, their faces solemn. But it wasn't over yet. 1,500 kilograms. Still rising. They were still in shock as the numbers on the screen jumped again. 2,300 kilograms. The entire venue fell silent. Dozens of eyes widened to the extreme, their expressions almost frozen. 2,300 kilograms? Isn't this the standard for the second level of body refinement? Are you kidding? How old is he? This must be an issue with the dynamometer. He can't possibly be at the second level of body refining. The crowd was in an uproar. Even number 1, who had just passed smoothly, now looked grim and couldn't help but speak up. Examiner Luo Sha, I suspect there's a problem with the dynamometer. I suggest retesting. Luo Sha frowned. Although he also found it unbelievable, as an examiner, he had to act impartially. Force tester, self-check. Self-check in progress, check complete. Equipment status normal, performance stable, ready for continued use. As the cold electronic female voice fell, the entire venue plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Luyu, an 18-year-old boy, without any combat suit, yet he unleashed a terrifying figure of 2,300 kilograms in the strength test. Body refining stage 2. This is a true body refining stage 2 martial artist. Not preparation, not the first level, but the second level. Pervert, definitely a pervert. At this moment, Luyu stood in front of the strength tester, his expression calm, as if he had just casually tried it out. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he looked at the shocked crowd and spoke calmly. Examiner, may I proceed to the second round of testing? This guy is absolutely a monster. For a moment, the assessment hall was filled with the sound of people gasping, and the crowd was so stunned they could hardly speak. An 18-year-old teenager threw a punch, and the force meter instantly soared to a terrifying 2,300 kilograms. What kind of concept is this? This not only means that Luyu is already a second-level body refining martial artist, but it also signifies that he is the youngest second-level body refining martial artist in the history of Yuanwu City. Absolutely unparalleled. Even Luo Sha was momentarily stunned. His gaze was fixed on Luyu, filled with disbelief. This kid, so young, yet he actually pulled it off. Although he was unwilling to believe it, the facts were right in front of him, leaving no room for doubt. Silence. Luo Sha suddenly spoke, his voice like thunder, silencing the entire crowd. The standard for evaluating a warrior is overall ability, not something that can be determined by strength alone. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone, pulling them back from their shock. That's right. Having strength alone means nothing. Speed, reflexes, and combat skills are all indispensable. No matter how strong the power is, if the speed can't keep up and the reflexes are sluggish, facing a star beast would still lead to a dead end. Luo Sha's words made many people feel slightly more balanced in their hearts. At this moment, the gazes directed at Luyu shifted from initial shock to calmness, even faintly carrying a hint of anticipation and schadenfreude. So what if he's strong? Maybe speed and reflexes are his weak points. Exactly. Passing the martial artist assessment isn't that easy. Does he really think he's the chosen one? Don't be too arrogant, or you'll end up crying if you embarrass yourself. Many people whispered among themselves, their tone carrying a hint of reclaiming dignity. Luyu listened to these voices, but the corners of his mouth only lifted slightly, his heart remaining calm. Speed and neural response? Sorry, I'm also quite outstanding in this regard. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. Act boldly, live humbly. He still understands this principle. Soon, the second round of testing began. This time, the speed test and neural response test are conducted together. The venue is a kilometer-long track, with high-speed obstacles that can pop out from the walls on either side at any moment, and the ground may collapse without warning. The test requirements are extremely stringent. Being hit even once or falling into a trap results in failure and immediate elimination. This is also the test with the highest elimination rate of all. Testing begins for number 1. With Luo Sha's command, the middle-aged man who passed the first round stepped forward again. He took a deep breath, stretched his limbs, and wore a solemn expression, clearly well prepared. Begin! As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, moving at incredible speed. He could cover a distance of a kilometer in almost 10 seconds. But the real test was just beginning. High-speed metal balls started shooting out from the walls on both sides, and the ground suddenly collapsed, forming traps. But the man's reaction was extremely quick. The moment the obstacle appeared, he made an evasive move with agility and precise judgment. In the end, he crossed the finish line with a time of 11.5 seconds. Ha ha ha, I did it! He knelt on the ground in excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. Just 0.5 seconds away, and I would have reached A-level neural response. Amazing! This time it's just the final round left. Many onlookers clapped and exclaimed in awe. The man returned to the crowd, his face full of pride. However, when he looked at Luyu, his gaze became noticeably more complicated. In terms of strength, he couldn't compare, but surely he could win a round in speed and reflexes, right? He thought to himself secretly. Afterward, the testing continued. One person after another stepped stepped onto the track. But the results were just as the examiner had expected, with an exceptionally high elimination rate. Some were hit by missiles and directly eliminated after running just a few dozen meters. Some fell into traps that opened beneath their feet. Others, unable to react in time, were struck by multiple obstacles, leaving them in a miserable state. Very few managed to persevere to the finish line. Number 46, get ready. Half an hour later, Rasha once again turned his gaze to Luyu, with a barely noticeable hint of anticipation in his tone. He was genuinely curious about how many cards Luyu still had up his sleeve. The entire venue fell silent once more, and everyone directed their attention to Luyu. This time he's definitely exposed. Yeah, that performance just now was too exaggerated. It's impossible to be good at everything. What do you think? If he fails, will his face swell? Some even sneered out loud. If he succeeds, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea on the spot. Various voices rose one after another. However, Luyu remained calm, walked straight to the starting point, and stood firm. Yet in the next moment, everyone was stunned. This guy didn't even make a single preparatory move? Not even a warm-up? Number 46, warming up in advance can help you perform at your best. Luosha couldn't help but remind. Thank you for the kind advice, examiner, but it's not necessary, Luyu replied with a slight smile. The voice fell. Test begins. Almost the moment the words landed, Luyu's figure suddenly vanished. That's right, truly vanished. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and when they looked again, Luyu had already appeared in the middle of the track. Where the heck did he go? Whoa, was that teleportation? Wait, he's in the middle of the track? Someone exclaimed, pointing towards the center. The obstacle device that had just been activated over there didn't even touch a shadow of Luyu, and as the ground trap had just opened, Luyu's figure had already soared over it like a great rock spreading its wings. Quick, too fast, so fast that even the obstacle device couldn't lock onto the target in time. The next second, test subject number 46, speed 220 meters per second, nerve response level grade A. An electronic female voice sounded like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. The entire venue fell silent, as if time had stood still. Everyone stared blankly at the tall figure at the finish line, with only one thought left in their minds. Today, we really encountered a monster. Today, we really encountered a monster. In the hall, everyone had their mouths wide open, almost enough to fit an egg, their eyes bulging like brass bells, each staring at Luyu as if they'd seen a ghost. 220 meters per second speed, grade and neural response. This is already completely the standard of the second level of body refinement. What's even more astonishing is the rating of the neural response grade A. You must understand, neural response is directly linked to talent. Grade and neural response, what does it signify? It signifies that he possesses at least grade A talent, even, possibly higher. Hiss. A series of gasps echoed one after another, and everyone felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat stream down. Just moments ago, someone had confidently claimed that Luyu couldn't possibly cover all bases, but now, they were utterly proven wrong, with not even a shred of dignity left. That person isn't just good in one subject, but is a solid all-rounder in 3 disciplines. Strength, speed, neural response fully meets the dual standards of a martial artist. Is this even a human? This is clearly a monster disguised in human skin. At this moment, no one dared to show the slightest contempt for Luyu, not even daring to glance at him more than once. Some were even pondering in their hearts whether they should approach him now to build rapport and cling to this future powerhouse. Man number 1's face turned extremely grim, his entire body seemingly drained of strength, frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. He had originally been consoling himself inwardly, thinking that at least he was faster and more responsive than this young man. But now, 2 loud slaps echoed. What was he doing at 18? Playing games, dating, sneaking into internet cafes. At the age of 18, they were already a versatile martial artist at the second level of body refinement. Mentality completely shattered. The entire hall fell silent, until Luyu walked over slowly, his expression calm, and asked in a faint tone, "Examiner, my performance was okay, right?" His tone was neither too light nor too heavy, yet it felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Luosha's Adam's apple moved slightly as he stared intently at Luyu, as if trying to discern any trace of falsehood on his face. Unfortunately, Luyu's expression remained calm, his gaze clear and composed, showing neither a hint of arrogance nor the slightest tension. Calm to the point of being unsettling. Luosha's heart was shaken and hard to calm. Where on earth did this monster come from? Clearly possessing such terrifying strength, yet not the least bit ostentatious, as if everything was entirely under his control. First level test result statistics. Martial Artist Level 1, passers, 5 people. Martial Artist Level 2, passers, 1 person. As the words fell, everyone's gaze once again focused on Luyu. Who still cares about those 5 first-level martial artists? At this moment, the only focus of the entire audience is Luyu alone. And next comes the second-level test combat confrontation. Rules for the second-level test. Fight against me for 1 minute. If you can hold out, you pass. Luosha's voice was deep, returning returning to his usual indifference. But only he himself knew that his mood at this moment was far from calm, because he understood that if Liu Yu could also pass the second round of testing today, then he, Luo Sha, would personally certify the youngest body refining stage level 2 martial artist in the history of Yuanwu City. 5 people stood up simultaneously and looked toward Luo Sha. They were the sole survivors of the first round. Next, it was time for the battle that would decide their fate. Are you going in order, or will someone go first? Luo Sha spoke, his tone calm yet carrying an invisible sense of oppression. The 5 exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and finally, number 1 summoned his courage to step forward. Examiner, I'll go first. Luo Sha nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, you've got spirit. As a reward, I'll give you a good beating today. Before the words had even faded, he moved like a tiger descending the mountain, his fists roaring through the air. Boom! Man number 1 was sent flying with a single punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair, and losing a tooth upon landing. Everyone present shuddered, their scalps tingling. Although teeth can be regenerated nowadays, the force behind that punch was just too brutal. But that man showed no trace of complaint. Instead, he let out a furious roar and charged forward again. Today, I will become a warrior. Take my punch. Bang! Once again, he was sent flying with a kick. Not bad, you've got spirit. Keep going. Luo Sha's tone was indifferent, and he remained motionless in place, casually deflecting the man's attacks no matter how hard he charged. But the man remained unyielding, standing up again and again, charging forward once more. Everyone was astonished by this display of resilience. This is the true will of a warrior. Finally, the bell rang. Time's up. Congratulations, you are now a warrior. Luo Sha looked at the man who had collapsed unconscious but still wore a smile, and spoke calmly. A round of applause erupted at the scene. This was what they had witnessed with their own eyes, a warrior's birth. Next, Luo Sha's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice calm. But that invisible pressure instantly silenced everyone else, and no one dared to step forward first. At this moment, a clear and bright voice rang out. I'll do it. Everyone turned to look, only to see Liu Yu slowly rise from the crowd. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on him. He's going up. This is going to be interesting. I suddenly have a feeling that Examiner Luo Sha might mess up this time. Are you crazy? Luo Sha is a seasoned martial artist at the second level of body refinement. His strength is unfathomable. But Liu Yu is also at the second level of body refinement, and his speed and reflexes are far beyond ordinary people. Damn, you're making me suddenly look forward to this. The murmurs rose again, but at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Liu Yu anymore. He has already silenced everyone with his strength. Luo Sha stood in the center, his eyes slightly narrowed, watching Liu Yu approach step by step, a glint of battle intent flashing in his gaze. Liu Yu, right? Are you sure you want to come up? Liu Yu nodded, a confident smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Examiner, I am ready. Then bring it on. Luo Sha slowly raised his hand, fist clenched, his aura erupting like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking. Let me see, you genius, just how much real skill do you have? This guy actually volunteered to fight? Everyone froze, their eyes simultaneously turning to Liu Yu, their faces full of astonishment and disbelief. You might say he was young and impetuous, acting on impulse because of his good test results earlier, and that would be understandable. But at this moment, his expression was calm and his steps composed, not at all resembling the impulsive type. On the contrary, it seemed as though he had been prepared all along. In contrast, the other hesitant examiners immediately felt somewhat ashamed and lowered their heads, a sudden sense of self-reproach arising in their hearts. Luo Sha watched Liu Yu step onto the martial test platform and nodded calmly. Come on. The martial test platform is constructed from a special alloy, with energy patterns engraved on its surface, capable of withstanding the full force of warriors below the 5th level of body refinement. Liu Yu stood firm, smiling as he looked at Luo Sha, and said softly, then I won't hold back? He had actually been ready for this for a while. Didn't step in immediately, wanting to observe Luo Sha's attacking methods and martial skills. Given his current true strength at the 3rd stage of body refinement, if he doesn't control his power, accidentally injuring Luo Sha seriously with a punch would indeed be awkward. He came to pass the assessment, not to embarrass the examiner. Of course, Luo Sha was unaware of all this. Make your move, Luo Sha said calmly. As soon as the words fell, whoosh, Liu Yu's figure suddenly vanished. It was almost in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he appeared in front of Luo Sha, his fists striking out like thunder. So fast. Luo Sha's pupils contracted sharply, alarm bells flaring wildly in his heart as he instinctively raised his hand to block. But he was still a step too slow. Dong! A dull thud echoed as Liu Yu's punch landed squarely on Luo Sha's chest. Bang! Luo Sha flew backward like an arrow, arrow released from a bow, crashing heavily onto the edge of the martial arts stage before barely managing to steady himself. He stood up, his face flushed, his chest tight, and he was completely bewildered. I'm the damn examiner. How did I get punched by a candidate and sent flying over 10 meters? Off the stage, everyone was already dumbfounded. Did I just imagine that? Oh my god, he sent examiner Luosha flying with a single punch? Are you kidding me? Is this some kind of act? This kid, is he crazy? It's not him who's crazy, it's us. The voices of discussion rose and fell, mixed with shock and horror. Many people instinctively comforted themselves. It must be that examiner Luosha was careless just now. Yes, it must be. This guy launched a sneak attack. It must have been just a lucky fluke. Next, examiner Luosha will get serious. There's no way he can turn the tables. Just as everyone was engaged in heated discussions, Luosha stood up from the edge of the stage, his face grim, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Yu. Very well, he said in a low voice, you've performed quite well. This time, his tone was no longer casual but carried a hint of genuine fighting intent. He's serious now. Next, let's see if you can take this punch of mine. Boom! The figure of Luosha flickered, transforming into a black shadow as he charged at Lu Yu. The force of his fist tore through the air, energy scattering in all directions. Martial skill mountain cleaving fist. Before the punch landed, the gust of force arrived first, the air explosively ripping apart as if it were being torn to shreds. Mountain cleaving fist? This is a mortal grade mid-tier martial skill. It's over. This kid is doomed. A mortal grade mid-tier boost can increase strength by at least 50%. Examiner Luosha is already at the second level of body refinement, and with the martial skill, he's easily at the third level of a martial artist. Serves him right, showing off too much. Many people showed schadenfreude expressions, as if they could already picture Lu Yu being sent flying by a punch. However, Lu Yu did not dodge. He stood still, watching the punch coming toward him, with a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This martial skill, not bad. A thought came to him, an inspiration struck. System, copy the martial skill. Ding, copy successful. Congratulations, host has obtained a mortal grade superior martial skill. Mountain splitting fist strength enhancement 70%, can be upgraded. Lu Yu's lips slightly curved, a trace of delight flashing in his eyes. This move, a huge profit. This is a mortal grade superior martial skill worth at least 20 million star coins. He originally planned to copy a mortal grade intermediate skill, but unexpectedly triggered the system's drop rate upgrade, directly boosting it by a grade. At this moment, Luosha's fist was already closing in. Lu Yu advanced instead of retreating, raising his fist high and charging head-on. Boom! Fists collided, and energy burst forth. Lu Yu took 3 steps back, each step leaving a deep imprint on the ground, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly. Ha ha ha, he's being suppressed. Didn't I say so? Examiner Luosha really means business. This kid is no match for him. That punch just now was pure luck. The crowd watched with their blood boiling, as if they had regained psychological balance. But at this moment, Luosha's eyebrows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with shock. Something's wrong. This punch, combined with the boost from martial arts techniques, has a force nearing 3,000 kilograms. And yet after Lu Yu forcibly intercepted it, he only retreated 3 steps? What does this imply? It implies that Lu Yu's strength is at least above his own. What unsettles him the most, however, is the trace of a smile that appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. You are laughing? Luosha was momentarily stunned. Lu Yu was in an excellent mood at the moment, looking at the system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, second stage of body refining. Replication points, 30. Talent, SSS. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 330 meters per second. Neural response, SSS. Martial skill, mountain split fist ordinary tier superior. 70% strength boost, upgradable. Weapon, none. This replication not only didn't consume any replication points but also snagged a top-tier martial skill for free. Simply delightful. Just as Luosha was still in a daze, the ringtone suddenly rang out. Assessment time is up. Candidate number 46, passed. Rasha froze for a moment, then sighed helplessly, looking at Lu Yu with a complicated expression. You've been hiding your strength. His tone was firm, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu. No, not at all, Lu Yu answered casually, his expression as innocent as ever. Luosha. He suddenly felt a sense of frustration. This young man is simply extraordinary. Number 46, assessment passed. With Rasha's announcement, the audience had already erupted into a frenzy. That's approved? Others were beaten so badly they could barely last a minute, yet he even managed to land a punch on the examiner? Is this still an assessment? This is basically a slap in the face. Everyone looked at Lu Yu with eyes no longer showing the slightest disdain but filled with awe and amazement. This is the true genius. Lu Yu remained calm as usual, smiling and nodding. Thank you, examiner. He turned around to leave but was stopped by Luosha. Wait. Luosha spoke, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Later, there are some things I want to ask you. Lu Yu turned his head to look at him, smiled, and said, alright. At this moment, everyone knew. Yuanwu City has completely produced an extraordinary prodigy. prodigy. Luo Sha's words made Lu Yu frown slightly. No need to think much, he knew that the other party was questioning his true abilities. However, considering that Luo Sha's identity is ultimately that of a senior examiner at Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association, Liu felt it was inappropriate to display his intentions too overtly. He could only sit quietly to the side, waiting for the other party to speak. The next 4 assessors took the stage one after another. But compared to Lu Yu's boundless glory, their assessment process can be said to be completely lackluster. Luo Sha seemed like a different person, launching into an extremely violent and relentless suppression, every punch landing with force, showing no mercy, as if trying to vent all the anger from the punch that had just sent him flying by Lu Yu. The result was naturally as expected. Among the 4, only one barely managed to endure the time, while the others were beaten black and blue, their faces bruised and battered, and were carried away in disgrace. In the end, only 2 people passed the entire assessment. One is Lu Yu. Another one is the number 1 man who made the first move. Number 1, come with me. After speaking, Luo Sha walked toward the interior of the Martial Artists Association, deliberately glancing at Lu Yu before leaving. That glance was ambiguous. About 20 minutes later, man number 1 came out, his face showing a complex expression. He had some injuries and walked with a limp. Hello, number 46, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope that in the upcoming hunting competition, I can fight side by side with you. After saying this, he turned and left, his silhouette carrying a sense of heaviness. Lu Yu watched his departing figure, lost in thought. A hunting competition? Before he could think further, Luo Sha's figure appeared once more. Come in. Lu Yu nodded and walked confidently into the lounge within the Martial Artists Association. The room was decorated simply, with a calm and elegant gray-white color scheme. Luo Sha sat on the sofa, staring sharply at Lu Yu for more than 10 seconds before speaking. What are you concerned about? Lu Yu's heart tightened. The meaning of this sentence was already very clear. His performance was too exceptional to merely be at the second level of body refinement. Luo Sha was testing him. However, Lu Yu just smiled faintly and shook his head. No concerns. Playing dumb, it's not like he couldn't do it. Seeing this, Luo Sha didn't say much more, simply taking out a document from beside him and saying calmly, those who come to participate in the martial artist assessment are all unwilling to settle for mediocrity. For someone your age to have come this far, you are definitely not ordinary. I've looked into your background. Your family situation isn't great, is it? You really need the Federation's resources. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This was an outright attempt to probe into his background, even with a hint of threat in the tone. You can take it as a threat, Rosa said nonchalantly, because this concerns how far you can go in the future. If you want a steady stream of resources, want to stand in a higher position, I have an opportunity here. As he spoke, he handed over that document. Lu Yu glanced down at the large characters on the cover, his gaze instantly sharpening. Genius Martial Artist Tournament. He had certainly heard of this competition. It was the top-level tournament hosted by the Federation to select genius martial artists. The entry requirements are extremely strict. The first point, under 22 years old and must have reached at least Warrior Level 2. This criterion directly eliminates 99% of young people. And there's something even more terrifying. The competition venue is set in the Real Star Beast Zone, with no protective measures, broadcast live, and participants are responsible for their own life and death. There is no backup, no mentors, only star beasts, danger, and blood and bones. Only the truly strong can survive. You want me to participate? Lu Yu looked up at Luo Sha, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Your strength is beyond this. Luo Sha stared straight into his eyes. I can see it. Don't waste your talent. If you're interested, the Yuanwu City hunting competition will officially start in 3 days. As long as you can secure a spot in the top 3, you'll gain entry qualifications for the Genius Tournament. By then, the entire Yuanwu City will give you its full support. Ro Sha spoke with a steady tone, devoid of any coercion, yet it carried a profound weight. Lu Yu was silent for a moment, finally nodded without making a statement, and turned to leave. Once you've made up your mind, come find me anytime. Also, consider this a small token of my personal support. As soon as Luo Sha finished speaking, Lu Yu's AI assistant sounded a notification. Account transfer, plus 1 million star coins. He raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Thanks a lot. After speaking, he left the Martial Artists Association without looking back. After he left, Luo Sha watched his figure disappear into the distance, unable to avert her gaze for a long time. This kid, if he can make it to the Genius Tournament, he might really have a chance to change the structure of Yuanwu City. I just don't know if he's willing to bear such a fate. He let out a soft sigh, then opened his smart brain and sent Lu Yu's assessment data to his superior, the president of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association. At the same time, Lu Yu had already returned home. 1 million star coins were credited, but he didn't rush to use them. He is unsure whether he should participate in the so-called genius competition. That stage is too dazzling and too dangerous. Given his current situation, being overly flamboyant will only attract trouble. A student originally with E-level talent becomes a prodigy with SSS-level talent in just 10 days. days? Anyone with a bit of sense can detect that something is off. Being targeted by someone with intent is no joke, but not participating seems like missing an opportunity. Back home, Lu Ling was sitting in the living room watching TV. When she saw Lu Yu, she smiled sweetly, casually asked a few questions, then went back to her room to study. Lu Yu also returned to his room and opened the system panel. System, apply for task reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Complete warrior certification within 10 days. Earn times 500 copy points. The moment the system notification sounded, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Total number of replication points, 530. Without hesitation, he directly took out the remaining 3 pieces of high-grade source crystals. Copy 4 times. Ding! Copying in progress. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining superior source crystals times 47 and supreme source crystal times 1. Lu Yu looked at the pile of source crystals stacked like a mountain in the system space and instantly felt elated. Although it cost 400 copy points, the result is quite impressive. He wasted no time and immediately started absorbing the star source within the source crystal. The night passed without a word. The next morning, the sun rose at dawn. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing through them, his demeanor restrained, yet a tumult seemed to surge within him. Phew! Third level of the body refining realm finally broke through. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, revealing a look of satisfaction. Just as I was about to get up and take a shower, a system notification suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Host detected to have advanced to body refining realm level 3, main quest officially activated. Lu Yu's expression froze, and his gaze instantly turned sharp. Main quest finally here. Main quest released. Born to stand out, how could one fade into the crowd? Main quest, fame and fortune. Please participate in the Yuanwu City hunting competition 3 days later and claim first place. Task rewards, copy points times 1000, free copy opportunity in any range times 10. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lu Yu froze for a moment. Didn't I say I wanted to keep a low profile? He looked at the system panel with a helpless expression, feeling a headache. Host, the growth of the strong requires vast resources. A true child of destiny would never fear minor dangers. If there is, then crush him. The system's voice rang out once again, full of enthusiasm, as if it were delivering motivational words to Lu Yu. I have to admit, this dose of chicken soup is quite delicious. That's true. Participating in the competition not only allows you to gain resources but also likely meet many other talented individuals. If they possess any good talents or skills, I'll replicate them in one go. Lu Yu's lips slowly curled into a smile, and a spark of eager anticipation appeared in his eyes. System, I've accepted this task. Ding! System received. The main task, Rise to Fame and Fortune, has been officially launched. Looking forward to the host's performance. The system sound faded away, falling into silence. Lu Yu exhaled lightly, his eyes shining brightly. A hunting competition? Then just crush them. Just as he was immersed in his visions of the future, Lu Ling's clear voice came from outside. Brother, get up quickly. After breakfast, it's time to go to school. Lu Yu responded and quickly came out of the room. Morning light poured into the dining room. Lu Ling poured him some milk while carefully glancing at him, and then exclaimed loudly, "Wow, bro, have you gotten even more handsome?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, looked at her slightly slow reaction, and couldn't help but tease. I've always been this handsome, you just realized it today? Lu Ling stuck out her tongue and said with a cheeky smile, alright, you're the most handsome, you're super handsome, okay? The two of them ate while chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. However, Lu Yu felt a faint headache deep inside. How should I explain to Lu Ling when the news about becoming a warrior spreads? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. After breakfast, the two went out together. Lu Yu went to Yuanwu 5th High School, while Lu Ling went to Yuanwu 1st High School. This is also because her talent is slightly better than Lu Yu's. Before leaving, Lu Yu specifically gave a few instructions. After boarding the vacuum supersonic train, the train stopped midway for a while due to a mechanical failure. By the time Lu Yu arrived at school, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Late? Lu Yu stood outside the tightly locked school gate, glancing at the security guards in the security room who were watching him like hawks, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. These days, even being late gets you stopped at the door? Shaking his head, Lu Yu turned and left the school gate, but he did not give up entering the school. He found a secluded wall, gently swung his backpack, pushed off with both feet, and, like a swift swallow in flight, soared over without touching the wall. If someone were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. Just at that moment, an elderly passerby in the distance happened to witness the entire incident. Are high school students nowadays all so good at jumping? The old man froze for a moment, murmuring to himself, with such geniuses appearing one after another, driving away the star beasts might truly be within reach. And Lu Yu was completely unaware of this. He carried his backpack, confidently navigated through the teaching building, and headed toward the playground. Recalling the schedule, today's class is martial arts class. On Blue Star, martial arts classes are far from being synonymous with slacker classes like in the previous life. They are truly courses that determine the future. Especially in the third third year of high school, the importance of martial arts classes is almost equal to, or even greater than, that of cultural classes. As he stepped onto the field, teacher Zhang Hai was standing at the podium, scanning all the students. This martial arts teacher is burly, with knotted muscles and a faint scar on his face, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Lu Yu, why are you late? Zhang Hai frowned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Many students immediately turned to look, and some even chuckled softly with schadenfreude. Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, Mr. Zhang, there was a problem during the train journey, which caused a delay. Zhang Hai listened, furrowed his brows slightly, but ultimately said nothing, merely waved his hand. Go inside. Lu Yu had just joined the ranks when a shrill voice immediately rang out. Oh, Lu Yu is late, huh? Well, makes sense. Poor family, can't afford a private aircraft, being late is normal. As he looked up, he saw He Yuanming in the front row turning back to look at him, his face full of mockery. Several followers around him also burst into laughter, their tone mocking. Lu Yu's gaze flickered slightly. In his memory, this guy was a typical rich second generation. Initially, she took a liking to Lu Ling, but due to her poor character, he directly rejected her. Since then, she has held a grudge against him. Now even being late can be used for mockery, which shows how petty this person is. Originally, Lu Yu didn't want to bother with him, but this guy really pushed his luck. However, before He Yuanming could continue speaking, Zhang Hai's voice rang out again. Silence. Today's class is the boxing technique assessment. I mentioned last month that this lesson is related to your college entrance examination results, so I hope you take it seriously. Hearing this, many students' expressions changed. The martial arts assessment is notoriously difficult, especially with Zhang Hai personally supervising, which is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Sure enough, the first student to step onto the stage had just performed a few moves when Zhang Hai started scolding them harshly. Soft and fluffy. Are you eating air every day? The boy who was scolded hung his head, his face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Off the field, He Yuanming burst into laughter. Mr. Zhang, don't be angry. That's just his level. No matter how much you scold him, he still won't grow any muscles. Zhang Hai originally intended to reprimand him, but considering his family background, he ultimately just snorted coldly without saying a word. Forget it, I'll demonstrate it for you again. After speaking, he began personally demonstrating the basic boxing techniques. He moved with steady actions and refined fist techniques, each punch appearing as if forged through countless trials, exuding immense momentum. The essence of basic boxing lies in delayed but not sluggish. One must remain composed and steady in strength. Zhang Hai withdrew his fists, scanned the crowd, and said, Who's next? For a moment, no one dared to move. At that moment, He Yuanming suddenly smiled, raised his hand, and said, Teacher Zhang, I have a small suggestion. I'd like to spar with classmate Lu Yu to practice basic boxing techniques. Don't worry, I definitely won't hurt him. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu, filled with provocation. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to Lu Yu. The playground was silent. The air seemed to have solidified. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two figures in the center of the playground, their gaze locked firmly on Lu Yu. He actually, really agreed? Are you crazy? Is he really not afraid of death? He Yuanming is a prospective martial artist, with a strength of 300 kilograms. Lu Yu can't possibly have lost his mind, right? The murmurs rose and fell, and some had even started to lower their heads to persuade him. Lu Yu, don't be impulsive, he's just trying to provoke you. Yeah, losing isn't shameful, don't force it. But Lu Yu always maintained a smile, his gaze calm. Teacher Zhang, I am certain. He nodded to Zhang Hai, his voice as calm as if he were talking about something utterly ordinary. Zhang Hai looked into his fearless eyes, remained silent for a moment, and finally just waved his hand. Let's begin. On the playground, He Yuanming walked up to Lu Yu, laughing heartily, and patted him on the shoulder in a mock brotherly manner. Well done, Lu Yu, today you can truly be called a man. Tell me, how many punches are you ready to take before going down? His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Lu Yu being knocked down by his punch, his face covered in blood. Lu Yu squinted his eyes, the smile on his lips still lingering, but gradually turning cold. I was just about to ask you, how many punches are you ready to take before lying down? His tone was neither hurried nor slow, yet it inexplicably sent a chill through one's heart. He Yuanming was momentarily stunned, then sneered coldly, Heh, a stubborn loser. Last time, I knocked you down with just one punch. Forgotten? Lu Yu blinked lightly, memories of the original body's humiliation surfacing in his mind. But that was only once upon a time. Now, he was no longer the Lu Yu who could only endure bullying in silence. How do you want to lie down? His voice was deep and icy, like a sharp blade piercing straight into He Yuanming's heart. Tisk, got a temper now? He Yuanming sneered, his gaze turning cold as he suddenly erupted. I'll punch you so hard you'll lose all your fight. Boom! He suddenly threw a punch, the wind from his fist howling, containing an astonishing force of 300 kilograms. This punch was his basic fist technique at the minor accomplishment level. Combined with the explosive power of a preparatory martial artist, even an ordinary first-level body refiner wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Zhang Hai's eyelid twitched, and his gaze suddenly contracted. Not good. He instantly realized that He Yuanming's punch was not a friendly spar at all, but a full-force strike with murderous intent. Stop. Unfortunately, it was already too late. He Yuanming's eyes carried a hint of ruthlessness, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Serves you right for dying. Who told you to block me from chasing Lu Ling? He had already imagined in his mind the scene of Lu Yu being punched hard by him, breaking his ribs, spewing blood wildly, and collapsing unable to get up. But the next moment, bang! A hand swiftly and cleanly caught his fist, steady as a rock, without the slightest tremor. What? He Yuanming's entire body froze. He looked at Lu Yu's hand, which was like an iron clamp, with a face full of shock. He tried to break free, but he couldn't move at all. His fist was completely immobilized. As for Lu Yu, he merely glanced at him lightly, the smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were as cold as frost. He Yuanming, I want to tell you, you're not the only one whose life matters. In the next second, Lu Yu gently raised his arm. The movement seemed casual, but it actually contained the terrifying power of the third level of body refinement and astonishing 3,300 kilograms of force. Bang! He Yuanming was forcibly thrown into the air, soaring like a kite with a broken string, flying over 10 meters. Boom! He slammed heavily onto the railing at the edge of the field, bending the steel barrier, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The entire venue fell silent, deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yu, their faces filled with shock, disbelief, and even fear. That was a preparatory martial artist. 300 kilograms of strength. And yet, Lu Yu caught it with one hand and tossed him away like trash. Zhang Hai was stunned, his eyes fixed on Lu Yu as if reassessing this student. At this moment, He Yuanming lay on the ground, his entire body racked with pain, his internal organs feeling as if they had been shredded, staring at Lu Yu in terror. How could you possibly catch that? You worthless piece of trash, how could you possibly beat me? With that punch of mine, you should have been dead already. If you're dead, then I would have the right to pursue Lu Ling. Before the voice had faded, Lu Yu's expression turned completely cold. He walked over step by step, with no trace of a smile in his eyes. What did you say? His tone was icy, like a sharp blade unsheathed. He Yuanming instantly realized he had misspoken, and his expression changed drastically. I didn't mean that. Shut up, Lu Yu barked sharply, raising his foot and stomping on He Yuanming's chest without hesitation. Click! He Yuanming's sternum instantly collapsed, and he lay there like a dead dog, enduring unbearable pain, unable even to scream. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Lu Yu glanced down at him, his voice extremely cold. I told you, don't court death. After speaking, he slightly turned around, looking at Zhang Hai with a smile. Mr. Zhang, the sparring is over. Zhang Hai's expression was complex, and after a long moment, he mechanically nodded. All right. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, and everyone's gaze toward Lu Yu completely changed. Reverence, shock, and even fear. They finally understood. Lu Yu was no longer the loser they could bully and ridicule at will. He was a fully awakened beast. Directly broke 5 of Yuanming's ribs. He Yuanchu's face was full of anger as he spoke, his tone growing increasingly harsh, with even a hint of coldness in his eyes. Brother Luo, you can't just stand by and do nothing about this. Yuanming is someone you've watched grow up since he was a child. Are you really going to let him suffer such a huge loss? There was already a trace of reproach in his tone, clearly intending to use Luosha's status to apply pressure. Luosha's brows furrowed slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He's not foolish. He naturally understood that He Yuanchu was playing the emotional card, trying to get him to step in and help He Yuanming take revenge, or even pull some strings during the college entrance exam. I'll think about it. He responded indifferently, without giving a clear stance. He Yuanchu wanted to say something more, but Luosha's smart device suddenly rang at that moment. Incoming call, Lu Yu. His eyes lit up, and he immediately answered. Hello, Assessor Luosha. I've arrived at the hospital. Where are you? Lu Yu's voice came from the other end, carrying his usual composure and calmness. 12th floor, room 4. After reporting the location, Luosha ended the call and turned to He Yuanchu with a smile. The person I'm waiting for has arrived. He Yuanchu had been slightly annoyed, feeling their conversation was interrupted, but the next second when he saw the young man walking out of the elevator, he was completely stunned. This kid, how is he so young? He looked at Lu Yu in astonishment, and the merchant's instinct in his heart was immediately activated. What? The genius martial artist that Luosha just mentioned is this young man in front of him? This is unbelievable. Becoming a certified martial artist at such a young age? Which family does this prodigy belong to? How extraordinary must their talent be? If we could establish a connection with someone like this, wouldn't the He family be able to rise even further? As he was thinking, he immediately put on a friendly smile and quickly stepped forward. Ha, truly, heroes have always emerged from the young. Little brother, achieving such accomplishments at such a young age is truly remarkable. He proactively extended his hand, his face full of enthusiasm. Luosha watched the scene from the side, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, but he said nothing. Lu Yu glanced at him and did not refuse. He simply shook hands politely, though the smile on his face carried a hint of subtle meaning. Thank you for the compliment. And you are? Oh, I am He Yuanming's father, He Yuanshu. The other party quickly introduced himself, his expression as warm as if meeting an in-law. Lu Yu's lips curved slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. What a coincidence. Luo Sha's friend turns out to be He Yuanming's father? This is truly an incredible coincidence. Since we're the same age, we must have a lot in common. Why not go in and take a look? He Yuanshu smiled and gestured invitingly with his hand, his demeanor extremely humble. Lu Yu looked at his greasy, shiny face and felt nothing but utter irony in his heart. Really interesting. He smiled faintly. Sure, I'd like to meet him too. With that, they all walked into the hospital room. Yuanming, sit up properly. A little brother your age has come to see you. He's only 18 and already a certified martial artist. Watch your words. He Yuanshu's tone carried a hint of reprimand, completely treating Lu Yu as a future treasure to curry favor with. On the hospital bed, He Yuanming, wrapped in bandages, was lying down. Upon hearing this, he immediately became excited. An 18-year-old martial artist? Wouldn't that be perfect for helping me get revenge? As long as I can win them over, they can vent my anger in no time. However, the moment Lu Yu walked in, He Yuanming saw that familiar face that had haunted his nightmares, and his entire body froze instantly. How is it you? He widened his eyes, almost squeezing the words out from his throat, his voice filled with intense fear. He Yuanshu was taken aback, frowned, and said, Yuanming, what nonsense are you talking about? Speak properly. Dad, it's him. This guy is the one who put me in the hospital. He Yuanming's voice was sharp, his emotions were extremely agitated, and his whole body began to tremble. The air instantly solidified. He Yuanshu turned his head, his face instantly turning pale. Looking at Lu Yu, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you the one who beat Yuanming like this? Lu Yu's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was chillingly light. Sorry, I didn't know he was your son before. If I had known earlier, I might have acted a bit more harshly. In a word, murderous intent is fully revealed. He Yuanshu was momentarily stunned, his mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't say a word. Luo Sha's expression darkened as he coldly looked at He Yuanming on the hospital bed. Yuanming, did you hide something before? Was it you who started it? He Yuanming's face turned pale, and just as he was about to speak in defense, Lu Yu had already stepped forward. I advise you not to lie. He walked step by step to the bedside, raised his hand to pat He Yuanming's face, and smiled with utmost gentleness. Only now do I realize that your backer is Brother Luo? I truly regret not killing you directly. You don't do anything reckless. He Yuanming was so scared he was about to cry, panicking helplessly. But the next second, click, Lu Yu's foot came down, stomping directly on his chest. He Yuanming let out a throat-tearing scream, his whole body curled up on the hospital bed like a dead dog. His eyes were unfocused, his body drenched in cold sweat, completely broken. Lu Yu, Brother Lu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again in the future. He Yuanshu was completely dumbfounded, almost on the verge of kneeling, but Lu Yu ignored him and instead turned to smile at Luo Sha. Brother Luo, do you think there's anything illegal or improper about the Yi family? Luo Sha's lips twitched slightly, and he looked at him with a strange expression. He discovered that this kid not only had a hard fist but also a ruthless heart. He acted to vent his anger and used his mind to completely crush others, to kill and destroy the heart. This is what a true tough person looks like. He Yuanshu now fully understood that he had completely provoked someone he should never have crossed. Lu, Brother Lu, please have mercy. This has nothing to do with me. It was all caused by my unworthy son. I will immediately cut off all his resources and ensure he never steps into the martial artist circle again. Please spare the He family a way to survive. As he spoke, with a loud bang, He Yuanshu directly knelt down, his face flushed red, and his forehead nearly bruised. Lu Yu glanced at him without saying much, simply turned around and walked out of the ward, his tone indifferent. Killing you is meaningless, but I guarantee he will live a life worse than death. As for your Yi family, it depends on your own choice. As the voice faded, that figure completely disappeared at the doorway, leaving behind a room of deathly silence, and He Yuanshu kneeling on the ground, cold sweat streaming down. Outside the ward, sunlight poured down. Lu Yu stood beside Luo Sha, smiling faintly as he spoke. Brother Luo, I think we can talk about the Blue Star Genius competition now. Hearing Lu Yu's words, we can talk about participating in the Blue Star Genius competition now. Luo Sha was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. You little rascal, you really kill without spilling blood. He shook his head, but his eyes were full of admiration. He had seen everything clearly just now. Lu Yu didn't use much strength, yet with one kick, he shattered He Yuanming's hopes, and with one sentence, he forced He Yuanshu into utter despair. This is not mere ruthlessness, but a strike that kills both body and spirit, precise and thorough. How about it, Brother Luo? The Yi family shouldn't have much energy left to bother me anymore, right? Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile, his tone relaxed yet tinged with a hint of coldness. Don't worry, I'll handle the aftermath. Luo Sha nodded, his expression becoming more serious. I'll have the Martial Artists Association thoroughly investigate the Yi family's accounts. If there's any issue, they won't even be able to maintain their current position. Just waiting for you to say that. that. Lu Yu smiled, his expression calm and composed. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. Luo Sha waved and led Lu Yu out of the hospital. The two boarded the flying car, with Rasha personally driving. Outside the car window, star trails swirled, and the traffic in the high skies of the city was as dense as weaving threads. Hovering billboards continuously flashed the emblem and slogans of the Blue Star Federation. Are you sure you want to participate in the Blue Star Genius competition? Luo Sha asked while controlling the hovercar, turning his head to the side. Lu Yu nodded, his gaze turning to the window. This match, I must participate. Resources? Luo Sha asked. Resources are one aspect, Lu Yu said calmly. More importantly, what I need is an opportunity to stand taller and go further. Your temperament is even wilder than mine back in the day, Luo Sha chuckled. But that's a good thing. Blue Star doesn't lack silent geniuses, what it lacks are people who dare to say, I'll change the rules. I don't intend to change the rules, Lu Yu smiled faintly. I just don't want to be crushed by them. Luo Sha heard this, remained silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded. You are the real genius. I will sign you up for the Blue Star Genius competition, but you should know that to qualify, you must first secure a top 3 position in the Yuanwu City hunting competition. I know. Lu Yu nodded, his tone indifferent. With your strength, taking first place is just a matter of ease. Luo Sha glanced at him and suddenly said, but, are you sure you won't accept the association's recommendation? Lu Yu chuckled lightly, not accepting. Why? Because I want the system's reward. He naturally didn't say this out loud, but simply smiled and explained. I need experience. The hunting competition is a true battle for me. I am new to being a warrior and haven't even killed a star beast. Skipping the hunting competition to directly participate in the genius competition is not disrespectful to others, it's being irresponsible to myself. Luo Sha was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. Good, you're right. Much better than those who rely on connections to climb up, dreaming of enjoying resources without even having seen blood. Someone like you truly deserves to be called a genius. As they spoke, the flying car had already landed on the dedicated platform of the Martial Artists Association building. Luo Sha led Lu Yu straight up to the top floor meeting room. At this moment, several senior members of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association were already waiting. Wang Chongming, president, a master of the mountain-moving realm, has guarded Yuanwu City for 20 years and is the backbone of the entire association. The rest are vice presidents, supervisors, and elders, each exuding an extraordinary aura with piercing gazes. The moment Lu Yu walked into the conference room, all eyes instantly focused on him. Young, composed, confident. Is this Lu Yu? Wang Chongming spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Yes. Luo Sha nodded. He has already decided to participate in the Blue Star Genius competition. All right. Wang Chongming gazed at Lu Yu and nodded slowly. You are the most promising young man I've seen in years to break into the top 100 of the Lingwu rankings. But I must remind you, the genius competition is not a game. There is the battleground for young warriors. I know, Lu Yu said calmly. I didn't come here just for the game either. Very well. Wang Chongming revealed a satisfied smile. But before that, you must earn the qualification. Hunting competition, take the top 3. This matter will not be intervened by the association, but if you can accomplish it, we will fully support you. I will do it, Lu Yu responded calmly. All right. Wang Chongming looked to the side. Luo Sha, give him that combat suit. Soon, a battle suit sealed in a silver-white safe was handed to Lu Yu. This is the Grade A battle suit, silver obsidian model, Luo Sha introduced. Defense, strength enhancement, energy sensing, auto-repair fully equipped and worth tens of millions of star coins. Now, it belongs to you. Lu Yu took the safe, placed his palm on the sensing area, and with a soft beat the lid slowly opened. Inside, a set of deep black combat attire with silver patterns lay quietly, resembling a slumbering beast, exuding a calm yet powerful aura. Thank you, Lu Yu said solemnly. You deserve it, Wang Chongming smiled. In Yuanwu City, we don't lack resources, what we lack are people who can take the lead. Since you're here, don't let us down. Lu Yu nodded, his gaze resolute. I won't. That afternoon, Lu Yu left the Warrior Association with an A-grade combat suit, an officially certified hunting competition entry qualification, and a heart about to shake the entire genius sequence of Yuanwu City. He gazed at the sky above, his eyes reflecting a star-like radiance. Blue Star Genius Competition. I am here. The silver-white safe slowly landed on the table under everyone's gaze, its heavy metallic texture carrying a hint of menace, as if its concealed power could already be felt even before it was opened. Lu Yu reached out to touch the box. As his palm made contact with the recognition area, a faint beep sounded. Immediately, the lid automatically popped open, revealing a set of jet black, sleekly designed combat gear lying quietly inside. The material of the entire combat suit resembles a high-density nanoalloy, with faint blue energy patterns on the surface that shimmer and shift under the light, akin to a reflection of the galaxy. This is the Grade A battlesuit silver obsidian model, Luo Sha introduced from the side, his tone carrying a hint of pride. This battlesuit features energy responsiveness, impact buffering, high-temperature resistance, and anti-corrosion capabilities. Most importantly, Additionally, it can enhance the wearer's strength output by 15% and physical defense by 20%. Looking across the entire Yuanwu city, fewer than 3 people have the privilege of wearing this battlesuit. Hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Originally, he had only regarded this battlesuit as an additional reward, but now it seemed that it was no longer just a piece of combat equipment, it was a true weapon capable of enhancing practical combat levels. The identification system of the battlesuit has already been preset for you. You can try it on later, and if needed, I'll arrange for a specialist to make adjustments, Wang Chongming added with a smile. Lu Yu nodded, reaching out to take the battlesuit from the box. The moment he touched it, he felt an unparalleled sense of fit, as if the battlesuit had been tailor-made for him. It was perfectly balanced in weight, combining flexibility and hardness, and exuded a strong sense of advanced technology. Very suitable. Lu Yu's gaze shifted slightly as he spoke in a low voice. That's good. Wang Chongming nodded in satisfaction, then said solemnly, Lu Yu, no matter how strong your talent is, the combat suit is just an external tool. What truly determines your life and death are your own strength, judgment, and willpower. I understand. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his tone steady. Since you've chosen the hunting competition, use these 15 days to fully adapt to this combat suit and adjust your condition. At that time, don't let me down. I won't. Lu Yu smiled faintly, his tone light yet carrying a sharp sense of certainty. Wang Chongming looked at him, a trace of admiration and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Rasha, during this period, fully cooperate with him in training. I will personally handle the registration procedures for the hunting competition. Yes. Luo Sha nodded and then stood up. Lu Yu, let's go. I'll take you to test the adaptability of the combat suit. All right. Lu Yu stood up, holding the combat suit, and left the conference room together with Luo Sha. Before leaving, he turned back to glance at Wang Chongming and the others still seated, his gaze deep and profound. He knew that from this moment on, he had completely embarked on another path. This path was filled with bloodshed, risks, and challenges, but it was also full of opportunities. After leaving the Martial Artists Association, Lu Yu was taken into a dedicated combat training room. He stood in the center of the empty training ground, dressed in combat gear. The surrounding walls were covered with energy sensing devices, and a simulated Star Beast projection system hung from the ceiling. With a command from Luo Sha, the scene inside the training room changed abruptly. Howling winds and swirling sand filled the air as the phantom of a 3-meter-tall crimson flame main lion suddenly lunged forward. Lu Yu, stop just watching and test the combat suit's maximum performance. Luo Sha shouted. Lu Yu took a deep breath and suddenly launched himself forward. Boom! His speed surged dramatically, his entire body turning into a black shadow. The energy patterns on his combat suit activated, power surging as he moved, his punch striking like thunder, directly targeting the lion's head. Bang! The phantom of the crimson flame main lion was shattered by a single punch. Energy rippled through the training room, and the alarm lights flickered briefly. A sharp gleam flashed in Luo Sha's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew I chose the right person. Lu Yu, this battle suit looks like it was made just for you. Lu Yu retracted his fists and stood still. The energy on the battle suit gradually calmed down. He lowered his head to glance at his fists, his gaze growing even steadier. Not bad. This is the feeling I was looking for. He knew that his stage had only just begun, and this battle suit was merely the first step on his path to becoming a true powerhouse. 15 days later, he will ascend to the hunting battlefield in the name of a genius. Carve out a bloody path to the pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone. Reflect on oneself thrice a day. Reward 300 copy points, 1 lottery chance. The appearance of the system notification sound made Lu Yu, who was about to head out, pause in his steps. He slightly raised an eyebrow, then immediately realized. Over the past 2 days, he had indeed been reflecting and adjusting his cultivation, addressing the issue of an unstable foundation caused by his rapid increase in strength. Could it really have been recognized by the system as self-reflection? System, you really? Even this has an achievement? Lu Yu muttered speechlessly, but his eyes lit up right after. Copy point plus 300. This is genuine, solid resources. Adding the 130 points left from before. I now have 430 replication points? Lu Yu's face showed a satisfied smile. This is the trump card that can determine whether he can have a breakout performance in the hunting competition. As for the lottery, he glanced down at the system interface, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. System, start the lottery. Ding! Drawing a lottery. On the virtual interface, a roulette wheel spins rapidly, with light and shadows flowing as various icons flash by martial skills, talent fragments, source crystals, special items. Finally, with a click, the wheel slowly came to a stop on a golden glowing icon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one-time enhancement card. Martial skill exclusive, can temporarily enhance any mortal grade martial skill to spirit grade, lasting for 3 minutes. Lu Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and the next moment, a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Enhanced card? Temporarily elevate a mortal tier martial skill to the spirit tier? Although it's only for 3 minutes, this is a life-saving divine skill. The image of the mountain-splitting fist he had previously copied immediately surfaced in his mind. If paired with this enhancement card, wouldn't it enable a stunning comeback at a critical moment? Interesting. Now, in the hunting competition, I have an extra trump card. Luyu stored the enhancement card into the system space and casually adjusted his combat suit. The Silver Dawn combat suit fits snugly, paired with holographic glasses. The energy flow lines shimmer faintly under the light, exuding a deadly sophistication in its understated design. Let's go, he murmured softly and pushed the door open. At the same time, the top-floor conference room of the Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association building. Luo Sha stood by the window, gazing at the young martial artists gradually gathering below, his eyes deep and profound. Today's hunting competition is much livelier than in previous years. A voice came from behind, belonging to Wang Chongming. He held a teacup, his gaze indifferent yet faintly tinged with anticipation. The inspector will arrive in Yuanwu City tomorrow. If we can use Luyu to make a name for ourselves this time, our association might really have a chance to rank among the top 100. Luo Sha nodded, but his expression grew even more serious. Hopefully, those hidden talents won't be too disappointing either. Wang Chongming squinted as he looked at the gathering area of the warriors in the distance and suddenly smiled. Even if they are all disappointed, there's still Luyu, isn't there? This hunting competition will let those so-called preparatory geniuses understand what true talent really means. At this moment, Luyu was taking an exclusive train to the competition assembly point. Outside the car window, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded away, replaced by endless wilderness and forests. That is a world belonging to the star beasts. It is also a stage for true martial artists. Luyu sat on the chair, closed his eyes to rest, and pondered the upcoming tactical arrangements in his mind. In this competition, besides taking first place, I have two other goals. 1. Copy more practical talents and skills. 2nd, try the effect of this enhancement card. His gaze slightly narrowed, and his fingertips gently tapped his knee. However, the most important point is to make everyone remember my name. Let them know that Luyu is not a preparatory warrior. I am a true genius. He slowly opened his eyes. Before the starlight arrives, the brilliance is already revealed. The hall was bustling with crowds. As Luo Sha gave the order, hundreds of participating martial artists rose one after another and walked out. Luyu also slowly stood up, his gaze calm, but he quietly let out a sigh in his heart. It's finally about to begin. He muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed figures. Some of these people are nervous, some excited, some resolute, and others with wandering eyes. The hunting competition, for them, is an opportunity, a life and death battle. But for Luyu, it is the first step toward a higher stage. System, current status check. Host, Luyu. Realm, body refining stage level 3 combat assessment, body refining stage level 4. Copy points, 630. Talent, SSS. Strength, 4,300 kilograms. Speed, 430m/s. Neural response, SSS. Martial skill, mountain splitting fist, mortal grade superior, strength boost 100%, proficiency, mastery, upgradable. Equipment, grade A combat suit silver radiance model. Special item, one-time enhancement card, exclusive to martial skills. Mission, main quest rise to fame, February 1st. Objective, achieve first place in the hunting tournament. Luyu looked at the rows of data, feeling increasingly confident. The Wilderness Star Beast Zone, I want to see just how brutal this so-called battlefield of life and death truly is. 15 minutes later, the outskirts of Yuanwu City, northwest direction, on the edge of the Star Beast training zone. Over a dozen hovering aircraft slowly descended to the designated drop-off point. As the hatches opened, hundreds of martial artists flowed out in an orderly manner. Luyu stepped off the aircraft, greeted by a blend of the scent of soil and blood, accompanied by the faint roars of beasts in the distance. At a glance, towering ancient trees and rugged mountain ranges surround you, as if stepping into a truly untamed wilderness. On the distant tower, dozens of surveillance devices had already been activated, tasked with recording each participant's combat performance and points. Luo Sha stood on the temporary command platform high in the air, his voice resounding once again. From this moment on, the hunting competition officially begins. All participants, act freely, time limit, 24 hours. Everyone, show your courage and take the first step on the path to greatness. As soon as the words fell, the entire Star Beast Zone seemed to ignite with excitement. Countless martial artists scattered in all directions, swiftly heading toward the depths of the forest. Some traveled together, while others walked their own path. Luyu stood among the crowd, watching them rush into the forest one after another. His gaze was calm as still water, and there was even a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his lips. Not in a hurry. You warm up first. His gaze swept across and fixed on a direction in the distance. That is an area marked with traces of Tier 3 Star Beast activity. Points system, right? 10 points, 30 points, 60 points. How about I just start from 60 points? He gently flexed his wrist, and the energy patterns on the silver Yao battlesuit emerged, faintly flickering as if responding to his fighting spirit. System. Target locked. Tier 3 Star Beast. Route planning. Ding. Ding. Third tier star beast coordinates locked. Distance from current location 3.4 kilometers. Estimated arrival time 32 seconds. Very good. Luyu smiled, and the next second, with a step forward, his figure shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Boom. The ground split open with a crack, and amidst the billowing dust, his figure had already vanished from the spot. Atop the tower, Luo Sha was observing the movements of the contestants through the holographic screen. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he fixed his gaze on a rapidly moving point of light. This speed, is it Luyu? The technician beside exclaimed. Report. Contestant number 46 has entered the tier 3 star beast zone. What? Luo Sha's gaze sharpened, and a faint smile lifted the corner of his lips. This kid is really impatient. However, it's fine. Let these people see what a true genius really is. At this moment, in the forest, a 2-meter-tall armored bristle boar was devouring the torn corpse of a wild beast, its body covered in scales and exuding a ferocious aura. At the instant it alertly raised its head. A dark figure had already appeared in front of it like lightning. Kaishan fist. Luyu softly uttered 2 words, and the energy patterns on his combat suit suddenly lit up on his fist. The next moment, the punch struck like a collapsing mountain. Boom! The armored boar didn't even have time to react. Its entire body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Luyu, however, landed steadily, his fist slightly clenched, and his clothes remained motionless. Points, plus 60. Continue. He chuckled softly, turned around, and dashed toward the next target. The hunting competition has just begun. The scarlet flame tiger was leisurely walking out of the forest at this moment, its fiery red fur flickering like flames under the sunlight. Its 4 hooves landed silently, yet exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Hidden in the tree, Luyu's face at this moment revealed a smile as if he had found a treasure. System, confirm copying the scarlet flame talent. Ding. Copying in progress. Current copy points, 630. Points consumed, 100. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superpower Crimson Flame, initial stage, which can be attached to martial techniques or weapons, with a burning temperature of 500 degrees, and is capable of growth. Luyu's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was almost impossible to hide. Beginner level ability, Scarlet Flame. In other words, not only can the combat suit release flames, but I can also imbue fire into my fists? What is this concept? With one punch, burning and scorching the body, even star beasts have to steer clear. He extended his right fist, gently clenched it, and a wisp of pale red flame instantly burst out from between his fingers, coiling around the surface of his fist. It burned fiercely yet did not harm him, as if it had fused with his flesh and blood. Sure enough, a perfect match. Luyu chuckled softly, and the next second, with a step forward, his figure swept down from the tree like a phantom. The scarlet flame tiger sensed danger, let out a low growl, and suddenly raised its head. A flame gathered in its throat, and with an open mouth, it unleashed a burst of scarlet flames. Flames rose like pillars, the temperature soared instantly, and the air ignited into twisting waves of fire. However, Luyu had already anticipated it, rolling to one side with the agility of a swallow, instantly closing in on the side of the crimson flame tiger. Mountain opening fist. He let out a low shout, and his right fist instantly struck out, wrapped in crimson flames on the fist's edge, resembling a volcanic eruption. Carrying a terrifying force of 4,300 kilograms, it fiercely smashed into the side of the crimson flame tiger's neck. Boom! The body of the scarlet flame tiger seemed to be hit head-on by a tank, and the entire giant beast was instantly sent flying several meters, crashing heavily into a few trees and leaving a deep pit in the ground. The ground was scorched black, and the burn marks on the scarlet flame tiger's body were still smoking. It struggled to stand up, its eyes already filled with terror and the instinctive fear of a beast. But Luyu didn't give it any chance to catch its breath. Activating the energy of his combat suit, his figure flickered and closed in again as if teleporting. One more punch. Kaishan Chien combo. Fists rained down like a storm, flames entwined the body, and 3 consecutive punches smashed down, directly caving in the head of the crimson flame tiger. Flames burst from its mouth and nose, and with a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground. Limbs twitching, no breath. Ding! Killed a tier 1 star beast scarlet flame tiger. Points plus 10. Copy points plus 10. Luyu withdrew his fists and stood still, exhaling softly. This is what real combat feels like. He looked at the crimson flames still burning on his fist, his gaze growing increasingly intense. System, can this superpower be upgraded? Upgradable, requires consuming 500 replication points or repeatedly replicating similar high-level fire attribute talents for fusion enhancement. 500, ha! Luyu smacked his lips. Although it hurt a bit, thinking about the potential value this ability could bring in the future, he still felt it was worth it. Keep it for now, after the hunting competition ends, we might find an even stronger fire-type star beast to directly fuse and upgrade. While pondering, he extracted the star core from the corpse of the scarlet flame tiger and casually carefully placed it into the storage device. This is something of great value, with additional rewards besides points. In the command aircraft high in the sky, all the senior officials fell silent after witnessing the entire process of Lu Yu slaying the Crimson Flame Tiger. What was that just now? Flames? He's imbued with fire? Could it be that he not only has an SSS-level talent but also a fire attribute ability? Luo Sha looked shocked, his eyes almost popping out. Wang Chongming took a long time to come to his senses and murmured, "This kid is too monstrous." And the inspector behind him finally showed a slight change in expression on his face. 18 years old, second level of body refining, mastery in fist techniques, with fire-based abilities. Yuanwu City, hiding such a monster? He smiled faintly, a strong hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Keep watching him. I want to see where his limits lie. At this moment, Lu Yu had already set out on his journey once again. Crimson Flame ability. This is just the beginning. Next is the trial of the third-tier Star Beast. It's just that enhancement card. I do want to try out its power. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he strode toward the direction marked with the coordinates of the Tier 3 Star Beast on the map. The hunting competition has only just begun. A punch engulfed in blazing flames crashed down like a meteor falling to the ground. Lu Yu, like a blazing comet, swiftly descended from the treetop, his fist enveloped in the scorching power of crimson flames, striking fiercely at the forehead of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Tiger didn't have time to let out a full roar before its entire head was instantly blasted by the combined force of the punch and S-class ability flames. Its body trembled violently, and its massive form was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily into the dirt. Boom! Dust flew, flames scattered, and the ground was smashed into a massive charred crater. The body of the Scarlet Flame Tiger twitched twice and then remained motionless. Blood flowed from its charred fur, mixing with the scorched hair and emitting a strong scent of blood and burnt flesh. Ding! Killed a Tier 1 Star Beast Scarlet Flame Tiger, points plus 10, copy points plus 20. System, you're amazing. Lu Yu gently withdrew his fist, stood on the ground, and looked at the scorched battlefield before him, nodding in satisfaction. This is his true strength. The previous mistakes, panic, and escape were all an act. The goal is to get close to the Scarlet Flame Tiger's body and complete the replication. And now, a punch settles it. This is the mountain-splitting fist under the blessing of S-level abilities, he murmured softly. With that punch, he clearly felt the flow of power within his body become smoother. The flames on his fist not only didn't disrupt the trajectory of the punch but seemed to extend the intent of the fist before the punch arrived. The fire came first. It was a complete qualitative transformation. Meanwhile, in the command cabin in the sky, a group of executives had fallen into a brief state of petrification. Did you see that punch just now? Luo Sha swallowed hard, his voice somewhat shaky. Saw it. Wang Chongming's voice was even drier than his. Why does it seem to me that flame looked a bit off? Another vice president said, frowning. That's not an ordinary flame. The inspector spoke slowly, his eyes for the first time truly flashing with intense brilliance. That is, an ability flame. What did you say? Wang Chongming almost stood up. Are you saying that he possesses fire element abilities? And it's S-class. The inspector's voice was very calm, but to everyone present, it sounded like a thunderclap hitting the ground. How is this possible? Luo Sha was almost questioning reality for a moment. Aren't abilities innate? There's absolutely no record of any abilities in his file. Did your Yuanwu City Martial Artists Association make an error in data entry? The inspector glanced at Wang Chongming, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. No. Wang Chongming almost instinctively waved his hands repeatedly. We've checked. There are indeed no ability expression loci in Lu Yu's genetic sequence. He's definitely an ordinary gifted martial artist. Then this fire of his, where did it come from? Luo Sha was equally baffled. You're asking me? The inspector instead chuckled. I was about to ask you the same thing. However, he paused, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, watching the young man who had just punched the Crimson Flame Tiger to death casually extracted the star core and appeared utterly at ease. A rare trace of seriousness flickered in his eyes. This young man is no ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was extracting the star core from the Crimson Flame Tiger's body. He wiped it off casually and stored it in his storage bag. TSK, points credited, replication points credited, and a star core reward. Made a fortune. Lu Yu was in an excellent mood. Looking at the panel where the replication points had returned to 600, he began to ponder. This is just the beginning. I've only captured one Scarlet Flame Tiger. The Tier 3 Star Beasts marked on the map are still waiting for me. However, before that, let's first test the limits of this S-level ability. Lu Yu lowered his head and looked at his fist. Flames gently danced on the back of his hand, like a tame spirit. System, can this ability be attached to attack methods other than martial techniques? Answer, it can be attached to the surface of martial techniques, weapons, throwable gear, and consumable items. The effects vary slightly depending on the method of use. Lu Yu's eyes lit up slightly. So, even if I throw a stone, it can turn into a flaming stone? Yes, host. Wonderful. Lu Yu chuckled softly. This thing is not just a weapon against star beasts, it's practically a battlefield control artifact. With that thought, he looked deeper into the forest. There is the activity area of Tier 3 star beasts. At the same time, it is also the high ground for earning points. Lu Yu took a deep breath. His figure moved, transforming into a streak of light as he darted into the distance. From now on, I'm going to farm monsters. The hunting competition, the true battlefield of carnage, has only just begun. Lu Yu sat atop the tree, his arm resting lightly on his knee, a faintly satisfied smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. It was as if that punch just now hadn't killed a crimson flame tiger, but merely swatted a cat. They're here. The ground in the distance trembled slightly, at first like the rumble of muffled thunder. Then, the leaves began to rustle, and before long, large swaths of trees started shaking violently as flocks of birds took to the sky in fright. Lu Yu looked up toward the distance, only to see the edge of the forest, where star beasts surged forward like a flood. Red-backed tusked boars, rock-crushing apes, swift shadow wolves, venom-tailed scorpions, a mix of various Tier 1 star beasts, numbering as many as 50 or 60. The most critical thing was, behind that group of star beasts, there was a massive ferocious beast, 6 meters tall, its entire body covered in rocky armor. That is, a Tier 3 star beast, the ironclad wild bull. Lu Yu's eyes slightly narrowed, but his gaze grew even more excited. Perfect timing. Just when I was worried about earning points too slowly, now it's delivered right to my doorstep. He remained completely calm. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted as he murmured, "System, activate combat assistance mode." Combat assistance activated. Analyzing battlefield. Current number of enemies locked, 62. Danger level, medium-high. Suggestion, clear the periphery first, avoid the edge of third-tier star beasts, and break through step by step. Avoid? Lu Yu let out a light snort, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I never avoid a fight. I only choose who dies first. Meanwhile, in the command cabin, the atmosphere had already frozen to the extreme. It's here. It's really here. Damn, Lu Yu really lured out the star beast tide. Look at the one behind, the Tier 3 star beast ironclad wild bull. That's no ordinary creature. Wang Chongming's face turned green, and his heart almost stopped. It's over. It's over. If something goes wrong, my dream of a top 100 association will be ruined. Rosh's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. This kid is crazy. He's courting death. The patrolling envoy still stood at the forefront, his gaze calm as water. Looking at the screen where the youth remained seated atop the tree, his expression leisurely, he suddenly let out a soft laugh. Bold. This is what a true genius looks like. I've seen many young people daring to provoke a star beast tide, but he's the only one I've seen who can wait with a smile. On the screen, Lu Yu slowly stood up, his body slightly bent, like a tiger poised to strike. The distant star beast horde had already closed in within 100 meters, yet Lu Yu remained motionless, flames dancing in his palm. The energy patterns on his combat suit were activated, and his glasses automatically displayed a battlefield analysis diagram. System, lock on target, activate burst mode. Ding! Holographic combat assistance activated, crimson flame ability enhancement completed, mountain splitting fist amplification synchronized. Combat status, perfect. Lu Yu took a deep breath, and the next moment, his entire being shot out from the treetop like a fiery lightning bolt. Boom! His entire body traced a burning arc, his fist wrapped in crimson flames, slamming fiercely onto the forehead of the rock-crushing ape charging at the forefront. Bang! The rock ape's head burst apart, its body flew sideways like a severed kite, eliciting a series of startled cries. A first-tier star beast died instantly, causing the star beast horde behind it to immediately go berserk, roaring in unison and charging madly at Lu Yu. Good. Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged. Instead, his fists struck continuously, the shadows of his punches roaring like thunder. Mountain opening fist mastery. Crimson flame ability enhancement. All top-tier martial techniques at this moment displayed a might comparable to the spirit tier. With every punch, a star beast falls to the ground. Flames scorched, fists shook bones, the star beast howled incessantly, flesh and blood flying everywhere. In just a few seconds, nearly 10 star beasts had fallen at Lu Yu's feet. At this moment, in the high-altitude command cabin, everyone had fallen completely silent. He's facing the star beast tide alone? Are you crazy? How the hell is this body refining level 2? I think he's a body refining level 5 pretending to compete in disguise. That move, that combo, is he even human? Luo Sha was already dumbfounded. Wang Chongming's mouth twitched, and he kept swallowing nervously. Even a fighting style that they couldn't detect any flaws in appeared entirely different in the eyes of the inspector. He doesn't just rush in and fight recklessly. His every punch is calculated. Every kill's position, angle, and even the trajectory of the spreading flames maximized the attack range to the fullest extent. Is this assisted by a combat intelligence brain? No, this isn't the auxiliary program mass-produced by the Martial Artists Association. This is an independent combat system. He has a secret. The inspector's gaze grew increasingly profound and suddenly said softly, "President Wang, I need to take Lu Yu away." Wang Chongming was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. "Inspector, are you saying, included in the Federal Candidate Core Program, S-level resource allocation, priority development? He is worth it." Wang Chongming almost jumped up on the spot. Federal Reserve Corps candidate. That is the top-tier warrior echelon of the entire Federation. Once included, it's equivalent to having 1 foot in the federal high ranks. At this moment, in the forest, Lu Yu's figure continued to dart through the flames, delivering powerful punches and moving like the wind. Just as he was about to strike again, the Tier 3-star beast ironclad wild bull finally broke through the forest, roaring as it charged forward. Lu Yu stopped in his tracks, staring at the massive figure. Flames flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. Finally here. Then I'll use you to test the power of my enhancement card. He smiled faintly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. System, activate the one-time enhancement card. Target, Mountain Splitting Fist. Ding! Enhancement card successfully activated. Mountain Splitting Fist temporarily upgraded to Spirit rank. Explosive River Splitting Fist. Duration, 3 minutes. Very good. Lu Yu exhaled softly, leaned forward slightly, and slowly clenched his fist. Then let's do this, Ironhide Bull. Let me see if a third-tier star beast can withstand this punch of mine. The next second, flames soared into the sky, shaking the mountains and forests. The hunting competition was in complete uproar. Star energy surged into his body like tidal waves. Standing in the bloodstained battlefield, Lu Yu was surrounded by a dense purple glow, resembling a starfield war god descending from the heavens. His breath recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, even going a step further. The power within his body, under the infusion of massive source energy, faintly showed signs of breaking through to the third level of body refinement. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his gaze sharp as a blade, landing on the earthen wolf not far away. Just now, it seemed like you were mocking me? Lu Yu's lips curled into a provocative smirk, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Sorry, I was just warming up earlier. Now let's get serious. Meanwhile, the command cabin remained deathly silent. Everyone stared at the screen showing the scattered top-grade source crystals on the ground, their expressions uniformly blank. You said this kid is a poor student? Wang Chongming's eyelids twitched violently, and his voice was trembling. Luo Sha was already numb at this moment. He murmured, back then, I even comforted him to be more frugal. I might be the poorest friend he's ever had in his life. You're all missing the point. The inspector suddenly spoke, interrupting everyone's shock. Everyone was stunned and looked at him in unison. The inspector slowly spoke, his gaze sharp. Don't you think he's recovering too quickly? Those top-grade source crystals, it takes a normal person several minutes to absorb just one, and he absorbed dozens of them completely? This isn't just about piling up resources, there's something inside this kid. Everyone's expression instantly turned solemn upon hearing this. Wang Chongming drew in a sharp breath. The inspector's meaning is, could it be that not only is his talent exceptional, but his physique is also extraordinary? That's a possibility. The inspector narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lu Yu. Moreover, I suspect he possesses some kind of special ability within him, or rather a mutation. The extremely rare kind. The kind that hasn't been fully classified in the federal database so far. Hearing this, Wang Chongming and Luo Sha exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding wildly. Once someone like this grows, they will undoubtedly become a strategic-level combat force for the Federation. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the Earth Timber Wolf finally realized something was amiss. It no longer mocked or roared, but instead, two distinct forces erupted from its body. The power of Earth, heavy as rock, the power of wood, full of vitality. The two innate forces intertwined and merged, causing a thick layer of vine armor to grow on its surface, while the ground beneath its feet faintly trembled, as if earth spikes were ready to strike. Lu Yu looked at it, his eyes growing increasingly excited. System, can you replicate? Target star beast detected, Earthwood Wolf. Dual talents detected, Root of Earth, Life of Wood. Consume 800 replication points to perform fusion replication. Fusion? Lu Yu was taken aback. Fusion replication is an advanced function. The system will integrate the multi-lineage talents of the target star beast into a composite ability usable by the host. Current fusion result estimate, S-grade composite ability, Azurewood Prison. Effect, can unleash vine attacks, accompanied by control and recovery, simultaneously activates terrain mastery, temporarily enhancing defense and countershock effects. Lu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. It can be used like this? Control, recovery, defense, countershock. This is an all-round ability. Let's do it. Ding. Consumed 800 copy points, fusion and replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-class composite ability Azurewood Prison, beginner level. In the next second, a brand new power erupted from within Lu Yu's body. In the palm of his hand, vine-like patterns appeared. With a slight curl of his fingers, the ground began to tremble faintly, and the surrounding vegetation grew wildly, entwining toward him. Well, this ability is even more fun than Crimson Flame. Fire attacks are for violent output, while wood and earth are for control and endurance. Now I've got it all. Lu Yu licked the corner of his mouth, gazing at the highly alert wood-earth wolf not far away, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Come, let me try out this new gift you've delivered to me. His figure moved, and the ground instantly swelled. Vines and wood shot out like snakes beneath him, locking down the surrounding landing points in coordination with his steps. Crimson Flame flames in his fists, verdant wood on the ground. At this moment, Lu Yu truly possessed the ability to simultaneously control both offense and the battlefield. Mountain-splitting fist enhanced form shattering mountains and rivers. He threw a punch, flames clinging to it, vines entwining, the force of his fist like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, carrying a terrifying dual attribute boost as it smashed toward the Earthwood Wolf. The Earthwood Wolf roared furiously, its vine armor wildly coiling, spikes erupting from the ground as it charged head-on. Boom! The earth quaked, mountains trembled, and trees toppled. Large chunks of soil were flung into the air, and amidst the billowing dust, Lu Yu's punch directly shattered the defense of the Earth Timber Wolf. Poof! The Earth Timber Wolf spat out blood and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ding! Killed a tier 3 star beast. Earth Timber Wolf points plus 60, copy points plus 20. Special kill determination, extra reward, copy points plus 100. Current copy points of the host, 620. At this moment, the entire command cabin fell into dead silence. Luo Sha's mouth was wide open, and Wang Chongming slumped back into his chair, his gaze blank. The inspector remained silent for a long time. After a while, he slowly uttered a sentence. Take me back to headquarters. I need to report to the Federation. Lu Yu, to be listed as an S-Class Core Warrior candidate, priority A1. He will be one of the pillars of our blue planet's future. At this moment, Lu Yu was standing amidst pools of blood and scorched earth, looking down at the vines and crimson flames entwined in his palm. System, am I a bit ridiculously strong right now? System prompt, please don't get cocky. There are even stronger enemies ahead. Then just keep getting stronger. Continue copying. The hunting competition is just the beginning. Blood soaked into the soil, the heat waves had yet to dissipate, but the battlefield was already silent. The corpse of the timber wolf, over a dozen meters long, lay sprawled at Lu Yu's feet, resembling a small mountain, its massive body devoid of any trace of life. Lu Yu slowly withdrew his fist, standing amidst the pool of blood, his eyes calm and his aura deep as an abyss. He looked down at the combat suit on his chest. The damaged area still bore the marks of the earthen wolf's fangs, but his body was unscathed. The defensive power of his earth spirit form had perfectly blocked the fatal blow. System, status assessment. Host, Lu Yu, realm, body refining stage 3, critical. Copy points, 620. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S-Class Fire Element. Verdant Wood Prison, S-Class Composite. Earth Spirit Body, A-Class Earth Element. Wood Healing, B-Class Wood Element. Martial Skill, Mountain Splitting Fist, Mortal Grade Superior Mastery. Weapon, none. Special Status, Enhancement Card Cooling Down, used. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Attack, Defense, Control, Recovery. Now, I can finally be considered a truly versatile martial artist. He gently looked up at the hovering drone above him, a faint smile on his lips. Did you get the shot? I didn't waste your camera time. At the same time, in the command cabin high in the sky, he really killed the timber wolf. Wang Chongming's voice trembled. It wasn't the first time he had seen a genius, nor the first time he had witnessed a tier 3 star beast being slain, but this time, an 18-year-old boy at the 3rd level of body refinement. Red flame ability, earth spirit body, wood healing, and that incredible combat intuition and tactical execution, not to mention the dazzling explosiveness and precise control of power. He is not a genius, Luo Sha murmured to himself, his eyes full of complexity. He is a monster. Wrong. The inspector shook his head, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. He is not a monster. He is a miracle. It is the Federation's once-in-a-lifetime martial arts miracle. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a virtual smart brain screen popped up. After entering a string of code, the page shifted to the Federation's core talent database. In front of everyone, he entered it word by word. Name, Lu Yu. Age, 18. Realm, body refining stage 3. Battle record, solo kill of a tier 3 star beast. Earthwood Wolf possesses S-grade composite abilities, S-grade fire abilities, A-grade earth abilities, B-grade wood abilities. Assessment, S+ grade warrior core candidate, unique. Referrer, Inspector Han Lu. Request for resources, a 1-level authority, priority allocation of S-level resources, inclusion in the Federation's future core combat force plan. Starting today, Han Lu said softly, his voice carrying an unprecedented sense of certainty. Lu Yu will be the name that attracts the attention of all the top officials in the Federation, and your Yuanwu city will also enter the core spotlight because of him. Meanwhile, in other areas of the hunting ground. What? Timberwolf has been killed? Who do you say killed him? Lu Yu? Who's that? Never heard of. Wait, this name seems. Damn, it's that top-ranked freak? He's taking on a tier 3 star beast alone? Are you kidding? Check the map if you don't believe me. The red dot marking the coordinates of Timberwolf is gone. Damn, actually killed him. Which noble family's monster is this? Not a prestigious family. I've heard they come from an ordinary background. That's even scarier. For a moment, the entire competition area was filled with an uproar from countless martial artists. While they were fervently discussing Lu Yu, the string of numbers on the leaderboard had already secured the top spot with an overwhelming margin. Lu Yu, points, 420. Rank, 1. Second place, Advice 173. The gap is not about leading, but about domination. At this moment, Lu Yu was kneeling on one knee before the corpse of the timber wolf, carefully extracting the star core from its body. The entire structure exhibits an interweaving of earthy yellow and dark green, radiating intense energy fluctuations, clearly making it a top-quality dual-attribute star core. System: can this thing be used to upgrade abilities? Answer: can be used as a fusion material to enhance the growth of current composite abilities. Use now, keep it for now. Lu Yu put away the star core, stood up, patted the dust off his body, and looked toward the deeper parts of the forest. This is just the beginning. Next, I want to take first place, and then go to participate in the Blue Star Genius competition. Flames seemed to flicker in his eyes, his tone calm yet resounding like thunder. His legend has only just begun. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the A-grade weapon Fire Light Spear, automatically upgraded to S-grade weapon Scarlet Flame Dragon Spear. The system's voice exploded in his mind, and Lu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Crimson Flame Dragon Spear? Lu Yu's heart was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, and even his palms felt slightly warm. Red Flame Dragon Spear, S-class weapon. Attribute: Fire Element Edition. Attack power plus 380%, includes burning and shock impact effects during attacks. Special effect: Dragon Flame Blast. After fully charging, it can unleash a ranged Dragon Flame impact possessing crowd-clearing capability. Note: evolved from the Grade A weapon Flame Bright Rifle, the gun body incorporates stellarite adamantite and crimson blaze scales, rendering it indestructible and exceptionally sharp. TSK TSK TSK. This is what men's romance truly looks like. Lu Yu gazed at the flaming gun still in Lu Yushan's hand, the smile on his lips growing brighter and brighter. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have summoned his own Crimson Flame Dragon Spear right then and there to show it off. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable, as if his entire being were immersed in a source crystal bath soothing. At this moment, Lu Yushan saw Lu Yu handling his gun, fiddling with it, turning it over repeatedly, and almost poking the muzzle into the ground. The veins on his temple were already throbbing uncontrollably. Well, have you seen enough? Lu Yushan suppressed his anger and tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. I've seen enough. It's a really good gun. Lu Yu cheerfully handed over the fire-bright gun, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Being able to borrow and take a look is already your generosity as an adult. I gained quite some insight this time. Lu Yushan took the gun, let out a sigh of relief, slung it over his back, and casually fastened the case, as if to prevent Lu Yu from reaching for it again. You brat. He glanced at Lu Yu, originally wanting to say something, but ultimately just shook his head. Bold and capable, but a bit unaware of their own limits. However, he changed his tone, his gaze falling upon Lu Yu, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. I like it. I approved your request to participate in the Genius Tournament. From now on, you are a candidate for the Federation's Core Martial Artist Program, enjoying S-level resource allocation and A1 level privileges. No matter which martial arts school you want to attend, we can help arrange it for you. Of course, if you perform well enough, I can directly recommend you to the Federation-affiliated Martial Arts Academy Tianheng Institute. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire command room erupted. Wang Chongming and Luo Sha couldn't help but gasp sharply, repeatedly looking at Lu Yu with eyes full of shock and envy. Tianheng Academy. That's the Federation's top martial artist academy. Not everyone qualifies for recommendation every year, yet the inspector personally spoke up. This kid is defying the heavens. After hearing this, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and curled the corners of his mouth into a gentle smile. Tianheng Academy? Sounds good. However, I have one small request. Oh, Lu Yushan raised his eyebrows. Go ahead. Lu Yu smiled and said, could you arrange a simulated battle with a high-level star beast for me before I participate in the Genius Tournament? Preferably a real combat type, not those overly simplistic video simulations. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was once again astonished. Wang Chongming couldn't help but whisper, is this kid crazy? Just finished battling the Timberwolves, and now he wants to take on a high-level star beast? Lu Yushan looked at Lu Yu and suddenly grinned. Good, you've got guts. If you want to practice, I'll satisfy you. Tomorrow, I will personally arrange for you to enter the Starfall Trial Grounds and simulate combat with a Tier 4 star beast. However, you should be careful. The simulation in the Starfall Trial Ground isn't something most people can endure. Lu Yu's eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded gently. Thank you very much, Inspector. His tone remained gentle, his demeanor composed as ever, but his heart was already brimming with joy. Starfall Trial Ground? Tier 4 star beast? Well, isn't this bringing materials for me to copy? At that time, whether it's the abilities, martial skills, physique, or habits of a 4-star beast, copy as much as you can. System, tomorrow, let's have a grand harvest. At this moment, he still doesn't know that his journey of a copied life has only just begun. The true chapter of the Federation warrior world is only now beginning to open slightly for him. Lu Yu's voice was deep, his expression solemn, leaving Lu Ling momentarily stunned. She was still holding that nerve-wracking math problem in her hand, completely frozen in place. Brother, what did you say? Lu Ling blinked, as if she hadn't heard clearly. I said. Luyu took a deep breath, straightened his back, his gaze blazing as if it could burn through the ceiling. Your brother is a third-level body refining martial artist. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze for half a second. Then, Lu Ling burst into laughter, almost flinging the pen on the table. Brother, stop joking. Yesterday you said your legs went numb from sitting too long in the bathroom, and you nearly fell over when you got up. You're at the third level of body refinement? Are you practicing the art of squatting or something? Luyu's face darkened, and he retorted in a deep voice, I was worried about damaging the toilet, worried about scaring you to tears, so I didn't tell the truth. Oh, you're as emotionally stable as an adult, yet afraid of scaring me? Lu Ling laughed while stepping back 2 paces, her eyes curved from smiling. Luyu looked at Lu Ling's disbelieving expression and couldn't hold back any longer. Alright, you don't believe me, huh? He snorted coldly and rolled up his sleeves. Go get me a metal basin. Ha! Lu Ling was stunned. What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you're going to smash the basin just to avoid doing homework? Less nonsense, hurry up. A few minutes later, Lu Ling returned holding a stainless steel basin, watching Luyu cautiously. Don't mess around with this, I still need it for soaking my feet. Luyu took the basin, the corner of his mouth twitching, gripping it with both hands. Mountain opening fist. Boom! Accompanied by a dull thud, the entire basin was instantly deformed by his punch, iron fragments scattered, and the bottom contorted into a bizarre angle, resembling some kind of abstract artwork. Lu Ling was completely stunned. This pot, our mom just bought it. She instinctively took half a step back, her gaze darting back and forth between Luyu and that lump of scrap metal. You really are at body refinement level 3? Luyu nodded smugly. This is just me without exerting any effort. How about I show you by smashing through the front door? Don't. Lu Ling quickly stopped him, her little face flushed with urgency. Brother, you're incredible. You're truly incredible. You're a genius. You're a superstar. You're a martial arts legend, okay? Then about washing the dishes in the future, just cancelled. Lu Ling immediately changed her tune, her face brimming with smiles. From now on, I'll wash the dishes, mop the floor, and do the laundry. You just need to be responsible for being handsome. Only then did Luyu nod in satisfaction, his mood exceptionally pleased. If you had been this sensible earlier, you wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Lu Ling looked at Luyu's smug expression, both annoyed and amused. Brother, are you about to take the college entrance exams? I heard that if you do well, you can go to the Federal Martial Arts School? Federal Martial Arts School? Luyu's gaze softened as he patted her head. Your brother's not going to the Federal Martial Arts School. Why? Lu Ling was dumbfounded. Because your brother is going to directly qualify for the Blue Star Genius Tournament and take first place. Every word Luyu spoke was firm and resolute, his gaze so determined it seemed ready to ignite. Lu Ling listened in shock. Then, does that mean you'll be able to soar through the skies and traverse the earth in the future? That's only natural. Luyu raised his eyebrows, exuding dominance. Then you have to protect me from now on. Don't let anyone bully me. Don't worry, with your big brother around, no one can touch a single hair on you. Then does that mean I can still have barbecue every day, drink milk tea, binge watch short dramas, and play games? You overthink it. Luyu's face turned cold instantly. Poverty limits our imagination. We need to be frugal, understand? Didn't you just receive a 20 million bonus? Lu Ling jumped up immediately. That's strategic reserve funds, Luyu said seriously. It's meant for future training, buying source crystals, and upgrading equipment. What about me? Luyu smiled. Once I replicate another set of essential living supplies, our family will be upgraded to a moderately prosperous household. Lu Ling was completely speechless and rolled his eyes. Bro, I suspect you've changed recently. You're no longer the one who used to hesitate to use the seasoning packet when eating instant noodles every day. Luyu pinched her cheek. Your brother is now on the path of martial arts supremacy, keeping a low profile, got it? I understand. Lu Ling muttered, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Will you, in the future, be like in the novels, punching planets into pieces? Luyu paused and thought seriously for a moment. It's not impossible. My brother is Superman. The night deepened, and starlight spilled outside the window. Luyu sat by the window, gazing at the starlight on the horizon, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. He knew that his identity, strength, and talent predestined this path to be extraordinary. And the genius competition. It's just the beginning. Luyu sat cross-legged, his entire body enveloped in faint starlight. Supreme Source crystals hovered around him, with light rays of star source power pouring frantically into his limbs and bones. Every inch of muscle, every bone, every vein is rapidly strengthening. This is the terrifying aspect of Supreme Origin crystals. The cultivation speed is akin to riding a rocket. Especially with someone like Luyu, who possesses an SSS grade talent, the absorption efficiency is pushed to its peak. 4th level of body refinement is just the beginning. The goal 5th level of body refinement. Luyu closed his eyes tightly, his mind sinking into his body, feeling the power that was growing every moment. He knew that his transformation had only just begun. Meanwhile, at Yuanwu City No. 1 Martial Arts School, in the senior year's martial artist class, have you heard? The first place in the hunting contest has been announced, "It's someone named Lu Yu." Lu Yu? Which Lu Yu? It can't be the one from our school, right? The one who got into a fight with He Yuan Ming last time, the loser? I don't think it's possible either. Isn't that guy just at body refinement stage 1? Stop joking around. The first place in the hunting competition? How could it be him? You must have been fooled by some fake news. The classroom was buzzing with discussions. No one could believe that the usually low-profile and reserved Lu Yu, who even had average grades, could achieve such a shocking result in the hunting competition. Even the homeroom teacher, Zhang Mingshan, looked skeptical when he heard the news. Lu Yu, first place in the hunting competition? He frowned at the information in his hand and muttered after a moment, could it really be him? Didn't that kid say he was taking a temporary leave to go home and study? If this is true, then this year's college entrance exam might see a major shift. Time ticks away, second by second. Lu Yu's cultivation continues, absorbing every last bit of the star source power from the source crystals. The pile of discarded crystal shells tumbles to the ground like a miniature mining site. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through Body Refinement Realm, Level 5. At this moment, the system's notification sound finally rings out. Lu Yu opened his eyes, a glimmer of starlight flashing within them, and his entire demeanor underwent a qualitative transformation. His fist gently clenched, an unparalleled explosive power surged within. Body Refinement Stage 5 finally reached. Now, even when facing a 5th stage star beast, I might not necessarily lose in battle. He glanced at the attribute panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, Body Refining Stage, 5th level. Copy points, 1050. Unlimited copy count, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S-Class Fire, Azure Wood Prison, S-Class Composite, Earth Spirit Body, A-Class Earth, Wood Healing, B-Class Wood. Strength, 6,300 kilograms. Speed, 620 meters per second. Neural Response, SSS. Martial Technique, Mountain Splitting Fist, Mortal Rank, Superior Grade Mastery. Weapon, Crimson Electric Spear, Class S. Not bad. Apart from the martial skill level being a bit lacking, everything else is already far superior to his peers. However, Lu Yu's eyes flickered as a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Once I find a good opportunity to replicate a spirit-level martial skill, then it'll truly be perfect. He stood up and stretched his body, his bones cracking with sounds of caca, as if his entire body was brimming with power. The college entrance exam is in 3 days. It's about time. I'll head to school and see if there's anything good I can copy. By the way, let those people see what it means when a true genius arrives. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This college entrance exam, he wants more than just high scores. What he wants is to shock everyone, to make everyone who once mocked him and looked down on him shut their mouths. Forget apprentice warriors, even geniuses at the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement will have to bow before him. Brother, are you home or not? Lu Ling's voice came from outside the door. I'm here. Lu Yu quickly responded, hastily gathering the source crystal fragments from the floor. Lu Ling peeked outside the door, looking around. Didn't you say you were studying at home? Why didn't I hear the sound of you flipping through books? Your brother has already surpassed the syllabus. I'm now memorizing college textbooks. Really? Why don't you come in and try? I won't. Lu Ling snorted. So you won't say I'm disturbing your cultivation and affecting your domination of the entire city? Lu Yu chuckled and said seriously, to be honest, I'm actually planning to take down all the geniuses in the city one by one. Brother, you look really handsome when you're bragging. Can you put a little more thought into your way of complimenting people? Don't regret it. This is heartfelt. Lu Yu. Watching his sister's departing figure, Lu Yu shook his head and smiled. His mood, however, was unprecedentedly light and cheerful. Next, just waiting for the college entrance exam day. It's time to let the whole world see what is called innate replication, invincible all the way. Blue star rankings, feasible? Lu Yu's lips curved slightly, his tone understated, as if he were merely talking about something he could accomplish effortlessly. In front of him, Lu Ling seemed as if she'd just heard some kind of tall tale. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly agape, and her face was filled with an expression that read, "Are you kidding me? Brother, did you absorb too much star source last night?" Lu Ling reached out her hand and pressed Lu Yu's forehead, her face full of concern. "Why are you starting to talk nonsense? The college entrance examination you're taking tomorrow is for Yuanwu City, not Blue Star. Do you know how many examinees there are in Blue Star? Do you want me to check it and tell you?" Last year, the number of participants in the Blue Star martial exam 20 million. Lu Yu firmly grasped Lu Ling's hand, his expression gentle but his tone extremely serious. "I know, but I also know that I'm not someone else." Lu Ling was stunned, looking into Lu Yu's calm yet resolute eyes. She found herself momentarily speechless. "Your brother's goal has never been to be first in the city. If I'm going to make a move, I must show everyone what true genius really means." Lu Yu finished speaking and turned to walk toward his room, his tone cheerful. "You're cooking and washing dishes tonight. I'm going into seclusion to prepare for the college entrance exam." "Oomph, boasting can even be so elaborate." Lu Ling muttered under her breath as she walked toward the kitchen, but a faint smile quietly slightly curved at the corner of her mouth. However, it would be nice if it were really you. Late at night, starlight cascades across the windowsill. Lu Yu sat alone at the desk, and what was spread out in front of him was not a textbook but the system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Realm, Body Refining Stage, 5th level. Copy points, 1050. Unlimited copy count, 10. Talent, SSS. Abilities, Crimson Flame, S-Class Fire Type, Earth and Spirit Body, A-Class Earth Type, Wood Healing, B-Class Wood Type. Strength, 6,300 kilograms. Speed, 630 meters per second. Neural Response, SSS. Martial Technique, Mountain Splitting Fist, Mortal Rank, Superior Grade Mastery. Weapon, Crimson Electric Spear, Class S. System, can the remaining copy points and attempts be locked in advance? Yes, the host can predefine the copying target, but the target must be within the contact range and possess copyable attributes. Alright, then keep it. Lu Yu closed the panel and took a deep breath. His goal is not just to rank first in the college entrance examination. Instead, ranked first on the Blue Planet Genius list. That is the true starting point. System, remind me after getting up at 7 in the morning for the first round of the martial arts exam. Ding, reminder set. The next morning, sunlight poured down, illuminating the entire Yuanwu city. On this day, all the streets quieted down, horns were silenced, aircraft speed was restricted, and the entire city was under lockdown. Only to embrace college entrance examination. Lu Yu put on the school uniform of Yuanwu No. 5 High School, carried a lightweight gear bag, and walked out of the room. At the entrance, Lu Ling was already waiting, holding a bottle of energy drink and a small charm-like pendant in his hand. Brother, I made this last night. Good luck with the exam. Blue Star is number 1. Go for it. Lu Yu smiled, took the pendant, and solemnly hung it on his chest. Thank you, sister. He turned around and walked toward the exclusive vehicle for the martial arts examination in the distance. Lu Ling stood still, looking at the figure's back, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother!" Lu Yu paused and turned back. Lu Ling raised the small red flag in her hand and shouted loudly at him, "You are the strongest brother in my heart. You can definitely win." Lu Yu looked at her radiant smile, the corners of his lips slowly lifting, his gaze resolute as a blade. College entrance examination. I've arrived. Lu Yu had just helped Zhongxing break through, while the chubby boy was still dancing around excitedly as if he'd won the lottery, shouting repeatedly, "I've become a prospective martial artist. I've become a prospective martial artist." The sound was not quiet, and many classmates around heard it, their eyes all simultaneously turning toward the two of them. At that moment, a clear and gentle voice rang out from the crowd, carrying a hint of nervousness and shyness, yet unable to hide a trace of anticipation. "Lu Ji, could you also give me some guidance?" Lu Yu was slightly startled and turned to look. He saw a tall girl with an elegant and cool demeanor cautiously walking over. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her eyebrows and eyes were exquisitely beautiful, and even her school uniform couldn't conceal her graceful curves. Her bright, clear eyes timidly gazed at Lu Yu. Class Belle Xinxingxue. Lu Yu remembered her, the school's acknowledged goddess, excelling in both academics and sports, pursued by countless admirers, yet always cold as ice, indifferent to everyone. But now, this legendary, incredibly aloof campus beauty Xinxingxue had surprisingly walked over, her tone so gentle it seemed like it could drip with sweetness. "You want me to guide you as well?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smirk. "Don't tell me you also want to achieve a breakthrough in front of everyone?" Xinxingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, she gently bit her lip and said softly, I've also been stuck at the threshold of becoming a preparatory martial artist for a long time. I heard you're very strong, so, can I ask you for help this once, please?" Her expression, her tone, was as soft as spring water. Lu Yu immediately felt countless piercing gazes filled with hostility zeroing in on him all at once. "All right." He coughed lightly, forcibly maintaining his composed demeanor. "Stretch out your hand, let me sense the flow of your star energy." Xinxingxue nodded obediently and slowly extended a fair, slender hand. Lu Yu's fingertips lightly touched her wrist and immediately felt a surge of star energy. Unsteady inner breath, a slightly closed sea of energy sure enough, stuck at the critical point. "Your problem isn't too serious," Lu Yu said casually, with an air of confidence. "The flow of star power within you is actually quite smooth, but you're too fixated on technique, which instead restrains yourself. Remember one thing, the path of a warrior prioritizes breakthroughs, not balance. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and follow my lead to break through your energy sea." Xinxingxue nodded and earnestly followed his instructions. Lu Yu gently placed his hand on her arm, channeling a subtle star force that flowed along her meridians, guiding her. A soft yet firm energy led her star force to collide against the bottleneck. Buzz. A faint tremor emanated from Xinxingxue's body, and her entire aura surged instantly, like a sharp blade awakening from dormancy, exuding a formidable edge. "I broke through?" Xinxingxue opened her eyes, disbelief filling her beautiful gaze. Lu Yu gently released her hand and nodded lightly. "Preparatory warrior, congratulations." Xinxingxue was stunned, then her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Brother Lu, thank you. How are you going to thank me?" Lu Lu Yu suddenly smiled and tilted his head to look at her. Xinxing Xue was startled, then her face turned red to the roots of her ears. She stammered softly, I can treat you to a meal. Treat me to a meal? Lu Yu pretended to ponder. Alright, that could work. But lately I've been a bit picky with food I don't eat at regular diners. Then I'll have the family driver take us to the Starshine restaurant in the city center. Cough, cough, cough. Zhongxing almost spat out a mouthful of water. Starshine restaurant? That's the city's top-tier luxury restaurant, where an ordinary meal costs 2 months' salary. And this is just for one dinner? Are you planning to get engaged? Zhongxing couldn't help but tease. Lu Yu coughed lightly and waved his hand. Don't joke, I live a simple and disciplined life, with only cultivation in my heart. The essence of showing off is not about what you've done, but making people unable to gauge what you're capable of. Everyone, if you say one more time that you're not a master at showing off, none of us will believe you. And at that moment, a few more girls summoned their courage and approached Lu Yu, speaking shyly. Brother Lu, I'm stuck at the critical point too. Lu Yu, could you also help me take a look? Senior Lu, please guide me in cultivation. Lu Yu. For a moment, he seemed to be standing at the center of a battlefield. Zhongxing watched from the side, the corner of his mouth twitching. Bro, you're really good at attracting butterflies, aren't you? Are you maybe into me too? Get lost. Lu Yu slapped him on the head. Bro, do you like me? Zhongxing held his head, pretending as he threw himself over dramatically. Get lost, you idiot. Lu Yu kicked him away. Brother Lu is mighty. Brother Lu is invincible. Brother Lu, can we exchange contact information? Lu Yu. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. I just wanted to take the college entrance exam properly. How did I end up becoming the cultivation idol in the hearts of the female classmates? Sigh, being too powerful is truly a kind of loneliness. Even so, Lu Yu couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. This wave not only succeeded in showing off but also gained a bunch of duplicate targets. System, are you ready? Today is the college entrance examination. What I want is more than just first place. What I want is to step on the shoulders of all geniuses and reach the pinnacle of Blue Star. Zhang Tang stood by the test bench with a cold smile, arms crossed, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. At this moment, he clearly saw Lu Yu as nothing more than a background prop crushed underfoot. Keep pretending, go on. He muttered under his breath, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Once your data comes out, let's see how you can still hold your head high in front of Yan Xiaoxiao. On the other side of the playground, the group of classmates who had originally surrounded Lu Yu also fell into a brief silence. Lu Yu, can he really do it? Zhang Tang's performance is incredibly strong, completely at the level of a martial artist reserve. I think Lu Yu might be in trouble this time. Amid the crowd, Yan Xiaoxiao clenched her fists tightly, her face slightly pale, her eyes filled with anxiety. Lu Yu, don't force yourself. Amidst the discussions and pressure, the broadcast sounded once again. Candidate 0739 Lu Yu, please come up to take the test. This voice instantly drew everyone's gaze to the figure at the edge of the playground. Lu Yu stepped forward slowly, hands in his pockets, his expression calm as he walked toward the testing platform step by step. Sunlight poured over him, the boy's figure tall and upright, his demeanor as steady as a mountain. He's here, he's going up. Is this the Lu Yu who defeated He Yuanming? Looks so ordinary. Can he even do it? Surely his punch isn't just over 500, right? Zhang Tang has over 900, the gap is too big. In the crowd, discussions rose and fell, but Lu Yu seemed not to hear them as he slowly stood in front of the strength testing machine. He glanced sideways at the instrument, then lowered his head to look at his own fist, murmuring with a faint smile. The essence of showing off is not about erupting, but letting them think you can't erupt. The next moment, he raised his right fist, slowly gathering strength. In everyone's eyes, his punch seemed extremely slow, almost motionless. Ah, it's over. The force wasn't built up at all, probably at most 600. Has he given up? Zhang Tang must be laughing his head off. But just as everyone shook their heads and thought Lu Yu was about to be humiliated, boom! A deep, dull explosion burst forth. Dust flew up at the spot, the testing device shook violently, and the entire equipment buzzed with vibration. And on that electronic screen, the originally cold, unfeeling numbers. 1 jump, 2 jumps, 3 jumps. Finally, it settled on a string of numbers that instantly silenced the entire audience. 1180 kg. Deathly silence. Pin drop silence. The entire playground seemed to have been suddenly paused like pressing a button. Everyone stared blankly at the numbers on the screen, remaining unresponsive for a long time. 1,180 kilograms. F***CK. Isn't this already beyond the standard for martial artists? The standard for a martial artist is 1,000 kilograms, right? He is already a formal martial artist? Really? Isn't he only at the body refinement stage? How is this possible? For a moment, astonishment, exclamations, shock, and disbelief erupted across the playground. Zhang Tang's originally contemptuous expression had long frozen on his face, his eyes almost bulging out, and his mouth slightly agape, as if struck dumb by a sudden blow. This is impossible. This is impossible. He growled in a low voice, his face full of disbelief. Lu Yu merely moved his wrist slightly and calmly said to the tester, "Next punch." The second punch, he struck casually without any buildup of force. Bang! 1170 kg. The third punch was still a casual strike. Bang! 1190 kg. Final median result, 1180 kg. Candidate number 0739, Luyu, strength test result, 1180 kilograms. The mechanical female voice sounded again, confirming the authenticity of this figure. The crowd erupted once more. He really is a warrior. Holy crap 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 crap. What an explosive start to the day. This is what you call a true opening success, right? What Zhang Tong, compared to him, he's just an amateur. No way, wasn't he just an E-level talent loser before? Now this is what you call a true comeback. It's practically a legendary breakthrough. And just as everyone was in shock, the testing continued. Speed test starts. Luyu stepped onto the test track, moving like an arrow released from a bow. Buzz. The electronic screen flickered rapidly. Speed, 720m/s. The crowd went wild. Neural response test begins. Luyu stood in front of the reaction platform, his fingertips flashing like a phantom. Beep beep beep. The screen displayed again. Neural response, SSS, SH*T, SSS neural response? What level of neural response is this talent? What kind of monster is Luyu? And the final item, talent test. Everyone held their breath, even Zhang Tang subconsciously clenched his fists. The talent level, it must be his final defiance. The next moment, the tester slowly lit up, and a virtual halo appeared above Luyu's head, the colors starting from white, blue, purple, gold. Finally, above the gold, a blazing crimson gold light burst forth once again. SSS-level talent confirmed. The moment the mechanical female voice announced it, the entire venue erupted. SSS. He has an SSS level talent. Is this guy a monster or what? Oh my god, our school has an SSS level genius? As for Zhang Tang, his face at this moment had already turned ashen like paper, his whole body frozen as if struck by a massive hammer, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxiao's face was flushed red, her eyes filled with shock and joy, as she couldn't help but whisper softly, "I just knew, you weren't ordinary." At this moment, Luyu slowly walked down from the testing platform, his gaze sweeping across the entire playground before finally landing on Zhang Tang. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Classmate Zhang, that middle finger you raised just now, can you still raise it now?" Boom! The entire playground, at that moment, seemed as if the air had been shattered by Luyu's punch. 5,000 kilograms. A full 5,000 kilograms of force, like a clap of thunder striking the crowd's minds, making their scalps tingle and their heads buzz. That wasn't 500, nor was it 1,000, but 5,000. What is this concept? The standard for a formal warrior is 1,000 kilograms. As for Luyu, he directly crushes it fivefold. This isn't breaking the record, it's rubbing the record into the ground. Is he a monster? Is this really human strength? I suspect he secretly ate star beast meat. Seriously? I just said he might barely manage 600. Now I just want to find a hole to crawl into. Where's Zhang Tong? Didn't Zhang Tong say he wanted to eat? Hiss. Eat what you pulled. After a brief moment of dead silence came an overwhelming surge of exclamations, screams, shock, and whispers. Below the test bench, Zhang Tang looked as though he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale, cold sweat streamed down, his lips quivered, and even his fingertips trembled. This can't be, impossible. He muttered to himself, his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground on the spot. Didn't he just say he'd eat shit on the spot if it exceeded 800 kilograms? Now, look at this. Luyu directly gave him 5,000. This isn't just a slap in the face, it's grinding his face into mud and feeding it back to him. Luyu stood on the stage, his posture upright, a faint smile on his face. Without even glancing at Zhang Tang, he casually brushed the dust off his fist, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Only 5,000 kilograms? It feels like we haven't even exerted any effort yet. This sentence instantly reignited the entire crowd. Hiss he hasn't used his full strength? Whoa, 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 whoa. Is this guy an SSS class genetically modified being? Is this still the college entrance exam? Why do I feel like I'm watching the Federal Martial Artist Selection Tournament? Zhang Tang has truly embarrassed himself in front of the entire school this time. Tried to show off but totally backfired. The teachers in the observation seats all stood up, their faces filled with uncertainty and astonishment. The experimental class homeroom teacher, who had always been watching coldly, now looked extremely upset. That kid, wasn't he supposed to be just a preparatory warrior? Zhang Mingshan's lips were trembling with excitement at this moment, his whole body surging with passion, and his eyes were red. I knew it. I knew this kid wasn't ordinary. Didn't you say that no genius could emerge from the regular class? Have have you seen clearly now? I, Zhang Mingshan, can also teach the top student of Blue Star. The distant principal and vice principal also stood up in shock, while the Education Bureau representative nearby was utterly speechless, staring intently at the numbers on the screen as if trying to confirm they weren't seeing things. 5,000 kilograms. This figure is enough for any martial arts school, or even a federal special training camp, to directly offer a special admission slot. At this moment, the test is still ongoing. The mechanical female voice sounded again. Candidate number 0739, Luyu, strength test result, first punch 5,000 kilograms. Proceed with second punch test? Luyu smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need. Hit it again and you might not be able to fix the machine. Tester. System. The audience. Damn, this show-off. I'm impressed. Is this what they call the legendary acting with its own background music? Strong enough but still so pretentious he must be born to be the protagonist, right? My worldview is shattered. It turns out that good-looking people really can do whatever they want. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Luyu gracefully stepped down from the testing platform, his stride leisurely, exuding an explosive aura. As he passed by Zhang Tong, his steps paused slightly, he turned his head and gave a faint smile. Don't you want to eat? Why aren't you making a move now? Zhang Tang's lips turned pale, his face ashen, his legs slightly trembling, completely unable to speak. Luyu had already walked away, leaving behind only a calm and breezy remark. Try not to freeload for food and drinks. At that moment, the entire audience erupted. Luyu is mighty. Brother Lu is invincible. Blue Planet's #1. It's definitely you. Zhang Tang got beaten down like a dog, haha. And amidst the uproar, Yan Xiaoxiao stood among the crowd, gazing at the figure gradually disappearing into the distance, her eyes bright as stars and the corners of her mouth lifting into an unprecedented smile. Lu Yu, you truly are the most dazzling person I've ever met. At this moment, however, Lu Yu's heart remained calm and unperturbed. System, how much force was in that punch just now? Answer, the host's actual output was 5,270 kilograms, suppressed to 5,000 kilograms to avoid damaging the structure of the force tester. Alright, nicely controlled. Next, let them see what it means to dominate in every aspect. Top scorer in the college entrance exam? The best on Blue Star? He, Luyu, has never been here to take high school or college exams. He is here to rewrite the rules. Talent test, the most critical, hardcore, and least concealable of the 4 tests, has finally begun. Everyone held their breath, their eyes collectively fixed on the testing platform. Even the teachers present stood up one after another, their expressions tense, including the principal. Sigh, what a pity. A vice principal shook his head with a sigh. The data from the first 3 tests was already astonishing, but unfortunately, his talent is at level E. Yes. Another dean of instruction chimed in. Talent is practically what determines the future growth ceiling. No matter how extraordinary his performance is right now, without talent, he will eventually fall behind. Sigh, the blame lies in him being born at the wrong time. Zhang Mingshan stood to the side with his fists clenched tightly, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He stared at Luyu's back, internally shouting frantically. Luyu, oh Luyu, please don't mess this up. As long as the talent isn't too low. SS level. Even S level would do. I'm begging you. At this moment, Luyu stood in front of the talent testing device, his gaze calm and his expression steady. The system's voice softly echoed in his mind. Successfully concealed SSS level talent, currently displayed as SS level, performance level can be freely switched. Alright, Luyu nodded slightly. Let me show you what it means for a disguised genius to still crush everyone. He placed his palm on the testing device, which instantly lit up with blazing white light. Buzz. A low humming sound reverberated, and the entire playground seemed to fall silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting in anticipation for the final result. The light of the tester slowly shifted from white to blue, then to purple, and finally to gold. The crowd's pupils contracted, and their breathing nearly stopped. After the golden glow, it continues. Radiant gold. Above that, the halo begins to contract, condense, and transforms into a scorching crimson gold stream of light, as if it's about to ignite the entire instrument. At this moment, large characters appear on the test screen. Talent level, SS. The entire venue erupted. SS level? Oh my god, he actually has an SS level talent? That's not a level ordinary people can reach. It's already approaching the standard of the Federation's core warriors. Wasn't he an E level? That can't be true, right? Didn't the entrance test previously say he was E level talent? How did he do that? For a moment, the entire playground was boiling with excitement. Zhang Mingshan stood dumbfounded, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, unable to react for a long time. SS level. He murmured, his voice trembling. I taught a student with SS level talent? Ha 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 ha. I, Zhang Mingshan, feel proud and elated. Sitting in the front row, the principal slapped his thigh. Quick, contact the Federal Martial Arts School admissions team immediately. This child must be given special priority admission. The vice principal immediately took out the communicator. I'll send the signal right now. Apply for the Federation Genius List review at the fastest speed. And the homeroom teacher of the experimental class already had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, teetering as if they might drop dead on the spot at any second. This is impossible. How could he be SS level? Isn't he an E-class loser? At this moment, Zhang Tang's legs went weak, and he sat on the ground on the spot, his face blank and his lips trembling. Why is he always the first in everything? Is he a monster? Amidst the awe and clamor, Lu Yu slowly stepped down from the testing platform, his expression unchanged, as though those earth-shattering results were merely a routine procedure. He looked at Zhang Mingshan and smiled softly. Teacher, remember to wait for my good news. Zhang Mingshan was moved to tears of excitement. I'll definitely wait. I'll sit right at the office door, waiting for you to reach the top of the Blue Star Genius list. Lu Yu then turned to Yan Xiaoxiao, the corner of his eyes lifting. Squad leader, I clearly remember what you just said about inviting us to dinner. Yan Xiaoxiao's face turned bright red, lowering her head and tapping her toes. Of course I remember. Finally, his gaze fell on Zhang Tang, who was still sprawled on the ground nearby, and a playful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Remember to eat. You said it. After speaking, he turned and left, his silhouette stretched straight under the sunlight like an unbridgeable chasm. And at this very moment, the entire Yuanwu 5th Middle School, and even the entire Yuanwu City, remembered this name. Lu Yu, the most dazzling dark horse on the Blue Star Genius list. Top scorer in the college entrance exam, no suspense. And this is merely the beginning. When those two massive holographic projections slowly rose, everyone's attention was firmly drawn to them. The playground fell silent in an instant, as if time itself had pressed the pause button for this moment. And at the very moment when those two rankings finally froze, everyone's emotions exploded. First place in the school rankings. Name, Lu Yu. School, Yuanwu 5th High School. Strength, 5500 kg. Speed, 522 m/s. Neural response, SS. Talent, SS. Overall rating, S+. Overall ranking, number 1. Ranked number 1 in the city's leaderboard. Name, Lu Yu. Overall ranking, number 1. Note, comprehensive data dominance, practical evaluation pending. The entire playground erupted once again. Holy moly, really first place. Lu Yu, citywide number 1. Yuanwu number 5 high school has defied expectations. Number 1 high school and number 2 high school, you can cry now. This isn't a dark horse, it's a black dragon. The kind that soars straight into the heavens. Countless students exclaimed and cheered, as the scene seemed to turn into a carnival-like ocean of celebration. Meanwhile, the principal of Yuanwu number 5 high school was already flushed with excitement, landing a heavy punch on Zhang Mingshan's shoulder. What did I say? This kid is number 1. I bet on the right one. Zhang Mingshan's eyes also turned red, his face beaming with joy. Ha, heaven has eyes. Even I, Zhang Mingshan, am capable of teaching the top student in the city. Meanwhile, the experimental class homeroom teacher, who had been watching coldly all along, now had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth and looking like he'd swallowed a fly. How is this possible? How could Yuanwu 5th High produce such a freak? Beside him, Zhang Tang had already lowered his head, overwhelmed with shame to the point that his scalp tingled, his fists clenched tightly, and he dared not even breathe loudly. He once thought that Lu Yu was merely a reserve warrior who concealed his true strength, and at most, they were evenly matched. Little did he know, Lu Yu was an unfathomable abyss. And now, he no longer even had the qualification to look up to him. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a middle-aged man wearing a black uniform silently turned off the terminal screen in his hand, his gaze flickering with a mix of emotions. SS-level talent. Body refinement stage 5. Comprehensive rating, S+. Interesting. This year's college entrance examination finally produced a real contender. On the other side, Yuanwu City's first high school. At this moment, as the scores were being compiled, the atmosphere in the school was extremely tense. Last name Lu? Yuanwu 5th High School? What kind of joke is this? Our number 1 high school has topped the rankings for 5 years straight, and this year the top spot was snatched by a student from number 5 high school? Investigate. Look into his profile. I refuse to believe he's really that strong. Didn't they say he had an E-level talent? How could he suddenly become SS? The principal flipped the table in a fury, his face turning pale with anger. Lu Yu, I want to see what you're really made of. At this moment, Lu Yu stood under the holographic projection, his gaze calm and his expression composed. Looking at the golden first place on those two rankings, he merely lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, as if he had long anticipated this moment. First, high school entrance exam goal, accomplished. Next, it's the genius competition. He murmured softly, his voice not loud, but full of determination. The system also promptly displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, ranked first in the city in the college entrance examination. Reward, copy points plus 2,000, additional copy attempts plus 15, unlocking martial arts exclusive observation function. Would you like to enter the combat simulation? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly thinking, it's not over yet. The top 10 should have a real combat showdown, right? Then I'll just take the opportunity to stage something big again. He lifted his head gently, gazing at the holographic holographic projection in the sky that was constantly refreshing, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Next, taking the Blue Star Genius list, I want everyone to know what true talent is. Zhang Mingshan walked over, his face full of excitement, and shouted, Lu Yu, get ready, the next part is the real combat session. The top 10 will engage in a ring battle. You are first and will directly advance to the finals. Get ready to face the strongest opponent among the top 10. Are you ready? Lu Yu heard this and smiled. Ready. I can win at any time. The entire venue fell silent once more, because they know that next, it is a battlefield for true geniuses. It belongs to Lu Yu's stage. As the principal of Yuanwu First High School sternly shouted, the entire stadium, which could accommodate 20,000 people, instantly fell silent. That majestic voice, like a deep bell, rang out the prelude to this highly anticipated epic showdown. According to the college entrance examination rules, the top 10 candidates in the city will engage in an elimination-style martial arts duel through a drawing of lots. The final winner will be designated as the actual top scorer of this year's Yuanwu College entrance examination. The combat phase fully simulates actual combat, with life and death monitored by the system. Severe injuries automatically terminate the session, ensuring no risk to life. Hope you show your true strength and earn the glory that belongs to you. Now, the draw begins. Wow! In the center of the stadium, a holographic light sphere slowly rises from the ground, emitting 10 beams of light that connect to identification devices in front of each of the 10 examinees. Lu Yu glanced around and found that he was number 10, while Li Yu was number 2. Drawing rules: number 1 faces number 10, number 2 faces number 9, and so on. The moment the broadcast sounded, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. The next second, Haha, number 1 against number 10? Isn't that Li Yu versus Lu Yu? This draw is so thrilling. Right off the bat, it's a showdown between the championship contenders. This isn't the finals, this is the pinnacle battle playing out early, isn't it? Damn, this match alone is worth the price of admission. The entire venue instantly erupted. As for the school leaders of Yuanwu First High, their expressions turned somewhat grim. This draw, is it too coincidental? Li Yu is up against Lu Yu right away. This seems a bit risky. What are you afraid of? The vice principal snorted coldly. Li Yu isn't someone who relies solely on data. His real horror lies in his combat abilities. Don't forget, he can single-handedly slay tier 2 star beasts. As for Lu Yu, though his data looks impressive, we've never seen him fight. That's right. Li Yu is the war god of our first high school. He must win this fight. At this moment, Li Yu had already stood up, his gaze calm as he looked at the young figure stepping onto the arena opposite him. Lu Yu, is it? You are indeed strong, but I won't lose. He muttered softly to himself, his tone calm yet exuding immense confidence. At the center of the arena, two figures faced off from a distance. Li Yu wore a white combat uniform, his posture upright, his eyes sharp as lightning. Lu Yu, on the other hand, donned a black training suit, his stance slightly casual, his demeanor composed, with a faint, almost indiscernible smile at the corner of his mouth. You are Lu Yu? Li Yu spoke, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. I heard you're ranked first on the data leaderboard, but I must remind you, data can't win battles. Lu Yu heard this and looked up at him, his tone indifferent. But you must also understand, true strength is never about data, nor about verbal warnings. I rely on my fists. Li Yu's gaze tightened slightly. Then let's see if your fists are hard enough. Ready? Countdown to the start of the race. 3, 2, 1, begin. Buzz. As the holographic indicator lights flickered, protective barriers rose around the edge of the arena, and two figures moved instantly. Li Yu stepped forward, his entire body shooting out like an arrow loosed from its bow, his fist carrying the force of a tiger and the momentum of thunder, striking directly at Lu Yu's chest. So fast. Is this Li Yu's explosive power? Body refinement level 3? No, it's the speed and strength of body refinement level 4. Exclamations erupted from the audience. But just as Li Yu was about to hit Lu Yu moved. He didn't even step back. Instead, he faced Li Yu's fist, gently shifting his body to the side in a motion as smooth as flowing water. Bang! Li Yu's punch missed. In the next moment, a dark figure closed in like a phantom. Lu Yu turned his hand and slapped Li Yu's shoulder with his palm. Bang! Li Yu's figure abruptly slid back 5 meters, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground beneath his feet. His expression drastically changed. What? I actually couldn't see the trajectory of his strike just now? And off the stage, the audience erupted in commotion. Whoa! Lu Yu actually managed to withstand Li Yu's punching wind and countered successfully? Did I see it wrong? Was that movement too fast? My goodness, Li Yu is a combat-type seed player, yet he fell behind as soon as the match started? Lu Yu. What exactly is his background? On the ring, Li Yu's expression was solemn, and for the first time, true combat intent appeared in his eyes. You are very strong, but I will not admit defeat. The next moment, he let out a low roar, and his aura suddenly surged. Thunder burst step. Boom! He advanced with astonishing speed, his fists like thunder, striking in rapid succession. The shadows of his punches intertwining into a curtain of light, seemingly intent on engulfing Lu Yu completely. Good timing. Lu Yu chuckled softly, yet there was not the slightest trace of panic in his eyes. The next moment, he tapped the ground with his right foot, and his whole demeanor suddenly shifted. Kaishan fist. The fist rises like a mountain collapsing. The punch falls like thunder. Boom! With a single punch, all fist shadows utterly dissipated. Liu was directly sent flying, heavily crashing onto the other side of the ring. Bang! Dust and smoke surged. The entire arena shook violently. Game paused. Liu's injury exceeds the safety threshold. Forcibly terminated. Flight monitoring robot intervenes promptly. After 2 seconds of complete silence, a sudden eruption. Liu won. Liu punched Liu away. This isn't just being first in the data rankings, this is domination number 1. Damn, is this even human? I'm starting to doubt if he's reached the martial artist realm. The school leaders of number 1 high looked extremely grim, and the vice principal almost fainted on the spot. At this moment, the principal of Wuzhong was already moved to tears, suddenly raising both arms high. Liu, you are the pride of our 5th middle school. Among the audience, Lu Ling was so excited that her eyes reddened, jumping higher than anyone else. Bro, you are the best. In the center of the arena, Liu stood calmly, his expression serene, and slowly uttered a sentence. I'll accept this as the first. The entire venue erupted once again. Genius martial artist, body refinement level 5, SS grade talent, the best in the city. At this moment, Liu's name completely resounded throughout Yuanwu City. A punch falls. No flashy moves, no warning signs, just a straightforward, decisive punch, as if no chance was given for the other party to react. The air seemed to be torn apart in an instant, and the protective light screen at the edge of the arena trembled violently. The body refining level 2 boy from Yuanwu First High was blasted away like a kite with a broken string, spinning twice in midair before finally crashing heavily against the protective wall with a loud bang, then slowly sliding down. The entire venue fell silent, so quiet that only the audience's subconscious gasps remained. Hiss. Is it over just like that? No way, I was just drinking water with my head down, and before I even swallowed a sip, I was already airborne? Liu's punch is way too fierce. Is this still going all out? I'd say it's a total knockout. Done. This guy is probably going to have a psychological shadow now. At this moment, the referee robot on the field finally reacted, and a mechanical voice sounded. Ring number 3, Liu wins. As a spotlight shone on the center of the ring, Liu slowly withdrew his fist, calmly glancing at the opponent who lay motionless on the ground, his brows slightly furrowed. Did I really give it my all? Why does it feel like I punched the air? He murmured softly, his tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of confusion and loss. Audience, your uncle. You knocked the person away and still say it's like air? This is a double critical hit to both the body and the soul. The audience went wild. Damn, this Liu isn't human. Is he a monster? Only 18 years old, who can withstand such a blow? The key is he asked seriously. Do you want me to go all out? And going all out turned out to be an instant kill? I've got it. This guy isn't arrogant, he genuinely doesn't realize how weak others are. The boy from Yuanwu First High School who had been blasted away was now carried off by a medical robot, his eyes vacant and the corners of his mouth still trembling slightly. I just haven't made a move yet, have I? I hadn't even made a move yet, and it was over. Didn't I say I should make the first move? He murmured to himself in collapse, his eyes filled with doubts about life. Liu watched the figure being carried away, sighed softly, and muttered under his breath. I've already done my best, he himself said, to give it my all. How did it become me not following the principles again? Outside the field, Zhang Mingshan excitedly slapped his thigh. Good. Nice play. 5 Zhong is mighty. The principal was so overwhelmed that his eyes brimmed with tears, muttering, this boy is simply a once-in-a-century extraordinary weapon for our school. At the same time, Lu Ling, who was seated in the audience, had already stood up in excitement, frantically waving the small red flag in her hand, tears in her eyes but a smile on her face. Bro, you're so handsome, aha. Liu, I love you. Bro, you're unbeatable. The entire Yuanwu city has to be awed by you. She screamed at the top of her lungs, and the girls nearby were swept up by her energy, screaming one after another. Liu is so handsome. I declare that from today onwards, he is my blue star husband. Don't grab. He's my spiritual pillar. At this moment, Liu slowly stepped down from the arena, his posture upright, his steps steady, and his gaze calm, as if he had not just won a crushing battle but had merely completed a homework exercise. His gaze swept across the room, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and he smiled faintly. Is it the finals? Who will go? As soon as this sentence was spoken, the atmosphere at the scene fell into a brief silence once again. The finals starts early. Liu will face the final and strongest opponent of his college entrance exam journey. Liu. The two will ultimately face off in a battle. The battle for the top scholar in Yuanwu City. About to start. Boom. Liu's punch was straightforward, without any flair or hesitation. As he said, give it your all. The air was forcibly compressed the moment his fist pierced through, erupting with a violent sonic boom, as if muffled thunder exploded on the arena. Liu's pupils contracted sharply, almost instinctively mobilizing all the star power in his body. His steps moved swiftly, and his figure instantly shifted 3 steps sideways. Lu Yu's fist directly struck the spot where Li Yu was originally standing. The arena floor immediately caved into a half-meter deep pit, with rubble scattering and a shockwave kicking up a wave of dust. The entire venue erupted. Whoa! What the heck is this crazy power? The ring has been blasted into a crater by him. Is this something a human could do? Is this what you call the 5th level of body refinement? You're telling me this is the body refinement stage? I don't believe you. Li Yu actually dodged. That was close. In the audience, tens of thousands exclaimed in unison. The principal of Yuanwu First High School's face also changed at this moment. He stared intently at the black-clad youth on the stage, genuine fear surfacing in his eyes for the first time. This power is definitely more than the 5th level. He's hiding it too well. This boy is extremely shrewd. On the arena, Li Yu steadied his figure, cold sweat already seeping from his forehead. He's no stranger to strong individuals, but the power behind Lu Yu's punch had already surpassed everything he understood about the 5th stage of body refining. Is this 50% of your strength? Li Yu's voice trembled, and his expression was grave. Lu Yu tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said earnestly, 70%, perhaps. If I go any lower, I'm afraid you'll think I don't respect you. Li Yu. Audience. Hiss. What a ruthless guy, not holding back at all. He truly respects his opponents, the kind of respect that makes you question your existence after being defeated. Li Yu might not be able to hold on anymore. For a moment, the audience buzzed with discussion. But just when everyone thought Li Yu was about to be completely crushed by Li Yu suddenly clasped his hands together and let out a low shout. Fire spirit burning body ignite. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, a surge of scorching flames, so intense they distorted the air, burst forth from Li Yu's body. This was a power distinct from ordinary star force, imbued with elemental fury and destruction. The blazing flames resembled a fire phoenix spreading its wings, instantly dyeing the entire arena in crimson. B-grade fire ability. Li Yu's trump card has been revealed. What intense pressure! The heat from these flames, you can feel the burning even from outside the arena. Li Yu truly lives up to being the strongest in our first high school. This is the real ace. The audience erupted in excitement once again. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood opposite the flames, feeling the scorching heat sweep towards him, yet his gaze remained as calm as ever. Grade B fire talent? Not bad. Such a pity. You've encountered me. As his words fell, the next moment, the star force within him roared into motion, instantly activating his fire ability. Crimson flame. Boom! An even more violent flame, tinged with crimson gold, erupted from Lu Yu's body. The two flames collided instantly in midair. Pack! In just 1 second, Li Yu's flames collapsed like a river evaporated by the scorching sun. What? Li Yu's expression changed drastically, completely unable to believe it. His B-level fire ability had actually been directly devoured by Lu Yu's flames. You're also a fire ability user? Lu Yu nodded calmly, his tone understated. S-level. Li Yu. Audience. The entire venue fell into ultimate silence, as if even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Oh my. S-class? He's actually S-class in the fire element? That totally explains the flame suppression just now. This isn't flame against flame, this is a fire god battling a spark. Li Yu this time probably has no trump card left. On the stage, Li Yu's expression was complicated. He took a deep breath and said softly, Lu Yu, you are truly too strong. I admit defeat. At this moment, he finally bowed his head. It's not because he's afraid to fight, but because he understands that if this battle continues, not only will victory be unattainable, but he might also lose his life. Lu Yu slowly withdrew his fist and looked at Li Yu with a gentle smile. I'm relieved that you think this way. I'm proud of you for this battle as well. You are the only one who made me use 70% of my strength. Li Yu's mouth twitched as he struggled to hold back from spitting blood. Thank you. The referee robot promptly announced. The final battle, Lu Yu wins. Congratulations to candidate number 0739 for being awarded the title of Practical Combat Champion in this year's Yuanwu City College entrance exam. Ranked first in the entire city, well deserved. Boom! The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Lu Yu, top scholar, invincible ruthless one. I declare, Lu Yu is my husband from Blue Planet. Wow, bro, you're so handsome. In the audience, Lu Ling burst into tears, holding up a sign that read Lu Yu, number 1 in the world, standing on a chair and waving it frantically. At this moment, Lu Yu stood at the center of the ring, with golden spotlights behind him, facing the entire audience. He slowly raised one hand, fingers slightly spread, like light tearing through the veil of night. The entire audience fell silent, waiting for his speech. Lu Yu spoke softly. My name is Lu Yu, Yuanwu number 5 high school, 18 years old. Today, I am the number 1 in Yuanwu City. Tomorrow, I aim to ascend the Blue Star Genius list. I am more than that. Suddenly, applause erupted once again. This man, a single battle to ascend to godhood. Deathly silence. Truly deathly silence. Inside the arena with 20,000 spectators, not a sound could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, on that flame resembling a blazing golden sun. It was no ordinary flame, but a terrifying force so intense it warped space and scorched scorched the air. Scorching heat waves swept through the venue, and even with protective shields, the audience could still feel a suffocating sense of oppression. At the center of the flame, Lu Yu was draped in crimson fire, like a fire god descending upon the world. He stood there, quietly burning, his breathing steady, his gaze calm, as if all of this was just routine. And the phrase, just an S-rank, at this moment, exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's minds. S-rank? Did he just say S-rank? No way, no way. This bleep king is really S-class? Holy crap, crap, crap. I thought he was just bluffing, but turns out he's the real deal. Damn. Not showing off is fine, but when he does, it's earth-shattering and ghost-wailing. This is like asking someone what car they drive, and they say, oh, just a Rolls-Royce, and then actually pull out the keys. This isn't a beep king, this is a beep god. The audience seats went from deathly silence to an explosion, as if it happened in the blink of an eye. The principal of number 1 high school turned pale, staring in a daze at the surging crimson flames around Lu Yu, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. S-class fire elemental ability? How is this possible? Not even 18 years old, 5th level body refinement, SS level talent, S level special ability. What kind of lab created this monster? Standing at the center of the audience, Lu Ling had her mouth wide open, with stars in her eyes, her entire body practically floating. My brother is an S-level special ability user? Aw, he's so ridiculously handsome. Aw, I hereby declare, from today onward, the strongest and most handsome person in Yuanwu City is my brother, Lu Yu. My brother is the best in the world. Student from school 1, student from school 5. Everyone, your brother, your call. At this moment, on the stage, Li Yu's expression had completely frozen. He stared blankly at the rolling, burning flames around Lu Yu. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he swallowed hard. You're an S-level ability user? Lu Yu glanced down at the flames on his body, shrugged, and said helplessly, I'm not quite sure if it counts. The system said it's S-level, so I just believed it. Li Yu. Audience. System? You even come with cheats? I'm impressed. He's the real king of awesomeness. It's not an act, his very being radiates brilliance. He's not pretending to be awesome, he's just casually speaking as usual. Li Yu took a deep breath, forcibly calming his mind. Even if you're an S-level psychic, so what? The strength of the ability also depends on the user's control. He suddenly raised his hand, and flames shot out instantly from his palm, writhing like fiery serpents and lunging at Lu Yu with scorching intensity. Flame Serpent Strike. This is one of Li Yu's strongest fire techniques. He's going to turn the tide. The audience became tense once again. However, Lu Yu calmly raised one hand, and in his palm, a flame slowly formed, flowing with a brilliance akin to molten crimson gold. The next moment, he gently tossed it. Scarlet flame burned the sky. Boom! That ball of flame fell like a meteor, instantly engulfing Li Yu's Fire Serpent Strike. No resistance, no stalemate, only crushing domination. The Fire Serpent didn't even have a chance to struggle under the crimson flames. It was instantly devoured completely. And that crimson flame did not stop, surging directly toward Li Yu. Li Yu's expression changed drastically. He quickly stepped back as star energy surged madly within him, forcibly activating his defense. However, boom! He was still blown away by the fire shockwave and slammed heavily against the protective wall at the edge of the arena. Bang! The protective light shield trembled violently. Li Yu spat out blood, his chest armor scorched black and burning hot, collapsing directly to the ground with no strength left to fight back. The entire venue fell silent. A few seconds later, the referee robot's voice sounded. Li Yu has lost the ability to fight. Lu Yu wins. Congratulations to Lu Yu for winning the title of high school entrance exam top scorer in Yuanwu City. The entire venue erupted. Lu Yu. Biwang is invincible. This is not King B, it's God B, the pinnacle of the B world. I hereby announce that from now on, anyone who wants to act pretentious must regard Lu Yu as their grandmaster. Standing in the center of the arena, Lu Yu watched as the flames gradually extinguished. His robe billowed without wind, his expression calm as still water. He glanced at the fallen Li Yu and said softly, Brother Li, can you hold on? I wasn't using my full strength. Li Yu. Audience. Everyone's mindset completely shattered. Is this guy really here to compete? He's here to mess with people's minds, isn't he? The Kill and Crush the Hearts series. You've already won, can you just stop talking? He's not pretending, he's genuinely chatting, and that's what's truly terrifying. Lu Yu merely let out a soft breath, as if relieved after shedding a body of flames. His gaze swept across the room, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just S-class, that's all. The voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. At this moment, everyone in the audience bowed their heads in unison. You are the boss, it's up to you. Lu Yu stood on the podium, looking helplessly at the flying robot hovering overhead, wishing he could dismantle it into parts and sell it as scrap metal. I'm really not doing it on purpose. He looked at the crowd, his tone as aggrieved and humble as possible. I just muttered casually, didn't expect you all to hear it. Audience, are you saying this off the cuff? Casually saying that a genius ranked 45th is only 45? Are you trying to send the remaining 99% of people to the psychological counseling office? This is no longer the king of beeps, this is the ancestor of the beep deep world. The flying robot continued to hover above Luyu's head, its smiley face icon blinking. Mr. Luyu, what are your thoughts on being ranked 45th on the Blue Planet Genius list? Luyu, thoughts? I think it could be even higher. Whole audience, wow, damn, he said he can go even higher? You're already ranked 45th, what more do you want? Even the top scorer back then wasn't this arrogant. I beg you, stop talking, let me take a moment, my mindset is about to shatter. Done for, this person not only has unparalleled talent and explosive combat power, but even their bragging skills have been cultivated to perfection. At this moment, the principal of Yuanwu First High School was completely stunned. He stared intently at Luyu, his gaze as complicated as if he had swallowed a fly. This student, why are they not from our school? God, you must be mistaken, right? Monsters of this level should be studied in a laboratory. On the other side, the principal of Yuanwu Fifth Middle School was so excited he was almost fainting, his face flushed red as he shook hands with Zhang Mingshan, gripping so tightly it felt as though his hand might break. Mr. Zhang, you've made a great contribution. You taught a student who ranked 45th on the Blue Star Genius list. Our Yuanwu number 5 middle school has finally held its head high. Zhang Mingshan's face also turned red, his whole being as excited as a child, his eyes reddened, murmuring, this kid really knows how to hide it. I truly didn't see that he had this ability. I've been urging him to do his homework every day, only to find out he was delaying his studies because he was busy saving Blue Planet. At this moment, Liu finally stepped down from the podium, walked to the edge of the audience seating, and looked up at that small face, already smeared with tears. Lu Ling, brother. Lu Ling's eyes were already brimming with tears as she rushed over holding a sign that read Luyu Invincible. I knew my brother is the coolest, the handsomest, the strongest. Boo-hoo, brother, when did you become so amazing? Luyu opened his arms gently to catch her, a soft smile curving at the corners of his lips. It's not that I've suddenly become impressive. I've always been impressive. You just happen to notice now. Wow, bro, keep pretending. I'm loving this. Onlooking students. This whole family is the king of bragging. The genetic inheritance is too strong. I hereby declare that from today onward, Luyu is the face of Yuanwu City, the hope of Blue Star. From now on, if anyone dares to mock number 5 high school as the bottom of the barrel, they'll have to deal with me. At this moment, a system notification quietly sounded in Luyu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for making it onto Blue Star's Genius Rankings. Rewards are as follows. Copy points plus 5,000. Unlimited copies plus 20. Activate Genius Detection function to sense individuals with exceptional talent nearby. Activate Future Combat Power Prediction function to estimate the future growth potential of a target. Luyu's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. Blue Star talent list. I'm only ranked 45th. So, what kind of monsters are the 44 ahead? He lowered his head and glanced at his palm, where flames quietly danced, blazing intensely. Pretty good. The next goal top 10, or even first place. I want to see who, on this blue planet, is truly the genius among geniuses. At this moment, that damned flying robot overhead came closer again. Mr. Luyu, may I ask, do you think you have a chance to take the top spot on the genius list? Luyu glanced at him, his gaze sincere, his tone calm. I don't have a chance. I am an inevitability. The entire venue was boiling over again. You beep, just keep beeping. I surrender. Please don't stop. I declare, Luyu is my faith, my soul, the one and only beep god in my life. The college entrance examination in Yuanwu City has come to an end, but the myth belonging to Luyu has just begun. The whole audience fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, I can't take it anymore. Help me. Principal G's face looks like a big drum after being slapped. This plot twist is brutal. I thought it was Liu, but Beep King is the protagonist again. Liu, I'm just a background character, don't cue me. The gymnasium erupted into laughter instantly, the atmosphere completely bursting. In the audience, the students of Yuanwu 5th School were already laughing uncontrollably, doubling over, tears streaming down their faces. My brother won again. Luyu is invincible. I declare, starting today our 5th high school is the birthplace of geniuses. Over at First High School, Principal Jifeng's face turned visibly livid, his mouth twitching, and he looked as uncomfortable as if he'd swallowed a fly. He still maintained a humble yet proud smile, but his hand was still gripping Liyu's arm, as if he hadn't yet realized what was happening. Liyu was also confused. When he was brought out, he was still at a loss, only now realizing that this genius wasn't referring to him. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Chongming's voice added another blow. Classmate Liu, only 18 years old, breaking through the second level of body refinement, truly impressive. However, today's protagonist is classmate Lu Yu, who will represent our Yuanwu City and compete in the Blue Star Level Genius Tournament. We should all feel proud of him. Boom! Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by deafening cheers. At this moment, Jifeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face twitched like a withered leaf in the wind, and his mouth convulsed almost to the point of cramping. Shen Shinha laughed so hard he was almost out of breath, patting Lu Yu's shoulder and exclaiming cheerfully, "You've really kept it well hidden." hidden. Huh? Signed up for the genius tournament without even telling me. If you keep hiding like this, are you planning to directly represent the Federation in the next battle? Lu Yu, I really didn't mean to. I just want to keep a low profile. But now, the spotlight shines on him, capturing everyone's attention. There's no way he can avoid pretending. Wang Chongming walked up to Lu Yu with a bright smile, his voice booming. Lu Yu, you will represent our city in the Blue Star Genius competition 1 month from now. This competition not only offers abundant resource rewards but, more importantly, grants you the opportunity to stand on the stage of the entire Federation. We are all proud of you. Saying this, he personally draped a robe symbolizing the honorary seated player over Lu Yu. The robe was crimson gold, adorned with Yuanwu City's emblem on the chest, instantly amplifying his aura. Lu Yu stood in place, his expression calm, but his gaze as profound as the stars in the night sky. The genius list is just the starting point. The genius tournament is the real springboard, and what he aims to do is stand at the very pinnacle of Blue Star. At that moment, that damned flying robot quietly flew over again, displaying a smiling face. Mr. Lu Yu, what would you like to say about the upcoming genius competition? Lu Yu's eyelid twitched. Why are you here again? He took a deep breath, knowing that saying anything at this moment would be pointless. Instead, he simply looked up, a confident curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his tone calm yet resolute. I have nothing to say. I'm already on the genius list. I'll win the genius race too, because I never lost. Boom! Thunderous applause, cheers like waves. At this moment, everyone remembered his name. Lu Yu, the light of Yuanwu City. Blue Star be king. Towards the pinnacle, a true genius. I won't. My brother is a martial arts genius. Whoever dares not marry me, I'll break his third leg. As soon as Lu Ling said this, the air at the entrance of Yizhong High School froze for a second. Then, swish, swish, swish. A large group of boys suddenly turned pale, as if struck hard on a crucial spot, simultaneously bowing their heads and bending over in perfect unison. Even their hands and feet instinctively tightened, their faces filled with expressions of fearful terror that screamed, I'm scared. Brother, you better control your sister, she's too ruthless. How can we even face others if we can't save the third leg? Lu Yu truly deserves the title of King of Sarcasm. Even the girls around him have a venomous personality. Woo woo woo, I was just thinking about chasing Lu Ling earlier, but now I just want to make it out of the school alive. The boys from First High quickly scattered, as if encountering some terrifying beast, slipping away at lightning speed like greased lightning. Lu Yu. He lowered his head to look at Lu Ling, who was clinging tightly to his neck, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. Could you pay a little more attention to the impact? I'm a public figure now. Lu Ling raised her head and said confidently, so what if you're a public figure? You're my brother, and no matter what happens, I can rely on you. Moreover, you're now ranked 45th on the Blue Star Genius list. If I ever get bullied at First High School, just one word from me and I can scare them all witless. Lu Yu speechlessly covered his forehead. Are you here to build my reputation or to ruin it? Of course, it's about reputation. Don't you know that it's all over #1 high school now? They're saying you're the king of Lubi, and even just squatting at the entrance makes them feel overwhelmed. I just want to ask, how exactly did you get this beat name? Lu Ling proudly puffed out her chest, as if she were proud of achieving glorious merits on behalf of her elder brother. Lu Yu, do you think I wanted to? I'm just too strong. What's wrong with casually saying a few words? How did I become the king of boasting? He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, silently murmuring in his heart. When you're popular, controversies abound, it's tough being an expert. At this moment, several senior students who had just stepped out of the school gate saw Lu Yu and Lu Ling standing at the entrance. Their expressions changed instantly. After hesitating for a moment, they still mustered up their courage and walked over. Hello, Brother Lu. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, we support you. Making the top 3 in the genius competition is not a dream. They looked respectful, even somewhat ingratiating. Lu Yu, are you afraid I might hit your third leg? Don't call me Brother Lu. I haven't graduated yet. Call me bro. Lu Ling immediately added a remark, her gaze sharp. Don't call it wrong. Yes, yes, yes. Hi bro. Brother Lu, you're the handsomest. Brother Lu, you're my idol. Several boys instantly switched channels, coordinating so seamlessly it could be described as flawless. Lu Yu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he quickly pulled Lu Ling to head back. You're really something, aren't you? Can we keep a low profile? Low-key my foot. You're now #1 in the city, and the whole Blue Star knows about you. Who would believe you're being low-key? Besides, I want Yizhong to know that my brother is a man they can't afford to mess with. Lu Ling stood with her hands on her hips, speaking angrily, as if she couldn't wait to plaster the words Lu Yu's biological sister on her forehead. Lu Yu paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Alright, if you ever start dating, make sure to tell me right away. What? I want to see who has the guts to chase after you. Lu Ling rolled her eyes. I'm not falling in love. I need to make full use of your genius status first. Don't worry, brother, I'll make good use of your reputation and walk with confidence. Can you just be a bit more mindful? The brother and sister bickered all the way as they walked off into the distance. At the gate of Ijong, several teachers looked at each other in silence, gazing at Lu Yu's departing figure for a long time. This king of beat really crushes everything wherever he goes. Ruthless and talkative, with extraordinary talent, even his sister is intimidating. Our number 1 high school, who else can compete? Compete? My foot. I just want to transfer to number 5 high school to bask in the glory. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Yuanwu City Education Department, within the Blue Star Federation Education System's Genius Ranking Backend Update System, a new notification appeared. Lu Yu, Yuanwu number 5 high school, currently ranked 45th. Comprehensive rating, Talent SS, Ability S, Combat Power S+, Potential rating, A+. Enable Genius Tournament Live Broadcast Access. Enable Federal Level Attention Channel. System Auto-Executing. Genius Competition, about to begin. Lu Yu was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with golden, dazzling source crystals spread out in front of him, piled up like a small mountain, even more spectacular than a mining site. Lu Ling stood at the doorway, completely stunned, her eyes almost popping out. She stared blankly at the piles of source crystals on the ground, her expression shifting unpredictably before finally settling into 3 extremely complicated words. Brother, are you crazy? Lu Yu rubbed his temples and replied calmly, not crazy, just cultivating. You're practicing cultivation like you're stocking up at a wholesale market? Is this cultivation or alchemy? You don't understand, this is the perfect fusion of technology and mysticism. Lu Ling, you're just showing off. Lu Yu, no, I'm just growing. Lu Ling glanced again at the pile of source crystals almost spilling out the door, her gaze starting to wander as she muttered, I'm not great at math. How much is this pile altogether? Lu Yu spoke calmly, about over 140 pieces of top-grade source crystals and more than 300 high-grade ones. Lu Ling's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to her knees on the spot. Bro, are you serious? Did you rob the source crystal bank or dig up Chairman Wan's house? Didn't you say the association only gave you 30-something source crystals? How did this turn into a whole mine? Lu Yu looked innocent. Copied. Lu Ling, huh? Lu Yu, I said, I copied it with my own skills. Lu Ling opened her mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. The skill of yours, can you teach me? Lu Yu, no. Why? Didn't you get it as a freebie for topping up your phone credit? Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Freebies don't come with inheritable talents. Lu Ling, brother. She gritted her teeth. Are you trying to make me send you to the genius competition ahead of time? Lu Yu, that depends on whether you can beat me. She glanced at the terrifying pile of source crystals, then at Lu Yu's punchable face exclusively for genius martial artists, and ultimately chose to endure. After all, she couldn't beat him. Just wait until the day I become a martial artist. I'll make you wash dishes for me for a whole year. Lu Yu shrugged indifferently. You first have to survive the genius competition period. We'll talk when I get back. Lu Ling, if you dare come back a day late, I'll call the police and say you stole the mine. Lu Yu, fine, I'll bring you a piece of source crystal as a gift when I return. Lu Ling, I want the finest quality. Lu Yu, why don't you just ask for an SSS talent? Lu Ling, you said it. Lu Yu, shut up, get out, I need to cultivate. Lu Ling rolled her eyes, closed the door, and left. Only then did Lu Yu refocus his mind, his gaze falling on the pile of source crystals in front of him, his eyes sharp as lightning. System, initiate absorption. Ding, the host has activated the source crystal absorption function, currently auto-compressing and purifying. Estimated time, 1 hour. Lu Yu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and as the source crystal energy poured in, the star power within his body rapidly expanded, refined, and condensed. His aura was also continuously rising. And that night, the entire Yuanwu city's online platforms were still abuzz with high-frequency discussions about Lu Yu. Blue Star Genius Rankings number 45 Lu Yu. Yuanwu number 5 high school rises. A new star of the genius competition is about to debut. Lu Yu, I'm not showing off, I'm just too powerful. Siscon, king of show-offs? Genius? Just how many identities does this guy have? 4 days later, the genius tournament will be broadcast live, with all cities of the Federation watching. Meanwhile, in an unknown dark space, a pair of cold eyes slowly opened. Genius list. 45th, Yuanwu 5th High School. Lu Yu? Just a newly risen genius. Once the genius tournament begins, I'll make him understand. The names on the list can also be erased. The genius tournament ignites even before it begins. Lu Yu has already stepped into the eye of the storm. Lu Yu stared at the price of 24.43 million star coins, his eye twitching violently. 21 million star coins, falling short by over 3 million, had unexpectedly become a towering wall between him and the stunning cloud spear technique. These days, it's really hard to be a civilized warrior, he couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about the star coins he had painstakingly saved, so close to completion, only to be stuck at the final step, it was truly frustrating. He checked his smart brain account and confirmed that there were indeed only 21 million left, not even enough system cashback or reward points to make up the difference. I've only used less than 30% of the source crystals, how am I already out of money? Lu Yu's face was full full of despair. At this moment, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Detected that the host's current target is Jingyun Spear Technique. This martial skill, mortal grade, superior, can be redeemed using replication points. Redemption requires consumption of replication points, 800 points. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Damn, so this is another way to play? He immediately perked up, his eyes shining even brighter than when he saw the source crystal earlier. System, confirm the exchange for the Jingyun Spear Technique. Confirming. Exchange successful. Shocking Cloud Spear Technique, mortal grade, superior, has been implanted into the host's combat skill bar. Current proficiency, initial mastery. Lu Yu immediately felt an incredibly exquisite combat skill imprint appear in his mind. It was a set of extremely swift and piercing spear techniques, with every move and strike exuding an overwhelming momentum, as if capable of piercing through the heavens. Good. He suddenly stood up, giving the crimson lightning spear in his hand a shake. In an instant, flames burst forth like a soaring dragon. Storm Spear Technique, Raging Thunder. Boom! A series of restless sonic booms erupted in the air as the crimson lightning spear transformed into a crimson afterimage, thrusting straight ahead. The spear's tip was like lightning, exuding an imposing aura of menace. As expected of a superior combat technique, even at its initial mastery, its power far surpasses my previous random thrusts. Lu Yu retracted his spear with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with excitement. With this marksmanship combined with the characteristics of the Scarlet Lightning Spear, even against a body refinement level 7 in the Genius Tournament, I dare to go head-to-head. He was just about to continue practicing when he suddenly remembered something, his expression turning peculiar as he stopped. Right, I still need to figure out a way to get some star coins. How about asking my sister? The thought had just emerged when he gave himself a hard slap on the head. Crazy, how could I even think of taking advantage of my own sister? Besides, her money probably came from me anyway. Forget it, I'll rely on myself. Muttering to himself, he opened the side hustle platform on his smart brain. Skill order platform reward hall. Would the host like to activate the part-time order taking function? Lu Yu nodded. Give me some money-making tasks, but not too difficult. I won't take the lives of others, but I can take the lives of star beasts. Searching for suitable tasks. Detected current combat power rating of the host. Body refinement level 6. Recommended tasks are as follows. 1. Extermination task. Sea-level star beast nest on the outskirts of Yuanwu City. Bounty, 1.2 million star coins. 2. Escort mission. Escort the noble offspring to Star Martial Academy. Bounty, 900,000 star coins. 3. Bounty mission. Eliminate the B-level wanted criminal Shadow Wolf. Bounty, 3 million star coins. Dangerous. Lu Yu glanced at the list and directly clicked on the first one. Cleanup mission, more reliable. Let's take this one and warm up a bit. System, sync the task location to me. Sync complete. Estimated arrival time, 15 minutes. Lu Yu glanced at the time, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upward. Just in time to practice the new gun technique and see if I can master this Jingyun gun technique to the proficient level. Wait for me to come back. Jingyun Spear Technique plus Red Lightning Spear plus Body Refinement level 6. Let's see if I can beat you into the top 3 of the Genius Tournament. He put away the Red Lightning Spear, donned his school uniform jacket, and pushed the door open to leave. In the distant sky, dark clouds churned, and fierce winds surged. The battlefield of geniuses was brewing. But Lu Yu, just warming up. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the skyscrapers of Yuanwu City, its rays piercing through the clouds to illuminate Lu Yu's face, which carried a faintly relaxed smile. Dressed in a black and gold warrior's battlesuit with the crimson lightning spear slung diagonally across his back, he exuded a heroic and extraordinary aura. Lu Ling stood at the doorway, staring sternly at Lu Yu with her hands on her hips. Brother, can you be serious? You're ranked 45th on the Blue Star Genius list, the pride of our Yuanwu City. Looking at you now, all casual like this, you seem like you're going on a vacation. Lu Yu was adjusting his battle attire. Hearing his sister's comment, he turned around with an innocent expression. Aren't I being serious? Haven't I already put on my battle robe? Looking sharp won't help. If you don't fight well and come back, you'll still be washing dishes. Lu Ling snorted, reached out to pat the collar of Lu Yu's battle attire, and said seriously, don't embarrass us. Alright, I promise not to wash the dishes. Lu Yu nodded with a smile, then bent down and gently ruffled Lu Ling's hair. Wait for me to come back, I'll bring you a trophy. I want the most expensive one. Why don't you just ask for a starship? You said it. Lu Ling's eyes lit up as she raised her small fist. If you dare come back empty-handed, I'll break your third leg. Lu Yu's face darkened, and he pushed her away. Alright, I'm leaving. You focus on your studies. Lu Ling stood at the doorway, watching that figure gradually fade into the distance. It wasn't until Lu Yu boarded the intelligent flying car and disappeared into the sky that she let out a soft sigh. Brother, you have to win. The headquarters of the Martial Artists Association is located in the most central area of Yuanwu City. At this moment, the entire association hall is bustling with noise and excitement. Hundreds of geniuses are gathered here, each exuding an extraordinary aura, dressed in uniform martial artist attire, with identity certification badges worn worn at their waists. These individuals are the reserve talents selected by Yuanwu City for this year's Blue Star Genius Tournament. But everyone knew in their hearts that among this group of people, the one who truly had a chance to break into the top 100 was only one person, Lu Yu. In the center of the hall, a massive holographic screen prominently displayed Blue Star Genius Tournament Countdown, 3 hours 58 minutes. Current representative, Yuanwu No. 5 High School, Lu Yu, Body Refining Stage 6. Current comprehensive rating, Combat Power S+, Talent SSS, Ability S. Genius ranking, 45th place. The crowd looked at this line of data with varying expressions. This is the legendary king of bluffing. He's now the face of our genius rankings. No matter how much he shows off, his achievements speak for themselves. No matter how much he bluffs, the guy's got real skills. I heard he's been in seclusion these past few days practicing a spirit-level combat technique, and it's even spear techniques? Really? Spirit-level marksmanship? How many star coins would a set like that cost? You think he's human? He's a system player. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with shock and awe. At that moment, a gust of wind stirred at the entrance of the hall. A tall and upright young figure slowly walked in, his aura restrained, his gaze clear, and the crimson lightning spear on his back faintly exuded a sharp aura. It was Lu Yu. Here he comes, here he comes. The king of beep has arrived. Put away your pride. Today we're just here to tag along. Lu Yu, my wife loves you the most. She says you're the most handsome man on Blue Star. Lu Yu paused in his steps, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Your wife? Yeah, she told me that if you're willing, she's willing to divorce me. Lu Yu. The whole crowd burst into laughter. Wang Chongming had been waiting on the stage for a while. When he saw Lu Yu step in, a trace of relief and solemnity flashed in his eyes. Lu Yu, perfect timing. There are less than 4 hours left until the transmission. How's your preparation? Lu Yu smiled faintly. Everything is ready, just missing a spot in the top 10 of the genius rankings. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into a brief silence once again. The king of mockery speaks, always so impactful. Suggest adding a voice effect. You have been locked. Honestly, I'm suddenly a bit curious whether he can take down those old monsters in the top 10 of the genius rankings. Wang Chongming's eyes sharpened as he nodded seriously. If you can truly make it into the top 10, Yuanwu City will establish a dedicated martial arts fund for you. What level? National level. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Alright, I'll give it a try. Don't try. Wang Chongming's gaze was intense. Go and take it. 3 hours later, the teleportation array activated. Lu Yu stood at the center of the formation, turned to glance in the direction of Yuanwu City, and the corners of his lips curved into a familiar arc. The Blue Star Genius Tournament, here I come. Boom! A beam of teleportation light shot skyward, and Lu Yu's figure disappeared into the radiance. At the same time, the teleportation arrays in the major main cities of the Blue Star Federation activated simultaneously. A grand feast belonging to the prodigies of the entire Blue Star officially begins. Whoosh! The hatch of the aircraft slowly opened, and a scorching wind mixed with the primal wildness rushed in, carrying a strong sense of blood and oppression, as if a star beast might roar forth in the next second. Below lay a wild land densely covered with forests and crisscrossed with mountain ranges. Blue Star Genius Competition First Battlefield. Lu Yu stood at the cabin door, gazing at the forest ocean below with a deep look in his eyes. Is this the battlefield of geniuses? Mei Xin stood behind him, her gaze also falling below, her tone unusually tinged with a hint of gravity. I've heard of this area. The concentration of primal star energy is extremely high, with hundreds of species of wild star beasts, the weakest starting at tier 1. And, she looked toward the edge of the forest at the mountain range resembling a winding giant serpent. Over there is the legendary 10,000 Serpents Ridge, where it said a mountain-moving realm Snake King resides. Li Yu walked over at this moment as well. Although he was almost blown away by Lu Yu's surge of energy earlier, he had now adjusted his mindset and appeared calm. Hope this place isn't too easy to get by, or it would be too lacking in challenge. Lu Yu glanced at him and grinned. Don't worry, there won't be a shortage of challenges in this place, but don't let me accidentally send you back to the starting point with one move. Li Yu, Mei Xin, Lu Yu, you truly don't know how to speak decently. Time's up. Lu Yushan's voice rang out again, calm yet unquestionable. I can only take you this far. From here on, it's your own battlefield. Good luck to you. As the words fell, the light ladder beneath the aircraft unfolded steadily, and the three leapt down one after another. When Lu Yu landed, he lightly tapped his toes, quietly releasing a surge of star power to cushion the impact of the fall. The moment his feet touched the ground, he took a deep breath. A surge of star source energy, so intense it almost solidified, rushed toward him, as if entering a compressed energy field. Nice place. Lu Yu spoke softly, but his gaze grew sharper. He could clearly sense that the star power within his body was autonomously circulating in an extremely slow yet stable manner, as if this very world itself was a natural training ground. Attention, everyone. At this moment, the communication channel of the intelligent brain opened, and a neutral mechanical voice came through. Blue Star Genius Competition first round officially begins. Duration of this round, 72 hours. Rules: within 3 days, phase, hunt star beasts to earn points or defeat other contestants to seize their point badges. Points will be synchronized in real time to the Genius leaderboard backend, and the top 100 will advance to the second round. Eliminating any participant by killing them is considered disqualification. Special reminder, each person has only one emergency teleport opportunity, which is automatically triggered when health drops below 10%. Please use it cautiously. The moment the voice ended, the smart devices on the three people's wrists simultaneously activated, displaying a silver white badge icon, which was their personal identification points card. Points system, huh? Liu murmured. I like it. Meishin sneered. So, beating people is faster than beating beasts to make money. Be careful not to get taken down by me. Liu blinked. Are you sure you can beat me? I won't hold back anyway. Meishin's tone remained indifferent, but it lacked the previous trace of disdain and carried a bit more acknowledgement. She already understood that Liu was no ordinary, pretentious king. He truly has that capability. Liu said no more. The three exchanged a glance, then ran off in different directions simultaneously. No agreement, nor formed an alliance. This is the tacit understanding between geniuses. From this moment on, they are no longer teammates but opponents. Liu stepped into the depths of the forest, gripping the scarlet lightning spear tightly in his hand. The concentration of star energy in this place is at least 3 times that of the outside world. Moreover, the aura of star beasts is widely distributed, and there are also many powerful presences mixed in. He squinted his eyes, leaped sharply, landed on the treetop, and overlooked the entire area. The next moment, his eyes sharpened. Over there's the aftermath of a battle. Swipe. The figure vanished instantly from its original spot. Before the afterimage dissipated, the person had already streaked into the forest like a beam of light. And moments after he left, a tier 3 star beast slowly emerged from the shadows, its nostrils exhaling scorching breath as it licked the bloodstains on the ground. But the next second, a dark figure descended silently. Clang! A flash of fire. The star beast didn't even have time to let out a wail before its forehead was pierced by a single shot, collapsing to the ground motionless. Liu withdrew his gun, his eyes calm and emotionless. Points plus 30. Too slow. It's still faster to find someone. He turned and left, his figure once again blending into the depths of the forest. The competition has only just begun. But Liu Yu already started harvesting prey. As Zhuo Qi's words fell, the massive aircraft slowly descended above the square. The cabin door opened, and beams of silvery white teleportation light cascaded down like a celestial river, majestic and solemn. All participants board the ship in numerical order. The mechanical sound echoed in the air as the contestants began to take action one after another. Liu stood in place, his expression relaxed, with even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he wasn't here to participate in some brutal genius competition but rather to go on a trip and earn some points along the way. He glanced at the number on his wrist, 739. Number 739? I thought I was 001. He muttered to himself, then ignored the group of people around him who were still unable to stand due to Zhuo Qi's oppressive aura, and stepped toward the aircraft. Behind him, the girl in the pink combat suit was still glancing back, seemingly searching for that naturally sociable body refinement level 6 handsome guy from earlier. And that boy protecting the girl had a sullen expression, muttering under his breath, "What a mess of a guy, daring to lay hands on Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu glanced back at him and said indifferently, "He's a genius at the 6th level of body refinement, a figure on the genius ranking." Boy, my heart instantly bled 3 liters. After boarding the aircraft, Liu quickly found a window seat and sat down. Just as he was about to close his eyes to rest and wait for the teleportation, he suddenly heard the system's abrupt notification. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully copied the Grade A water-based ability, Water Escape. Ability attribute, Grade A, Water Element. Ability description, can quickly vanish in water sources, possessing exceptional stealth, evasion, and underwater mobility. Accompanying skills, Aquatic Perception, Water Curtain Stealth. Liu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, it can even turn invisible? Isn't this just the underwater version of Flash plus invisibility? Combined with my Fire Element's strong attack, Earth Element's defense, and Wood Element's healing, doesn't that make me an all-round warrior of the 5 elements? Just one more gold release, and once I collect them all, can I summon the true 5 elements, General? Liu grew more and more excited as he thought about it, and he had even begun to envision his future, complete guide to escape techniques, in his mind. Fire style, Explosive Flame Impact; Water style, Stealth Escape; Earth style, Golden Bell Shield; Wood style, Rejuvenation Technique; and add Gold style, Soul Severing Blade. TSK, impressive. Just as he was immersed in his own fantasies, a familiar voice tinged with gritted teeth came from beside him. You really are never at peace, no matter where you go. Liu turned his head and saw a familiar but clearly displeased face. Liu. Yo, brother Li. Liu greeted with a smile and patted the spot next to him. Have a seat, or would you rather stand? Liu's face twitched, but in the end, he still sat down. That flower-protecting handshake of yours just now made me want to slap you. Misunderstanding, I'm not that kind of person. Liu looked serious, I saw sand get into her eye, and out of humanitarian concern, I held her hand for a moment. Liu, do you have no shame? Liu, I have a superpower. I can use water escape to wash my face. Liu. In the end, he chose to remain silent. If he kept talking, he was afraid he might be eliminated early, not beaten, but angered to death. Before the two could finish bickering, the aircraft had already begun to slowly ascend, and all the contestants in the square were sequentially drawn into the various compartments inside the aircraft. Immediately, the spaceship's hull closed, waves of energy rippled across its surface, blue light patterns shimmered, and in an instant, the spaceship transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. The destination for the first phase of this genius competition is the Starfall Forest, a high-risk starbeast zone containing natural labyrinths, energy interference zones, and starbeast nests, among other special areas. All participants, please stay alert. Good luck to you all. As the mechanical sound echoed, the cabin doors inside the aircraft opened one by one, and all the participants were individually dispatched to different small landing craft. The landing craft of the group Liu belonged to had a total of 10 people, including him and Liu, a few unfamiliar faces, and Meishin. It's you two again. Meishin crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping lightly over Liu. Don't get in my way this time. Liu chuckled. Don't worry, Mage, yeah, I'm here to bring warmth this time, not to steal your points. You'd better do as you say. Meishin snorted and sat on the other side of the landing pod. Liu watched the back and forth interaction between the two and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Are you really going to form a team? Liu looked innocent. I'm easygoing. I team up with whoever I find agreeable. Liu, do you find me pleasing to the eye? Liu, not very smooth. Liu, I shouldn't have asked. Finally, the aircraft landed. The cabin door opened, and Liu leapt down first. The moment his toes touched the ground, a surge of wild air rushed toward him. He looked up. Ahead lies a vast, ocean-like expanse of dark green forest, with towering trees reaching into the clouds. The power of starlight flows through the woods, resembling a slumbering giant beast that could awaken at any moment. Genius competition. Official start. As for Liu, he couldn't wait to take first place. Heavy footsteps, like war drums pounding the ground, echoed one after another, causing the distant forest's branches and leaves to rustle. Liu, holding a skewer of glossy venison, tilted his head to listen, and his eyes immediately lit up. Here it comes, finally some movement. He quickly took a bite of the freshly grilled skewer in his hand, then abruptly stood up in one swift motion, flipping over the wild boar skewer resting by the fire in the process. Don't let it burn, eat it later when you come back. He muttered to himself while twisting his neck, picked up the scarlet lightning spear, and with a flash of his figure, disappeared into the forest. At this moment, inside the live broadcast room, the host has completely given up struggling. We can see that contestant 0100, he has finally stood up. When he just cut the meat, he even said, so fragrant. I don't know if he was saying it to the star beast or to himself. However, now he seems to finally be getting serious. The barrage is frantically flooding the screen. Ha, this guy is so funny. I want to make him into an emoji pack. Don't stop me. I want to learn to barbecue like him. This is the true genius. While others strive desperately, he grills barbecue. He eats with relish, I watch with delight, and the live stream gains a soul from then on. And just as the barrage of comments was flooding the screen, the scene suddenly shifted. Liu leaped out, the scarlet lightning spear in hand, his figure bursting like thunder and lightning as he charged toward a giant ape ahead. It was a tier 3 star beast, standing 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and scarlet eyes filled with ferocity. As it stepped forward, the ground caved in directly, but Liu remained unfazed. With a flick of the scarlet lightning spear, flames coiled around the spear's shaft as the spirit-grade low-tier cloud-shocking spear technique erupted instantly. Storm Cloud Thunder Strike. Boom! The spear's radiance was like thunder, piercing through the air. The giant ape instinctively raised its hand to block, but as soon as it lifted its arm, the entire limb was torn apart by the blazing electric spear. Blood splattered. Liu seized the momentum to rise swiftly, his spear tip turning as Cloudbreaker, Sky Splitter followed closely behind. A crimson gold spear's shadow instantly pierced through the giant ape's brow. Bang! The tier 3 star beast collapsed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Ding! Killed a tier 3 star beast. Points plus 300. Current points 400. Rank 812. Well, not bad. Liu reached out, pulled out the spearhead, flicked off the bloodstains, and casually sliced off some meat. This meat looks quite chewy. The livestream room instantly boiled over again. What the heck? That move just now directly one-shot a tier 3 star beast? Shocking cloud spear technique. A spirit level spear technique. This guy actually knows a spirit level martial skill. Oh my, isn't this the king of B Liu? Just realized now. Ranked 45th on the genius list. Body refining stage 6, S-level ability, SSS-level talent. Isn't this guy here to compete, but to put on a show? I declare, this person is the faith of my livestream. From now on, no one should mention the words war god to me. Liu is the war god. In the studio, the host's face turned red with excitement. I told you, contestant 0100 is no ordinary person. That burst he just unleashed was perfect. Spirit level spear technique, combat skills, timing of the burst, simply textbook-level genius moves. Did you notice? He didn't use any superpowers. What does this mean? He didn't use his fire, earth, or wood abilities at all. This is purely martial skills combined with his own strength. Truly worthy of being on the genius list. I'm now eagerly looking forward to his future performance. At the same time, on the data screen of the technical department in the background, Lu Yu's popularity was skyrocketing. Lu Yu, number 0100. Real-time attention, surging. Bullet screen interaction, first. Live room popularity, second, only behind the current points leader, number 001. In the command center, Zhuqiqi narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the frozen frame before him, showing Lu Yu standing with a gun on the corpse of a tier 3 star beast. A trace of admiration finally appeared in his gaze. Interesting. This kid is not simple. Beside him, Lu Yushan was grinning from ear to ear. I told you, Lu Yu, this kid never plays by the rules. You think he's idling, but he's actually fishing for dragons. At this moment, Lu Yu was flipping the wild boar meat over while hanging fresh star beast meat beside the fire to dry. This meat is chewy, perfect for making dry pot. Wait for another tier 4 to come, then we'll make a pot of star beast soup and write down the recipe while we're at the competition. How about holding an outdoor cooking competition for the genius tournament next time? I bet I could take first place. He held a skewer of meat in his mouth, the corners of his lips curling up. This is my rhythm. Fighting? Sure. Eating? Absolutely. Genius competition? Eat first, then talk. Boom. A loud bang, accompanied by the trembling of the ground, as if the earth itself were wailing. The 6th tier ice porcupine, like a moving steel fortress, rolled forward with unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, trees were sent flying, soil exploded, and the entire forest was plowed into a massive trench. The live stream room instantly erupted. What the heck? Is that a tier 6 star beast? No way, no way. Isn't this guy still eating skewers? How did he suddenly provoke its dad? Even barbecue can go wrong these days. Lu Yu, just how much hatred value do you have? A 6th tier ice porcupine, ice needle barrage. Once this thing unleashes its skill, not a blade of grass will survive within 3 miles. Danger, danger, danger. The host almost ran out of breath and quickly shouted, Contestant 0100 has already attracted a 6th tier ice porcupine. Everyone, please take note. This is one of the most dangerous battle scenes so far. This battle might determine whether he can continue competing alive. In the command room, Zhuqiqi frowned deeply, staring at the black figure moving against the flow with a gun in hand, and said in a low voice, is he planning to confront head-on? Lu Yushan, however, curled his lips into a smile, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. He is Lu Yu, he doesn't run. At this moment, Lu Yu stepped on the treetops, his figure like lightning, charging against the path of the giant beast's onslaught. A 6th rank star beast. Perfect. Let's see if you're worth 2,000 points. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. With the crimson lightning spear in hand, the spear's body was surrounded by fiery light, and star energy gathered like thunder. Skyshock spear technique thunder burst thrust. Boom! A crimson golden spear light tore through the sky, like a thunderbolt crashing to the ground, directly blasting toward the rolling ice porcupine. This spear strike contained Lu Yu's full force attack, a combination of a low-grade spirit-level martial technique, the characteristics of the crimson lightning spear, and the physical limits of the 6th level of body refinement. The air roared, and the spear's shadow exploded. But, bang! The hedgehog behemoth paused for a second, the spines on its body slightly flaring out, forcibly dispersing the aftermath of the shot. Truly tough. Lu Yu's lips curled slightly, and with a step forward, his figure darted out like a phantom once again. The ice hedgehog let out a furious roar, and the hedgehog-like spines on its back began to tremble violently. Here it comes, torrential rain of ice needles. Swish, 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 swish. Countless ice blue spikes shot out like a meteor shower. This scene was simply apocalyptic. Each ice needle contains extremely high icy energy, freezing everything upon landing with astonishing destructive power. The live stream room instantly exploded. Here it comes, the ice needle storm. Holy crap, the range, the density. There's nowhere to hide. It's over, Lu Yu is going to crash. Who can save him? But at this critical moment, Lu Yu formed a seal with his hands, and a water blue radiance appeared beneath his feet. Water release, water curtain concealment. Ice needles fell like rain, sweeping across the entire woodland. In an instant, the spot where Lu Yu had been was completely blasted into an ice field. Within a 100-meter radius, the forest froze, trees turned to frost, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground, with cold air soaring skyward. As for Lu Yu's figure, gone, disappeared. The entire live streaming room instantly fell into a brief silence. Where is the person? No way, no way. Did that move just instantly take someone out? I don't believe it. He's Lu Yu. But the next second, boom! Behind the ice hedgehog, the ground shattered, and a fiery crimson figure suddenly shot into the sky. Storm cloud thunder pierces the sky. The scarlet electric spear, accompanied by blazing thunder, fiercely pierced into the rear neck of the icy porcupine. The ice hedgehog let out a thunderous roar, its body convulsing violently as it tried to turn around and counterattack. But Lu Yu had already anticipated it. With a step forward, his figure figure slid away as if teleporting. With a swift motion of his hand, flames condensed into a blade on his palm, slashing fiercely. Crimson flame, vein scorch. Boom! Flames poured into the icy porcupine's body through the wound, instantly igniting its stellar source vein. The next moment, the ice porcupine erupted in flames, its spine shattering one by one, with blood and frost intertwining. The giant beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth. 6th tier star beast, fallen. Ding! Killed a 6th tier star beast, ice spike porcupine, gain points plus 2000. Current points, 2400. Real-time ranking, 3rd. The live broadcast freezes. The entire venue fell silent. The host slammed the table abruptly and roared. Lu Yu killed a 6th tier ice porcupine, the strongest kill record so far. Moreover, what he just used seems to be the A-level water-based ability Water Stealth from Water Veil Invisibility. This is a dual ability combat form. Fire element first strike, water element stealth gunfire burst, precise execution. He's not barbecuing, he's fishing for dragons. The live chat exploded instantly. What the heck? This guy is way too ruthless. This is the romance of the king of bleep. Eat first, kill later. One shot piercing the heavens, one blade burning veins. I declare, Lu Yu is my male god. Whoever opposes, I'll report you. This is the true genius competition. At this moment, Lu Yu stood on the corpse of the ice porcupine, looked up at the sky, and curled his lips into a smile. The fire is strong enough, we can grill meat again. Tonight, eating hedgehog. He picked up the red lightning spear and walked toward the fire. Behind him, the flames blazed fiercely, and the blood had not yet cooled. The genius competition has only just begun. And the legend of Lu Yu has only just begun. The ice hedgehog had now lost its most prideful weapon, its body covered in dense quills. Its body was smooth like a peeled melon, lying plumply on the ground, still carrying the chill from the successive bursts, but no longer possessing the overwhelming might it had moments ago. For the first time, a trace of panic appeared in its eyes. Standing before it, Lu Yu slowly held the crimson lightning spear horizontally in front of him, his gaze icy and his aura as imposing as a mountain or a prison. Your hangnails are all gone. Now, it's my turn, right? Snort! The scarlet electric spear thrust forward, a scorching flame spreading along the shaft, with the tip so blazing hot it seemed capable of melting the air. Stunning cloud sky split. Boom! A crimson gold spear light pierced through the air, directly penetrating the shoulder blade of the ice porcupine. The giant beast roared, its body trembling violently, yet it was utterly powerless to retaliate. Live room. Complete explosion. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Lu Yu, Lu Yu. That last wave of resistance was so cool. It was just like the moment an anime protagonist awakens. Brothers watching my live stream, do you remember? He just pierced the ice porcupine's head with one shot and then stomped its skull to pieces. Isn't that way too brutal? This is true resilience. Withstanding torrential rain and ice needles without flinching or dodging, relying on marksmanship for defense, flames for bursts, and sheer awareness to dominate. I declare, Lu Yu is the only one in my heart. The other contestants are just along for the ride. The host was so excited that he was at a loss for words. I simply can't imagine that this level of play could come from a teenager under 20. He is not playing a big game, he is playing a game of divine providence. At this moment in the command center, Zuochi's gaze finally turned truly solemn. He stared intently at the figure of the young man on the light screen and said in a deep voice, this Lu Yu, already qualified to enter the Federal Corps training sequence. Lu Yushan's lips curled into a smile, the teacup in his hand trembling slightly. I told you, he's not just someone who can make it onto the genius list, he's someone who can make it onto the list of legends. This is only the first day, and he has already achieved what no one else dared to imagine. On the battlefield, the ice hedgehog kept struggling, but the more it struggled, the weaker it became, only able to let out low whimpers. Lu Yu showed no mercy, flicking the tip of his spear as flames poured in. Crimson flame scorching soul. Boom! A mass of crimson flames instantly engulfed the ice porcupine, and the blaze shot skyward. A dozen seconds later, the ice porcupine collapsed completely, its breath ceased, its body surface charred black, and the scorched smell mixed with the aura of starlight blood spread out. Ding! Killed a 6th tier star beast ice porcupine, gained points plus 2000. Current points, 4400. Real-time ranking, 1st. Lu Yu stood amidst the flames, his figure illuminated by the firelight, resembling a deity descending to the mortal world. Behind him, the pile of pre-prepared grilled skewers glistened with golden oil, sizzling softly. Phew! I almost couldn't hold on. Lu Yu shook his wrist, glanced down at his clothes, and saw that the hem had already been torn by a few stray ice needles. If it weren't for the scarlet electric spear triggering the attack speed bonus, I would have really had a hard time today. However, he gazed at the corpse of the frost spike porcupine, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Copy. Ding! High-level ability detected. Ice Needle Storm, Ice Element A-level. Spend 300 copy points to replicate this ability? Copy. White light flickered, and Lu Yu felt a surge of icy, bone-chilling energy ripple through his mind. Copy successful. Host has acquired the ability, Ice Needle Storm, Grade A Ice Element. Current ability list, Crimson Flame, S-Class Fire Element, Earth Spirit Spirit Body, A-Class Earth Element, Wood Healing, B-Class Wood Element, Water Escape, A-Class Water Element, Ice Needle Storm, A-Class Ice Element. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Fire, Earth, Water, Wood, Ice. 5 elemental abilities. Only the gold is missing. When I gather all the elemental abilities, the position of number 1 in the Federation will be mine. He looked down at the skewers of meat by the fire. This battle has indeed made me a bit hungry. Eat something first, then we'll talk. He sat back by the fire, skillfully turning the meat skewers, a contented smile appearing on his face. Full now, continue tomorrow. This scene was once again captured by the live broadcast camera. The entire internet is exploding again. You call this post-war rest? This is just continuing to chow down. While others are healing after the battle, he's grilling meat. I declare, this is the true hardcore plus foodie genius. Lu Yu truly lives up to being the king of Lubi. He can fish for star beasts while eating, and after fighting, he can still enjoy his meal. But Lu Yu, eating while pondering. Next one, try a 7th tier star beast? Points seem to be running low. The flames flickered, and the young man's eyes shone bright like stars. The genius competition has only just begun, and Lu Yu's journey is far from over. The air suddenly fell silent. Meixin stood frozen in place, her entire body stiff, a visible blush rising on her cheeks, even the tips of her ears tinged with a suspicious shade of pink. Her originally cold and alluring eyes were now filled with complex emotions: shame, anger, surprise, struggle, and a hint of unwillingness. What? Unwilling? Lu Yu looked at her with a smile, lightly tapping the ground with the scarlet lightning spear, his tone playful. You said it yourself, no handover, no leaving. You can choose to confront me head-on. Of course, the price for that would be all the points you've worked so hard to accumulate turning into mine. Meixin bit her lip, her gaze flickering, clearly still torn. But she was well aware that Lu Yu's current strength was no longer something she could contend with. With a body refinement level of 6, combined with mastered marksmanship, fire element abilities, and an SS grade talent, he had just effortlessly taken down a 6th tier star beast. As for her, at body refinement level 4, if they truly fought, she likely wouldn't last even a single exchange, not to mention, she is still carrying injuries, having just escaped from a previous battle. She knew very well that whether she called out Dad now made all the difference. Calling would be humiliating, not calling would cost her life. She took a deep breath, glanced at the few people still secretly watching around her, then looked at the high-altitude camera of the still live-streaming drone, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. In the end, she still lowered her eyelashes. Dad! Dad! The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, almost inaudible. Lu Yu heard it clearly and immediately squinted his eyes with laughter. Ah, not bad, very filial. The live stream room instantly exploded. Ha, I'm cracking up. This is really hilarious. This guy is really something. Not only does he fight fiercely, but he plays hard too. Meixin's expression. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. I should have known better than to drink water. Now I've sprayed it all over the screen. This move, I'm impressed. Lu Yu, you're my eternal idol. Lu Yu, points can be forfeited, but dignity must be upheld. Meixin gritted her teeth, forced herself to endure the embarrassment, and coldly snorted. Satisfied now? Very satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Lu Yu nodded, like a child who just got candy, his entire face saying, I'm very happy today. Hand over the points, and we'll call it even. Meixin's face darkened, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, and said in a low voice, Zinio, concede. System prompt, contestant number 0479 has conceded. Points deducted by 50%. Current points, 820. Transferred to number 0100. Contestant number 0100 current points, 5220. Real-time ranking, first. As the prompt sound rang out, Lu Yu's points skyrocketed once again, firmly securing the top spot in the genius competition. Meixin turned around angrily and walked away without even looking back. Lu Yu didn't stop her but shouted at her back, next time we meet, remember to take the initiative, kiddo. Meixin's steps faltered, nearly stumbling, and she gritted her teeth as she quickened her pace. The live stream room was already filled with laughter. Ah, this guy is so ruthless, leaving no way out. This makes me want to call him daddy. Lu Yu, I got the points, you lost face, now we're even. Xin, I freaking knew I shouldn't have joined the genius competition. At this moment, however, Lu Yu sat back by the campfire with a relaxed expression, picking up his skewers to grill again. Today's harvest is good. Points exceeded 5,000, gained another ability, and someone even called me dad. Dignity with a meal, this taste, truly delicious. He ate grilled meat while gazing at the night sky rich with star energy, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Interesting, who's next? Come on, keep calling me daddy, I want all the points. The firelight flickered, the young man's eyes were bright, his smile unrestrained. And on the battlefield of the genius tournament, Lu Yu's name completely blew up. The screen froze on Lu Yu's remark, isn't this way too little, and the entire live stream room. Dead silence. Then, the barrage erupted like a volcanic explosion. This is called few? I just counted, that's over 100 top-grade source crystals, right? Deep purple, that's right, a top-grade source crystal, starting at 2 million star coins apiece. Bro, are you saying a few? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word poverty? Now I finally finally understand what thriftiness sounds like in the mouths of the rich. It's like a villain's monologue. The audience in the live stream room was completely blown away. In front of the screen, Liu remained calm and indifferent, completely ignoring the mental breakdown of the audience in the live stream. While spreading source crystals on the grass, he carefully calculated. I'm currently at the 6th level of body refinement, and my absorption efficiency has improved significantly. Assuming I can consume 80 top-grade source crystals per hour. I'll need about 300 to 400 more to reach the limit. Sure enough, cultivation is a money-burning endeavor. Muttering to himself, he placed the scarlet lightning spear horizontally in front of him, sat cross-legged, restrained his aura, and immersed himself in cultivation. Around him, hundreds of top-grade source crystals continuously released an almost overwhelming concentration of star source energy, forming visible purple ripples that poured into Luyu's body. Live stream audience. So much for being down to earth. Are you using us as floor mats? We thought you came here for some tough training, but it turns out you're doing a star source overflow style saturation cultivation? Let me say it again, one piece of top-grade source crystal costs 2 million star coins. 2 million. I just bought 3 high-grade source crystals for my son and already felt the pinch, but this guy uses hundreds of top-grade ones for practice. I declare, Liu is not a salted fish, he's a star source braised abalone. At this moment, the host was also stunned in front of the live broadcast desk, stammering after a long pause, is this what we understand as frugality? I think I might have misunderstood the term diligence and frugality. Dear viewers, what we are seeing now is the training state of contestant 0100. Well, to be precise, it's a billionaire level training state. Does anyone here feel like their own training methods are a bit shabby? The live stream audience burst into laughter. A bit? I now feel like I'm practicing fake martial arts. What I'm practicing is the fantasy of poverty. Others rely on talent to cultivate, I rely on imagination. Liu, while others are desperately hunting star beasts, I eat fish and cultivate. First place in points, easily secured. At this moment, within the star beast region, on a certain hilltop, Meishin stood at a high point, gazing at the figure in the distance enveloped by the power of star energy, the corner of her mouth twitching involuntarily. Frugal and thrifty? She murmured, her eyes filled with complexity. When she was robbed before, she thought Liu was a resource-strapped crazy martial artist, but it turned out that he dared to throw out hundreds of top-grade source crystals just for cultivation. How on earth did this guy manage to do it? She bit her lip and suddenly felt that calling him dad seemed quite worth it. On the other side, the star energy around Liu grew increasingly dense, and his body resembled an ancient stellar furnace, frantically devouring the infused energy. Body refinement level 6, already at its peak. Almost there. System breakthrough. Boom! The power of the star source erupted within, causing the muscles and bones to tremble, and the flesh to surge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through. Current realm, body refining stage 7. In an instant, Liu opened his eyes, and a glimmer of starlight flickered fleetingly in his pupils. He slowly stood up, feeling an unprecedented sense of power coursing through his entire body. Body refinement level 7. This feeling is amazing. Golden horned rhinoceros, are you ready to be harvested by me? Liu's lips curled into a smile, his figure like a phantom, and in the next second, he had vanished without a trace. The audience in the live broadcast room was still struggling to come to terms with the frugal scene they had just witnessed. Do you think this is worth it? I'm crying while subscribing to the membership. I recharged too. I want to see how much more source crystals he can burn. This is the true hardcore foodie genius. I've had enough of bitterness and hatred, enough of life and death struggles. I just want to see how Liu gets stronger while eating. At this moment, Liu's points firmly remain in first place, and the live stream's popularity is skyrocketing. And he had already quietly approached the 6th tier mutated star beast, the golden horned rhinoceros, which the system had classified as recommended to avoid. The power of star source surged like a tide, yet Liu remained as steady as a mountain. His black and gold battlesuit shimmered faintly under the starlight, as if coated with a layer of divine radiance, and he himself was simultaneously absorbing the immense star power released by the top-grade source crystal worth hundreds of millions of star coins, while unconsciously throwing punches like the wind, with fist intent flowing and energy surging. Ha! Liu let out a low shout, and his fist smashed forward with a roar, even causing a sonic boom in the air. Mountain-splitting fist. Top-tier martial arts technique, perfected. A punch like a collapsing mountain, with the force of thunder. This punch is not merely a simple clash of strength. Every move embodies both momentum and intent. Between the tangible and intangible, it even causes the surrounding air to tremble. The live stream explodes once again. Damn! This boxing technique, it's way too smooth. This isn't an ordinary mortal-level boxing technique. This clearly embodies the intent of the fist. Mastery. Mastery again. Does this guy treat martial arts like eating meals? I'm seriously starting to suspect if he's a system flow protagonist. Otherwise, it can't be explained. Mastery of the mountain opening fist, mastery of the shocking cloud spear technique, body refinement level 7, dual abilities, SSS level talent. What the heck? Is this even a human? Did you guys notice that when he practices his punches, the flow of star energy in his body is even faster than when he's meditating? Maybe this guy improves his efficiency by punching. The host was completely unable to keep up at this point, his eyes wider than copper bells, mouth half open, frozen in place like a statue. Is this still cultivation? Is this a performance of martial arts? It's the first time in my life I've seen someone practice in such an aesthetically pleasing way. He's not training, he's putting on a martial arts visual feast for the entire Federation. Inside the command center, Zuichi remained silent, merely staring intently at the young man in the holographic projection. Each punch and move seemed ordinary. In the eyes of a Tongshan realm expert like him, he could clearly perceive the intricacy of every inch of fist intent and every trace of star energy's trajectory. This isn't an ordinary mastery, Zuichi murmured gravely. This is a microscopic control approaching artistic conception. He has already fatally touched the boundary of martial technique's essence. 18 years old. He's only 18. If he doesn't die, he will surely have the potential to be crowned a king in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Yushan was so overjoyed that he almost crushed the teacup in his hand, his face brimming with an uncontrollable smile of satisfaction. I knew it. This kid is extraordinary. This time, Yuanwu City has truly produced a remarkable and formidable figure. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was still immersed in his cultivation. He was completely unaware that in the livestream chat, he had already been labeled with tags like obscenely wealthy, king of showing off, unparalleled talent, and the face of the high martial arts world. Even more so, he had no idea that the viewers in the livestream's comment section were on the verge of going crazy. I finally understand what it means by others practice martial arts to become stronger. He practices martial arts just to not waste star energy. Don't say it. I find watching him practice punches more satisfying than watching others fight monsters. Right now, I just want to know how many hidden killer moves he still hasn't revealed. Don't ask. If you ask, it's with my current strength. It's not worth me being serious. I have already set up a fan club for Lu Yu, named Hardcore Eating and Dual Cultivation Alliance. Finally, Lu Yu slowly withdrew his fist and exhaled a long breath of impure air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the proficiency of Mountain Opening Fist, entering the Extreme Realm state, with the initial manifestation of fist intent. Congratulations to the host for physical enhancement. Current strength, 8,600 kilograms, speed, 870 m/s. Realm, body refining level 7, stable. Lu Yu opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharp light flashing within them. Refreshing. This is what cultivation truly means. No wonder those big shots insist on retreating for 3 to 5 years. This feeling, it's even better than eating meat. He stood up, casually picked up the 2 top-grade source crystals he had been using as a stool at his feet, placed them into the box, and brushed off the dust on them. Star coins are also money. Thrift and frugality start with me. However, he looked toward the northwest, the corner of his lips curling up. Golden Horned Rhinoceros, it's time to make your appearance. SS-level metal ability, here I come. As the words fell, Lu Yu's figure moved like the wind, disappearing from where he stood. In the live broadcast room, countless people clutched their chests, frantically flooding the screen with comments. It's starting again. It's starting again. Golden Horned Rhinoceros, SS-level talent, Lu Yu going head-to-head again? My god, this is the genius competition we've been waiting for. Lu Yu, please don't stop, show me all your brilliant moves. And the legend of Lu Yu is sweeping across the Federation in an unstoppable manner. The Golden Horned Rhinoceros roared thunderously, causing the entire valley to tremble under its deafening cry. Its giant eyes, as large as bronze bells, glared fiercely at Lu Yu, with a fury that seemed to burn within. Its body radiated a brilliant golden glow, blood energy surged, and the golden horn shone with a dazzling brilliance like the blazing sun. This was its innate ability, golden holy light rapidly gathering power. Lu Yu had already stood up at this moment, but blood still hung from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was one of utter despair. Zinio, are you really not an inside agent sent by the Golden Horned Rhinoceros? Contestant 0100. Zinio only automatically judges based on biological aura. The current target organism is identified as a Golden Horned Rhinoceros. Judgment level, Tier 6. Tier 6. My ass. That but charge almost sent me to heaven. Lu Yu cursed angrily, staring at the Golden Horned Rhinoceros exuding overwhelming fury and a mountainous aura, his eyelids twitching. This isn't Tier 6, it's definitely Tier 8. And it's the kind of fully evolved Tier 8 star beast with awakened abilities, bloodline mutation, and a breakthrough in physique. The livestream chat had fallen into a deathly silence at this moment. Did I just see something unbelievable? Did he really stab the Golden Horned Rhino's butt? And even patted it? I'm dying of laughter, he actually said, so delicate. Lu Yu, one thrust, no matter your rank, stab first and talk later. I declare, this is the most brave genius contestant I've ever seen, bar none. Damn it, knowing it's an 8th tier and still daring to make a move. Are you suicidal? IntelliBrain, you're way too unreliable, ha. Even the host was almost scared senseless by this sudden twist. He stared at the screen in utter confusion, his lips trembling. This, how did it suddenly become an 8th tier? Wasn't it 6th tier? Didn't they say it was supposed to be a female horned rhino? Didn't they say we'd have a barbecue after the fight? At this moment, Liu stood outside the cave with the golden horned rhino in its berserk state behind him. Its body was like a golden tank, the light on its golden horn fully solidified, and faint ripples of spatial distortion could even be seen in the air. Damn it, this crash could really turn me into barbecue. Liu glanced down at the battle panel. Current status, minor injury. Stamina, 87%. Armor integrity, 82%. Red electric gun integrity, 95%. Ability activation, not used. Replication points, 400. Can't confront it head-on, we need to outsmart it. But, its innate supernatural talent, I really don't want to let it go. Liu gritted his teeth, but a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. System, lock onto this golden horned rhinoceros and prepare to copy. Ding! SS-level superpower detected. Golden Radiant Sacred Body, unique evolution type. Copying requires 800 copy points. Do you wish to proceed? Liu. I knew it, damn it, you're ripping me off again. Not enough copy points, huh? Still short by 400, right? Liu cursed angrily while calculating rapidly. Converting it, defeating a high-level star beast earns 300 points, which can be exchanged for 1 replication point. I currently have 5,200 points. Exchanging 1,000 points isn't impossible. Too bad the exchange cooldown period hasn't ended yet. TSK, I really want to take this rhino back, skin and horn included, to make soup. Liu cursed inwardly, but now was not the time to worry about saving replication points. An 8th rank star beast, the true terror had yet to begin. The golden light on the golden horn erupted in an instant. The golden horned rhinoceros roared and charged, shattering the ground and tearing through the air. Perfect timing. Liu's eyes sharpened as the star energy within him surged wildly. Crimson flame body explosion, water escape flash step, mountain splitting fist, shattering peaks. Fire, water, and fist erupted simultaneously. A fiery afterimage exploded on the ground, and Liu's figure instantly vanished, not retreating, but darting out diagonally. At the same time, a punch was launched, striking directly at the side of the golden horned rhinoceros's neck. Bang! Like striking steel, Liu only felt a tremendous force rebound, leaving his entire arm numb. Damn, this hide is way too thick. But, you can guard the front, but can you protect your rear? Liu's figure flickered, instantly circling behind the golden horned rhinoceros. The scarlet lightning spear, wreathed in flames, thrust out furiously. Storm cloud thunder strike. Boom! The spear's glow burst like lightning, fiercely piercing into the golden horned rhinoceros's hind leg muscle. The golden horned rhinoceros roared repeatedly, its forehooves flailing in pain as it charged headfirst into the mountain wall. Rumble! The entire cave was directly smashed and collapsed. Rocks crumbled, and dust filled the air. Liu took the opportunity to dart out, rolling several times upon landing. When he stood up, he was covered in dust and dirt, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Got it, the replication point is mine. Ding! Star Beast traits marked, successfully obtained the qualification to replicate the Golden Radiance Sacred Body. Current replication points, 400/800. Replication not yet possible, still 400 points short. Looks like I'll have to rob a few more people. Liu shook his hand, turned to glance at the golden horned rhinoceros trapped by the landslide, and smiled even more joyfully. Calm down there for a bit, I'll go find some points and come back to play with you. Wait for me, be good. He turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the forest sea, leaving behind the furious, roaring 8th tier golden horned rhino violently smashing into the pile of rubble. Meanwhile, the livestream chat had completely erupted. I just witnessed a Star Beast debt collection scene. Liu, don't worry, I'll take a quick stroll and come back to stab you again. Golden horned rhino, what the hell did I do to deserve this? Can this guy stop stabbing Star Beasts in the butt? Ha ha ha. The romance of King Beep is stabbing from behind and then saying good boy. I declare, Liu will forever be the god of war in my heartbeat god. Liu had already resumed his journey of point harvesting. Clear goals, ruthless methods. In order to replicate SS-level superpowers, he's planning to go big this time. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled, and the blazing crimson flames burned into a streak of fire in the sky. The raging flames surged, almost setting the entire sky ablaze. At that moment, Liu descended like a god from the heavens, surrounded by raging flames, his figure plunging downward from a height of 100 meters. The scarlet lightning spear burst into dazzling flames in his hand, its shaft entwined with thunder and fire, like the sharpest instrument of judgment in all creation. The livestream room instantly erupted. Is he planning to descend from the sky and take on the golden horned rhinoceros head-on? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The fire god, he really is the fire god incarnate. This is insanely cool. The visuals are mind-blowing. I took a screenshot, guys, getting ready to turn it into a poster. This isn't a competition, this is the set of an epic movie. At this moment, on the ground, the golden horned rhinoceros was glaring upward in fury. For the first time, a trace of solemnity appeared in its beastly eyes. eyes. As an 8th tier star beast, its combat instincts are extremely powerful. It could clearly sense that Lu Yu's shot was not an ordinary attack, but a strike filled with all his star energy and willpower. Flames gathered at the tip of the gun. The scarlet electric spear emitted a high-frequency vibrating hum, as if responding to its master's will. Stunning cloud thunder flame falling from the sky. Lu Yu let out a low shout, his entire being transforming into a blazing meteor, crashing fiercely toward the golden-horned rhinoceros's head. The spear's edge thundered in with a roar. The crimson gold spear light struck the base of the golden-horned rhinoceros's horn, flames erupting like a flood, instantly engulfing the entire star beast. The golden-horned rhinoceros roared in pain and fury, its forehooves frantically stomping the ground, causing cracks to spread and star energy to ripple. It shook its head wildly, trying to dislodge the flaming spear embedded in its skull, but Lu Yu had already gripped the spear tightly with both hands, his entire being like a fiery war god nailed to its head. Break for me! Boom! With Lu Yu's roar, the crimson lightning spear erupted in a blaze of intertwined thunder and fire at the base of the golden horn. A faint cracking sound was heard. The golden horn of the golden horned rhinoceros actually developed a crack. The livestream chat went wild. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He actually cracked the horn of the golden horned rhinoceros? What level of power is this? Is this something a human can do? Do you realize he used his body as a ballistic missile? Is this what they call Vulcan's leap, golden horns blooming? At this moment, Lu Yu was also sent flying by the force of the recoil. Bang! He crashed heavily into a giant tree, snapping it in half, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust filled the air, and remnants of flames lingered. Lu Yu lay on the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, but his gaze remained as sharp as a spear. System, scan copy status. Ding! Target star beast, golden horned rhinoceros ability, golden radiant sacred body, SS level unique evolution type. Copy points, satisfied, current points, 820. Proceed with copy? Copy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the ability Golden Radiant Sacred Body, SS level metal element. Golden Radiant Sacred Body passively enhances physical defense, strength, and star energy resistance, and can activate the Golden Radiant Burst state for a short time, increasing explosive power by 300%. Lu Yu opened his eyes and felt the newly infused metal element star energy within him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This wave, a huge profit. On the opposite side, the golden horned rhinoceros had stopped roaring. Its entire head was scorched black by the flames, its horn covered in cracks, the golden glow dimmed. In its eyes, there was finally no struggle, only emptiness and fear. Moo! It let out a faint wail and collapsed with a thud. Bang! The ground shook, mountains trembled, and dust scattered everywhere. Ding! Killed an 8th tier star beast golden horned rhinoceros, gained points plus 10,000. Current points, 15,200. Real-time ranking, first, leading the second place, 11,000 points. The entire internet is buzzing. The live stream is exploding. The host was so excited that he could barely speak. Lu Yu, contestant 0100. He really did it. He actually killed the golden horned rhinoceros. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. He descended from the sky and pierced the star beast's golden horn with a single strike. Who could withstand that? Fire god. He is the fire god. This is the romance of the king of bee, blooming chrysanthemums, flames descending, and a single shot sealing the divine. Lu Yu stood up, dragging the scarlet lightning spear, and walked step by step toward the corpse of the golden horned rhinoceros. He raised his hand and patted the crack on the golden horn, remarking with emotion, "Pretty sturdy, shouldn't be a problem selling it for a good price. Tonight, barbecue with golden horn soup." He looked up at the sky, a corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Where is the next, 9th tier star beast? The flames remain unextinguished, the fighting spirit undiminished. Vulcan not yet out of the scene. A muffled sound emanated from within the golden horned rhinoceros, followed by countless icy rays like sharp arrows, wildly gushing out from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. At that moment, the entire neck of the golden horned rhinoceros seemed to be pierced by thunder, with a surge of cold air erupting from its body like a tide. Moo! A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the heavens and earth as the golden horned rhinoceros writhed in agony, rolling madly on the ground, its hooves plowing deep furrows into the earth. Ice Needle Storm. An SS-level ice ability, originally the innate skill of the frost porcupine, was now brazenly fed into its body by Lu Yu. Erupting from within, it completely bypassed its indestructible golden horn and thick armor-like hide, striking directly at its vital points. The live stream room exploded instantly. Wah! What the heck did I just see? He actually threw the storm ice needle into the golden horned rhinoceros's mouth? I just realized now that ice ball he used earlier wasn't a normal attack, it was the core of the storm ice needle. This is way too brutal. This isn't a fight, it's a civil war. It's internal organ devastation. You think your battle armor is invincible? Sorry, I'll just blow you up from the inside. The host stood frozen in place, his mouth wide enough to fit a goose egg, struggling to speak after a long moment. Contestant number 0100. He hit his SS level ability, Rainstorm Ice Needles, inside an ice ball, and when the golden horned rhinoceros opened its mouth, he forcibly fed it into its body. This kind of tactical thinking is simply a genius, a madman, a mad genius. At this moment on the battlefield, Liu stood firmly, the crimson lightning spear held horizontally in front of him, a calm and confident smile on his face. Aren't you supposed to have thick skin and be impervious to blades and bullets? Such a pity. No matter how sturdy the armor, it can't protect that bit of softness in your stomach. The torrential rain of ice needles is not something you can digest. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out, and from the chest and abdomen of the golden-horned rhinoceros, streaks of icy brilliance suddenly burst forth. The surging ice needles tore through its internal fascia, even piercing straight through its back. Carrying the chilling power of star energy, they froze the very air. It swayed its massive body. The enormous beast staggered a few steps in place, and finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled, and dust filled the air. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Oh my gosh, 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 we won. This move gets full marks from me. Who would have thought you could play like this? Did you all get that? To deal with hard-shelled star beasts, feed them needles. Luyu, I don't play by the rules, I go straight for implosion. Storm ice needle, no matter how well you defend outside, I bloom from within. This isn't the hard clash style, this is the feeding style. At this moment, the system notification sounded in Luyu's mind. Ding! Successfully killed golden horned rhinoceros, tier 8, points plus 10,000. Current points, 25,200. Real-time ranking, first, leading the second place by 20,000 points. Luyu exhaled softly, shook his slightly numb arm, and looked at the massive lifeless corpse on the ground before speaking calmly. Done. This meal was a bit too much. He glanced down at the charred tip of the crimson lightning spear and nodded in satisfaction. Pretty sturdy. Got to give you a golden tip when we get back, as a memento. He walked forward slowly, reached out to pat the lifeless head of the golden-horned rhinoceros, paused for a moment, and suddenly added, "You, in your next life, don't open your mouth so wide." The livestream chat was already in hysterics. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. Luyu, you open your mouth, I attack. You brought this on yourself. Golden-horned rhinoceros cause of death. Its mouth was too big, bearing a power it shouldn't have. I declare, Luyu is the king of verbal prowess in my heart. He is not the god of fire, he is the god of feeding. Meanwhile, across various regions of the Starbeast Zone, countless contestants finally saw the leaderboard update once again. Contestant number 0100 points, 25,200, far ahead of the competition. They only felt a chill down their spines, their hearts trembling. How on earth is this person playing? An 8th tier Starbeast, and he actually killed another one? I don't even dare to mess with a tier 3, and he's already using tier 8 Starbeasts as hot pot base ingredients? Is he even human? This must be a monster, right? At this moment, Luyu was already sitting beside the golden-horned rhinoceros, pulling out a skewer and leisurely continuing his meal. Sigh, fighting is one thing, but you can't skip meals. Today's main course is rhino meat, paired with some ice needle side dishes. Barely acceptable. He took a bite and nodded. Well, still the same phrase. Having a meal is the real business. Flames rise, the will to fight remains. The legend of Luyu continues to burn brightly. The night was as dark as ink, and firelight flickered among the mountains and forests. Luyu sat by the campfire, gnawing on the roasted meat of a golden-horned rhinoceros with a look of satisfaction, smacking his lips leisurely, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were on a picnic outing. He licked his fingers and was about to sprinkle some more seasoning on the meat when a sudden burst of chaotic footsteps and energy fluctuations reached his ears. Ha! He raised an eyebrow, stuck the half-eaten skewer into the ground, and with a swift movement, leaped to the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. In the night, starlight scattered, and amidst the undulating mountains and forests, a petite figure fleeing anxiously came into view. A pink battlesuit, a petite figure, agile steps that seemed somewhat unsteady. Goodness, it really is her. Luyu recognized that figure, the little girl whose water escape ability he had casually copied before. At this moment, she was fleeing with a young boy, pursued closely by 7 or 8 contestants with fierce expressions on their faces. It seemed they had been hunted for some time. So I just finished grilling meat, and now a fresh batch of robbery targets shows up. Luyu's lips curved slightly, and he turned to glide down toward the battlefield. At this moment, the situation in the mountain forest was tense. Run, Xiaoyu, don't worry about me. The young man fought back awkwardly while protecting the pink-clad girl beside him, retreating continuously. Xiaoyu was precisely that petite, sharp-eyed little sister. At this moment, her face was filled with anxiety as she gritted her teeth and said, "No, you saved me once, I won't leave you behind." Truly touching. A sudden sound echoed through the night sky. Everyone was startled and looked warily, only to see a figure approaching like flames riding the wind, a crimson lightning spear in hand. The night breeze lifted his black hair, and he seemed to stride upon starlight. Luyu? Damn, it's number 0100. My god, didn't he just kill the golden-horned rhinoceros? How is he here now? The pursuers' faces instantly changed dramatically, as if they had seen a ghost. And the little sister, Lolita Xiaoyu, had red-rimmed eyes the moment she saw Luyu. Brother Luyu. Oh, you still remember me? Luyu landed with a smile, casually flicking the crimson lightning spear. The spear's tip pointed to the ground, faint sparks flickering, and an inexplicable sense of oppression instantly swept across the entire scene. You said I could come to you if I was in trouble. Xiaoyu bit her lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I remember. Lu Yu nodded, turned to look at the pursuers. So, do you all know what to do? Number 0100, it's just a misunderstanding. We didn't know she was someone you knew. We'll leave right away. Several people stepped back repeatedly in fright, their faces pale. Are you kidding me? This person just took down the 8th tier golden horned rhinoceros, and now they've come here. If they still dare to make a move, isn't that courting death? Lu Yu revealed a gentle smile. A misunderstanding? That can be easily resolved. You guys, hand over your points, and I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Several people. You call this pretending it never happened? Isn't this coercive buying and selling? Looking at Lu Yu's faintly smiling gaze, they ultimately chose to compromise. Smart brain, I concede. Number 0247, points minus 50%. 0310, points minus 50%. One notification sound after another rang out, and Lu Yu's points bar increased once again, and those few people retreated dejectedly, fearing that staying even a second longer would result in Lu Yu casually stabbing them again. Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yu in front of her, her eyes full of complexity. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Lu Yu walked up with a smile, reached out, and ruffled her hair. You're my little sister whose abilities I personally copied. Of course, I have to look out for you. Even raising pigs requires feeding them, doesn't it? Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she softly responded, remember to call for help immediately if you encounter trouble again. Call you? Of course. Lu Yu nodded. Just call out Dad Lu Yu, and I'll be there immediately. Xiaoyu. Her originally rosy cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple, as she stammered for a long time. Dad, you and your nonsense. Lu Yu burst into hearty laughter, turned around, and walked away. Alright, consider this as you owing me one. Treat me to a meal sometime when you're free. I just happened to grill some golden horned rhino meat, couldn't finish it. Want to try some? Xiaoyu froze. You really ate it? Lu Yu naturally nodded. It would be a waste not to eat it. The meat of an 8th tier star beast is very nourishing. As he spoke, he casually handed over a skewer of glossy grilled meat. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment but finally took it and took a small bite, her eyes lighting up instantly. Delicious. Of course, my skill and seasoning are at the level of body refinement stage 7. Lu Yu smiled complacently, turned his head to gaze at the mountain forest that had regained its tranquility under the night sky, his eyes deep and profound. Alright, rest after eating your fill. Tomorrow let's continue taking down the 9th tier. The live stream room is bursting with laughter at this moment. I'm speechless. This is what you call lending a hand? Lu Yu, helping others requires conditions, and even robbery needs sentiment. Lowly sister, I was saved, but it seems I'd become Lu Yu's portable ability bank? I declare, Lu Yu is, after King Bai, the ultimate sister protector in my heart. This move is called Lowly in Trouble. Brother Lu steps in. The flames of war have subsided, and the night is gentle, and Lu Yu's journey has only just begun. The gun strikes like a dragon, entwined with flames and thunderous light. At that moment, heaven and earth seem to stand still. Lu Yu casually flicked the crimson lightning spear in his hand, the tip of the spear directly touching the blade of the man's incoming slash. Clang! The clash of metal was deafening. The next moment, the heavy-backed broadsword, weighing over 100 pounds, suddenly trembled violently in midair, and the entire blade instantly cracked open with a fissure. As for the man himself, his facial expression changed, and he felt an overwhelming force akin to a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging through the blade, causing the star source within his body to become chaotic. Poof! He didn't even have time to react before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a large crater. Hiss! In an instant, the surroundings fell into dead silence. The expressions of the other warriors who were still laughing froze on their faces, as if someone had poured a basin of ice-cold water over their heads. What kind of power is this? He shot once and took down the boss? What kind of joke is this? The boss is at the 6th level of body refining and also possesses supernatural powers. Wait, could this guy really be number 0100? Lu Yu lightly flicked the gun's body, and a flame was thrown toward the ground, instantly devouring the Earth Dragon's power completely, not even leaving a trace of ash behind. I already said I am number 1. You just don't believe it. Must you force my hand? Do you believe it now? Lu Yu's voice was clear and subdued, but to everyone present, it sounded like a thunderous roar, shaking their eardrums to the point of buzzing. The man lay on the ground, his face pale, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, completely dazed. Are you really number 0100? Lu Yu shrugged. Would I even lie to you for fun? Don't check the rankings, don't consult the smart brain, insist on taking a hit personally to believe it. Sigh. He sighed deeply, as if deeply concerned about the intelligence of this world. The live stream room has gone completely crazy. The Bee King has made a move again. I just knew the plot would be like this. Lu Yu, I've already laid my cards on the table and you refused to believe me before. Do you believe me now? This act of showing off is as smooth as water and flows as effortlessly as the wind. I declare. Lu Biwang has once again elevated the showing one's hand style of pretentiousness to new heights. And did you notice? He didn't even use his supernatural powers, just casually fired a shot. I feel embarrassed for those martial artists. The host was already laughing so hard their face was twitching. Friends, this time, contestant Lu Yu has demonstrated a truth with facts. If someone tells you they're number one, please check smart brain first before laughing, because you might not be able to smile. At this moment, Han Yueqing was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Lu Yu, her mind a chaotic mess. This man, is he really the first place? She originally thought that Lu Yu had lied to save her, but unexpectedly, what he said was true. And he's so strong. A trace of shame appeared on her face as she whispered, I'm sorry, I even urged you to leave quickly. Lu Yu smiled, walked over, and gently flicked the hairpin on her head. You're my little sister, whose abilities I personally replicated. Of course, I have to protect you. Besides, once I promise something, Lu Yu, never go back on my word. Cold Moon's delicate cheeks flushed red, even her ears tinged with pink, as she softly replied, Lu Yu turned around, his gaze falling on those warriors who were still standing stunned in place. Alright, stop standing there like an idiot. Smart brain, collect the points. Number 0246, conceded, points minus 50%. Number 0251, forfeited, points minus 50%. Number 0298, forfeited, points minus 50%. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Lu Yu's points bar suddenly surged upward by a large margin. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, today's harvest is quite abundant. Those warriors had faces ashen like death, devoid of even the courage to struggle. They really believed it. Believe completely. Lu Yu, truly the first place on the rankings that leaves everyone in despair. Lu Yu had already clapped his hands, grabbed Han Yueqing's arm, and said with a smile, let's go. You two should stop wandering around aimlessly. There are others behind who want to rob you. I'll treat you to barbecue, golden horn rhinoceros meat, limited supply. Cold Moon Ching and the young man exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock and emotion. Thank you, Lu Yu, Han Yueqing said sincerely. Thank what? Lu Yu waved his hand with a smile, I'm not helping for free. Later, you have to say some good things about me, say that I'm handsome, dashing, incredibly capable, and wise beyond measure. Brother Lu, the young man couldn't help but burst into laughter. I believe you, I really do. You're number one, whatever you say is right. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow triumphantly, turned around, and walked toward the mountain peak illuminated by the firelight, carrying the crimson electric spear on his back. Remember, Lu Yu, number 0100, top of the list. Also, my grilling skills are the best in the entire Federation. The firelight illuminated his tall figure, while the night wind lifted the wicked yet confident smile at the corner of his mouth. The live broadcast room was completely boiling. Lu Biwang, this wave of pretentiousness is god tier. I declare, tonight's Be King is the one and only god in my heart. The top-ranking romance never needs an explanation, it only delivers shockwaves. If you don't eat barbecue today, you're not fit to watch the livestream. Lu Yu, first in points, first in looks, first in Be energy, I'm first in everything. And most importantly, Lu Yu's voice came through again, carrying an undeniable tone of smugness. I am not only the first place, I am also your dad. Everyone, live streaming room, oh no, Be King is at it again. Lu Yu listened to Han Lingyun's words, and the corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Sister? He instinctively glanced at Han Yueqing beside him. Her soft, pinkish little face was now blushing red like a ripe apple, clearly showing that the series of show-off attacks just now had caused quite a psychological impact on her. But that's not the point. The point is she your sister? Are you siblings? Lu Yu's smile instantly froze a bit, and he silently crossed out the fantasy of the young lady has no way to repay from his mind. So you're the sister? Then wasn't all that emotional build-up I just acted out completely wasted? Ha 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 ha, I saw it. King Lu's face froze. I swear, this humble girl has nothing to repay with but herself. Now it can only turn into siblings joining forces in gratitude. This move is called Shrimp and Pig Heart. King Lu fell into the pit he dug himself. Lu Yu, it's not that I don't want to play the hero saving the damsel, it's just that her brother showed up at the worst possible time. I declare, Han Lingyun is the biggest villain of this chapter. Lu Yu forcibly steadied his expression, returning to his usual calm and composed demeanor. Oh, so you're siblings? That's nice, such deep sibling affection. Han Lingyun looked sincere. The fact that we survived is truly thanks to your rescue. You're too kind. You're too kind. Lu Yu waved his hand, though his heart was bleeding. I just happened to take out some bandits, and saved you all in passing. At this moment, Han Yueqing finally regained her composure and gently bowed her head. Thank you, brother Lu Yu. Lu Yu's ears twitched, and his expression instantly became much calmer. Just call me brother. Brother will protect you, and your brother too. Han Lingyun, Han Yueqing. Live room. Lu Biwang reacted so quickly. 1 second he was regretting, the next he immediately took the cue. Lu Yu, although offering myself off is off the table. Gaining his sister isn't a bad deal. This move is called timely course correction. Full marks for emotional self-regulation. Let me just say, this guy's mental fortitude is truly impressive. Lu Yu's mood had mostly stabilized by now. Although he didn't manage to gain a lifelong commitment, he did earn points, established his prestige, and even gained a little sister. No matter how you look at it, it wasn't a loss. By the way, Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Han Lingyun. You too. How many points do you have now? Han Lingyun was taken aback. I scored 1600. She scored 1100. Lu Yu nodded. Alright, a solid foundation. Han Yuqing pressed her lips together, seeming a little embarrassed. We've been teaming up to hunt low-level star beasts before, so we didn't get to accumulate much. It's alright. Lu Yu showed a big brotherly warmth. Follow me from now on. I'll lead you to success. However, he suddenly changed his tone, smiling at the two of them. I have this little habit. People I've saved must pay me a thank you gift. Han Yuqing was startled. Thank you gift? Of course not money. Lu Yu righteously patted the crimson lightning spear. I'm a man of principles. Just give me 50 points each, as a symbolic gesture. Han Lingyun and Han Yuqing exchanged glances, their expressions seeming to say, didn't you just say it was convenient? Convenient is convenient. A thank you gift is a thank you gift. We need to distinguish between the two. Lu Yu said earnestly, in life, we must value relationships, but also follow the rules. In the end, the two admitted defeat helplessly. Contestant number 0247 forfeited automatically, points minus 50, transferred to number 0100. Contestant number 0248 forfeited automatically, points minus 50, transferred to number 0100. Current points for number 0100 32200, points ahead of second place, 25700. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. This is the kind of atmosphere a big family should have. Alright, let's go. The golden horned rhino meat I grilled is still hot. Today, let's have a good feast. Han Yuqing asked softly, is it really edible? Of course it is. Lu Yu said proudly, I am the #1 barbecue master in the entire Federation. Eat this meal of meat and your combat power will soar. The three chatted as they walked toward the mountaintop camp. The night wind brushed gently, and the firelight flickered. A little lowly sister, an honest big brother, and a cheeky king of bickering. This combination looks intriguing no matter how you see it. In the live broadcast room, the comments section was already flooded. Lu Yu, I'm not just the first place, I'm also a person who follows the rules. This move is called charging for rescue, legalizing robbery. I just want to ask, does Lu Yu plan to leave any hope for others with his score? He no longer follows the usual path. He's taking the headhunting plus conveniently recruiting relatives route. And the legend of Lu Yu continues. On the battlefield of the genius competition, more and more people are beginning to realize this year's genius competition is not about competing for first place. It's about competing to see who can survive the longest under Lu Yu's hands. Attention all participants. Due to unknown reasons, the seal at the central area of the Star Beast's territory has loosened. It has been confirmed that 3 9th level Star Beasts have broken through the restrictions and entered the open hunting area. All contestants are advised to stay alert and decide on their own whether to continue the competition. The Federation will not forcibly terminate this genius tournament. This incident will be treated as a temporary S-class trial mission. Those who complete it will earn extra rewards and direct recommendation qualifications from the Federation leadership. The voice thundered throughout the entire Star Beast area, and all contestants heard it almost simultaneously. Lu Yu had just gotten up, intending to stretch his muscles, when he heard this sudden announcement. He blinked, his face full of confusion. A 9th tier Star Beast escaped? And 3 of them? Are you sure this isn't a map change? He glanced at the charred golden horned rhino corpse beneath his feet, then at the collapsed mountain walls around him caused by his fist practice, falling into brief contemplation. Here we go. The plot is accelerating again. 3 9th tier Star Beasts on the loose? Isn't this a death sentence? Oh my. This talent competition is way too exciting. They even released 9th tier Star Beasts? I declare, this isn't a competition, it's a battleground. Wait, everyone, look at Lu Yu's expression quickly. Is he getting excited? In the frame, Lu Yu initially displayed a trace of I've just finished practicing and still want to continue eating laziness, but when he heard the words direct recommendation qualification from the Federation's senior officials, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Federation's senior officials. Sounds like rocket speed access, doesn't it? He flexed his wrist, the power that had just broken through to the 8th level of body refinement surged within him, his blood roiling like molten lava, flowing vigorously. In other words, defeating a 9th tier Star Beast could directly skip multiple assessments and catch the attention of the Federation's top brass? TSK. This move, totally worth it. He gazed at the 3 pillars of light rising in the distance, emanating from the powerful star energy fluctuations released by the 3 9th tier Star Beasts. He licked his lips, his eyes burning with battle intent. Then, let's go big. Target 3 9th tier Star Beasts. Live streaming room. Oh my gosh. Is he really going to fight a level 9? Didn't you say you didn't want to fence? This is clearly preparing to start a battle. Someone stop him. This guy has really lost it. I can't think straight anymore. He just broke through the 8th tier. What the heck is this speed? I haven't even saved enough source crystals to buy one. This is truly the cultivation equals eating and drinking series. The host was so excited at this moment that he spoke rapidly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the rise of a genius. He didn't choose to run, didn't wait for reinforcements, but actively faced the 9th tier star beast head-on. He, Luyu, contestant number 0100, is no longer just an ordinary participant. He will be the brightest new star in the Federation's future. Meanwhile, in the command room, Zhuqi gazed at the boy's silhouette standing against the light on the screen and finally revealed a genuine smile. Do you see it? This is the answer I wanted. Zhuqi, don't misjudge people. The people around him stood in sullen respect, and Lu Yushan was so excited he nearly slammed the table. This kid is amazing. No wonder he's the genius I picked up from Yuanwu City. Lord Zhua, as long as this guy doesn't encounter any mishaps, he'll definitely break your record. Zhuqi smiled silently, simply raising his teacup and taking a delicate sip. Breaking my record isn't important. What's important is, can he survive while killing a 9th tier? If he can, he will be more than just the rising star of the Federation. He will be the pioneer of a new era. At this moment, Liu had already set out on his journey, the crimson lightning spear slung across his back, his figure darting through the mountains and forests like the wind, each step leaving a ripple in its wake. He looked ahead at the 3 beams of starlight shining faintly on the distant horizon and murmured softly, 9th tier star beast, I've arrived. This is no challenge. This is the fire god's mountain patrol. The flames have not died, the battle spirit lingers. Lu Yu's journey is not for first place, but for ascend to the heavens and shatter the stars. In the region of star beasts, danger lurks everywhere. Beneath the sky, 3 star source pillars tower like celestial columns, seemingly heralding the arrival of death. At this moment, in the mountain range closest to those 3 beams of light, a flame quietly burns. Lu Yu sits by the fire, holding a brush in his left hand and a glistening roasted lamb leg in his right, skillfully applying his specially crafted fragrant seasoning sauce. Sizzle. Fat drips into the fire pit, flames leap up, and the aroma spreads everywhere, making one salivate even through the screen. While brushing the meat, he remarked, this goat meat is tender and chewy, much better than that tough old rhino. If only there were some cumin, it would be perfect. Live stream. Isn't now the time to think about survival? How do you still have the mood to mess with seasonings? While everyone else is hiding to save their lives, this guy is studying spice ratios? I truly believe it now. He's not unafraid of death. He literally treats survival as food. This is freaking the doomsday solo chef in the flames. Did you notice his expression? I bet he's really not the least bit flustered. At this moment, the host had also fallen silent. He stared at the serene figure on the screen, still slowly flipping the lamb leg, and was speechless for a long time, until his tongue stumbled. Dear viewers, we are now looking at contestant number 0100 Lu Yu. He doesn't seem to choose to dodge, but rather, is continuing his outdoor barbecue. I no longer know how to comment on that. Command center. Zhuqi stared at Lu Yu on the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This kid is even calmer than I imagined. If it were me at 18, I probably wouldn't dare roast meat and wait for 3 9th tier star beasts to come over. Lu Yushan, standing nearby, couldn't help but grin. Lord Zhua, he really is a freak, and the kind that gets more excited the more dangerous it gets. Look at his expression. He doesn't take 9th tier star beasts seriously at all. Zhuqi nodded, his gaze deep. Hopefully, he truly has the confidence. Star beast zone. Lu Yu gently tore off a piece of meat from the lamb leg, put it in his mouth, chewed twice, and nodded. Indeed, the more dangerous the times, the better you need to eat. If we really can't win later, at least let's have a good meal before we die. However, he looked up at the 3 golden beams of starlight in the distance, a faint smile rising. I think they're more likely to die at my hands. He stood up, stretched his shoulders, his bones crackling as his energy surged. His body seemed like a volcano on the brink of eruption. System. Prepare to release the golden holy light. Ding. Golden holy light is activating. The next moment, a layer of pale golden radiance appeared on the surface of his body, enveloping his entire being, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. That is majesty akin to a king, radiance akin to a deity. Lu Yu gripped the scarlet lightning spear tightly, his gaze icy cold. Since they have released 3 9th tier star beasts, then I'll give them 3 corpses of 9th tier star beasts. Rewards, I want them all. Live stream. Oh my. He's setting out. He's really going to find the 9th rank star beast. This isn't just showing off. This is risking life and limb. Lu Yu, while others are avoiding, I insist on facing it head on. This guy is no longer the king of bleep. He's the god of bleep. I no longer care about the points. I just want to see if he can take down the 9th tier. Meanwhile, other contestants are still frantically avoiding. Some hid in the treetops of dense forests, some crawled into crevices and caves, and some even dug pits to bury themselves. They did not dare to act rashly, even deliberately softening their breaths to avoid attracting the attention of those 9th tier star beasts. Only Luyu, with a single spear and a body bathed in golden light, stepped through flames and starlight, moving against the tide, slowly heading toward the most perilous central area. With one step, the mountains and fields trembled. 2 steps, stellar wave fluctuation. After 3 steps, Luyu's figure had completely vanished into the depths of the night, leaving only one sentence echoing through the mountains and forests. 9th tier star beast, I've arrived. Don't run. At this moment, everyone knows the true hunter and prey will have their roles reversed. The 9th tier star beast, the azure-feathered giant eagle, is attacking. Contestants, please evacuate immediately. The icy prompt tone exploded in the air, accompanied by a deafening echo reverberating across the entire prairie. Luyu originally maintained a proud demeanor of being the heir to my great-grandfather's medical skills, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the sudden system voice, leaving him frozen in place. The next moment, he looked up. High in the sky, a mighty eagle with a wingspan nearing 100 meters spread its wings, blocking out the sun. Its piercing eyes, cold as blades, were firmly locked onto Luyu and Mei Xin below. Seriously? You managed to summon this? Mei Xin's face was deathly pale as she staggered to her feet. The herbs on her leg hadn't dried yet, and the wound throbbed slightly, but she couldn't care less. Didn't you say this area is so remote that it's unlikely to be noticed by 9th rank star beasts? Liu glanced at her, then at the sky, and pursed his lips. I didn't expect this thing to fly so fast either. I had just gone for a short horseback ride when it arrived. Can't you just behave? Mei Xin was furious, wanting to strangle him. It's not that I'm restless, it's just that this horse is too flashy. With its red mane swaying, who wouldn't take a glance at it? Lu Yu explains seriously. For example, you hide among a pile of rocks, but end up exposing a big round bottom. Shut up. Mei Xin blushed as red as a cooked shrimp, glaring at him through gritted teeth. Live streaming room. Oh my god. Ha, Lu Yu, stop talking. If you say more, Mei Xin is going to explode. The big round but part had me laughing from start to finish. The key is his utterly serious demeanor. It's absolutely lethal. Lu Bai Wang's quotes updated again. Battlesuit is too cumbersome. Big round buttocks. Family secret herbal remedy for healing. Wait. Stop laughing. A 9th tier star beast is coming. Yes, this is truly the 9th tier. Not a drill, not a test, it's a real eagle. At this moment, Lu Yu finally became serious. He squinted up at the sky, sensing the aura of the colossal Sanyu eagle drawing near. Its wings were like blades, as the surging force of star energy induced resonance between heaven and earth, forming a swirling storm in the air. TSK, a 9th rank truly lives up to its name. This speed, this imposing aura, if one doesn't have some skills, they'd really be instantly wiped out by its aerial dive. Mei Xin's face turned pale, and her voice trembled slightly. What should we do? Lu Yu turned his head and looked at her. Can you run? My leg still hurts. Mei Xin lowered her head, glanced at the spot where the herbal medicine had just been applied, bit her teeth, and said, I can endure it. Lu Yu shook his head. No, you won't get far. This thing has locked onto you. Its gaze has been fixed on you. Mei Xin was taken aback. Huh? Maybe it's about your butt. Lu Yu nodded earnestly. If you say one more word, I'll jump off the cliff. Lu Yu coughed and composed his expression. Alright, no more jokes. Stay where you are, don't move. I'll handle it. Mei Xin froze. Are you crazy? That's the 9th tier. You just turned 8. Lu Yu smiled faintly, his gaze extraordinarily clear. Whether it's 8 or 9. If it's here, then let it stay. Lu Yu, never afraid of flying. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yu's figure suddenly shot up. The scarlet lightning spear lay across his hand, golden holy light activated, and he seemed like a fire god descending upon the world, his aura overwhelming. Crimson flame body explosion, golden holy light full power release, terrifying cloud spear technique, thunder roars across 9 heavens. Boom! A ray of gunlight interwoven with thunder and fire shot skyward, piercing the heavens. The Sanyu giant eagle let out an angry roar, spread its wings, and swept down a vast array of feather blades, with the power of star origin pouring in like a storm. 2 terrifying forces collided violently in the air, unleashing a massive roar. The entire prairie is trembling. Mei Xin stared blankly at the figure, soaring into the sky like a blazing flame, confronting the colossal eagle without retreat. She muttered to herself, this guy is really crazy. Live streaming room. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Lu Yu is taking on a 9th tier star beast head on. My goodness, this scene is absolutely mind-blowing. He's really going to take on the 9th rank alone. Lu Yu, it's not that I'm not afraid to die, it's just that you're too much of an eyesore. King Beep takes action, 9th level halted. At this moment, inside the command center, Zuichi stared at the screen intently, his gaze burning. Arrived. The true trial officially begins. Lu Yu, let me have a look. How far can you actually go? And on the grassland, the Rapidash had already collapsed to the ground in fright. Mei Xin hugged it, trembling, and looked at the figure streaking across the sky like a meteor, her eyes revealing a peculiar glint for the first time. Can he really win? Above, Lu Yu shouted loudly. Come on, dead bird. Let me show you what it means to combine family medical expertise with ancestral hammering. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly arises, and the world changes color. High above, the mighty azure-feathered eagle had already already plunged to its limit. Its pair of sharp, hook-like black gold talons tore through the air, descending with unparalleled ferocity and wind pressure. The ground instantly shattered into a web-like pattern. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to fall into a lifeless silence in its eyes. What it seeks is not battle, it's domination. It's slaughter. On the ground, Meishin had already closed her eyes. She could feel the oppression from the 9th-tier star beast, making it almost impossible to breathe. This is not something she can counter. But just as she thought she was going to die on this grassland, Meishin, a deep yet clear voice sounded beside my ear. Remember what you said. I do whatever I want to do. As the words fell, the flames exploded with a roar. Luyu wielded the scarlet lightning spear, stamping the ground with a single step, as if the god of fire had descended upon the world. Crimson flame body explosion. Golden holy light ultimate amplification. Jingyun spear technique. Thunder roars across the 9 heavens. Final form. Break the boundary. Lightning and thunder, intertwined with wind and fire. Luyu transformed into a blazing meteor, his spear radiance like a thunder blade fiercely thrusting towards the diving Songyu giant eagle. Come on, dead bird. Boom. In the air, 2 figures collided fiercely. One shot, one claw. Flames clash with wind blades, stardust trembles, as if the heavens and earth are falling apart. Live streaming room. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Going head to head with tier 9. Oh my god. Is Luyu throwing caution to the wind? He actually charged straight ahead? Too intense. Is this really something a human can do? You agreed to one condition for me. That sentence made my blood pressure skyrocket. Damn it. I declare, today Luyu is not only the king of BB but also the king of flirting. For a single sentence, going head to head with a 9th tier. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Command center. Zuichi's gaze hardened, staring intently at the screen. Arrived. This strike will determine whether his talent can truly step onto the path of invincibility. Boom. The sky resounded with deafening explosions as flames and thunderous sparks burst forth. Luyu's scarlet lightning spear accurately struck the most vulnerable spot of the Tsung feather giant eagle during its dive, the gap between the feathers beneath its throat. Ah! A piercingly sharp eagle's cry echoed through the skies. It was a pain that Tsung feather giant eagle had never experienced before. Its figure trembled violently in midair, the diving momentum forcibly interrupted, and its massive body spun sideways through the sky, blood spraying like arrows. Hit! Meishin's eyes snapped open. Seeing the figure burning in the air, her pupils contracted sharply. He really pierced it? Luyu flipped in midair and landed, the flames yet to fade, his whole demeanor akin to a god of war descending from the heavens. He grinned, shaking off the blood from the tip of his spear. I told you, you can fly in the sky, but you want to dive at me? Better ask if the gun in my hand agrees first. Live streaming room. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It really pierced him. Luyu, it's not that you're too strong, it's that your throat is too fragile. This is the king of swag's romance flirting in a second, obliterating 9th order instantly. I declare, Luyu has ascended to godhood today. No matter how this battle turns out, this spear today has already been immortalized in history. In the high skies, the azure feather giant eagle let out an enraged screech. It failed its dive, suffering severe injuries, and its eagle eyes were filled with overwhelming rage. It suddenly flapped its wings, pulling itself upward, and as its wings swept, the air began to distort. It's time to use the innate ability. Luyu's eyes sharpened. Wind wing slash. In the air, the enormous azure feather eagle suddenly flapped its wings. In an instant, countless visible wind blades descended like a rain of knives, densely packed and overwhelming, rushing straight toward Luyu. This is the true power of a 9th tier star beast. Meishin, get down. Luyu roared furiously, his entire body radiating a blinding light. Golden radiance sacred body, full release. Wood healing, activate. Storm needle, preheat. Earth spirit body, defense overlay. The 4 supernatural abilities activated simultaneously. At the moment when the wind blades fell like rain, Luyu stomped the ground and shot upward swiftly. This time, I'll make you understand what it means to do whatever you want. The gun moved like a dragon, fire erupted with thunderous roars, and Luyu soared into the sky once more. This battle has only just begun. The entire Federation had been completely ignited by this battle between the fire god and the 9th level soaring eagle. Luyu had truly reached the starting point of the peak. Meanwhile, Mei Xian stood on the ground, gazing at that warrior-like burning figure, biting her lip, her heart pounding like a drum. This man is just too awesome. But it seems like I don't really dislike him? Her face turned crimson, murmuring softly, if he wins, then I will. Let him do whatever he wants. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, heat waves surging like tides. Luyu's figure exploded like a blazing flame in midair, the crimson thunder spear burning with thunderfire in his hand, its tip aimed directly at the colossal shadow descending from the sky. Didn't you want to launch a sneak attack? Alright, Luyu, not only cook delicious meals but also wield a ferocious spear. Luyu roared furiously, his entire body soaring into the air, covered in golden holy light, intertwined with flames and lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Jingyun spear technique. Thunder roars across the 9 heavens. Final form. Break the boundary. This strike was no longer a mere probe, but an all-out burst of power. Live streaming room. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. Damn, Lu Yu really knows how to eat the meat while keeping an eye on the eagle. The key point is, how is he reacting so fast? Wasn't he just making soup a moment ago? Now he's a war god in an instant? This is the true skill of the MVP king. Just now, Mei Xin was still eating pork legs, and now Lu Yu is facing an eagle's talons. The contrast is too much. Let's just say, the vibe of this genius competition is getting stranger and stranger. In the sky, the sharp eyes of the azure-feathered giant eagle glimmered with ferocity. It hadn't expected that its carefully orchestrated ambush would once again be countered by Lu Yu. Moreover, this time Lu Yu's aura was even more overwhelming than before. As the spear thrust forward, it even carved a blazing fiery streak through the air. Shoo! The scarlet lightning spear, carrying the momentum of thunder and fire, pierced precisely into the left wing of the azure-plumed giant eagle, instantly burning through the wing's defense with a searing flame. Roar! The azure-feathered giant eagle let out a miserable cry, its entire form suddenly losing balance in mid-air. Its massive body slanted across the sky, crashing into the distant mountain wall. Boom! Rocks collapsed, and dust billowed. Lu Yu landed steadily beside Mei Xian, gently clapping his hands, his tone relaxed. Done. Let's continue drinking the soup. Mei Xian was still in shock, holding half a roasted pig leg in her hand, her mind momentarily unable to process what had just happened. You just now, that shot. Pretty handsome, right? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows, smiling smugly. Mei Xin bit her lip, her face slightly flushed. It's okay. She lowered her head and took a bite of the roast, her voice muffled. You can cook, you can fight. What else can you do? Lu Yu smiled and suddenly leaned closer. Me? I know plenty of things. Didn't you already agree to one condition with me? Don't go back on your word after I finish dealing with this bird. Mei Xin's small face turned bright red in an instant. She lowered her head and fiercely gnawed on the meat. I'll keep my word. Live streaming room. I'm shattered. After defeating a 9th level star beast, he can immediately proceed to the flirting storyline. Liu King is simply absurd. How does this guy manage to do it? Seamlessly switching between fighting and flirting? You think you're the king of bleep, but actually you're the lead in a romantic action film. So powerful, not only can he withstand 9 tears, but he can also make the girl blush while eating. Lu Yu, it's not that I'm not nervous, I'm just eating while playing. At this moment, the command center. Zuichi's eyes burned as he stared at the screen, nodding slowly. Third encounter, complete victory. He's no longer being tested. He is enjoying the battle, and he's still simmering the soup. Lu Yushan had a complicated expression on his face and took a long time before squeezing out a sentence. Lord Zua, isn't this kid a bit too frivolous? Zuichi chuckled lightly, but he won. Nowadays, being unconventional and winning is far better than being proper and losing. Star Beast region, on the grassland. Lu Yu sat back down by the campfire, picked up the freshly boiled pot lid, and gently lifted it, releasing a burst of aroma. Alright, the Shanliang pork bone soup is cooked perfectly. He scooped a bowl and handed it to Mei Xin, then took another bowl for himself. Mei Xin took it, sipped lightly, and her eyes lit up instantly. So fragrant. Lu Yu nodded, drinking his soup while looking up at the distant mountain ruins. That bird wouldn't just die like that, would it? That's too fragile. Mei Xin, you just shot through their wing. What more do you want? However, Lu Yu licked the spoon, a playful smile on his face. If it dares to fly back again, then I'll let it know what do whatever you want really means. Live streaming room. B-King quote update. Hot pot with eagle soup flirting through bold moves. Lu Yu, I'm not the god of fire, I'm the chef. I announced that the Genius Contest is officially transformed into the Federation's culinary reality show. Next episode preview. That Sanyu giant eagle is too tough to stew. King Bai teaches you how to roast bird wings. At this moment, that Sanyu giant eagle, which had been blasted away by Lu Yu's shot, was trembling as it hid behind the mountainside, nervously licking its wounds. For the first time, hesitation and fear appeared in its eagle-like eyes. The two-legged creatures on this prairie seem unusual. It seems it really could kill itself. Lu Yu was adding a large piece of meat to the pot, his gaze leisurely. Come on, little bird. Still missing the main course for dinner. The scarlet lightning spear descended like divine retribution, carrying the terrifying star power of intertwined thunder and fire, piercing fiercely into the nerve center of the azure feather giant eagle's spine. Screech! The azure feather giant eagle let out a piercing, mournful screech, so sharp that it sent ripples of sonic booms reverberating through the entire sky. Its wings suddenly trembled violently, and its figure convulsed fiercely in midair, almost losing control and plummeting. But beneath it a human figure clung tightly to its back, feet firmly gripping the gaps between its feathers, one hand holding the gun handle, while the other delivered a fierce punch to its back. Letting you disturb me while I cook. How dare you interrupt me flirting with girls? Making you screech day after day, screech your lungs out, screech. Lu Yu roared while delivering the finishing blow, his stance resembling an irate chef scolding a sparrow caught stealing vegetables. Live streaming room. Oh my, I can't believe it. Is this guy really going to stab the skyfeather giant eagle to death in midair? Is he crazy? This isn't a battle. This is slaughter. I now feel that it's not the azure feather giant eagle hunting Lu Yu, but rather Lu Yu hunting for high-altitude game. Did you notice his mouth shape? He was just complaining about how annoyingly loud the eagle's screeching was. If I were this eagle, I'd want to curse too. I haven't even killed anyone yet, and you're already itching to turn me into barbecue. Lu Biwang, you disturb me while I'm eating, and still want to leave alive? Impossible. High above, the azure-feathered giant eagle was utterly enraged. The star energy within it surged wildly, and hundreds of wind blades condensed on its eagle wings, roaring like a blade formation straight toward Lu Yu on its back. You've enraged me. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The voice of the Tsanyu giant eagle was no longer as clear as that of a human, carrying an uncontrolled anger and ferocity. But Lu Yu grinned, his eyes filled with madness and mischief. Finally understand human speech? Alright, now it's my turn to speak. Wind wing slash. From Lu Yu's body, star energy of the wind element surged forth. At the moment of earlier contact, he had already copied the SS-level wind-based ability of the azure-feathered giant eagle wind wing slash. But his version is an enhanced upgrade reinforced by the system, accompanied by short-term wind control ability. In the next second, an even sharper and more solid wind blade took shape in his hand, resembling a transparent light blade, slashing horizontally. Swipe, screech. The left wing of the Tsanyu giant eagle was forcibly sliced in half by this wind blade. Blood gushed like a waterfall, pouring down from the sky. It finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its massive form began to tremble violently, its flight trajectory veered sharply, and it even started plummeting rapidly. You can also use wind wing slash? It widened its eagle eyes, filled with disbelief and horror. Didn't you tell me to strike you? Lu Yu squinted playfully and grinned. Well, I'm just returning the favor. Moreover, mine is the advanced version, with wing trimming service included. Satisfied? The azure-feathered giant eagle had completely lost its mind, frantically flapping its wings, but its left wing was damaged and unable to maintain balance. It begins to spiral downward. Lu Yu steadied himself on a relatively flat wound on its back, pulled out the scarlet lightning spear with both hands, and leaped fiercely. Wind wing flow control gliding mode. Two wind blades unfolded behind him, transforming into wind wings. His entire figure descended gracefully in mid-air like a glider, exuding elegance. During the descent, he even had time to glance back at the massive figure tumbling and struggling in mid-air. Remember, don't make me cook next time. And also, cover yourself completely with salt, chile, and cumin, then come find me. The next moment, the azure-feathered giant eagle crashed heavily onto the mountain at the edge of the grassland, causing a landslide and earth-shattering impact, with dust billowing everywhere. Lu Yu landed gracefully, firmly stepping onto a rock. The wind wings slowly dissipated, and his robe fluttered with a rustling sound, resembling a deity descending to the mortal world. Live streaming room. Even fantasy novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Facing off against a 9th level opponent in the air and even cut off their wings? Gliding to the ground and still trash-talking? I declare that Lu Yu is not only the king of B, but also the god of war, the divine chef, and the master of verbal jutsu. He is the true do-whatever-you-want kind of man. The script for this year's Genius competition has been completely rewritten by him. In the command center, Zuoqi finally revealed an unprecedented smile on his face. Success! This guy actually slaughtered a 9th-tier star beast, and it's at high altitude. Above the grasslands, Nation stared blankly as Lu Yu gracefully descended, holding the scarlet lightning spear, his body still exuding lingering battle spirit. Her expression was complex, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Lu Yu smiled, walked up to her, and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I know what you want to say. I also want to eat roasted eagle leg. Let's go, try something different tonight. Do you think it's better to make soup or roast wings? Mei Xin. She suddenly understood. Lu Yu, this guy, truly doesn't act like a decent person. But oddly enough, she wasn't disliked at all. Genius Competition Day 10. Contestant number 0100 Lu Yu killed a 9th-tier star beast azure feather giant eagle. Points plus 30,000. Current ranking, first. Leading the second place, nearly 50,000 points. Throughout the Federation, there is no one who doesn't know King by Lu Yu. The moment Lu Yu landed, the wind wings gently folded, his robe fluttering with a rustling sound, resembling a divine warrior returning to his place, with the residual starlight energy around him still surging restlessly. He patted the dust off his body, looked up at the blood mist in the sky that had not yet completely dissipated, and casually uttered two words: appetizing. Mei Xin, who was standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. It took her a long time to recover, and she stammered, You really killed it? Or what did you think I went up there for, plucking feathers? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, his expression as arrogant as ever with a hint of innocence. In his hand, the crimson lightning spear still dripped with warm blood, its tip falling to the ground with a sizzling sound, as if to remind the world, this is not the end, this is the beginning of the hunt. Previously, I said I would roast eagle wings, so I can't go back on my word. Lu Yu spoke as he took out a sharp boning knife from the storage device and briskly walked toward the corpse of the giant azure-feathered eagle. Mei Xin, live streaming room. Lu Bai Wang. For others, battling the 9th level is a fight for survival. For me, it's just preparing ingredients. I would call him the star beast hunting master and wilderness cooking champion. You think this is a great battle? No, this is just the appetizer for tonight's dinner. 47,100 points, I'm completely blown away. In a competition of this difficulty, this guy managed to bring a sense of life to it. In various areas of the Star Beast region, all remaining contestants who have not withdrawn are already overwhelmed at this moment. Do you think this competition is still necessary to continue? Others are already killing tier 9, while we're still hiding from tier 3. I just spent half a day climbing a tree to avoid a 5th tier Star Beast, you know? Then when I came down, I found out he had taken down a 9th tier one. What do you think I'm after? Just trying to stay alive, I guess. The person next to him shrugged. After all, he's the only one who can live like the protagonist now. At this moment, however, the atmosphere in the command center was entirely different. Zuoqi stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with deep admiration and anticipation. Peak of the 8th level of body refinement, sweeping through the 9th tier. Body techniques, abilities, martial skills, combat awareness, character, all are top-notch. This kid, if given a few more years, might not even need to reach the transcendent realm to dominate the entire young generation across the star domain. Lu Yushan nodded along, visibly excited. Lord Zua, you're absolutely right. I just knew it. When I brought him back from Yuanwu City, my judgment was spot on. Look at his current performance, he's even 3 points fiercer than you were back then. Zuoqi smiled without saying a word, but his gaze grew even more profound. However, his next test has only just begun. The other 2 9th tier star beasts have already been mobilized, and their target is him as well. This is not a coincidence, it's deliberate. Lu Yushan's gaze sharpened. Is it that one, the mountain-moving realm star beast? Very likely. Zuoqi sneered coldly. It's been scheming all along, dreaming of breaking free from its seal. Now it's using the talent competition to draw human attention, even taking the opportunity to test the true potential of humanity's geniuses, attempting to eliminate them prematurely. And Lu Yu is the greatest threat in its eyes. So, it made its move. It's just that Zuoqi paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I'm afraid it underestimated this kid's trump card. I'd like to see if, with 2 9th tier beasts coming at him together, he can still carve out another bloody path. At this moment, Liu was cutting the hawk's wings while humming a tune, occasionally turning back to ask Mei Xin, do you prefer it dry or tender? I'll prepare these wings half-grilled, half-slow cooked. Mei Xin. She watched as the massive corpse of the azure-feathered giant eagle was disassembled by Lu Yu as if he were handling ingredients, and couldn't help but mutter to herself, is he a warrior or a chef? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled, neither. I am a hunter. And also, a fate hunter. Live streaming room. I declare, Lu Yu, this is not a genius competition, this is Star Beast Culinary King. Just finished killing a 9th tier beast, now preparing to eat eagle wings 2 ways. How many lives does this guy have to be so reckless? Look at the latest news, 2 9th level star beasts are heading towards his location. Stop joking, he just killed one and now has to deal with 2 more? If he kills 2 more, I'll do a live stream eating hot pot while standing on my head. At this moment, Liu seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up toward the distant horizon. At that moment, his gaze turned colder than ever before. They're here. Next, it's time to see if you 2 star beasts want to die quickly or slowly. He gave the crimson lightning spear a light flick, igniting the campfire as the eagle meat sizzled. Only by eating your fill will you have the strength to kill the next one. Tonight, killing shall begin again. Lu Yu is ready. Beneath the firmament, 2 waves of destructive stellar energy are sweeping through like a storm. The new hunt has begun. Attention, contestants. 2 9th level star beasts are moving towards the southeastern plains area. The sudden announcement caused Lu Yu, who was just about to sit by the fire and eat, to slightly raise his head. His movements while handling the wing of the Tsung feather giant eagle paused for a moment. The smile on Mei Xian's face froze somewhat. Again? She widened her eyes. You just finished dealing with 1 9th level beast. Lu Yu sighed, but his expression didn't change much. He leisurely chopped the eagle wing into 2 halves, picked out the blood tendons and membranes. Under the firelight, his gaze was as clear as water. I just want to have a peaceful meal, but this group of star beasts insists on causing trouble. Can't they let people live? You're not even a little nervous? Mei Xian's captivating eyes were filled with surprise. Those are 2 9th tier beasts. You're not scared? Lu Yu heard this, looked up at her, and suddenly grinned. Scared? Of course I'm scared. I'm scared the soup won't be ready before the meat gets cold. Mei Xin, the live stream room has exploded with excitement. Oh my gosh, is this even something a human would say? While others would flee at the mere mention of a 9th tier star beast approaching, Lu Yu is worried about whether the soup is properly stewed. I declare, this isn't just a king of wit. wit, this is the god of food. Afraid? I'm afraid the soup will get cold already. Marked as the quote of the year. You can always trust Lu Biwang's art of trash talking. The key is, he's genuinely not flustered. He just broke through to the 9th level of body refinement, and now he's about to face off against 2 9th rank opponents? Meanwhile, in the command center, when Zhuo Qi saw this system notification, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. It really moved. It seems that the mountain-moving realm star beast is behind this, trying to take this opportunity to eliminate Lu Yu early. Lu Yushan frowned and asked, Lord Zhuo, should we intervene? Zhuo Qi slowly shook his head. No hurry. Lu Yu has just broken through to the 9th stage of body refinement. His aura is still unstable, but with his talent and condition, he's more than capable of handling a tough battle. The premise is that those 2 9th tier opponents don't join forces. If they join forces, Zhuo Qi's gaze slightly tensed, then it would truly be a life and death situation. Meanwhile, in the sky above the grassland, Lu Yu calmly placed the chopped wings over the fire to roast. The scorching flames turned the eagle wings golden and crispy, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Mei Xin almost started drooling and asked hesitantly, so, are we still eating? Lu Yu nodded seriously. Of course, we're eating. If we don't even dare to eat, how are we supposed to challenge the 9th tier? This is called a pre-battle warm-up, also a pre-battle sense of ritual. You don't understand. Mei Xin. She suddenly felt that the figure of the young man before her seemed so unreal in the firelight. He had just slain a 9th tier beast, had just broken through a realm, had just sat down to make stew, and now he had to face 2 9th tier star beasts. Yet his expression, from beginning to end, showed little fluctuation, as if all of this were just an ordinary part of life. And at this moment, she truly understood for the first time. This man is not just powerful, he is mad, but it somehow makes people feel at ease. Live streaming room. I really can't keep up with this guy's worldview now. You don't even dare to eat, so how can you aim for tier 9? Noted. This match is no longer about who's stronger, but about who dares to eat. I declare that now all contestants are NPCs, and only Lu Yu is the player. He's not participating in a competition, he's live streaming how to start an outdoor cooking show in desperate situations. The aroma of eagle wings grew stronger, the exterior crispy, with juices overflowing. Lu Yu tore off a piece and handed it to Mei Xin. Here, while it's still hot. Mei Xin took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. So delicious it makes me wanna cry. Then eat more, Lu Yu said with a smile, but his gaze shifted to the distance. His expression gradually turned cold. Eat your fill, so you have the strength to kill. This meal is prepared for you. Come on, 2 9th tier beasts. I, Lu Yu, am full. Just waiting for you to deliver the next course. The flames of war have not ceased, the eagle's blood has not dried, and Lu Yu is already prepared to embrace the next hunt. However, this time, it's a double serving of the main course. On the plains, the wind whistled and roared. Lu Yu stood beside the corpse of the Tsunyu giant eagle, his gaze calm as he looked at the 2 hulking creatures approaching from a distance. Thunder lion, giant spirit python. A streak of lightning flashed across the sky, as if heralding the prelude to the imminent battle. At this moment, beside Lu Yu, Mei Xin clung tightly to his arm. Her small face was slightly pale with tension, yet her bright eyes remained fixed on him, as if desperately seeking a sense of security. Lu Yu, what do we do now? Her voice trembled, yet she didn't take a single step back. Lu Yu glanced down at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and gently patted her little head. Don't be afraid. I told you, I can handle this. These 2 beasts, today it's either me. It's just their death. His tone was calm, as if merely discussing the doneness of a meal. Mei Xin. But at this moment, Lu Yu's heart was surging with passion. 2 9th tier beasts have arrived. Perfect timing. I just had a breakthrough, and my fists are itching for action. System, prepare to replicate. Target star beast detected. Thunder roar lion, possesses SS-level lightning talent. Thunder scar judgment, can be replicated. Consume 300 replication points. Copy. Replication successful. Current ability list updated. Target star beast detected. Giant spirit python, possesses incomplete bloodline of the 7-colored python, can be copied. Consume 500 copy points to copy. Lu Yu was taken aback. The bloodline costs 500? Special bloodline with high copying difficulty and great benefits. Proceed with copying? Lu Yu grinned. Since I'm already here, not copying would be letting this storyline down. Copy. Copy successful. Current bloodline list updated. 7-colored giant python residual blood. Awakening possible. Live streaming room. Oh my gosh. Lu Yu directly copied the talents and bloodlines of 2 star beasts? This move is called You Come to Die. I come to collect the loot. The king of Beep is becoming less and less human. Now he can even copy bloodlines? He now possesses 7 or 8 different abilities, along with bloodline enhancement. This isn't a battle, it's a one-sided gene harvesting war. Lu Yu looked at the 2 newly added abilities on the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. Thunder Mark Judgment, SS-level lightning element, paired with the Scarlet Electric Spear, delivers explosive output. The Rainbow Python's residual blood. Although it's residual, it's still an ancient leader-level bloodline. After awakening, could it possibly transform into a python form? Just thinking about it is thrilling. Lu Yu touched his his chin, then suddenly looked at Mei Xin and smiled. Wait for me a moment, I'm going to stretch my muscles. You're going up alone? Then what else? Should I wait for them to cook soup for us together? Mei Xin, you really dare to say that? At this moment, the thunder-roaring lion let out an earth-shattering roar, as a streak of lightning erupted from its body, shooting straight into the sky. The giant spirit python also abruptly raised its head, its massive body twisting and coiling like a mountain range, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The two-star beasts locked onto Lu Yu almost simultaneously. Target confirmed, human, Lu Yu. The thunder-roaring lion spoke, its voice like thunder, with a ferocious expression. Kill. Boom. The earth trembled and mountains shook. They moved. The thunder-roaring lion charged toward Lu Yu like a bolt of lightning at extreme speed. The giant spirit python slithered across the ground, its body rising and falling, causing the earth to crack with every coil. Lu Yu took a deep breath, stomped his foot, and the ground shattered. Perfect timing. Perfect. Let's deal with you all at once. Saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Today, I'll let you understand what it truly means to. Soft friction. Boom. His figure shot forward explosively, enhanced by both lightning and flames, enveloped entirely in golden holy light, with wind wing / activated, reaching the pinnacle of speed. One person, facing two 9th tier star beasts, advances against the tide. Live streaming room. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. Lu Yu faces double 9th tier. Holy crap, he's really not running? This isn't fleeing, this is fighting. Facing them head on. No one in the history of the entire Blue Star has ever achieved this. Lu Yu is crazy, but he's also incredible. This isn't just a genius of the human race, this is the chosen one of the human race. Meanwhile, in the command center, Zuoqi stared intently at the screen, his expression solemn. This battle will determine whether Lu Yu can truly reach the pinnacle. It will also decide the hope of Blue Star for the next 10 years. Thunder roar lion. Lu Yu shouted furiously, and the scarlet lightning spear surged with thunder as he fiercely struck forward. Start with you. You're the first. The miserable roar of the thunder-roaring lion echoed across the entire plain. Roar Aya. My tail. You actually dared to bite my tail. It roared furiously, its massive body rolling madly on the ground, lightning exploding, tearing the earth apart, and raising large patches of scorched soil. Beneath it, a human figure was casually clapping his hands, wearing an innocent smile that said, "What did I do? I know nothing." Lu Yu. Not only did he ambush the thunder lion, but he also deliberately targeted the most shameful, most intolerable spot right at the base of its tail. With a single bite, flame scorched, lightning scattered wildly. The dignity of the thunder-roaring lion was completely shattered into thunder debris. Live streaming room. Oh my god. Lu Yu's move is truly ruthless. He actually ambushed the thunder-roaring lion's tail? Tell me, is that brutal or not? This is not an ambush. This is straight up a personal insult. Thunder-roaring lion, I'd rather you stab my heart than bite my tail. What an outrage. This time, Lu Yu really went for it. I declare, this is no longer the king of bleeps, this is the bite king, the strongest pup on the planet. Mei Xin was dumbfounded even from a distance, her small mouth agape, the whole person seemingly frozen in place. Did he just bite the tail of the thunder-roaring lion? Not an illusion? Not special effects? Is this guy a human or a dog? Meanwhile, Lu Yu himself was stretching his neck, with a face that seemed to say, this is just an appetizer. Didn't you look down on me? Didn't you say I was food in your mouth? Now it's your turn to become food in my mouth. The thunder-roaring lion was so furious that lightning exploded all over its body, its fur flipping upwards from the blast, and its eyes almost spewing fire. Humans, you seek death. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, his smile growing even brighter. You've said that 3 times already, why don't you come at me? Come and chop me down? Aren't you a lion? Aren't you thunder? Aren't you here to make me your prey? Come on, open your mouth. Come on, bite me then. Come on. I can endure but she can't. Today, I'll show you what the ultimate form of human verbal sparring looks like. After finishing his words, he suddenly stomped the ground, the crimson lightning spear entwined with thunder and fire, and a spear light shot straight at the thunder-roaring lion's chest. Boom! The thunder-roaring lion let out an angry roar, raised its front claws, and transformed the lightning into giant claws, slamming down towards Lu Yu. Thunder-scarred judgment. A pillar of lightning descended from the sky, blasting straight at Lu Yu. But Lu Yu was already prepared. Activating Wind Wing Slash, his figure instantly transformed into a gust, slipping out of the attack range like lightning and creating distance again. Is that it? Your lightning-marked judgment looks pretty intimidating, but it's really just mediocre. Do you want to release it again? I can stand still and let you hit me. Come on. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you a lion? You're just a sick cat, aren't you? The thunder-roaring lion was about to go crazy. This human is even crazier than a lunatic. Not only did he launch a sneak attack on its most shameful part, but he also kept spewing trash talk, not giving it a chance to catch its breath. Meanwhile, the towering python watched in stunned silence, a hint of shock flashing in its eyes. This human, why does he feel more like a star beast than us? Is it an illusion? Did I see him grinding his teeth? Did he really bite the thunder lion's tail? Crazy. Live streaming room. I'm truly impressed. Lu Yu's triple verbal attack plus triple sneak attack directly broke through the Thunder Lion's defenses. Lu Yu, you want to bite me? I'll bite you first. This isn't a fight, it's a humiliating one-on-one duel. The Thunderclap Lion's thoughts at this moment are probably, I've never felt so aggrieved in my entire life. Not only does he hit you, but he also insults you, bites you, and makes you willingly call for more hits. I declare, Lu Biwang has officially unlocked a new title, the Lion Tail Terminator. At this moment, Lu Yu put away his smile, his expression becoming somewhat more serious. He knew that although the Thunder Lion was furious to the point of exploding right now, the more enraged it became, the stronger its combat prowess would be. The real battle has only just begun. He whispered, the probing is over, it's time to get serious. Phase 2 begin the fight. In the next moment, Lu Yu stepped onto the wind wings, flames blazing, lightning coiling around him. His entire being turned into a blazing star, charging straight toward the heart of the Thunder Roar Lion. Thunder Lion, today, if you don't kneel down and call me dad, I'll use your tail as a belt and whip you for 3 days. The Thunder Lion roared furiously. The battle erupts again, and in the live stream room, everyone went wild, because they knew, this is Lu Yu's battlefield. His battle is not just with fists and guns, but also with words and spirit. Lu Yu officially begins. Verbal Jutsu, humiliation style, complete form. The roar of the Thunder Lion quivered, its mangled right front paw completely numb, with jagged bone stumps exposed and blood dripping along its fur onto the charred grass, sending forth waves of hot, bloody mist. It stared at Lu Yu in disbelief, and for the first time fear appeared in its eyes. This human, clearly only at the 9th level of body refinement, yet the power of that punch was entirely beyond what the 9th level of body refinement should possess. Even its 9th grade star beast's physical body couldn't withstand it. You ask me what level? Lu Yu chuckled softly, the crimson lightning spear still embedded in the ground, untouched. He raised his fist, with distinct knuckles where faint traces of lightning and flames intertwined, as if the resonance of that punch still lingered. Level 9 physical refinement. As for you, Lu Yu's gaze sharpened, his foot stomped the ground, causing it to crack, and his figure instantly closed in to less than 5 meters from the thunder-roaring lion. You are nothing but pulp under my fists. Boom! The second punch, before the Thunder Roar Lion could react, had already smashed fiercely onto its shoulder. The Thunder Roar Lion's entire front limb cracked with a snap, and its massive body was blasted sideways, crashing into a giant rock behind it. The rock shattered and scattered, and the Thunder Roar Lion spewed a large mouthful of blood. In the roar, its majesty is no longer intact. Live streaming room. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Lu Yu is insanely powerful. Didn't even use a gun for the second punch, and the Thunder Lion got blasted away? What happened to the weapon advantage? He's not relying on weapons at all. With this fist, I dare say, no one below the mountain-moving realm can take it head-on. This isn't just the 9th level of body refinement. This is clearly a mutated master-level physique. Thunder Roaring Lion, I think I'm starting to understand the look in Skyfeather Giant Eagle's eyes back then. I hereby declare, Lu Yu officially ascends as the dual title holder of Fist King Bleep King. Mei Xin watched Lu Yu's figure from afar, her lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Strong, unbelievably strong. One punch shattered the forepaw of a 9th-tier star beast, and then another punch blasted it away. This was nothing like the Lu Yu she remembered, who was always flirting and joking around. This was clearly a war god wearing human skin. But at this moment, Lu Yu no longer made a move. He slowly approached the thunder-roaring lion, his dispassionate gaze overlooking its already trembling body. Didn't you just say you wanted to make me your food? Didn't you say that in a physical fight I would surely die? And now, try laughing again, I dare you? Thunder Roar Lion gritted its teeth, its body exploding with flashes of lightning as it struggled to rise. But Lu Yu stomped down hard, directly on its fractured shoulder. Roar! Thunder Roar Lion let out a miserable howl, its eyes filled with humiliation and pain. Lu Yu lowered his head, a faint smile on his face. Didn't you say I am food? Now I'll tell you, I am the chef. You are tonight's roasted Thunder Lion rib. At the moment these words fell, the gaze of the Thunder Lion finally completely shattered. Not far away, the giant spirit python stared at the human in the radiant flames, its whole body frozen in place, slowly retracting its tongue. It suddenly realized that it had just been laughing as well, still laughing particularly loudly. If Lu Yu hears this, it suddenly shuddered, its snake scales standing up. Not to mention anything else, just now the tail of the Thunder Lion. It no longer even dares to move its snake tail. Live streaming room, laughed to tears, ha ha ha. Lu Yu, you dare laugh? Laugh one more time, and I'll slice it off. Thunder Lion, I get it, I really get it now. Stop hitting me, I surrender, alright? Giant Python probably doesn't even dare to make a sound now, just in case Lu Yu says next, you laugh too. I swear, this kind of oppressive aura, this kind of rhythm control. Lu Yu is no longer just a genius, he's the master of the battlefield. Lu Yu raised his head, looked at the giant spirit python, and grinned. Were you just now also laughing? The giant spirit python's body trembled, and it immediately shook its head like a rattledrum. No, I was having a cramp just now. Really? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Wow, got a cramp, huh? Let me help you relax. With that, he slowly raised his fist. The next battle warming up begins. Thunder Roaring Lion has knelt. Giant Spirit Python, ready to take the baton. The Thunder Roaring Lion's gaze finally solidified completely amidst a thunderous strike. The blazing white lightning scorched its massive body into charred blackness, wisps of bluish smoke rising from its fur, and the air was filled with a peculiar aroma of burnt hair. And Luyu was sitting on its head, propping his chin with one hand, while holding a tuft of freshly plucked lion fur in the other, innocently staring at its gradually dimming pupils. I told you not to swing recklessly. You couldn't hit me no matter how hard you tried, but you sure hit yourself pretty accurately. Now, you can't blame me for this. Live streaming room. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. That lightning just now wasn't caused by the Thunder Roar Lion? Wow, turns out it was Luyu playing him all along. Thunder Roar Lion, I thought I was the one controlling the thunder, but it turns out I'm the one being controlled. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. The Thunder Roar Lion's ability ended up becoming Luyu's reverse divine punishment. I declare, Luby Wong has officially unlocked a new title for Skinner. The line, "How do you have my power?" from Thunder Roar Lion before its death was truly the most lethal line of the entire scene. Humans, why do you? Also, my ability. The roar of the Thunder Roaring Lion weakened to the extreme, and its eyes were filled with confusion and unwillingness. It wasn't until the final moment of its life that it finally realized it had been played from start to finish. That thundercloud was not summoned by it. That divine punishment was not under its control, but it belongs to Luyu. I've fallen for your trick. You humans are too deceitful. Before it could finish speaking, the Thunder Roar Lion's head finally crashed heavily to the ground, its breath ceased, and life was no more. Die without closing one's eyes. Luyu slowly stood up, jumped off its head, patted his backside, and sighed with a shrug. What can I say? You just had to be stubborn. I was already sitting on your head, and you still wouldn't admit defeat. Now it's settled, even the skin needs to be stripped. As soon as Luyu finished speaking, he pulled a sharp skinning knife from his storage ring and skillfully began processing the corpse of the Thunder Roaring Lion. Lion's skin is still quite valuable smooth fur, imbued with lightning attributes. It would make a decent cape. As for the meat, he licked his lips and looked at the distant campfire. Roasted lion ribs should taste better than eagle wings, right? Live streaming room. What the heck? Just finished the kill and now you're preparing ingredients? Is this a war god or a master chef? Thunder Lion, my death is not in vain. I died in his mouth, not by his gun. Luyu, you are a lion, but you are even more so dinner. I declare, the genius competition is no longer a competition. It has become the Federation's top gourmet reality show. Next dish, lion meat stewed with snake soup. Not far away, the giant python stared at the lifeless body of the Thunder Lion, its entire body frozen stiff. It's genuinely too scared to move now. This human can even toy with a Thunder Roar Lion to death? Did I just laugh as well? Am I also going to be chopped up? It instinctively retracted its long tongue and then nervously shrank back. Luyu was carrying a whole slab of lion ribs at the moment. He walked to the bonfire and casually said, "Hey, tongue bro." The giant spirit python jolted in surprise. Here. Tonight, we're grilling lion meat. Want to take a bite? I can share some rib meat with you. Luyu smiled brightly, his tone very affectionate. Giant spirit python. No, enjoy your meal. I'm not hungry. I've been fasting these past few days. Luyu nodded, then turned back to chopping the meat, muttering to himself. The meat of the thunder type is indeed firm. It's better grilled or roasted than in soup. By the way, I also really want to try snake soup. Tell me, do your bones make a good broth? Giant spirit python. It turned around on the spot, its snake-like body twisting and winding, and unexpectedly darted off into the distance without any warning. It ran away. It's making a break for it. It doesn't want to be the next dish. Luyu looked up, squinting as he watched the massive snake body frantically fleeing through the jungle, a faint smirk on his lips. Run? Can you outrun me? System, prepare to replicate the bloodline. Tonight, I want to see if rainbow snake steak is as delicious as it sounds. Congratulations to contestant 0100 for successfully slaying 2 9th level star beasts. The genius competition has ended early. As soon as the mechanical voice of the AI sounded, the entire battlefield, the entire livestream room, the entire command center, and even all major bases on Blue Star fell into instant silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! The next moment, the livestream room exploded. It's over? Over already? What the heck? Heck. It's only been a few days, and Luyu has already cleared the genius competition solo? It used to be about grinding and leveling up, now it's just about beating the final boss and wrapping it up. He even took down 2 9th rank star beasts. Who can even compete with that? This isn't a selection tournament, it's Luyu's solo dungeon run. I declare, Luyu is not the champion. He's the dungeon terminator. And at this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Luyu is pinning manhwaedit down, and the posture seems a little off. He lowered his head, his face just a fist away from hers, both hands braced at her sides. The sunlight poured down, illuminating his sharply defined handsome features. Manhwaedit's delicate face turned red enough to cook an egg, her hands in instinctively clutching Lu Yu's hem, breathing rapidly. You, what are you doing? Her voice trembled, her gaze frantic, with even the tips of her ears flushed red. Lu Yu heard the voice of the intelligent brain, paused for a moment, then lightly cleared his throat, slowly straightened up, and clapped his hands. Ah, the game is over, so forget it. Mei Xin. The live stream audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Liu King was just about to elevate the emotions after a heroic rescue, but the AI's one sentence completely ruined the mood. Lu Yu, it's not that I don't want to kiss, but the game is over, so I have no reason to kiss. Mei Xin, it's not that I'm stopping you, it's that you have impeccable timing. I declare, the title of this chapter must be, It's Not the Kiss We've Missed, but Lifelong Happiness. Meanwhile, at the command center, Zuichi suddenly stood up, glaring at the screen intensely. In the next moment, he slammed his fist onto the table. Good kid. When he strikes, it's earth-shattering. This is no genius. This is a prodigy. A monster. A once-in-a-millennium great talent for our human race. Lu Yushan, standing nearby, was so excited his eyes turned red. Lord Zua, didn't I say this lad is extraordinary? Zuichi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. Notify Lord Yen. Lu Yu deserves special attention, classified under S-level talent confidential records, granted special cultivation privileges. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lu Yu had calmly put away the scarlet thunder spear, brushed off the dust from his hands, and smiled at Mei Xin. Let's go home. Mei Xin bit her lip, lowered her head, and remained silent. Do you think I'm a bit of a scoundrel? Lu Yu deliberately leaned closer, mischievously smiling. Mei Xin looked up and gently pushed him away. Do you have no shame? No, rogue. You're right, I am a scoundrel. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you know why? Mei Xin? Lu Yu leaned closer, laughing softly by her ear. Because I'm only shameless with you. Mei Xin, I regret not letting you kiss me just now. Live streaming room. I declare, Lu Yu is not only the king of wit, the god of war, the master chef, and the grandmaster of persuasion. He is also a seasoned veteran in the game of love. Mei Xin has completely fallen for him. This isn't love, it's unconditional surrender. Lu Yu, fighting monsters is just a side job. Flirting is the real main business. The camera pulls back. The corpse of the thunder lion is still emitting green smoke, while the body of the giant spirit python has been neatly processed eagle wings, lion ribs, snake soup, steaming hot. As for Lu Yu, holding Mei Xian's hand, he walks on the road of a glorious return. Behind him lies a ground full of skeletons, the finale of the genius tournament. In front of him stood the spotlight of all, the return of the king. He whispered softly, Mei Xin. Do you believe that one day everyone on Blue Star will remember me? Mei Xin pursed her lips and smiled. I believed in it long ago. Genius competition final. Lu Yu beginning. This road was built by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave a toll fee. Lu Yu's shout exploded across the southeastern plains, his voice clear and bright, like heavenly thunder rolling by. Originally, the thousands of contestants who were lined up neatly, waiting to board the spacecraft, were collectively petrified the moment they heard this sentence. The scene was eerily quiet. It was as if time froze for 3 seconds. Then, boom! Damn. King B really dares to say this. I thought he was going to give a closing speech, but he just started roadside robbery instead? Isn't this supposed to be a genius competition? How did it turn into a legendary hero descending the mountain to collect toll fees? Leave some money for the road, I'm noting this down. When I go back to the village for New Year's, that's how I'll collect my red envelopes. Lu Yu is planning the final wave of harvesting before clearing the game, and those contestants who had just arrived all looked pale at this moment. They originally thought the competition was over and could finally relax. Having narrowly escaped the pursuit of the thunder lion, giant spirit python, and azure feather eagle, they arrived at the finish line only to encounter someone even fiercer than the star beasts Lu Yu. Moreover, this person was blocking the boarding gate, smiling at them. Ahem. Contestant 0100, the road passage fee you mentioned is. A slightly bolder male contestant tentatively spoke up. Lu Yu smiled warmly and gently patted the barrel of the crimson lightning gun, his tone friendly. Not much, just a symbolic passage fee will do. How many points do you have? The person instinctively glanced at their watch. 3200. Wow, that's quite a lot. Lu Yu nodded. Just leave 3000. Save some for buying candy. You don't want to? No, I agree. The person instantly gave in, hurriedly taking out their smart brain to transfer the points. King Bai is always right. Live streaming room. Ha. Save some to buy candy? That's so thuggish. I declare, Lu Yu is no longer King Bai, he is the passing king, the points harvester. This move completely drained the points, so ruthless, so clever. And Lu Yu finished collecting the first person's points, then looked at the second. What about you? That person directly offered their smart device with both hands. I'll transfer 500 automatically, no need to ask. Good kid, you have potential. Lu Yu patted his shoulder with satisfaction. At this clap, that person's legs went weak. Master Bei Wang, can I make it onto the aircraft alive? Of course you can. Lu Yu smiled. Lu, always keep my word. I've taken your money, so I'll ensure your safety. Thank you, Bei Wang. Thus, the next scene was utterly bizarre. A group of the most brilliant geniuses from Blue Star lined up one by one, obediently handing over their points like paying protection fees, only to receive a single sentence from Luyu: permission to pass. The scene resembled ancient mountain bandits collecting tolls, with an atmosphere both solemn and reverent, as if it were a ritual. Meanwhile, beside Luyu, Meishin was laughing so hard she was about to pass out. You're really robbing people like a bandit. This isn't called robbery, Luyu said seriously. This is collecting a toll, a reasonable maintenance of order. Look, if I weren't managing the order, this group of people would already be in chaos. Don't you think I'm doing a good deed? Mei Xian clutched her stomach, laughing so hard that tears were about to fall. You really think you're justified, don't you? Of course, Liu puffed out his chest. This is called setting rules, having a system, and following guidelines. I've already thought out the entire process. Once the aircraft is up in the sky, I'll draft a proposal and call it the King of Pretentiousness Governance Strategy. Live streaming room, I can't stop laughing. This isn't a genius competition, it's a modern-day version of the Heroes of Liangshan. The King of Pretentiousness Governance Strategy: 1. First, act pretentious. 2. Then, win through force. 3. Collect protection fees. 4. Live stream it nationwide. Have you noticed? Luyu's grab this time is clear as day, yet everyone feels it's perfectly justified. This is the true demeanor of a king. Who dares to resist? Well, go ahead. I hereby declare that Luyu's points are about to break 100,000. At this moment, Liu stood at the entrance of the aircraft cabin, the score on the smart device in his hand continuously fluctuating. 98,000, 99,000, 99,800, 99,900, 99,990, 99,999. Ding! Congratulations to contestant 0100. Your current score has reached a perfect 100,000, setting a new record for the highest score in the history of the Blue Star Genius Competition. Would you like to unlock the history's top record holder special achievement? Luyu raised an eyebrow. Achievements? Activate. Ding! Achievement activated successfully. Your name will be permanently engraved at the top of the Federation Genius list for future generations to admire. Under the gaze of thousands, Liu smiled faintly and turned to step into the aircraft cabin. Let's go, Meishin. We're going home. He walked gracefully, his steps light and agile. Behind him were thousands of geniuses silently lining up, handing over their points, lowering their heads, and quickly boarding the ship. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their hearts. Can't compare. Really can't compare. Luyu, he's not here to participate in the competition. He's here to dominate the entire audience. 520,000 points. The moment Luyu stepped into the aircraft, the real-time updated leaderboard of the intelligence system displayed a string of dazzling numbers, shining like a miracle, reigning supreme above all and sweeping everything away. The contestant ranked second currently has only 5,900 points. The gap is not just a vast difference, it is the chasm of the universe. The live stream room fell into dead silence, as if the entire Blue Star was struck speechless by this string of numbers. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the comments exploded like a flood. Whoa. 520,000 points? Is this still the Genius Tournament? This must be a cosmic battle royale. 520,000? I didn't study much. Can someone tell me how many people's points this adds up to? This is not a competition, this is clearing the battlefield. Luyu, while you are trying hard to fight monsters, I'm busy collecting rent. I declare, Luyu is not the champion, he is the terminator of Genius Tournaments, the point settlement officer, the official cheat code. At this moment in the aircraft, Liu leaned against the seat, holding a bottle of Starsource beverage in his hand, sipping it leisurely, resembling an office worker just off duty, with an expression of ease and joy. Meishin sat beside him, silently staring at the 520,000 points displayed on his wrist-smart brain, then glanced at her own pitiful 4-digit number. She was completely lost in deep thought. You really got this much? Her voice was a bit shaky. Luyu shrugged, looking innocent. I didn't take it forcibly, they gave it willingly. I already said I didn't want it, but they insisted on giving it to me. Meishin, you're right, but I always feel like something's not quite right. On the other side, Liu, who had just boarded the aircraft, was already sitting in the corner, his face brimming with confidence. He took out his smart device, opened the leaderboard, and wanted to see if he had at least made it into the top 10. But when he saw that the second place had 5,900 points and his own name was ranked over 30, he almost spat out a mouthful of Starsource water. What the heck? Where did my 1,500 points go? The live stream happened to switch to Liu at that moment, and the audience burst out laughing instantly. Ah, brotherly, you finally found out. Your 1,500 points were swiped by Liu a long time ago. Brotherly, you said you wouldn't take it, but you cleaned me out completely. This is Liu for you, saying sorry while moving faster than anyone else. But to be honest, brotherly is still generous. At least he's the only one who's ever shocked Liu. Liu, it's not that I looked down on you, I truly wanted to let you go. But since you insisted on giving it to me, I had no choice but to accept. At this moment, Liu felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, Instead, he opened the system panel to check the rewards he had just received. Silver achievement unmatched successor. Reward unlocked Constitution Enhancement Elixir. This elixir can activate the host's hidden physical potential, strengthen the body's limits, and unlock a special evolution path. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Wow, this thing. One develops bloodline, another develops physique. Is the next step going to be something like a soul evolution agent? The system responded indifferently. If the host can achieve the golden achievement Soul Myth, the reward will surely not disappoint you. Soul Myth? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Sounds quite intimidating. He glanced at the achievement panel, and sure enough, under the golden achievement section, it boldly stated, the only myth, genius competition points exceeding 1 million, reward, 1 million points? Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Are you kidding me? The system calmly replied, didn't the host already collect 520,000? The remaining 480,000 can be collected slowly. Slowly, my foot. Lu Yu couldn't help but complain, but his eyes were growing brighter. But speaking of which, the match ended early, and there are still 2 hours before takeoff. Why don't I go wait around near the aircraft gate again? Maybe there are still some that slipped through the cracks. Meishin jolted upon hearing this and quickly grabbed him. Sit down right now. You're still not satisfied? I'm afraid if you step out again, those contestants will jump off the aircraft to escape. Lu Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Makes sense. Then I'll wait until we're airborne to collect. Meishin. The live stream is filled with laughter. Lu Yu is really taking everything, squeezing it dry, leaving nothing behind. He doesn't even spare the 2 hours before takeoff, truly living up to being a points plundering machine. I'm a bit curious now. What was the original intention of this competition? Why does it feel like it's turned into the Lu Yu points development plan? Laughing to death. The legend of Bi Wang truly begins here. Outside the aircraft, the sunset spilled across the horizon. The corpses of 3 9th-tier star beasts lay strewn on the ground, silently telling the tale of this feast's cruelty and glory. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Lu Yu sat cross-legged, meditating to recover. He knows the grand show has just begun. This genius competition is merely the prologue to his legendary life. The world ahead will belong to him. Lu Yu, the one and only myth. Wait for me to shatter it. Inside the aircraft, Lu Yu suddenly let out a loud shout, startling Meishin across from him so much that she accidentally overturned her teacup with a clatter, spilling tea all over the floor. What are you doing? Meishin glared at him with wide eyes, looking at him in alarm, her delicate face slightly flushed. You've been silent the entire journey. I thought you were pondering how to build rapport with me, but instead, you abruptly yell out. Are you trying to murder your close comrade? Lu Yu was staring intently at the intelligent brain, his face filled with awe, completely oblivious that he had almost made Meishin cry just moments ago. No, my potion is too strong, you know? Right now, I have 2 development potions in my hands, one for unlocking bloodline potential and the other for enhancing physique. Lu Yu explained excitedly, as if he'd discovered a new continent. If I use these 2 potions together, what kind of evolution will my body go through? Could it directly turn into that kind of super physique capable of punching planets to smithereens? Meishin, have you been reading too many novels? Calm down, Meishin frowned. If you get this worked up, people might think you're about to ascend to immortality right here. I actually do feel like flying right now. Lu Yushan sat in the front row listening to Lu Yu's self-talk, unable to resist curling his lips. This kid really can't stop, huh? Don't rush to use the potion. Wait until we reach the imperial capital to have a professional evaluate it, Lu Yushan reminded. Although this kind of potion is good, it involves deep transformations of bloodlines and physical constitution. If any rejection reactions occur, it's no laughing matter. Lu Yu nodded. Although he had the system and wasn't afraid of rejection, he understood that Lu Yushan was looking out for him, so he didn't say much. By the way, Lu Yushan suddenly remembered something and turned to look at him. Lord Zhuqi just said the Flame Lord wants to see you. Do you know what that means? It means, I'm going to strike it rich? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and answered seriously. Lu Yushan was momentarily speechless, then shook his head with a wry smile. It's not just about getting rich. Flame Sovereign, that is the true titan of the Star Sea, the real guardian deity of Blue Star. If he summons you personally, it means you, Lu Yu, have already been included in the core talent list for Blue Star's future strategic level. In the future, wherever you go, as long as you reveal your identity, the entire Federation will hold you in high esteem. And how far you can go depends on yourself. Lu Yu listened, slightly stunned. He certainly understood the significance of the Flame Lord, but when he heard these words in person, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. So, have I already reached this point? From an ordinary boy in a small base of Yuanwu City, all the way to a position where everyone looks up to me. Now, even the Flame Lord wants to see me. Lu Yu's lips slowly curved into a smile, his eyes reflecting a mix of calmness and sharpness. Then I absolutely can't stop now. I need to keep duplicating, keep getting stronger, because I want to stand at the very pinnacle. Meishin looked at Lu Yu's expression at this moment, her mind slightly wavering. She suddenly realized that the young man before her might truly become that person who stands at the pinnacle of the starry sea. Hey, even a scumbag can be a bit bit handsome. She muttered softly. What did you say? Lu Yu turned his head. And nothing. Mei Xian's face turned red and she lowered her head without saying a word. The aircraft quickly traversed tens of thousands of miles and entered the imperial capital's airspace. In the sky, enormous clusters of floating city islands come into view, with starships and airships weaving between them, resembling a futuristic world. Lu Yu gazed at it all, his eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. Imperial capital, Flame Master, I've arrived. This time, I'll make everyone remember my name. Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Imperial Star Palace, a middle-aged man in a fiery red robe stood silently atop the high platform of the Star Palace, overlooking the entire Imperial Star Network. A flame-shaped mark adorned his brow, and his deep eyes shimmered like stars, exuding a profound and immeasurable aura. He was none other than Blue Star's current Flame Lord Yin Jin. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he murmured to himself, Lu Yu has finally appeared. My Blue Star's hope, and the future king of the Star Sea. Wang Chongming walked over enthusiastically, hands clasped behind his back, his smile as wide as a blossoming flower. How about it? Lu Yu, Mei Xian, Liu, tonight I'm treating you all hot pot, barbecue, lobster, champagne, roasted lion ribs, snake soup, order anything you like. Lu Yu, don't turn me down. This is a celebratory feast for all of you, especially for you, young man. The face of our Yuanwu city is entirely upheld by you. Just as Lu Yu was about to respond, Mei Xian cut him off excitedly, her eyes lighting up. Snake soup? I want it. Liu nodded, adding, I won't hold back, President Wang. Today, I'll relish this indulgence. That's the spirit. Wang Chongming laughed heartily, turning to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you won't leave us hanging, will you? Lu Yu had been planning to return home to research physique-enhancing potions and bloodline development serums, but at the mention of snake soup, his lips twitched involuntarily. You guys are really fixated on that snake, huh? Mei Xian pouted. Weren't you the one who suggested brewing snake soup? Lu Yu, fine, he gave in. Alright then, I'll reluctantly join you for this feast. Lu Yu nodded, then glanced at Wang Chongming. President Wang, since you're treating, I'll go ahead and order the Tier 9 menu. Wang Chongming's joyful expression froze instantly. Oh, come on, Lu Yu, the Tier 9 menu is a little pricey. Why don't we start with Tier 8 and work our way up, step by step. Meanwhile, livestream backend, although the Genius Tournament's livestream had ended, backend data continued to roll in, and the comments section remained lively. OMG, did I seriously just witness that? Lu Yu said I'll choose the major with more girls? King Luby indeed never breaks character. Honestly, if I were him, I'd pick the girl-heavy major too. Forget competing in strength, compete in romance. Lu Yushan's face turned pitch black. I bet he's never dealt with someone so cheeky in his life. But honestly, Lu Yu is incredibly genuine. He's clearly destined to be a savior, yet he lives like the lead in a rom-com. Aboard the aircraft, Lu Yushan was currently seated on his flight path back, one hand supporting his forehead, his temple twitching uncontrollably. This brat, did I just waste my breath on him? Does he even understand what I was saying? After pondering quietly for a moment, he recalled Lu Yu's, I know what you're saying, but I'll pretend I don't smirk from earlier, and suddenly slapped his thigh in frustration. That cheeky punk, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Night fell, illuminating Yuanwu City with dazzling lights as celebratory cheer filled every street and alley. After all, this time, all of Blue Star knew that Yuanwu City had birthed a Lu Yu. At the city center's most luxurious star-rated restaurant, Lu Yu, Mei Xian, Liu, Wang Chongming, and Luo Sha gathered around a large circular table. On the table, Tier 9 Sanyu giant eagle stew bubbled with enticing heat. Roasted thunder lion ribs were perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, with an alluring aroma. Thinly sliced flesh from the colossal python had been turned into hot pot slices, glistening white as jade and melting in every bite. Mei Xian's eyes sparkled. I hereby declare, this is the happiest meal I've had in my entire life. Liu wolfed his food down heartily while muttering, see? I told you stick with Lu Yu and you'll always have a feast. Lu Yu leaned back in his chair, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. This is what living feels like. All that cultivation, fighting, star beasts, those are just side jobs. The main job is eating, flirting, and casually saving the world. Meishin, what did you say? Lu Yu immediately sat up straight. I said, eating is the most important. At this moment, the entire Yuanwu city was buzzing with excitement over Lu Yu's return. But no one knew. Not far away in the imperial capital's Star Palace, a federal top-level meeting regarding Lu Yu had quietly begun. His name was being etched into Blue Star's future. His story had only just begun. As night fell deeper, the streets of Yuanwu City were brightly decorated. The triumph in the Genius competition had brought the city into an unprecedented state of festivity. In a well-lit star-rated restaurant at the city center, 5 people gathered around a table, laughing and chatting. Lu Yu reluctantly sat at the head of the table, against his will, gnawing on thunder lion ribs while contemplating the progress of his potion research. This bloodline development potion, if paired with a physique enhancement potion in a 1-to-1 ratio, would it trigger a fusion reaction? System, can you simulate it? Affirmative. Simulate and evaluate? Evaluate. Prioritize stability adaptability and efficiency. Simulation in progress. After the fusion, the host's hidden gene chain segments could be activated, comprehensively enhancing physical strength and compatibility with abilities, with the possibility of unlocking unknown bloodline potential. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Unknown bloodline potential? Correct. The system has detected unidentified energy factors within the host, of unknown origin, possessing significant evolutionary potential. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. I told you, I'm naturally extraordinary. Off to the side, Meishin rolled her eyes. Can you stop being narcissistic while eating? This isn't narcissism, it's the truth, Lu Yu replied as he picked up a piece of giant python meat from the soup and handed it to her. Here, have a piece, it's brain food. Meishin gritted her teeth. You're the one who needs brain food. Li Yu watched amusedly from the side. Your everyday bickering is more entertaining than battling 9th-tier star beasts. Wang Chongming raised his glass with a smile. Come on, let's toast to our genius of Yuanwu City, Lu Yu. Luo Sha silently ate his meat, not speaking, casting a resentful gaze at Lu Yu. This guy, since his return, he has not only become the idol of Yuanwu City but also gets to flirt, eat, and boast unapologetically with even President Wang spoiling him. Why though? Well, there wasn't much he could do. After all, this guy defeated 3 9th-tier beasts and shattered the scoring records. Lu Yu noticed Luo Sha's gaze and laughed as he spoke. Brother Luo, eat more, don't just stare at me. When you find yourself a girlfriend, I'll treat you to another meal. Get lost. Luo Sha's face turned dark. Livestream backend. Although the main storyline of the livestream had ended, residual footage leaked from the backend, and was edited and uploaded by keen-eyed users, instantly sparking a secondary wave of popularity. Lu Yu, my main job is flirting and eating, saving the world is just a side gig. Explosive comments. Your main job is being a freeloader, isn't it? Meishin, what did you say? Lu Yu, I said eating is the most important. Netizens, I'll take the liberty of feasting on this moment first. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital's Star Palace, the opulent conference room remains silent. Behind rows of tables sat Blue Star's most elite figures, commanders of major bases, federal leaders, and supreme cultivators. At the highest seat, a man clad in a flame-patterned robe stood with his hands behind his back facing the star map, his figure towering like a mountain. He was the Flame Sovereign, Lu Yu. His deep voice echoed like thunder in the hearts of everyone present. This person must be integrated into the future plan. Issue a nationwide order. All resources related to Lu Yu are to be prioritized, allocated, and guaranteed. Additionally, the Flame Sovereign slowly turned, his gaze sharp as he scanned the entire conference room. He will be the future strongest reserve force of Blue Star. He is also our hope of competing with the Sea of Stars. At this moment, Yuanwu City was brightly lit. Lu Yu sat at the dining table, smiling as he picked up the last piece of thunder lion ribs and turned to look out the window. I have to say, I'm really lucky in life. Enjoying lion ribs, chatting about the Sea of Stars, and even being remembered by Flame Lord. Life sure is sweet. He took a bite and raised an eyebrow. As expected, lion ribs are the best. The moment Lu Yu lost consciousness, his entire body seemed to enter an extreme furnace state. The power of bloodline and body constitution intertwined, tore, and fused crazily inside him. Countless cells underwent frantic alternation at the edge of life and death, as if an unprecedented human body revolution was quietly unfolding. The color of his blood was rapidly transforming. From its original pale gold, it was gradually evolving into a more vivid, deeper, and starlit, dazzling golden hue. At the same time, Lu Yu's meridians were torn, reorganized, expanded, and strengthened. His bones, muscles, nervous system, and even the realm of soul perception were being completely reshaped. In the room, a rich mix of blood essence and medicinal fragrance intertwined, forming a transparent wave that continued to spread outward. Outside, Lu Ling was just about to knock on the door to call him for dinner. As she approached, she was immediately numbed by the tangible pressure emanating from inside. Brother, are you cultivating again? She blinked hesitantly and turned to leave. Night fell, and the stars sparkled. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's spirit seemed to have plunged into an infinite star river. He stood above the void, gazing down at the sea of stars flowing beneath him. That was his own body. Countless star-like nodes were shining brightly, each representing a specific potential, a bloodline, or a source of power within him. This is my inner world? Lu Yu murmured in astonishment. The next moment, the system's voice slowly echoed above the sea of stars. System prompt. Host has entered reconstruction phase. Current state fusion mutation. 2 conflicting medicinal forces have fused, breaking the limits of human constraints and unlocking a new potential pathway. Host's bloodline concentration detected to have surpassed 60%. Constitution development degree reached 75%. Automatically generating new constitution. Star Origin Combat Body. Initial stage. Star Origin Combat Body. The ultimate evolutionary form combining bloodline and physical potential, possessing the following attributes. Overall attribute enhancement by 20%. Star Origin absorption efficiency doubled. Wound self-healing speed increased by 300%. Physical strength raised to the limit of body refinement. 15,000 kilograms. Activation of Star Origin barrier. Able to resist one attack from a Tianyuan level opponent within a short time Lu Yu looked at the line of stats, entirely shaken to silence within the sea of stars. What the? Wasn't this supposed to be just a benign reaction? How did I end up with a full star origin combat body? System, why didn't you tell me there was such a perk? Host, please note, the pain caused by fusion mutation is extreme. Any slight mishandling could lead to consciousness collapse, mental disorder, or even meridian reversal. Your success is due to your foundational breakthrough of the conventional limits of body refinement and your extraordinary spiritual willpower, making you a theoretical limit individual. Lu Yu paused. So you're saying that I survived not because the system protected me? The system only provides assistance, not protection. Seriously, this system is incredibly unreliable. However, what you have now is the unprecedented Star Origin combat body of Blue Star. Your physical form has officially stepped onto the path of the extraordinary. Lu Yu listened to this, suddenly grinning. I knew it, going through agony must come with rewards. Sure enough, this is a huge win for me. In reality, Lu Yu's body gradually recovered from the intense pain. The surface of his skin underwent subtle changes, displaying an almost perfect sheen and elasticity. His blood vessels, faintly visible like golden threads, and his muscle lines were impressively smooth. The whole person resembled a sculpted god of war. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light flickered through his pupils. System, what's my current body strength? Current physical strength 15,870 kg. You have surpassed the limits of physical training and reached the theoretical maximum. Lu Yu grinned and softly said, anyone below the mountain moving realm is like an ant. Above the mountain moving realm, I can still dominate with my fists. At this moment, he had just awakened, yet he already existed on another level, and he was merely taking his first steps. Lu Yu stared at the interface, stunned for 3 whole seconds. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh. Whoa! This physique and bloodline potion not only made me better looking, it also spiked my stats like crazy. They've pushed me far beyond the edge of the physical training limit. 12,300 kilograms of strength, 1,230 meters per second speed. What does this signify? Even among peak 9th tier physical martial artists, this is domination level power. And this isn't even the full burst mode, just basic stats. System, this potion is just too compassionate. Lu Yu couldn't help but express his amazement. Host, please be aware that your current stats are already approaching the human limits. If you wish to advance further, you must ascend to the mountain moving realm to continue improving. You mean to say I'm already at the ceiling of physical training? To be precise, your foot has already cracked the ceiling. Lu Yu, this system is getting more and more articulate. Thank you for the praise. Satisfied, Lu Yu closed the interface and was ready to properly explore the hidden abilities of the Star Source battle body when he suddenly heard a cheerful set of footsteps outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Bro, I cooked some noodles for you. Added 2 eggs and your favorite chili sauce. Left it at the door. Lu Yu paused, feeling a faint warmth in his heart. This cheeky girl, though her mouth runs wild sometimes, she sure knows how to be thoughtful. He walked to the doorway and opened the door. The noodles were there, the eggs were there, and the chili sauce was there. But the whole row of display cabinets outside his room was empty. Even the dust had been wiped clean. Lu Yu's face turned black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes fixed on the bowl of noodles, as though trying to discern the lost years of his youth from the 2 eggs. Lu Ling, he roared furiously. In the living room, Lu Ling was sitting cross-legged, leisurely watching anime while hugging a pile of discs. Bro, go train. I'll keep these safe for you. I'll return them when you get married. You better stop right there. Lu Yu kicked open his room door and dashed out in pursuit. Under the sunset, a girl gleefully ran ahead while a boy chased furiously behind, roaring in frustration. The wind carried his heart-wrenching cry through the neighborhood. Give me back my Euthea. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the meeting at Star Hall had temporarily concluded. Flame Lord was standing atop a high platform, holding a crystal in his hand. Within the crystal, Lu Yu's figure emerged prominently. Flame Lord gazed at the face that still carried traces of youthful innocence yet had already revealed sharp edges, and spoke softly. This kid has broken through again. His lips curled slightly, and a rare trace of anticipation flickered in his eyes. However, his path has only just begun. Back in Yuanwu City, Lu Yu finally managed to recover parts of his lost youth from Lu Ling's clutches and collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. Darn girl, what exactly are you after? Lu Ling hugged the pillow, looking innocent. I'm just worried you'll lose control. It's important to relax occasionally. Relax? What you're doing is extortion. Brother, you're so petty. I'm petty? Say that again. Not saying it. Brother, you're the most handsome. Lu Yu. He almost spat blood in frustration. Forget it. He waved his hand and lay down on the sofa. I'm too lazy to argue with you, my little cotton-padded jacket. The problem is, you're a cotton-padded jacket with leaks. Leaking, especially towards your brother. Lu Ling blinked and said, I'm selectively ventilated. Breathable, warm, flexible, and free. Get out. He. Night fell. Lu Yu stood by the window, looking at the starry night sky and murmured softly, training, fighting, growing, breaking through. These are all just processes. The true goal is is to step into the sea of stars and overlook all races. He slowly clenched his fist, the power of his bloodline surging in his palm, the strength of his physique coursing through his bones. Next stop, the first martial school. I'm coming. Brother, it's dinner time. Lu Ling's voice came from outside the door, crisp and sweet as always, with a hint of playfulness, as if reminding Lu Yu, no matter how strong you get through training, you still have to listen when I call you to eat. Lu Yu opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a deep breath. The air carried subtle energy waves, and the floor of the training room was covered in fragments of source crystals, as if it had just experienced an aura storm. He looked down at his palm, faint lightning flickering between his knuckles, his bones crackling, as if a single punch could shatter the earth's vein. 21,300 kilograms of strength, 2,130 meters per second of speed. This was beyond the limits of the body refining realm. This was practically a human-shaped star beast. Damn, even my breathing now comes with thunder sounds, and walking echoes like I'm stomping the earth. Lu Yu was shocked in his heart. The cultivation efficiency with this divine bloodline and physique-enhancing potion is just terrifying. Forget about the mountain-moving realm. At this rate, if I go out now, I might be able to directly punch a mountain-moving realm tier 3. System-friendly reminder, the host currently possesses combat power beyond the body refining limit, with the potential to preliminarily defeat mountain-moving realm tier 3. TCH, feels good. Lu Yu grinned, his eyes brimming with undisguised sharpness. So it turns out, Lu Yu isn't just a natural talent type, I'm also a hidden privileged type. Others strengthen through years, I strengthen through resources. Others rely on talent, I rely on cheating. At this thought, Lu Yu's smile became even brighter. Brother, the food is getting cold. Lu Ling knocked on the door again, with a touch of urgency in her tone. Lu Yu casually dusted off his clothes, pushed the door open, and stepped out. The hallway lights illuminated him, faintly reflecting a golden sheen, and his whole being exuded an indescribable aura of dominance. Lu Ling was about to urge him again, but as she looked up, she saw her brother energized, his sharp eyes resembling a falcon, leaving her momentarily stunned. Brother, why are you suddenly so handsome? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled harmlessly. Your brother has always been handsome, you just didn't notice before. Lu Ling appeared doubtful. No way, you weren't this handsome before. Did you secretly use some sort of makeover potion? Lu Yu, your brother is all natural, don't slander me. Humph, there's definitely something fishy. Lu Ling muttered quietly, I'll comb through your room again, maybe you're hiding beauty transformation secrets. Lu Yu, if you mess with my room again, I'll tell mom about the time you secretly ate my New Year's money. On the spot, Lu Ling's momentum disappeared, and she pouted before turning to leave. Humph, petty guy. At the dining table, the food was already prepared. Lu Yu glanced over and found dishes like braised lion ribs, stir-fried snake meat, and steamed eagle wing soup. You turned the star beasts I defeated into a daily menu? Lu Ling proudly waved her chopsticks. Of course, this is the ultimate respect for the spoils of war. Besides, she blinked, didn't you say eating them can enhance the body? So, can I get stronger too? The corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. You've really got some wild ideas. At this rate, you might just eat yourself into becoming some kind of megaling. You'd better eat properly and stop dreaming. Cultivation doesn't work just by eating a few bites of meat. Humph. Lu Ling puffed her cheeks as she ate, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at Lu Yu. My brother has really changed. Not only has he grown stronger, but he's also getting better at hiding his emotions. But he's also getting more handsome. After the meal, Lu Yu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his training mat. He looked down at the remaining few hundred pieces of top-grade energy crystals in his hand, then glanced at the system panel. 21,300 kilograms of strength. There's still 3,700 kilograms to go before reaching his estimated bottleneck of 25,000 kilograms. With this rate of progress, at most 3 more days. By then, I'll truly break through to the mountain-moving realm. And, even before breaking through, I'm already capable of destroying an ordinary mountain-moving stage 3 opponent. So once I advance, won't I be able to crush anyone at stage 5 or beyond? Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. First Martial Academy, just wait for me. When the time comes, let's see who the real genius is, who the true prodigy is. I, Lu Yu, will make you all submit. Red alert! Yuanwu City is under attack by a star beast tide. The thunderous alarm echoed across the sky, instantly dragging the entire city from its peaceful state to the brink of chaos. Lu Yu jumped to his feet, his expression darkening as he looked out the window toward the horizon. In the distance, a massive black shadow resembling a storm cloud was rapidly approaching, blotting out the sun. Countless flying star beasts hovered in the air, while the ground was engulfed by billowing dust, with innumerable star beasts surging forward like an unstoppable tide. A star beast tide. Lu Yu's eyes sharpened, his expression completely grim. This wasn't some minor skirmish, this was a full-fledged beast tide. Brother, what's going on? At this moment, Lu Ling had also realized something was wrong. The smile on her face had long disappeared, replaced by a hint of panic. Don't be afraid. Lu Yu shielded her behind him, his voice deep yet resolute. This time, I won't let anything happen to you. Hurry to the underground safety passage to take shelter, and remember, don't wander off. What about about you? Lu Ling's eyes widened, clutching tightly at his sleeve, unwilling to let go. Lu Yu smiled slightly and gently pried her hand away. I'm going to do what I must. Brother, stop joking. You only just I'm not joking. Lu Yu's gaze turned resolute, a flash of golden brilliance from his bloodline shimmering in his eyes. Your brother is no longer the weakling who could only watch others fight. The me of today can hold the line. As his words trailed off, Lu Yu turned and walked away, his figure decisive and his steps unwavering. Lu Ling stood frozen in place, watching his figure grow more distant, a strange surge of emotion suddenly overwhelming her heart. She suddenly understood. The boy who held her close and stayed awake all night. The elder brother who always smiled and said, I'm fine. Perhaps, at some unknown moment, he had already become strong enough to provide a sense of security. Brother, you must come back. At the same time, alarms blared across all regions of Yuanwu City. Above the city, combat aircraft scrambled into the air, while Federation warriors, association members, and special ops teams quickly mobilized. At this moment, Wang Chongming stood in the command center, his brows tightly furrowed. The number of star beasts in this tide is unclear, but preliminary estimates suggest there are at least thousands, including flying, ground, and ability-specialized star beasts. Confirmed sightings include at least 5 star beasts at level 8 or higher, with suspected level 9 appearances. Everyone, enter level 1 combat readiness. Mobilize all warriors, prepare for comprehensive defense. Luo Sha hurried in, his expression grim. President Wang, where's Lu Yu? Tell him not to act recklessly. This scale of beast tide isn't something he can handle alone. Wang Chongming paused briefly and glanced at the distant sky above the city. He has already set off. At this moment, at the city's edge, Lu Yu moved like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the atmosphere, trailing a long tail of golden lightning behind him. Squinting his eyes, he stared at the approaching black tide of beasts on the horizon. A rough glance estimated at least tens of thousands. System, scan the levels of the star beasts ahead. Ding! Scanning in progress. Below ground level star beasts, approximately 8000 high level star beasts, levels 7 to 9 approximately 600 level 9 star beasts. Confirmed 3, strength unknown. The beast tide has reached city devastation level threat. Please proceed cautiously. Host. Lu Yu's expression darkened. City devastation level? Ha, well then how convenient. He raised his hand slowly, and the crimson thunder spear flew out from his storage ring, landing in his palm as thunderclaps roared instantly. System, activate full power mode. Full power mode activated. Star energy burn multiplier increased, bloodline enhancement initiated, star energy barrier deployed. Lu Yu stepped forward, his figure instantly suspended midair, intertwined with golden light and lightning, like a war god descending. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Meanwhile, live stream backend. Although the Genius tournament had ended, Lu Yu's popularity remained sky-high. Certain accounts with special permissions received a system notification following the Star Beast tide alert. Special permissions activated. Lu Yu's combat footage synchronization enabled connect to livestream. Within seconds, every major base on Blue Star, countless audiences, and numerous high-ranking officials pressed confirm. The live stream began to load. The screen showed a lone young man amidst golden light, holding a thunder spear and standing defiantly before a horde of beasts. Behind him lay the city of Yuanwu. Before him, the black tide of star beasts engulfed the sky and earth. The comments section exploded instantly. Oh my god, is this Lu Yu? He's facing the entire beast tide alone? This isn't a Genius tournament, this is a battle to defend the city. This is the real protagonist. Lu Yu, kill them all. At this moment, the young man stood between heaven and earth, surrounded by lightning, his fighting spirit boundless. He lowered his head, glancing at the city beneath him. Yuanwu City, I will defend it. Sharp alarms continued to echo across the city, as if sounding war drums that jolted the city's nerves awake. The earth trembled, mountains swayed, birds and beasts fled in terror, while the black tide on the distant horizon surged forward at a pace visible to the naked eye. And amidst this chaos, Lu Yu dashed through the alleys and streets of Yuanwu City, clad in a silver-gray combat suit, trailing golden lightning from the crimson thunder spear on his back like a blazing gale tearing through space. System, what's my mastery level in the Master Spear technique? Master Spear technique, master level entry threshold reached. Spear intent formed, freely wielded, breaking technique, form, and soul. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, his aura surging explosively. Master level. This isn't just a martial skill, but the ultimate evolution of will and technique. A true master can break 10,000 techniques with a single strike. Boom! Lu Yu came to a sudden halt at the end of the street. With a forceful stomp, cracks spread across the ground. He looked up at the residents hurriedly evacuating from the high-rise ahead, then glanced at the distant combat aircraft ascending into the sky, a sharp determination flashing in his eyes. Yuanwu City, I will defend it. Meanwhile, Yuanwu City underground train station Lu Ling was thrown into the crowd by Lu Yu, landing safely with the help of those around her, unharmed. But she could no longer maintain her composure. Brother, why did you lie to me again? She bit her lip, glaring at the scrolling screen desperately, wanting to rush out, but was stopped by the guards. I'm sorry, student, the train is about to depart. Once Unless it leaves the safety zone, we can't guarantee your safety. Lu Ling clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably. You said we'd leave together. You're lying. But deep down, she understood. If her brother truly stayed behind, there would be no one else in this city who could stand at the forefront. Martial Artists Association Combat Command Center. Wang Chongming's face was grim as he stared at the dense beast tide on the satellite imagery, involuntarily drawing a sharp breath. Their numbers must exceed 50,000. 3 confirmed 9th-tier star beasts, and over 100 8th-tier and higher. Luo Sha wiped cold sweat from his forehead. This isn't a regular beast tide, this is city obliteration level. Damn it, they're launching their attack now. Of all times, we don't have enough time to mobilize our forces. Where's Lu Yu? Has he arrived yet? Not yet. Before the words were finished, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. A shadow stepped in against the light, stride steady, restrained yet carrying an aura that felt like the heavens collapsing. I'm here. Lu Yu carried the Scarlet Thunder rifle on his back, his gaze as sharp as a blade cutting through the cold, piercing straight to one's heart. Wang Chongming abruptly stood up, a gleam of joy flashing in his eyes. You're finally here, kid. I knew you wouldn't just run. Lu Yu grinned. I said it, I'm from Yuanwu City. If Yuanwu City stands, I stand. If Yuanwu City falls, I won't come back alive either. As the words fell, the entire combat center fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Yu with undisguised awe in their eyes. This was their genius. This was their hope. At that moment, live streaming backstage beep detected an A-level disaster event. Enable full network synchronous livestream? Confirm and enable. The next second, the livestream began. In the footage, Lu Yu stood alone at the forefront, rifle strapped to his back, his trench coat fluttering in the wind. He stood atop Yuanwu City's walls, facing the impending, all-devouring dark tide with calm resolve. The comments section exploded instantly. Holy crap, Lu Yu is online. He didn't run away? He should have been pardoned. He's a genius. This is what a true hero is. Go, Lu Yu. Simultaneously, all of Yuanwu City's broadcasts synchronized. Yuanwu City martial artist Lu Yu has arrived at the front line. Any who can provide support, please gather at the city walls immediately. He is waiting for you to fight by his side. Standing in the wind, Lu Yu's eyes burned with intensity as he gazed at the approaching tide of star beasts. Slowly, he unsheathed the Scarlet Thunder rifle. He murmured softly, my battlefield has arrived. In the live stream footage, a solitary figure stood like a sculpture atop the windswept city walls. A silver-gray combat suit rippled in the fierce wind, the Scarlet Thunder rifle resting by his side, encircled with lightning like a god of thunder descending to mortal earth. Lu Yu had appeared. And in that moment, the entire Federation's livestream platforms erupted. Holy crap, it's Lu Yu. He really came? Wasn't he supposed to have priority evacuation? This isn't a genius tournament. This is a life or death battleground. Why is he still here? Lu Yu, are you insane? Geniuses aren't meant to be sacrificed. Leave. Damn it. Why do I suddenly feel like crying? I don't want to be without a place to call home. That line hits too hard. On the walls of Yuanwu City, Wang Chongming stared at Lu Yu's back. His emotions were extremely complex. He had initially hoped this young man would survive, someday becoming a superpower, bringing fame and vengeance to Yuanwu City, and leaving behind hope. But now it seemed this kid had no intention of letting the older generation pave the way for him. He wanted to stand on the front lines. That brat. He's damn well just like me when I was young. Wang Chongming gritted his teeth hard, yet deep in his heart surged an unprecedented pride and hope. At this moment, Lu Yu's gaze remained fixed on the distance. The star beast tide was charging in with a ferocious momentum. The earth shook, dust flew in the air, and in the skies, flying creatures and beasts obscured the heavens. They were tens of thousands of star beasts, like a black flood, devouring the world as monstrous behemoths. On the city walls, even the air seemed to freeze. Even the veteran warriors couldn't help swallowing nervously, palms sweaty with cold sweat. Yet Lu Yu stood at the forefront, lightning bursting at his feet. He slowly gripped the red thunder spear in his right hand, its tip angled toward the ground, tapping once. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the spear's tip, quaking the city wall until it slightly trembled. As if responding to him, a sudden surge of battle spirit condensed throughout the heavens and earth. Yuanwu City stands here. I stand here. One comes, I kill one. 10,000 come, I kill 10,000. Lu Yu murmured softly, his voice not loud yet it spread through the live broadcast lens to the entire blue star. The barrage on the live platform instantly exploded. Lu Yu, damn it. I've got goosebumps. Who says talents can't defend their homeland? This is a true warrior. Yuanwu City is not alone. Lu Yu is here. 10,000 come, I kill 10,000. I've noted this down. This is the future battle god. And at this moment, the black tide ahead suddenly erupted. The first wave of impact had arrived. They're coming. All the warriors on the city wall gripped their weapons tightly, faces pale, jaws clenched. But in the next second, a golden lightning suddenly burst forth from beneath Lu Yu's feet. Boom! Countless streaks of electricity soared like dragons, and as the red thunder spear pointed forward, Lu Yu's figure transformed into a golden afterimage, appearing amidst flashes of lightning as he charged directly out of the wall, heading straight into the star beast tide. Lu Yu! Countless countless people cried out in alarm. And on the live broadcast screen, what was shown was one lone figure marching ahead of countless beasts, shrouded in lightning, unmatched in bravery. He alone was the first line of defense for the entirety of Yuanwu City. System notification: combat record has been synchronized. Master level spear technique is currently evolving through real battle. Activate battle spirit burning mode. Activate. Activation successful. Strength plus 20%, speed plus 20%, spear intent elevated to half-step intent level. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed gold, the red thunder spear in hand, lightning roaring, as he leaped forward. Come on, aren't you aiming to destroy this city? Get past me first before you talk. At this moment, all the viewers in front of their screens held their breath. For the first time, all of Blue Star held their breath for an unrecognized teenage hero. On the live broadcast screen, that blazing figure seemed like a miracle. Amidst the endless battlefield of black tide, it carved out a scorching trajectory, piercing clouds and splitting earth, fierce like a thunderstorm. In the next second, the camera zoomed closer. It captured a teenage face, brows and eyes sharp as knives, silver-gray battle armor stained with blood and dust, yet unable to conceal his unmistakable radiance. The red thunder spear in his hands crackled with lightning, and flames raged behind him, burning the surroundings. Lu Yu. He leaped down from the city wall, like a divine weapon coming out of the heavens. Wherever he passed, star beasts shattered, blood and flesh burst apart, and corpses piled high. He was like a blazing spear, tearing through the first line of defense of the star beast horde. Lu Yu. Holy, it's Lu Yu. He's gone berserk. Did he charge in all by himself? Look at that speed, that momentum. Is that even human? That's a war god. The live stream is recording history. On the command platform, Wang Chongming's once lifeless eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the figure recklessly charging through the flames, his face filled with shock. Then, with a fierce strike, he pounded the railing with his fist. You little brat, are you out of your mind? But damn it, that's badass. His voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared furiously toward the sky. Standing beside him, Luosha stared at the battlefield in awe. He single-handedly torn through the star beast horde's flank. Federation Assembly Hall, Imperial Capital. The livestream feed was now fully connected, and all the high-ranking officials sat in stunned silence. Zuoqi was fixated on the screen, his bloodshot eyes unblinking. When Lu Yu single-handedly shattered the beast horde, flames illuminating the battlefield and tearing apart the rhythm of the entire horde, Zuoqi suddenly rose from his chair. He did it. He's disrupting the beast horde's rhythm all by himself. He's saving Yuanwu City. Battlefield Yuanwu City. Lu Yu's gaze was cold as ice, and the star energy within him burned wildly. The perfect fusion of his bloodline and physique fully activated the star origin combat body. At this moment, his strength had already surpassed 23,000 kilograms, and his speed broke through 2,600 meters per second. His crimson thunder spear struck like a raging dragon of lightning, each blow carrying devastating power. One strike pierced through 3 7th-tier star beasts. A single leap crushed the skull of an 8th-tier giant python. His form moved like lightning, a fusion of thunder and fire, forcibly carving an opening in the star beast horde. System: continue raising the burning battle intent. Warning: overload combustion will affect the host's physical functions. I can't worry about that now. Activate it. Battle intent burning multiplier raised to 200%. Boom! Lu Yu's aura skyrocketed once more, and he seemed to transform into a war god embodied in thunder and fire. Come on, whoever dares set foot into Yuanwu City, I, Lu Yu, will send them on their way first. With a furious roar, Lu Yu swept his crimson thunder spear in an arc, shattering the skies. At this moment, the livestream erupted. What the? Lu Yu has lost it. He's single-handedly crushing the main force of the beast horde? This is what a war god looks like. This is it. Oh my god, I'm crying. Lu Yu, all on his own, has reignited hope for everyone. He is the spark of fire, the ember that lights up the darkness. On the battlefield, the defensive line of warriors that was on the verge of collapse found renewed spirit. When they saw the figure engulfed in flames tearing into the beast horde, cutting beasts down as he went, the fear in their eyes was replaced by hope. It's Lu Yu. Lu Yu is fighting. We're not fighting alone. Kill them all. Countless warriors roared in unison and surged forward, coordinating with Lu Yu's charge and pushing the battle line forward with reckless fury. The entire battlefield's momentum was turned around, all because of one person. System notification: host has activated Grandmaster Spear Intent Breakthrough Form. Spear Intent Breakthrough. The wielder's intent follows the spear, piercing all obstacles, breaking forms, breaking will, and breaking souls. Lu Yu thrust his spear forward, lightning coalescing at its tip as though the light of the heavens and earth converged on that single point. Boom! Dozens of star beasts in front of him exploded into pieces in an instant. Blood sprayed skyward, like a volcanic eruption. The lens of the livestream was drenched in blood, yet it could not obscure the lone figure charging through enemy lines. At this moment, countless people were moved to tears. They saw more than just a youth fighting. They saw hope, resolute will, and humanity's thousand-year indomitable spirit. It was a single person, igniting the battle intent of an entire city. Brother, in the subway, Lu Ling stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the screen, her eyes already blurred with tears. She covered her mouth, crying like a child. Didn't you say you were a gentleman who wanted to marry 10 wives? Why did you charge in alone? Meanwhile, Luyu's figure had completely dashed into the heart of the star beast tide. Thunder and fire intertwined, his spear intent soaring to the heavens. He stood alone, carrying the hope of the entire city on his back, burning like fire, illuminating the darkness. Boom! The ground shook, the earth roared. That colossal black giant lizard crushed the land under every step, and the air seemed to twist under its oppressive presence. Its scales were as thick as mountains, as black as ink, with rows of bone spines along its back. Its tail dragged like a heavy hammer, carving a deep trench into the ground. Its head was ferocious, its pupils crimson, exuding a terrifying aura comparable to the second tier of human mountain movers. Etched on its neck were 3 scarlet runes: Dark Demon, Bloodthirsty Lizard, Mountain Mover level, another star beast at Mountain Mover level. No, this aura is even stronger than an ordinary second tier mountain mover. Look at the bone spines on its back. That's the trait of the Bloodthirst tribe. This is a pure-blood bloodthirsty lizard, born to battle, with terrifying combat instincts. Countless warriors on the city walls cried out in shock, staring at the mountain-like lizard with eyes filled with terror and despair. What the hell is that? Dark Demon? Is it the lieutenant level elite? It's over. Luyu's going to clash head-on with a genuine second-tier mountain mover? No way, he's only at the body refinement stage. Even with his limits pushed, this gap is just too massive. Please, Luyu, don't go. Take a step back first. Countless viewers in the live broadcast channel frantically spammed comments, their voices full of urgency. But Luyu did not retreat. He still stood at the center of the battlefield, that silver-gray figure cloaked in lightning, engulfed in flames. Second-tier mountain mover? Just perfect. Luyu's mouth slightly curved, and battle spirit surged from his eyes like a volcanic eruption. Perfect for testing whether my combat strength is worthy in front of you. Behind him, an elite source crystal continued to hover, star energy pouring into his body like a tide. Lightning exploded around him, flames surged at the spear tip, the intent of a master spearman concentrated continually. Boom! Luyu stepped forward, the ground cracked and exploded beneath his feet. The next second, his entire figure transformed into a streak of lightning and fire, charging directly at the dark demon giant lizard. Come on, lizard, if you can walk out of Yuanwu City alive today, I, Luyu, will write my name backward. He's insane. Wang Chongming stood at the command platform, his eyes bloodshot, clenching his fists tightly. That brat actually wants to take on a second-tier mountain mover head-on? He's crazy, absolutely insane. Challenging a second-tier mountain mover at the body refinement stage, this isn't fighting, it's suicide. Luo Sha was equally shocked, murmuring, yet he doesn't show the faintest hint of retreat. Boom! At the center of the battlefield, Liu swept his spear, lightning exploding, flames surging. The dark demon giant lizard roared, its tail suddenly sweeping across. Bang! Spear and tail collided, shockwaves exploded. Countless star beasts were sent flying, and the ground cracked open. Luyu's figure was flung back dozens of meters, his footsteps digging over 10 deep pits before he steadied himself. Goodness, he grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This thing is seriously heavy, and seriously strong, but I like tough opponents. Abruptly raising his head, spear tip pointing forward, Master Spearman's intent soared into the heavens like a dragon. Let's go again. System notification, Master Spearman intent breaking boundary phase nearing breakthrough. Enable critical suppression mode? Enable. Suppression successful, gun intent stabilized, attack power increased by 30%, defense penetration rate increased by 50%. Luyu's aura surged again, the star source battle body operating at full capacity. Roar! The dark demon giant lizard roared once more, its scales shimmering with a scarlet glow, spewing out a black and red flame from its mouth. Damn it, it also has breath attacks? Luyu's eyes gleamed brightly. I have one too. He flicked his wrist to unleash an ice sphere. Violet Rain Ice Needle. Boom! 2 attacks collided in midair, ice and fire exploding, with energy surges sweeping like a hurricane. Luyu used the momentum to leap up, raising the scarlet lightning spear high above his head, thunder and lightning piercing the skies. World-breaking strike. Boom! This spear stabbed directly into the left eye of the dark demon giant lizard. Squelch! Blood splattered. The dark demon giant lizard roared deafeningly, its eyeball pierced and its massive body thrashing wildly. A critical hit. Luyu succeeded. The city walls erupted in cheers, countless warriors shouting in excitement. The live stream exploded. Aha, Luyu is insane. One spear to blind the eye of a mountain-moving stage tier 2 beast? Is he a god? This is the true essence of a battle god. Luyu landed firmly, standing before the massive lizard, the spear tip pointed diagonally at the ground, his voice as cold as a blade. Mountain-moving tier 2, nothing but that. Next. Boom! A thunderous sound shook heaven and earth. The scarlet lightning spear in Luyu's hand transformed into a golden lightning bolt, fiercely stabbing upward against against the steel-like tail of the dark demon giant lizard. Amid the violent energy collision, the air shattered and the ground cracked apart, an enormous shockwave erupting from their point of impact. Dust billowed thick, blurring the view. Countless people widened their eyes, staring intently at the livestream screen displaying that scene. Did it block the attack? What about Lu Yu? Damn the dust, can't see a thing. Director, zoom in for a close-up. Just as the livestream chat boiled over, the camera zoomed in abruptly. Through the dense smoke, a shadow slowly emerged. He stood with his back to the camera, his battle armor shattered, long hair streaming in the wind, surrounded by lightning and flames. The scarlet lightning spear dragged along the ground, its tip dripping with blood. It was Lu Yu. He was alive. He had blocked the attack. And in the next moment, the screen shifted, finally revealing the dark demon giant lizard's condition. Its massive tail was pierced cleanly through the center. Penetrated. The spear's tip had stabbed deep into the tailbone, leaving flesh mangled and black and red blood gushing out, staining the entire battlefield red. The lizard roared in anguish, thrashing wildly in pain. Its once impervious physical defense had completely collapsed under this single strike. The entire livestream fell silent for a second, and then holy *TSH*. What kind of monstrous strength is this? That tail might as well have been made of meteoric iron. Bleep King pierced through a mountain-moving stage star beast with a single strike? Damn, is this even humanly possible? Extreme strength of 140,000 kilograms in one strike. I bet it's even more than that. This is truly a world-shattering strike. From now on, who in body refining stage can say they're strong? Lu Yu has smashed through the ceiling of mountain-moving stage combat. Wang Chongming stared at the scene, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, his shock written all over his face. Luo Sha staggered and grabbed onto a nearby pillar, muttering, "That kid, is this even human? Isn't he a reincarnated thunder god?" Meanwhile, in the Federation Council Hall, the entire High Command was plunged into a dead silence. Countless people stood, gazing at the blood-drenched youth on the screen, their eyes devoid of doubt or worry, only shock and fervent admiration. Zuoqi's face was flushed, his eyes wet as he slammed his fist onto the table. Insane. This kid is utterly insane. He, a mere body refinement realm cultivator, directly confronted a mountain-moving second realm beast and ultimately pierced through a mountain-moving first realm beast with a single spear? Does anyone else have anything to say? No one answered. They all understood. This young man was not just the hope of Blue Star. He was the direction of humanity's future. On the battlefield, Liu slowly withdrew the crimson lightning spear, blood dripping along the shaft, as if Ashura had returned. He raised his head, gazing at the distant sky where the dark-winged angel, like a monarch overlooking all, hovered. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and the tip of his spear pointed to the heavens. Shouldn't you come down here yourself? Your subordinates can't stop me. The wind howled, and the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Yet, this single sentence seemed to ignite the blood of everyone present. Lu Yu. He broke through. He broke through the mountain-moving realm star beast. Ah, Lu Yu, standing alone, with one earth-shattering spear, has completely rewritten the battle. This isn't just a fight, it's the beginning of a legend. At this moment, Lu Yu stood quietly in the center of the battlefield, stepping over corpses and blood. Behind him were the rousing shouts of countless warriors. Ahead of him was the still roaring tide of star beasts, and he with his own strength bore the hope of an entire city. One man holding the pass, no beast could advance. Boom! As Lu Yu stomped heavily, the head of the dark demon giant lizard exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering and limbs flying. The mountain-moving realm star beast, which had once struck fear into countless human warriors, was crushed to death by Lu Yu's single stomp. The scene fell into utter silence. Countless people widened their eyes, even forgetting to breathe. This was no dream. This was real. A young man in the body refinement realm, under the live broadcast cameras and the watchful eyes of all humanity, had personally killed a mountain-moving realm star beast, and he didn't even pause to catch his breath as if he had just done something trivial. Holy crap, 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 crap. Is this something a human can do? Lu the King is going berserk. One spear to sever the tail, one stomp to crush the head. I kneel. This isn't the limit of body refinement. This is the myth of body refinement. Star beasts, we request to retract the evaluation that humans are a weak species. After today, the name Lu Yu will undoubtedly go down in history. Meanwhile, in the Federal Council Hall, Zuoqi's face was flushed with excitement, and his palms were nearly raw from clapping. Ha 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 ha. This kid is insane. Truly insane. Do you all remember? Just 2 days ago at the Genius Tournament, he was merely a boy who had just advanced to the 9th level of body refinement. And now, he stomped a mountain-moving realm star beast to death. He has accomplished something unprecedented in Blue Star's history, single-handedly reversing the tide of a beast invasion. The other high-ranking officials could no longer contain themselves, rising to their feet, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. This boy is not just a genius, he is a miracle. Even the man who had been standing with his back to the crowd, cloaked in starlight, finally turned his head slightly, revealing a rare smile. Lu Yu, well done. On the battlefield, the figure of the dark-winged angel slowly descended, and an overwhelming pressure instantly swept across the land. It was the aura of a lord-level star beast. The winds raged, and the earth trembled. Its wings unfolded slowly, black feathers blotting out the sky, its metallic armor covering its entire body. The half-human, half-beast face bore deep anger and killing intent. "Human, you have successfully angered me. You will pay the price for your arrogance." Lu Yu stood his ground, the crimson lightning spear slung over his shoulder, a playful smile on his face. "Oh, so it's finally your turn to come out? What, your subordinates couldn't handle it, and now you think you alone can turn the tide?" A flash of murderous intent flickered in the dark-winged angel's eyes, but it forcibly suppressed its rage. "You are strong, but you are not yet qualified to be my enemy. I am one of the future successors of the Star Beast Royal Court. After the calamity, to kill you, I won't need more than 3 moves." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "So why are you still talking so much? Do you believe I could turn you into a roast chicken right now? Dark-winged angel, you're courting death." The next moment, the dark-winged angel suddenly spread its wings, black light bursting forth instantly. One by one, energy projectiles resembling black meteors condensed behind it, enveloped in terrifying starsource power, and swept toward Lu Yu. Black Wings Downfall. This was the dark-winged angel's iconic ability. Each energy projectile possessed immense penetration and corrosion capabilities, sufficient to blast through alloy walls dozens of meters thick. Facing this overwhelming offensive, Lu Yu remained motionless. He slowly lifted his hand, aiming the crimson lightning spear skyward as lightning crackled. System, activate Starsource Combat Form, full release mode. Starsource Combat Form, full release mode initiated. Hosts attributes increased by 50%, Starsource absorption efficiency enhanced by 100%, bloodline resonance activation in progress. Boom! Golden light erupted from Lu Yu's body, intertwining with lightning and fire, his aura surging dramatically. With one step forward, the surrounding space seemed to tremble and tear apart. Good timing. Let me see whether this so-called future successor of the Star Beast Royal Court truly has the qualifications to make me fight seriously. This spear, he slowly raised the crimson lightning spear, lightning concentrated to the peak. Shall shatter the deadlock. Heaven-shaking spear, second form thunderbolt piercing through the void. SSS-level. The spear struck like a dragon, thunderous and unstoppable. Lightning twisted at the tip of the spear into a vortex, tearing through the skies and hurtling directly toward the dark-winged angel. Boom! Lightning clashed head-on with Black Wing's downfall, and for a moment, heaven and earth fell into silence. Then a deafening explosion echoed like the advent of doomsday. The battlefield ground was forcibly shaved off by a layer, dust and sand swirling hundreds of meters high, as violent energy swept in all directions. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the epicenter of the explosion. Lu Yu, did he block it? My god, he actually squared off against the dark-winged angel head-on. The smoke gradually dispersed. A figure slowly emerged from the core of the explosion. His silver-gray battle armor was shattered, his body covered in blood, yet he stood tall with the crimson lightning spear still glowing with lightning. And across from him, the dark-winged angel knelt on one knee, a massive wound deep enough to expose bone etched across its chest. Blood gushed like a spring, its face twisted in fury. It roared, it bellowed, it was injured. For the first time, it was forced into injury by a human. You said you'd kill me in 3 moves? 1 move has already passed. Lu Yu slowly raised the long spear in his hand, his gaze cold as frost. You still have 2 moves left. Host, please do not compare divine bloodlines with this garbage. The system's voice remained as calm and disdainful as ever, but at this moment, it brought a faintly brilliant smile to Lu Yu's face. So that was it. Awakened bloodline? The dark-winged angel thought it was exploiting its abilities, but what it didn't realize was the true master of exploits had already taken his place in the center of the battlefield. High above, the body of the dark-winged angel began to expand crazily, its black wings spreading wide enough to blot out the sun. Behind it, thousands of star beast corpses shriveled entirely, leaving behind hollow shells, as rolling black energy poured into its body. This was its bloodline power to devour its kin's blood energy and temporarily enhance its strength. Once this process was completed, its combat prowess would double within a short span, allowing it to briefly reach the threshold of transcendence. Roar! It let out an earth-shaking roar, the sound waves almost tangible, causing the ground to crack and forcing all the warriors on the battlefield to retreat, unable even to stand steadily. The terrifying aura swept through like a tsunami, pressing down on everything, making it almost impossible to breathe. Wang Chongming landed on the ground at this moment, his face livid as he witnessed the scene. Lu Yu, retreat! An awakened dark-winged angel is no longer something a banned mountain realm cultivator can deal with. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. In the Federal Assembly Hall, Zuo Qi also stood up abruptly, his expression more serious than ever. The Federation must immediately mobilize its reserve forces. No matter what, Lu Yu cannot die here. Yet their voices did not reach Lu Yu. Or perhaps he had heard them, but he had no intention of responding. He stood silently in the wind, gazing at the dark-winged angel, who seemed to have transformed into a demon god, his expression terrifyingly calm. System, activate Godly Bloodline Level 1 Resonance. Activating Godly Bloodline Level 1 Resonance successfully activated. Strength increased by 80%, speed increased by 60%, mental power doubled, and elemental resistance fully enhanced. Boom! A surge of golden light suddenly erupted from Lu Yu's body. Brilliant golden patterns surfaced on his skin, like divine markings. With the crimson lightning spear in hand, lightning roared like dragons, flames surged, and storm and thunder rolled. He stepped forward, and the ground instantly caved in, the air resounding with sonic booms. In that instant, everyone saw before the overwhelming black demonic shadow, golden radiance surged forth as though a divine king had descended. What is this aura? Wang Chongming's eyes widened, staring fixedly in Lu Yu's direction as if struck by lightning. This is not a power that the body refinement realm can possess. Is he burning his bloodline? No, this isn't burning, this is resonance. He awakened his bloodline too? In the Federal Assembly Hall, Zuoqi's pupils contracted. No, this is no ordinary bloodline. This aura far surpasses that of the dark-winged angel's bloodline. What exactly is this? And the man in the red robe who had never turned back before now finally turned slightly, revealing eyes as deep as the stars. Gazing at the image of Lu Yu, he spoke slowly. This isn't a talent. This is a godkin. On the battlefield, the dark-winged angel also felt the oppressive golden aura surging from Lu Yu. Its pupils constricted, and the boiling blood within it began to tremble, as though bowing in submission to a higher existence. You, what are you? Lu Yu slowly lifted his gaze, his golden eyes swirling, the tip of his spear pointed forward, his voice resonating like a divine decree. A human, Lu Yu, awakened with a godly bloodline. You, with such inferior bloodline, how dare you act recklessly in my presence? Apologies, but you are unworthy. Boom! Lu Yu fiercely stamped the ground, his entire body transforming into a streak of golden lightning, soaring into the skies. The crimson lightning spear pierced through the void like a divine lance, the intent of his spear intensifying once more. Master Spear Technique Third Form Thunderbolt Divine Decree. Rumble! Lightning interwove through the heavens and earth. A golden lightning dragon descended from the skies, carrying the might of divine judgment, striking directly at the heart of the dark-winged angel. The dark-winged angel bellowed in rage, its wings flaring as it shot upward. A massive black spear formed once again, infused with boundless dark energy, piercing forward with overwhelming power. Black Wing Judgment. The two forces clashed midair. One golden, one black, two ultimate powers collided in the sky, rendering the world momentarily silent. The next second, boom, golden lightning obliterated the darkness. Black wings shattered. The crimson lightning spear, like a divine lance, pierced through the heavens and directly through the chest of the dark-winged angel. In midair, the colossal figure of the dark-winged angel froze, staring down at the gaping, fatal wound through its chest, a flicker of fear finally appearing in its eyes. This is impossible. Lu Yu withdrew his spear and stood, his expression cold, his gaze looking down with divine indifference. You said you'd kill me in 3 moves. Now, I'll kill you in 1. Bang! The immense form of the dark-winged angel crashed to the ground, leaving a massive crater, completely devoid of life. The surroundings fell into dead silence. In the live broadcast, the entire Blue Star witnessed the shot, witnessed how a young man, with a tempered body, awakened divine blood and slew the Star Beast Lord. At that moment, countless people were moved to tears. At that moment, the entire Blue Star erupted with excitement. Lu Yu, the spear of the divine lineage, a strike that shakes the heavens. This isn't Lu the King of Bants, this is Lu the God King. He's not just a genius, he's a miracle, a champion for human dignity, a warrior fighting for billions of lives. Lu Yu, he must be the king of humanity. In the high skies, the golden light had yet to fade. Lu Yu stood among thunder and fire, holding the scarlet lightning spear, like a deity descending with one strike. He ended the darkness. Clang! The scarlet thunder spear pierced through the air in an instant, lightning roaring like a dragon, as the spear shot straight forward. This strike was so fast that even sound was dragged into a vacuum, as if tearing the sky to reveal a bolt of lightning. You're so damn talkative. Lu Yu roared furiously, unleashing his full bloodline power. Golden patterns flashed crazily across his body, appearing like the impending judgment of a divine being. Boom! The Darkwing Angel didn't even have time to curse, its mouth was still open when Lu Yu's spear struck its chest. This time, Lu Yu didn't hold back, didn't probe. This was a strike of killing intent. Thunder annihilation, god-slaying style. The scarlet thunder spear pierced through the void, its tip interwoven with flames and lightning, as if channeling the will of heaven and earth, striking directly at the heart of the Darkwing Angel. Bang! The massive body of the Darkwing Angel was sent flying again. Behind it erupted a huge vortex of thunder and flames. Its black wings were shredded, feathers scattering through the sky like a fatal rain. It crashed heavily to the ground. The earth trembled, cracks spreading like a spider's web for hundreds of meters. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Lu King, sent the Darkwing Angel flying with one shot again? Didn't he just awaken his bloodline moments ago? How is his power this absurd? Damn it. This isn't just genius level, this is like cheats level. One moment asking for a girl's contact info, the next beating the Star Beast Lord into the dirt. Who can withstand this double buff? I declare, starting today Lu Yu is no longer the Lu King, he's Lu Dual Cultivation Yu, the god. On the battlefield, Lu Yu landed steadily, his feet creating deep cracks beneath him. him. He slowly retracted his spear, frowning as he looked at the Darkwing Angel, now sprawled on the ground gasping for air. Disgusted, he spoke. Why do you talk so much? Fighting a battle, you rant endlessly, can't you just stop? I was about to get Mooner's contact info, and you ruined my chance with your shouting. You owe me for that. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in laughter, and the livestream chat went wild. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. Luyu, are you here to fight or to date? Ha ha ha. Darkwing Angel, I came to battle, but you're over here flirting? That spear strike made my heart jump, and now you're talking about Mooner? Is Mooner so scared now she won't even dare to add him as a friend? Ha ha. Meanwhile, the Darkwing Angel, still lying on the ground, began to slowly prop itself up. A fist-sized bloody hole was now visible in its chest, black blood dripping relentlessly, its breath chaotic and face twisted in agony. Yet its eyes had lost all arrogance, all disdain. What remained was fear. You, what are you exactly? You're not human, you're a divine descendant. The aura within you makes me instinctively want to submit. Luyu raised an eyebrow, casually flicking his spear. I'm human, of course. Except, I'm someone you wretched vermin will never be worthy of comparing yourselves to. He stepped closer to the Darkwing Angel, the golden glow surrounding him growing even more intense. You wanted to know the level of my bloodline? Now feel it. Use what little brain you have left, and remember this sensation. This is the God bloodline, a level you wouldn't even dare to dream of. Luyu's tone was calm, yet each word struck like a divine bell, resonating so powerfully that countless star beasts trembled in fear. In the Federation Council chamber, all the high-ranking officials stood collectively, breathing heavily, their eyes fixed on the screen. Zuachi's voice trembled with excitement. Did you hear that? The God bloodline. He said his bloodline was of divine level. This is the light of humanity, the future of Blue Planet. He's not just an individual. He represents the herald of bloodline revival for our entire human race. On the battlefield, Luyu had already walked up to the Darkwinged Angel. He lowered his head, looking at this once arrogant star beast lord, now lying on the ground like a dying stray dog. Do you have any last words? Black blood seeped from the corner of the Darkwinged Angel's mouth, a trace of madness and obsession flickering in its eyes. You killed me. The king will avenge me. You won't live more than 3 days. Upon hearing this, Luyu suddenly laughed. The king? Then tell your king I'm waiting for him. With that, the red electric lance in Luyu's hand suddenly pierced through the Darkwinged Angel's skull. Bang! Black blood splattered, and the beast's eyes lost focus. The Darkwinged Angel, dead. The next second, golden text slowly emerged on the live broadcast screen. Human warrior Luyu successfully slays leader-level star beast Darkwinged Angel. Battle merit evaluation, SSS level. All-time highest battle merit record across Blue Planet officially refreshed. Humans, you disgrace me. This was the Darkwinged Angel's final sentence before death, filled with the utmost hatred and humiliation. Unfortunately, it couldn't even vent its last burst of fury, as Luyu hit it with a casual brother, thanks for your hard work, instantly angering it to death. Boom! Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up dust that soared into the sky. A dignified leader-level star beast, awakening its bloodline and borrowing ancestral powers, ended up skewered by Luyu's lance and dying half from rage in its final moments. For an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was staring at the screen, as though witnessing a moment destined to be recorded in human history. Meanwhile, Luyu was crouched by the Darkwinged Angel's corpse, wiping the blood off the red electric lance while casually muttering, "Tisk, this lance is pretty sturdy, nearly broke the tip. System, remember to strengthen the lance's structure later. Ding, recorded. Materials are ready. Would you like to strengthen it now? No rush, let me finish showing off first." The live streaming room exploded. Oh my god. Luyu, you're just too good at showing off. After finishing your speech and literally angering someone to death, you're still here wiping down your lance? Brother, thanks for your hard work, is classic even in death. The Darkwinged Angel can't rest in peace. I hereby declare that Luyu isn't just a battle god today, he's officially the cockiest battle god in history. One shot to kill, one sentence to send off. No one deserves the title shame of star beasts more than the Darkwinged Angel. That "you disgrace me" line left me laughing to the point of fainting right where I stood. I've run out of oxygen laughing. Atop the city wall, Wang Chongming had just rushed to the edge of the battlefield, ready to risk his life to save someone. But seeing the moment the Darkwinged Angel crumpled to the ground, his legs almost gave out, he nearly collapsed on the spot. It's dead already? Damn it, I haven't even had a chance to make my move. Disregarding his reputation, he shouted toward the center of the battlefield at Luyu. You brat, you're something else. You really are something else. If you'd been 1 second slower, this old bag of bones would have been dragged in to die with you. Luyu turned back and grinned, giving a thumbs up to the guild leader. Guild leader, rest assured, I can handle the scene alone. You don't need to step and save yourself to spend time with your granddaughter. Wang Chongming was so furious he nearly dropped dead on the spot. You're still holding on to Yuer's matter? Didn't you just say you almost died? Luyu nodded earnestly. Yeah, I almost couldn't get her contact information. That's worse than dying. Wang Chongming stormed off in anger. Fine, not saving you anymore, not saving. I'm saving a goddamn ancestor. Meanwhile, the Federal Council council hall was in unprecedented uproar. He succeeded. He actually did it. Divine bloodline, the deity's lance. Lu Yu single-handedly defeated and killed an awakened bloodline star beast lord. This isn't just a battle, it's a miracle. Zhuo Qi was even more overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes brimming with tears. He is the first of our human race, the origin of the bloodline awakening, the hope for the future. One high-ranking official after another pounded the table in excitement. Some were already preparing emergency orders following this battle. Lu Yu's status would completely transcend the prodigy level. He would become the Federation's strategic level combat force. On the battlefield, Lu Yu put down the scarlet lightning gun and stood up. The golden radiance on his body slowly receded, and the divine phantom behind him gradually faded away. He looked at the battlefield strewn with star beast corpses, let out a soft breath, and raised his gaze toward the distant horizon. This is just the beginning. The star beast royal court, their vanguard has already fallen. Who's next? System notification. Battle complete. The host has received the following rewards: blood resonance proficiency plus 100%, star source combat body advancement condition met, ability replication points plus 2000. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SS rank ability, Shadow, Dark Element. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. Fusion successful. The host can freely control the 4 ability modules: Shadow Form, Shadow Walk, Shadow Blade, Shadow Realm. Lu Yu sensed the rising dark power within him intertwining with the golden brilliance of his divine bloodline, a sharp intent flashing through his eyes. Golden black, light and shadow. This combination isn't bad at all. Meanwhile, across Blue Star's major base cities, the Federation's top martial schools, research institutes, armies, and families all received the highest directive from the Federation's main intelligence system, A-level emergency notification. Yuanwu City campaign concluded. Lu Yu, humanity's first awakened bloodline bearer, slew the bloodline awakened commander level star beast Dark-Winged Angel while still in body refining phase. Combat achievement in this campaign, SSS level bestowing the codename Divine Heir, with privileges befitting the Federation's strongest prodigy. All martial artists are prohibited from suppressing Lu Yu's rank level. All factions must submit their stances and plans concerning Lu Yu within 3 days. At this time, Lu Yu was leisurely walking back to the city wall, grumbling about next time, don't kill them in one hit, otherwise I can't replicate their abilities. Behind him lay a purgatory formed by tens of thousands of star beast corpses. In front of him were countless martial artists raising their weapons, roaring waves of cheers. Lu Yu, Lu Yu, Lu Yu. At this moment, the legend of Lu Yu officially began. Put. A soft sound echoed, and Lu Yu froze in place. Holding a bouquet of still warm flowers in his hands, the lingering warmth of a girl's red lips touching his cheek clung to his face. Suddenly he, Lu Yu, Blue Star's strongest prodigy, awakened bearer of the divine bloodline, battle god who slew the star beast leader, found himself a little dazed. Did I just get kissed? Lu Yu blankly stared at the young girl whose face had turned crimson but whose gaze remained unwavering. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Lu God, thank you for saving all of us. The girl's voice was crisp and resolute. Facing countless cameras and crowds, she showed no timidity. After speaking, she turned and ran, leaving behind a pink silhouette glowing radiantly under the sunset. And Lu Yu still stood there, holding the bouquet, his face red as a tomato. Around him, silence fell first, then waha. Whose girl is this? So bold. Lu brothers blushing. Ha ha ha. Lu brothers embarrassed. Guys, today's the greatest victory of Blue Star, and also Lu God's most awkwardly public moment. Lu Master was still acting cool just now, but one kiss and his defenses are down completely. Ha. The livestream was already exploding with laughter. I declare, this girl is Blue Star's bravest soul. This wave saved all of humanity and us viewers. Confess on behalf of Lu God +1. Lu God, go for it. Today is a great day. Brother Lu is no longer single, and the star beasts have retreated. God Lu is blushing. Human emotions are exploding in the livestream. At this moment, Lu Yu's ears were so hot they were about to drip blood. He cleared his throat, tried to compose himself, and forced a calm demeanor. Just a minor incident, nothing worth mentioning. I'll accept this bouquet. After speaking, he gently embraced the flowers and gazed complexly at the bustling street and the pink figure slowly fading into the distance. System, was I just forcefully kissed? Yes, host. But we detected increased heart rate, elevated temperature, and abnormal emotional fluctuations. We advise calming down for 10 seconds. Lu Yu silently took a deep breath, his face showing a helpless smile. Nowadays, being a hero really comes with risks. Wang Chongming stared at Lu Yu with shock. Kid, you're something else. You even accepted the flowers. Tisk tisk tisk, just talked to me about my granddaughter earlier, and now a girl kisses you. Impressive, little ancestor. Lu Yu blushed. It's a misunderstanding. I wasn't expecting her to dare. You weren't expecting yourself to blush, right? Wang Chongming laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Meanwhile, in the Federal Parliament Hall, a high-definition screenshot had been sent to the main brain database. It was precisely the moment Lu Yu held the floral bouquet, face flushed, while being kissed by the girl. Interesting. Starry light shimmered behind the Flame Lord, who smiled faintly. This kid's emotions can resonate with the entire nation. Zhuo Qi, make arrangements. arrangements to include this photo in Luyu's heroic archive. In future textbooks, use this as the image. Zhuo Qi, Flame Lord is wise. Above Yuanwu City, countless combat aircraft hovered as golden light points rained down from the sky. The Federation's Medal of Honor for Humanity's Heroes was being synchronized and projected. Countless people stared upward in reverence and anticipation, their hearts echoing only one name, Lu Yu. He was the guardian, the hero, the origin of faith. And he still stood in place, looking at the flowers in his hand, took a gentle sniff, and couldn't help the corner of his lips curling upward. Next time someone accuses me of just being pretentious, I'll tell them I also accept flowers. Deal. Lu Yu nodded cheerfully, satisfied as he sheathed the Scarlet Thunder gun. 1,000 premium source crystals, plus help from the Federation to upgrade his weapon. This move was an enormous win. He even made a special glance at Zhuo Qi. Lord Zhuo, you sure are magnanimous. If you'd come earlier, I could have saved a few extra star beasts for you to study. Zhuo Qi rolled his eyes, though his mouth couldn't suppress a twitch. Kid, don't push your luck. For anyone else, forget 1,000 source crystals, they wouldn't even get the medal box. Your achievements today were earned by your own grit. The Federation owes you. Despite saying this, Zhuo Qi couldn't help adding, but honestly, you are way too sharp-tongued. Lu Yu, utterly serious, spread his hands, and what's wrong with being sharp-tongued? Even with my sharp tongue, it didn't let the Darkwing Angel leave alive. Do you remember its last words before dying? Human, you insult me. In that moment, I was genuinely moved. It was the first time a star beast admitted I was sharp-tongued. Zhuo Qi almost laughed in exasperation. You're truly a troublemaker. Wang Chongming laughed so hard he slapped his thighs. Lord Zhuo, let me tell you, this brat isn't just sharp-tongued, he holds grudges. I gave him a couple extra punches earlier, and now he's been glaring at me differently. Lu Yu, I don't hold grudges. I just hope you hit me a few more times in the future and preferably give me your granddaughter's contact info. The fiercer the hit, the deeper my love. Scram! Wang Chongming's face darkened, nearly raising his weapon to execute another round of Chongming's 8 strikes. Lu Ling stood beside him, angrily tugging at Lu Yu's sleeve and muttering softly, Brother, can you stop always bringing up someone else's granddaughter? Just now, Sister Meishin got so annoyed she stormed off. She wasn't mad, she was just so annoyed by you that she couldn't keep pretending to be reserved. Lu Yu analyzed earnestly. That one sister you called her almost broke her defenses. You interested in her? Lu Ling blinked and asked. Lu Yu coughed lightly. I'm interested in all ladies, but I have exceptional patience with you. Why does that sound so scummy? Because your brother's charm stat is now maxed out, Lu Yu said proudly, puffing out his chest. Lu Ling looked at him with disdain. If your charm stat is maxed, it feels like your intelligence stat is all invested in your glib tongue. On the other side, Zhuo Qi watched the bickering between Lu Yu and his sister, his face full of mirth. This is humanity's future. It's not about taking blows or desperate struggles, it's about finding joy in the hope to embrace freedom after a bloody battle. He glanced at the distant sky and murmured softly to himself, Flame Lord, this kid, he's worth the gamble. Lu Yu, Zhuo Qi suddenly spoke seriously, his smile fading. Lu Yu turned around, his expression tightening. Do you know what earning the Human Hero Medal signifies? It signifies that you're no longer just a genius. You are the banner of the Federation, the most dazzling symbol on this land, the role model for all human children growing up. Starting today, you no longer represent yourself but the future of humankind. Every word and action of yours will be recorded, passed down, and immortalized. Lu Yu was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. I understand, but I am still me. When it's time to show off, I won't hold back. Zhuo Qi, Wang Chongming, this kid is utterly hopeless. Lu Ling, brother, does your cheek thickness now come with a measurable unit? I'm considering getting Federation certification for it, Lu Yu said seriously. Thickness unit, 1U. Amid their playful bantering, the distant sky lit up again with a golden display. The Federation mainframe once again broadcast an announcement across the entire network. Official notice, the entrance assessment for the first martial school will commence in 3 days. This assessment will feature a special Castor Planet Exchange Student Program Genius Competition. The will to fight burns everlasting. All special tagged students must report to the Empire Capital's first martial school within 3 days. Special tag number 001, Lu Yu, the announcement sent all of Blue Planet into an uproar again. Special tag number 001, the number 1. This was the Federation's first ever single number designation for a student, and Lu Yu, undoubtedly, had become the most prominent genius of Blue Planet. Lu Yu looked at the notice on his Intel terminal, his mouth slightly curling upward. 3 days from now? Shouldn't I? As soon as he turned his head, he saw Lu Ling staring at him warily. What should you do? Train seriously and prepare for the assessment, Lu Yu asserted solemnly. How could I possibly think about sneaking off to date a girl? Hoof. Lu Ling tugged at his arm, full of disbelief. That expression, you're fooling kids, aren't you? Lu Yu sighed, gazing skyward with deep resignation. My life is probably just like this. Heroes can't overcome their little sister's hurdles. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully copying the Special Energy Form Solar Core, rare level forbidden energy source. Current stored Stored state, microfusion core form. Would you like to fuse with the star origin core, convert it into weapon energy, or store it as backup? Listening to the string of system notifications, Liu couldn't help the corner of his mouth turning up. Well, damn, I knew it, this thing can pull off some tricks. System, expand detailed information. Sun core, microfusion core form, level, forbidden grade, cannot be quantified, status, stably sealed. Function 1, continuously releases high energy heat, temperature controllable, maximum release temperature up to 20 million degrees. Function 2, can be integrated into weapons, becoming an energy core, upgrading weapons to SSS grade, unique binding. Function 3, can be used as a battle body amplification core, significantly enhancing the circulation efficiency of stellar energy within the body, improving recovery, output, burst, and other attributes after fusion. Liu looked at the rows of information and paused for a second. Then he abruptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Holy crap, isn't this a cheat of cheats? I'm the true king of cheats now." He lowered his gaze to the metal, watching that wisp of crimson flame slowly pulsating, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. This thing must be used. System, integrate it into the Crimson Thunder gun, set it as the energy core. Confirm integration. This operation is an irreversible binding. Continue, integrating, buzz. In the next moment, the Crimson Thunder gun in Liu's hand lightly shuddered, and a surge of scorching crimson light spread from the gun's handle to the tip. Thunder, flames, wind, and golden lines resonated across the weapon's body. Meanwhile, a previously inconspicuous groove in the middle of the gun's body suddenly split open, forming a sealed energy chamber. That wisp of sun core seemed to respond to a summons, slowly leaping into it. Boom! Instantly, the Crimson Thunder gun erupted with unparalleled brilliance. The entire weapon seemed like it had descended from the heavens, surrounded by thunder and fire, its glow surging and retracting, as if capable of piercing the sky. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, the Crimson Thunder gun has successfully ascended to SSS grade. Sun core gun. Current status, energy-driven first phase unlocked, passive amplification, attack power plus 300%, elemental penetration plus 100%, weapon recovery speed plus 200%, special ability, stellar fusion strike releases sun core energy, condensing a strike capable of incinerating any material, cooldown, 12 hours. Liu gazed at the revamped divine weapon in his hand, laughing uncontrollably. This gun now is my destiny. From now on, anyone who says I fight with talk alone, I'll send them on a trip to the sun with one shot. He lightly swung it, the gun's tip slicing through the air, leaving behind a trail of golden red light that even seemed to subtly distort the space. Tisk. Outrageously cool. Meanwhile, at the Martial Artist Association, Zuoqi had just returned to his aircraft. Sorting through his files, he recalled Liu's earlier expression of, "I don't want my sister to go to the top martial school. That kid is definitely worried his sister might interfere with his flirting." Shaking his head with a laugh, Zuoqi was about to report Lu Ling's bloodline situation to Flame Master when suddenly his brow furrowed. This energy fluctuation, is it the sun core? He whipped around sharply, instantly expanding his spiritual sense. His perception precisely captured that the wisp of sun core originally sealed within the metal had disappeared. Impossible. Could it have been activated? But there's no energy field explosion. His expression turned peculiar as he muttered, "Liu, did you clone the sun core?" Moments later, Zuoqi slowly raised his head, staring up at the ceiling, his face gradually turning numb. He can even clone the sun, and I actually let him choose his own reward? Am I crazy? The aircraft fell into silence. Meanwhile, Liu was spinning around his room, holding the Crimson Thunder gun, humming a tune. "From now on, anyone who dares to compete with me on weapons, I'll show them what a real official superspec model looks like. This gun is going viral." Lu Ling poked her head out of the kitchen. "Brother, are you going crazy again?" Liu immediately put away the scarlet electric gun, looking serious. "No, I'm reflecting on combat, reflecting on life." "The sound of your reflection is loud enough to break into a song." "You misheard," Liu replied without blinking an eye. Come wash the vegetables before dinner later." "Brother is not reflecting on the Tao of vegetables. Don't interfere with my training regimen." "Are you washing or not?" "Wash. I'll understand everything right away." Meanwhile, in the distant imperial capital, a figure stood atop the Starlight Temple, gazing in the direction of Yuanwu City. "The energy of the sun core has moved? It seems this young man is no longer just a hope. He is the harbinger of a new era." Holy light shimmered, starlight blazed. Ding! Random mission unlocked. Report to the First Martial Academy. Mission difficulty, A level. Mission details, as special label number 001, report to the First Martial Academy in the imperial capital and complete the enrollment process. Mission rewards, copy points plus 300, top quality source crystals times 100, SS-level random ability gift pack times 1. Note, after completing the mission, the system will unlock the Academy Glory task chain. At the moment the system notification sounded, Liu was instantly energized. "I knew it. System, you still get me. While you're usually stingy, you do give me great stuff at critical moments." crystals. Copy points plus 300 enough to replicate the heart of the sun one more time. Top quality source crystals times 100 a direct recovery boost. Most importantly, there's an SS-level random ability gift pack. What's the significance of this? It's a treasure that has a chance to unlock SS-level innate abilities. And it even has the word random. Just thinking about it is thrilling. System, can I open the gift pack now? The host may choose to open it immediately or store it in the system space for later use. Then what are we waiting for? Open it now. Ding, SS-level random ability gift pack is opening. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SS-level ability. Heavenly Thunder Descent, Lightning Element. Heavenly Thunder Descent summons the lightning from the 9 heavens, precisely targeting an enemy. It can be controlled to strike an area or a single point based on the host's will. Cooldown, 6 hours. Luyu couldn't stop laughing. An SS-level lightning ability? Damn, this is insane. Thunderstrike plus Heavenly Thunder Descent, dual-wielding lightning abilities, close-range stabbing and long-distance smiting, a perfect combination. He already envisioned the scenes in his next battle. You thought I could only stab you in close combat? Sorry, I can smite you from above as well. Stab then smite then stab, over and over, leaving no trace of you behind. Looking at the system interface displaying copy points, 1500, copy attempts, 11, Liu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. System, I'll begrudgingly give you a thumbs up this time, as long as the host is satisfied. But, Liu stroked his chin. The Academy Glory task chain you just mentioned, does it mean I'll have more missions after joining the first Martial Academy? Yes, host. The task chain will progress alongside the host's growth at the first Martial Academy, gradually unlocking objectives, rewards, and hidden plots. Ultimate rewards include but are not limited to epic tier abilities, legendary martial skills, custom exclusive battle gear, and cross-star inheritance privileges. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled. Wow, as expected, as soon as I step foot in the first Martial Academy, it'll mark the beginning of my cheat mode. By then, all those so-called geniuses from the Castor planet will probably cry their way back home. I, Lu Yu, am destined to be the ceiling of the first Martial Academy. System, with enough copy points and source crystals replenished, let's go. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association in Yuanwu City, Lu Yu, dressed in a clean and sharp black combat uniform and carrying the crimson lightning spear on his shoulder, calmly stepped out. As soon as Wang Chongming, who had been waiting for a long time at the entrance, saw him, he immediately walked up, his face full of wrinkles blooming into a smile. Kid, finally willing to come out? Lu Yu shrugged with a helpless expression. No choice, my dear sister at home had an epiphany and decided to let me go seek romance. Wang Chongming paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. That girl, Lu Ling, finally had her awakening? Ha ha, good for her. This is the youth you should have, kid. But speaking of which, your status isn't ordinary now. If you want to date, you need to consider identity, temperament, and lineage, you know? Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Are you grooming me for a matchmaking agency? Far more high-end than that. Wang Chongming patted his shoulder. You're now a federal hero. Every action you take is watched. Even dating might end up trending online, so keep a low profile. Low profile, my foot. Even a moon-watching stroll at night gets caught immediately by Lu Ling. That means she truly understands you, Wang Chongming said with a meaningful smile. I think she understands too much, Lu Yu responded. While the two were joking around, a beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky in the distance. A silver-white flying ship rapidly approached and hovered steadily over the association. The cabin door opened, and a familiar figure descended from the sky. Lord Zhua, Lu Yu greeted immediately. Zhuoqi landed, glanced at Lu Yu, and smiled faintly. Heard you've been training hard lately? It's okay, Lu Yu replied modestly, forcing a smile. Okay? More like exceptional, Zhuoqi rolled his eyes. Your closed-door training directly pushed you to the physical limit of 30,000 kilograms, and now Yuanwu City's testing equipment is barely good enough for you. Tell me, how many days did that take? Were you training or did you eat star beasts? This is natural talent, Lu Yu replied shamelessly. Zhuoqi, uninterested in mocking him further, glanced at Wang Chongming. Is he ready to be handed over? Transfer procedures are completed. Wang Chongming nodded. This kid will be part of the Empire's first martial school now. Make sure not to spoil him. He's slippery. Don't worry, I'll put him on the priority care list. Zhuoqi smiled at Lu Yu. Let's go. Time to report to the Empire capital. Lu Yu shrugged. Before we leave, let me confirm my points are credited, right? They're in, 1,000 points. Don't be greedy. Zhuoqi glared at him. Lu Yu nodded satisfactorily. Alright, let's go. Inside the flying ship, Lu Yu leaned by the window, watching the rapidly shifting scenery, but his thoughts lingered on Lu Ling's earlier sending brother off to pursue romance demeanor. System, do you think Lu Ling is plotting something bad? Analyzing, conclusion, highly likely. Lu Yu's mouth twitched. You sure speak bluntly. As the sole brother, the host is advised to stay vigilant to prevent the sister from doing anything behind your back. I'm starting to suspect she's secretly selling my signature. Analyzing, recent online marketplace activity from Yuanwu City's #1 high school shows a surge in transactions. The keyword Lu God autographed ranks first. Average selling price, 3,800 star coins per item. Current total transaction volume, 1,172 items. Lu Yu fell silent. She actually did it. It is recommended the host raise the price before the market bubble bursts. Forget it, I don't really need that money anyway, but I'll need to find time to sign a new copyright agreement. My autograph is clearly something destined to make it into museums. The flying ship weaved through the skies. Lu Yu closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind was already planning the route at the first martial school. An exchange student from the planet Cast? Humph. Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile. Bring it on my SSS level power, the freshly forged solar core, and a system that's almost depleted because of me. First Martial Academy. I'm coming. Above the imperial capital, the aircraft slowly descended. Through the porthole, Lu Yu gazed at the majestic, austere, and metallic cityscape, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. This city, known as the last bastion of humanity, was finally welcoming him. Lu Yu, the most powerful freshman of Blue Star, awakened with divine lineage, recipient of the Federation Human Hero Medal, and holder of the First Martial Academy's Special Tag 001. I'm here. All passengers, prepare to disembark, Zuoqi said, his tone as concise as ever. The aircraft door opened, and a gust of even colder wind rushed in, distinctly different from Yuanwu City's air, mixed with an air of chill and oppression. Lu Yu was the first to step out of the cabin, setting foot on the soil of the imperial capital. Mei Xin and Li Yu followed closely behind, but both seemed noticeably constrained, especially Li Yu. Their steps even became more measured than usual. Lu Yu, on the other hand, displayed his usual unbothered demeanor and even pulled up a map in his smart brain device, planning his route to the First Martial Academy cafeteria. Zuoqi walked ahead and suddenly turned his head to chuckle. Lu brat, don't be too arrogant. Once you're in the imperial capital, there's no shortage of geniuses here. Lu Yu shrugged. I'm not being arrogant, I'm just better than them. Zuoqi, with your character, if you didn't have real ability, I think you'd barely survive 3 episodes. I've survived this long because I'm the protagonist, Li Yu responded, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Li Yu, trailing behind, gritted her teeth in frustration. He's not human, he's truly not human. Mei Xin, he's truly charming. Li Yu, you're not human either. At the entrance of the First Martial Academy, the holy site representing the highest level of education and the most formidable combat force output of the entire Blue Star, its majestic gates soaring like a mountain, bore a metallic plaque, First Martial Academy, 3 grand words carved with the precision of blades and axes, bursting with imposing energy. On the plaza in front of its gate, many freshmen had already arrived, one after another, standing in small groups and speaking in hushed tones. When Lu Yu arrived alongside Zuoqi, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Look quickly, it's him, Lu Yu. He's the divine offspring who slew the Shadow Wing Angel. I watched him pierce through a star beast of the mountain-bearing realm with a single shot on a livestream, and he's also the recipient of the Human Hero Medal. He's the only one on all of Blue Star right now. Wow, he's even more handsome in person than in the videos. Mei Xin is here too. Isn't she the top beauty of Yuanwu City? Li Yu is here as well. Rumor has it that she pushed herself to the limit in cultivation just to catch up to Lu Yu and fought her way up. The whispers erupted into fervent discussions, and the scene instantly heated up. Lu Yu simply stood there, dressed in black attire, his scarlet lightning gun slung diagonally over his shoulder, exuding a nonchalant air, though his gaze was sharp as blades. With a casual glance upward, it felt as if his gaze alone pressed down on the entire plaza. Stop playing tricks, add a word in front of friend. He recalled Wang Xie's words, I may never like you again. His lips curled into a faint smile. Oof, you think you've won? I have always been one to counterattack silently. Lord Zuo, where do I meet Flame Master? Zuoqi nodded. Just follow me. Saying this, he led Lu Yu through the plaza, while Mei Xin and Li Yu wisely refrained from tagging along. Barely a few steps away, Lu Yu suddenly stopped, turned to Mei Xin, and smiled. I'll go claim some rewards first. I'll treat you to a meal after. Mei Xin froze for a moment, then her cheeks flushed red, and she nodded repeatedly. Alright. Li Yu lowered her head, staring at her shoes, grinding her teeth. He's not human. He's genuinely not human. Imperial Capital's core area, Flame Master Temple. This is the private domain of the Federation's highest authority, the Flame Lord. The perimeter is filled with defensive arrays. Even a fly entering would be instantly vaporized. Zuoqi led Lu Yu through layers of checkpoints, arriving at the temple's antechamber. Wait here. The Flame Lord will arrive shortly. Lu Yu nodded, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across his surroundings. The entire temple seemed embedded within the starry sky. Its walls were made of transparent energy glass, with starlight flowing outside, resembling the cosmic deep. Moments later, a figure gracefully emerged from the void. It was a man clad in a crimson robe, radiating a stellar-like scorching presence. His gaze seemed to pierce through souls. The Flame Lord had arrived. Lu Yu straightened his posture sharply, gazing intently. Lu Yu, the Flame Lord's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable majesty. You've done well. Truly a shining star among the younger generation of our human race. The Federation owes you a favor. Lu Yu bowed deeply. It's my duty to defend humanity. The Flame Lord nodded and waved his right hand. A golden token, a storage ring, and a scroll glimmering with bronze hues appeared in midair. This is your reward. Special issuance token level A authority, resource access within the Imperial capital is now upgraded. 100,000 top grade source crystals. 1 SSS grade technique scroll, cultivation of fiery sun. Lu Yu's breath paused. 100,000 top grade source crystals. An SSS grade cultivation technique. This was simply a divine blessing. Just as he was about to say something, the system's voice echoed simultaneously, ping. Detected SSS grade technique, cultivation of fiery sun. Would you like to attempt replication? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Replicate. Replication successful. Congratulations, host. Obtained SSS grade technique, cultivation of fiery sun, simultaneously triggered bloodline resonance thermal sun ability automatically enhanced, domain temperature increased to 8,000 degrees, range extended to 15 meters. Lu Yu was completely stunned. This is the true essence of a thermal sun lord. The Flame Lord appeared to sense something. His gaze fell upon Lu Yu, giving him a profound look. You are no longer just a beacon of hope. You are the star-slaying blade of humanity. Starting today, you will officially enroll in Imperial Capital's first martial academy. Geniuses will clash. The flames of war will ignite. Are you ready? Lu Yu slowly raised his head, his eyes burning with fierce fighting intent. Ready. I did not come to learn. I came to conquer. This one line, Lucian, can I date you? Was like a nuclear bomb, detonating across the entire First Martial Academy's plaza. The atmosphere froze. Time seemed to stand still. All the boys gathered to watch transitioned from expressions of envy and jealousy to shock and bewilderment, ultimately unifying into collapse. This can't be real. I literally just consoled myself that at least the school bell hasn't been taken away by Lu Yu. Stop lying. How could Tian take the initiative to confess? This has to be an illusion, right? Don't stop me. I'm challenging Lu Yu one-on-one. What challenge? You're at the 6th level of body refinement. He's at the peak. You're just handing over your point. Ugh. Goddess Tian, didn't you say you liked responsible men? Didn't you say you were looking for someone who could protect you? Look at me. I'm responsible. I can protect you. I can cook, clean, and raise children. Lu Yu, you beast. How did you do it? Amidst the crowd's outcry, Lu Yu himself froze for an entire second. Wait, he was prepared to be admired and pursued. But Tian, you're the school belle, aren't you? You're the Ice Mountain White Moonlight of the First Martial Academy, aren't you? Aren't you the legendary untouchable flower on the high peak, never sparing a glance or an unnecessary word to any guy? And now here you are, rushing over to me in public, eyes moist, voice trembling, confessing your feelings. Lu Yu, what the heck? How can I reject you without being too hurtful? Well, and Tian, Lu Yu's expression grew a little more serious as he spoke gently. I just arrived in the capital, unfamiliar with everything. If you're willing to help me get to know the school, I'd be very grateful. Crowd? Wait, does this mean he accepted? That's not rejection. That's basically implicit acceptance. Lu Yu, you scumbag. You know she likes you, and yet you said something like that. Are you not leaving any hope for us who are left to suffer? Lu God, can you stop being so handsome? Can you stop joining water and ice disciplines? Can you just not come to our school? Meanwhile, Tian's cheeks flushed bright red after hearing Lu Yu's words, as though they could drip water. Well, I'll take you to the dormitory later, alright. Lu Yu nodded, displaying an innocent smile. At that moment, the watching girls' eyes sparkled like stars, while the boys collectively collapsed where they stood. I can't take this anymore. This school has no place left for me. I've been here at First Martial School for only 3 days, and I've already witnessed Lu Yu stealing our department's goddess, school beauty, class beauty, and not even sparing the senior students. Should we, the fire department, collectively self-immolate? Don't laugh, mental department. You don't even have any girls. At this moment, Lu Yu was looking at Tian seriously. By the way, Tian, I've just enrolled in both water and ice disciplines. Which department are you in? I'm also in the ice discipline. That's quite a coincidence. Lu Yu smiled faintly. We can sit together in class in the future. Tian nodded softly. The boys' hopes now died completely. Sitting together. It's over. It's completely over. I've decided. Tonight, I'll apply to switch disciplines. Doesn't matter where, just anywhere that's not in the same classroom as Lu Yu. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Meanwhile, atop the distant high-rise building, behind a floor-to-ceiling window, a figure silently watched everything unfold. So this is Lu Yu? The Flame Master murmured softly, his gaze deep as the stars. Highly emotionally controlled, calm and unflinching in response to an unexpected confession, even in the center of a crowd, maintaining clear composure. Not just a mere genius, but a natural-born leader. Standing nearby, Zuichi couldn't help coughing softly. Though, he really is a bit too good at flirting. The Flame Master smiled faintly. Young people, a little flair in flirtation isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, he paused and spoke softly. I hope he can bear the weight of the real storm, because that day is coming soon. At this moment, Lu Yu is still basking in the satisfaction of I'm the real deal. I'm so charismatic. Sister. System, am I officially the brightest star in the school right now? Host's charm value has surpassed the current limit. Suggest activating charm suppression mode to prevent large-scale emotional disturbances on campus. You should have mentioned this function sooner. Detected extreme inflation in the host's ego. Automatically activating charm suppression mode. Effect, without strong emotional fluctuations, ordinary humans will ignore the host's attractive physical traits. Wait a second, are you telling me you can tone down my charm? Host has achieved the charm deity accomplishment. The system is obligated to maintain ecological balance within the campus. I literally worry myself sick for the peace of campus life. Ding. Successful replication upgrade. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the following items and abilities: Star Master level combat techniques, fusion in progress, SS level ability sky split, space system, SSS level weapon moonlight blade, bound in phantom form, A level space storage equipment space wrist, successfully bound, Flame Master's garment coat, illusion copy, appearance switchable, Flame Master's garment undershirt, illusion copy, Flame Master's garment underwear, illusion copy, Luyu. System, you really don't discriminate. You replicated combat techniques, spatial abilities, and SSS level divine weapons. I call that amazing. But then, you even included underwear? System, what am I supposed to do with this? Store it? Are you trying to get me to open a museum of romantics? The host can choose to store non-combat replication items into the memorial space. Memorial space is a special system area that does not consume replication points or storage space and is only used to activate the achievement system. Current achievement progress, Saint of Romance, 1 out of 10, Luyu. Where did you come up with this absurd achievement? Achievement unlock condition, replicate close personal items from 10 strong individuals of the opposite or same gender. Reward, SS level charm talent peerless grace, activates charm aura, enhances attraction, and control over the opposite gender. Luyu remains silent for 3 seconds, then suddenly his eyes lit up. You mean, if I replicate Zhuoqi's red underwear, would it count? It would. Luyu. Ugh, seriously? Don't say anymore. I think I might actually want to go for this achievement. Meanwhile, the Flame Master held the empty medicine bottle in his hand, his brow slightly raised. He gently twisted his fingers, and a wisp of starlight bloomed at his fingertips. This is residuals of a bloodline potion? He looked up at Luyu, his gaze profound. You awakened your bloodline using this? Yeah. Luyu nodded. I found a bottle earlier by chance in the ruins, so I used it, and then I awakened. The Flame Master nodded lightly and didn't probe further. Bloodline awakening is merely the beginning. There is still greater potential within you that remains untapped. This potential, perhaps even you haven't fully realized. Luyu cooperatively nodded along, but inwardly he was calculating. Star Master level combat techniques, fusion in progress. That's a dimension higher than Zhuoqi's combat techniques. SS level spatial ability sky split, a divine skill capable of teleportation and spatial dissection. SSS level moonlight blade, though bound in phantom form rather than as a physical entity, once fused, it would be akin to possessing a spatial divine sword. Add to that the space wrist, this storage artifact. Yes, this is a massive win. As for the set of Flame Master's garments, ahem, just collect them. Collect them. You could consider yourself a man with idle replicas in the future. By the way, Luyu, the Flame Master suddenly spoke, interrupting Luyu's mental celebration. Meeting you today isn't just for rewards. There's something I hope you can accomplish. Luyu's expression grew serious. Please go ahead. The Flame Master looked at him and spoke solemnly. You're aware of the Genius Exchange program on Castor Planet, correct? I've heard they'll be coming to First Martial School. That's right. The Flame Master nodded. This group is not simple. Each of them is a seed program member from Castor Planet. Their purpose for this visit is not genuine exchange but provocation. A hint of coldness flickered in Luyu's eyes. Provocation? Exactly. The Flame Master's voice turned heavy. This is a covert confrontation, a battle of geniuses between two civilizations. They aim to shatter the confidence of the Blue Star human race through the crushing superiority of talent. And you are our trump card. Luyu fell silent. After a moment, he slowly nodded. I understand. If they are here to provoke, then I will make them understand what true genius means. I, Luyu, am not someone they can compare to. I will make them kneel one by one and leave First Martial School. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Flame Sovereign's eyes. Very good. Your existence is the hope of the human race. And everything you do, it's not just for yourself but for the future of Blue Star as well. The stronger you become, the less daring the enemies will be to act. Go now. The gates of the First Martial School have opened for you. The Genius War will start with you. Luyu stood up and nodded firmly. Yes, I will not let you down. Just before he turned to leave, the system quietly prompted. Ding. Achievement system activated. Congratulations to the host for completing the Supreme Meeting event, successfully replicating Supreme Entity, Flame Sovereign, achievement points plus 10 earned, achievement store unlocked. Would you like to view it? Luyu's eyes lit up. Ahem, no rush. I'll take my time to look later. System, today is really a good day. Host, you have obtained the achievements Saint of Charm, 110, 10th, Supreme Meeting, Path of Dual Cultivation, in progress, and a total of 3 achievements. Current achievement rating, A. System evaluation. You are a man with dreams and actions. Please continue to expand your network as the next step. Lu Yu silently nodded. Don't worry, I will. For the peace of Blue Star, for the hope of humanity, I will continue to collect personal belongings. As soon as Lu Yu exited the Star Hall, just as he was wiping off a mouthful of tea he nearly choked on from the system's antics, he heard Zhuoqi approach with a grin. Kid, not bad. Lu Yu rolled his eyes and said irritably, are you referring to me getting tricked by the system or getting conned by Flame Sovereign over a cup of tea? Zhuoqi was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Kid, you're living the dream. Flame Sovereign personally making tea for you, that's a privilege exclusive to you on all of Blue Star, isn't it? The tea isn't the point is... Lu Yu gritted his teeth and whispered. The system replicated Flame Sovereign's outfit and even upgraded it to some limited edition honor collectible. Honor collectible? Zhuoqi looked bewildered. Exactly. Lu Yu laughed angrily. I'm a proper genius focusing on martial arts, and the system insists on making me put on a fashion show. It even gave me some Saint of Charm achievement. I'm a martial artist, not a fashion icon. Zhuoqi's expression turned indescribably complex. After a long silence, he patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. I just hope you don't tell me whether or not you replicated Flame Sovereign's underwear because I'm not sure I can handle it. Lu Yu, I won't say, and you don't ask. Zhuoqi. The two silently agreed not to mention the unspeakable honor collectible outfits as they quietly walked toward the airship. Before boarding, Lu Yu glanced at the small box in his hand, his eyebrows slightly raised. 3,000 top-grade source crystals. Flame Sovereign really is generous. System, how's the integration of the combat techniques I just replicated? Ding. Star Sovereign level combat technique integration progress, 42%, estimated time remaining, 4 hours, current effects, combat reaction plus 20%, intuitive judgment plus 30%, combat simulation for divine soul level enemies enabled. A glint of sharp light flashed through Lu Yu's eyes. Not bad, not bad. Seems like this time, the steal, the replication wasn't a loss. Host, you can simply say legitimate borrowing. Call it whatever you want. The point is, I did it behind Flame Sovereign's back. Reminder, Flame Sovereign has activated Star Soul Perception, and he might have already noticed. Stop. I'm not listening, not listening, not listening. Lu Yu decisively cut off the system's notification, his heart nearly skipping a beat. This copy system needs a low-profile mode update. Otherwise, if I get caught red-handed one day, I'm afraid I'll be silenced. Zhuoqi glanced at his guilty look and teased with a smile. What's the matter? Did the Flame Lord give you such a frightening heart to our talk? Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly, not really frightening, just, he suddenly started talking about the Milky Way, the boundary of the universe, and something about some 10 billion light-year star map. I half suspected he was narrating a sci-fi novel to me. Zhuoqi's expression turned serious as he replied earnestly, he's not joking. Lu Yu froze slightly. Are you saying, it's all true? Yes. Zhuoqi nodded and lowered his voice. The position of our human race in the universe is far more complex than you could ever imagine. And you are now standing at the crossroads of humanity's future. What you're going to face isn't just star beasts. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze deepening. Alright, fine. No matter what kind of enemies they are, if I can defeat them, it's no problem. If I can't beat them, I'll just replicate their clothes and sell collectibles when I come back. Zhuoqi, you punk, you're such a natural disaster. The aircraft set off, heading back to the First Martial Academy. At the same time, the school forum had completely exploded. Campus headline, God Lu rejected goddess in Tian's confession, coming back with a casual you can pursue me. The saint of love truly lives up to his name. Breaking, it said that Lu Yu received a private reward personally bestowed by the Flame Lord in the Star Hall, including 3,000 Supreme Source crystals, a spatial bracelet, and an SSS grade weapon. Girls at school, I don't care. I want to throw myself into God Lu's arms right now. Guys at school, is Lu Yu a genius? No, he's a calamity. In the female dormitory building, and Tian was holding the bouquet of white flowers she had meticulously arranged dozens of times. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes dreamy. God Lu said, I can pursue him. I must keep up my efforts. I want to become the first girl to win over God Lu. Meanwhile, Lu Ling was sitting in her room in Yuanwu City when she suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about my brother? Narrowing her eyes, she opened her smart brain and entered the keyword, First Martial Academy Lu Yu girlfriend. Countless trending searches popped up on the screen. Lu Ling. Looks like I need to make a trip to the imperial capital. On the other end of the phone, there was a 3-second silence. Soon after, Zhuoqi's voice, tinged with helplessness yet hiding a hint of amusement, came through. Are you serious, kid? Leaning on the sofa in his small villa, Lu Yu propped his chin up with one hand, wearing a laid-back smile. Of course, I'm so serious that I've even let go of Tian. Isn't that serious enough? Zhuoqi clicked his tongue, his tone half-joking. Let go of Tian, or let go of tonight's chance to flirt around? That's not important. What's important is that I aim to be number one. Lu Yu squinted slightly, his voice tinged with unprecedented seriousness. Zhuoqi stopped teasing in and his tone deepened. If it were just the internal assessments of Blue Star, I could pat my chest and guarantee that you'd claim first place without issue. But you must know, this assessment involves the first martial academies across the entire Orion Arm. The 5th sector 100,000 candidates. Each one is the pinnacle of their respective planets. And as far as I know, Planet Castor has sent their strongest genius this year, Joseph Bell. It's said that he killed a Lord-level star beast at the age of 17 and awakened the SSS-grade spatial ability Void Burst Realm. On Planet Castor, he's known by the nickname Shadow Phantom of Space. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Sounds pretty decent. Decent? Zuoqi chuckled. You need to understand, Planet Castor's martial arts system has been developing for a full 300 years longer than ours on Blue Star. Their overall foundation far surpasses ours. What you face is not just a genius but an entire overwhelming system of resources. And what you have to defeat is their strongest ace. Lu Yu fell into a brief silence after hearing this. Moments later, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a familiar, confidently annoying smirk. That's just perfect. I was worried the exam would be too easy and boring. A spatial specter works too, just a good chance to test out my newly fused skycrack ability. Let's see if his shadows outnumber my cracks. On the other end of the phone, Zuoqi was silent for a moment, then let out a low, wry chuckle. Your personality truly needs some straightening out. But I like it. Go on, Lu Yu. Go all out. The Federation doesn't need a low-profile genius. The Federation needs someone who can crush every planet's talents beneath their feet. If you take first place, you won't just be the pride of Blue Star. You'll be the legend of the Orion Arm. Lu Yu nodded, hung up the call, and leaned back on the couch, letting out a soft breath. His gaze fell on the star map projected by the AI brain. Dots of light represented other civilized planets, and each name shimmering with defiance and challenge. And he, Lu Yu, the uniquely gifted number 001 of Blue Star's premier martial academy, would use this designation to ignite the first shot of the Orion Arm. System, he suddenly said. Open my ability panel. Host, Lu Yu Bloodline unlock, 1%, post-mission plus 5%, physical unlock, 75% current abilities, Sunflower, SSS Fire Element, Skycrack, SS Space Element, Shadow, SS Darkness Element, Storm Ice Needles, SS Ice Element, Wing Slash, SS Wind Element, Thunderclap, S Lightning Element, Crimson Flame, S Fire Element, Golden Holy Light, S Gold Element, Water Escape, A Water Element, Earth Spirit Body, A Earth Element, Wood Healing, B Wood Element. Combat Skills, Star-Lord Level Combat Skills, Infusion, Weapon, Crimson Lightning Spear, SSS Solar Origin Spear. Mission Objective, take first place in the 5th Region Entrance Exam Reward Preview. Bloodline unlock plus 5%, Master Level Fist Technique ×1, copy points plus 3000. Lu Yu looked at this string of data, his gaze growing brighter and his smile even more impudent. Seems like this exam will truly let me savor some fun. Forget the top 100, what I want is for the entire Orion Arm to watch me ascend to the peak. He suddenly rose and pushed open the window. Night was as dark as ink, galaxies sprawling across the heavens, and Lu Yu's legend was only just beginning. Night fell, and the starlight bathed the quiet and tranquil secluded villa cluster of the premier martial academy. Inside one well-lit villa, Lu Yu sat cross-legged in the center of a training room. Around him were densely piled top-tier source crystals, glowing like an ocean of spiritual energy. The starlight streaming through made the room brilliantly luminous. System, commence breakthrough guidance. Target mountain moving realm. Ding. Detecting host's current state. Physical refinement limit achieved. Vitality surging. Combat peak reached. Begin mountain moving realm breakthrough process? Confirm. At the sound of his words, the system instantly responded. Ding. Initiating bloodline guidance. Converting star source. Boom. An overwhelming surge of vitality exploded from within Lu Yu, like a dam bursting, engulfing his entire body in an instant. His muscles and bones felt like firecrackers going off. Every fiber of his being sang in unison, every bone trembled intensely. So powerful the pressure. Lu Yu clenched his teeth, forcefully steadying his will, and began to run the star source within his body as directed by the system. The mountain-moving realm, the strength to move mountains. This realm is no longer a simple competition of muscle strength and speed. It involves condensing the starlight source within into the image of a phantom mountain, pressing it into the body, and tempering the limits of will and power. The bloodline within Lu Yu's body boiled as the golden divine power burned like flames, transforming him into an ancient divine mountain on the brink of awakening. System, source crystal. Ding. Source crystal energy automatically mobilized. Current consumption, supreme source crystal times 300 starlight source infusion in progress. Boom. It was as if the void had been torn apart by a ripping sound. Lu Yu felt a sudden tremor in his dantian as a golden starlight-formed phantom mountain descended with a thunderous crash. At that moment, the entire villa trembled slightly, as if unable to withstand this immense power. It's here. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly shot open, golden light erupting from his gaze. At this moment, his bloodline and starlight source perfectly fused. Under the divine power's stimulation, the phantom mountain was forcibly pressed into his body. Suppress. Boom. A low roar, like the bellowing of gods and demons, erupted as Lu Yu's aura aura surged violently. Mountain Moving Realm, Tier 1 complete. Ding! Congratulations, host has successfully broken through to Mountain Moving Realm Tier 1. Due to host surpassing body refinement limits, base combat power increased by 300%, mountain moving power doubled. Current combat power evaluation, surpassing standard mountain moving Tier 4. Divine bloodline synchronization increased by 1%. Luyu rose slowly, his vigor surging like a volcanic eruption. His fists tightened, and between his palms, starlight source condensed as golden rays surged. He lightly swung his fist toward the void bang. The air exploded, and the space quivered. Ha, this feeling is so damn satisfying. Luyu stretched out his arms, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through his body. A wild smile spread across his face. At this moment, he knew he had completely stepped into another plane of existence. So, this is the feeling of the mountain moving realm? Just as the legends say, a punch to shatter mountains, a palm to cleave stones. Host successfully detected breakthrough. Would you like to enable skill fusion? Enable. Ding. Star Master level combat skill fusion progress increased to 80%. Estimated completion by midnight tomorrow. Hongyang ability synchronized enhancement. Current field temperature, 9,000 degrees, range expanded to 18 meters. Space Rift ability preliminary mastery achieved, capable of short-distance spatial blinks with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Current comprehensive combat power evaluation, 5th region genius assessment, capable of dominating 90% of contestants. Luyu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Just one step away from first place. System, analyze the remaining source crystals. Current supreme source crystals remaining, 700 replication points, 3000, more than enough. Tomorrow will mark my first battle as Luyu, dominating the prodigies across countless stars. Meanwhile, in the office of the principal at the First Martial Academy, Lin Shui sat behind her desk, holding the latest energy fluctuation report just transmitted over. Mountain moving Tier 1? That brat really is crazy. She looked at the steeply rising energy curve on the report, a flicker of surprise flashing across her elegant gaze. But, only a madman has the chance to break the rules. The next morning, dawn. At the First Martial Academy, a crowd of 100,000 examinees has gathered in the square. Prodigies from all major civilized planets arrive with their decrees, their imposing manner akin to a rainbow, their abilities dazzling, as if deities have descended. But when Luyu, dressed in black combat attire with the scarlet lightning spear slung across his back, steps out of the villa amidst the morning light, all the commotion instantly falls silent. Everyone turns to look. At this moment, he is not just a genius of Blue Star. He is the blade of star-slaying in the 5th sector. Current assessment of the host's strength. The average combat prowess of top-tier geniuses in the 5th sector is 1/4 of the host's. Listening to the system's emotionless evaluation, Luyu remains silent for 3 seconds before flashing a dangerous yet radiant smile. So, if I take on 4 opponents at once, it's an even match? The host is correct, but please note the risks associated with higher-level group combat. Group combat? Luyu raises an eyebrow. Relax, I'm not alone. I have the Scarlet Lightning Spear, the Moonlight Sword, and abilities like Hongyang, Sky Rend, Shadow Strike, Wind Wing Slash, Raging Storm Ice Needle, Thunder Roar, Scarlet Flame, Golden Holy Light, Water Evasion, Earth Spirit Form, and Wood Healing. If worst comes to worst, I still have my face. System. Host, you are absolutely correct. Luyu nods in satisfaction, stands up, and stretches, with his bones cracking like thunder and his vitality surging like tides. Golden light surrounds him, and when he throws a punch, the air erupts into a low-frequency sonic boom. The ease with which I control 90,000 kilograms of force shows the strengthening effect of godline blood is better than expected. He looks at the panel, the bloodline, 5% figure catching fire in his eyes. Only 5%, and my strength has already increased so much. If I develop it to 50%, 100%, then, with one punch, wouldn't the entire planet tremble 3 times? Host, please refer to Article 78, Section 3 of the Galactic Charter. It is prohibited to cause structural damage to civilized planets without reason. Your system remembers legal clauses? The system is equipped with the Galactic Constitution database. Upholding civilization laws starts with me. Fine, I'll think about it after I conquer the 5th sector. Luyu casually waves his hand to collect all the origin crystals scattered throughout the villa into his spatial wristband. System, tally the remaining origin crystals. Current remaining premium origin crystals, 3,200 pieces. Current copy points, 1,200. Still enough. Once the exam is over, I need to go harvest some more from Zuoqi. The cultivation expenses are getting ridiculous. Friendly reminder, Zuoqi is currently in seclusion to repair his mindset. Please postpone harvesting him. His mindset broke again? Let him know that after I broke through to the 2nd level of mountain moving, I've grown too lazy to bother him for origin crystals anymore. I'm now targeting higher-end prey like the Lord of Flame. The system advises the host to proceed with caution. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Luyu dons his combat attire, slings the Scarlet Lightning Spear onto his back, checks himself in the mirror to ensure his impeccably charming appearance, and then leisurely opens the villa door. The sunlight spills down, illuminating the bustling square of the 1st Martial Academy. Today is the day of the 5th Sector Joint Exam for the 1st Martial Academy in the Orion Arm. 100 civilized planets, 100 teams of prodigies, and 100,000 examinees converge on the Imperial Capital's 1st Martial Academy. What they compete for is admission to Orion Academy, the title of Prodigy of the Orion Arm, and more importantly a ticket to transcend planets and step into the galaxy. They've arrived. Lu Yu chuckles softly and takes a step forward. In that instant, it feels as if the heavens and earth tremble. Just as he steps out, the system prompt rings again. Ding! The host has completed the preliminary training task, automatically unlocking the main quest, making a mark. Mission objective updated. Achieve first place in the joint assessment of the 5th region. Stage rewards, copy points plus 3,000, bloodline development increased to 10%, master level martial technique ×1, final reward, unlock the achievement quest chain Path of Orion. Liu gently clenched his fist, feeling the surge of unstoppable power coursing through him, his gaze sharp as lightning. First place, huh? I won't just win, I'll win magnificently. I'll show them what true domination looks like, what it means to be Blue Star Lu Yu. Heavens, why is there such powerful system fluctuation in the 5th assessment region? Inside the control room of the Orion Arm starfield, the Azure alien responsible for maintaining node operations jumped out of his chair, furiously tapping away on the floating holographic screen before him. No way, no way, isn't the 5th region supposed to be the perpetual underdog zone? Where did this level of mental energy fluctuation imprint come from? Peak intensity, exceeding the upper limit of grade A, almost hitting grade S. How are other planets supposed to compete with this? His expression grew increasingly grim as he suddenly pressed a red button. Quick, pull up the identity code of the corresponding origin planet for this data. The next moment, the screen flashed with a line of information. Identity code, BL001, origin planet, Blue Star, Orion 5th region civilization planet code, D73, carrier, Lu Yu, Blue Star? The Azure alien stared at the information in shock, nearly popping his eyeballs out. How is it possible for Blue Star to have a mental entity of this caliber? Don't they have barely any grade A entities at all? Could it be a secret experimental subject dropped off by one of the Star Lords? No, this guy needs to be archived, absolutely a primary observation target. Meanwhile, within the starfield, in the dark void, streaks of starlight pierced the horizon, countless streams of data interweaving like a rain of light, reconstructing into a grand, majestic floating continent. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, standing atop a massive platform engraved with stellar patterns. Surrounding him were tens of thousands of examinees, each in their initial loading state. He glanced down at his wrist, where a halo projected a data terminal. Welcome to Orion Starfield Unified Assessment Area 5th Region. Current status, initial loading complete. Examinee ID, BL001, mission objective, defeat contestants from opposing planets and gain points. Current points, 0, survival chances, 3, enable assessment. Phase 1 Starfield maze, not bad. The interface is flashy. Now let's see whether those so-called noble contestants from other planets can withstand this wave of domination from me. Lu Yu arched an eyebrow, clenching his fists as he felt the power within him strong enough to shatter mountains at any moment. A confident, razor-sharp smile played at the corner of his lips. System, analyze the current average combat strength in the starfield. Ding! Analyzing, ***, analysis complete. Total examinees in 5th region, 100,000, average combat strength level, body refinement stage, level 7, higher-end combat nodes, 1,020 individuals beyond mountain lifting stage, level 1, extreme combat strength for individuals at mountain lifting stage, level 3, hosts current strength, mountain lifting stage, level 2, special physique, overall combat strength ranked 1st, dominance index, 300% plus. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Starting with a royal flush. While everyone else is still struggling to survive, I'm already planning on how to conquer the entire field. At that moment, an extremely chilling voice resounded overhead. 5th region assessment begins. Phase 1, Star Realm Maze Survival Hunt. You will be randomly transported into the maze to start hunting and surviving while earning points. Defeating rival examinees allows you to steal their points, and killing star beasts awards bonus points. Each participant starts with 100 points. Upon death, their points reset to 0. After 3 deaths, they will be forcibly removed from the assessment. Final point rankings will serve as admission criteria. Teleportation countdown, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. A glimmer flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. It's here. Phase 1, let's warm up by claiming a top 3 spot, shall we? 3, 2, 1. Teleportation begins. Buzz. A golden beam descended from the sky, and Lu Yu's figure vanished instantly, leaving only faint ripples in the air. In the distant examinee zone of planet Castor, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed teenager stood coldly, his sword at his waist, and faint spatial ripples flickered behind him. Joseph Bell, SS-class Spatial Esper, strongest fighter at Castor's #1 martial school, target acquired points leader. Over at Blue Planet, I hear there's supposed to be some supreme talent joining this round. Hope he doesn't die too quickly. He murmured softly, a smirk of disdain curling on his lips. Meanwhile, Luyu had already landed in the midst of a Star Realm maze jungle. Beneath his feet was a wilderness of thorny underbrush, distant star beast roars echoed, and energy pulses fluctuated intermittently. He surveyed the surroundings, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Alright, let's heat things up. System, target the nearest high point prey. Ding. Target locked, 340 meters northeast. Target is a castor examinee. Initial points, 100. Luyu's eyes lit up, and his crimson electric spear flashed into his grip, its tip sparking with lightning. A castor candidate? You'll do as my starter eye. Luyu claimed victory with just one strike. There's still 1 hour before the mutant creatures appear. The AI's prompt had barely finished when Luyu and Meishin paused simultaneously. Mutant creatures? Meishin pursed her lips, gazing at Luyu in confusion. What's that? You ask me, who else can I ask? Luyu shrugged, his face devoid of panic, instead opening the AI's auxiliary info panel with evident curiosity. Shortly after, a brief explanation emerged on the screen. Mutant creatures, special mechanism and the Star Realm assessment. Randomly spawned across the map after the assessment begins, far exceeding the combat strength of examinees at the same tier. Defeating them grants massive points and exclusive rewards. Note, mutant creatures have extremely high aggression. Examinees are advised to approach with caution. Luyu finished reading and his eyes gleamed faintly. So it's a hidden boss mechanic. Defeating one scores extra points and rewards? System, can you locate the spawn points for mutant creatures? Ding. Mutant creature localization feature not yet available. It is recommended to actively investigate during combat. TSK, can't make it too easy, huh? Luyu rubbed his chin, his lips curling slowly into a smile. But then, if the rewards are good, I'll be the first to take them down. Meishin, are you coming with me? Luyu glanced sideways at her with his signature gentle smile. Meishin's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Of course, I'll follow you. Luyu nodded and prepared to set out, then paused abruptly, as if remembering something. He turned to look at Meishin. By the way, you caught that earlier announcement, right? Yes, I heard it. Mutant creatures can yield a lot of points. Luyu smiled and continued. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? It means I'm one step closer to first place. Luyu spoke confidently, his tone as casual as if he were discussing what to have for lunch. It also means that I'm one step closer to that reward of yours. He paused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he cast a provocative glance at Mei Xin. One step closer. Mei Xin's face flushed red in an instant. She lowered her head and gently bit her lip. Why, you're talking nonsense. That reward was promised to you by Tian. Oh, Luyu raised an eyebrow. Then shouldn't you prepare a reward as well? Mei Xin was at a loss for words, her cheeks quickly turning crimson. Seeing her flustered expression, Luyu's mood brightened considerably. It's fine, you can take your time to think about it. I'm not in a hurry. He smiled, patting Mei Xin on the head before turning to leave. But you'd better keep up. When the mutated creature appears, I want to be the first to act. Aren't you afraid? The system said it's very strong, Mei Xin asked worriedly as she caught up from behind. Not afraid. Luyu smiled, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Because I am the strongest mutant on this planet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, a young man dressed in a gray and white combat suit, wielding dual daggers, stood atop a towering tree that reached into the clouds, his cold gaze fixed on the distant horizon. His name was Andre, hailing from the planet Cast. He was one of the most promising candidates in this year's assessment. Mutated creatures, he murmured, a bloodthirsty smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I've heard about these challenges in the Star Realm for a long time. This is perfect timing. Let those blue star weaklings see what a true planetary level genius looks like. In the Star Realm control room, 5 alien administrators remained seated in front of the monitoring station, their eyes fixed on the constantly fluctuating data on the glowing screens. Luyu's loading data continues to rise steadily. His mental strength is almost at the upper limit of grade A, and this is just the initial phase of his activation. He just replicated an SSS grade weapon, the Crimson Lightning Gun. This guy can even bypass the rules of the Star Realm? His combination of abilities is terrifying: solar core, rift space, shadow, wind, ice. It's like cramming the resources of an entire galaxy into one person. Did anyone notice what his ID is? I wrote it down. Yuan pulled up the records, cleared his throat, and spoke with a tone that was both complex and slightly exasperated. Heartbroken girl shelter, please add LX2341. Everyone. Alright then. After a long silence, one of the aliens finally spoke in a faint voice. I am willing to call him the most flamboyant hunter in the galaxy. Star Realm maze, on the edge of the mountain range. Luyu and Mei Xin had already stepped into a hazy energy zone. The ground was covered with strange vines, unlike any ecosystem in the real world, and the air was filled with a faint purple mist. Is this the refresh zone for mutated creatures? Mei Xin asked softly. System? Ding. Energy density in the current area is beginning to fluctuate abnormally. Mutated creatures are expected to refresh in this zone, with a 92% probability of appearing within 30 minutes. Luyu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. We'll wait here for the prey to come to us. Mei May Xin, get ready for battle. As soon as May Xin finished speaking, the entire mountaintop suddenly fell into an eerie silence. 200 to 300 participants from Blue Star's first martial academy all turned their heads in unison to look at Lu Yu, their expressions uniform shock, envy, jealousy, and a hint of despair. Holy crap, is this goddess-level dialogue even something I'm allowed to hear? Do whatever you want? Isn't this the legendary dream-level promise? If Goddess May Xin said that to me, I'd marry her on the spot. I declare that Lu Yu is Blue Star's strongest talent, #1 in combat power, #1 in charm, and #1 in luck. He even managed to pick up a girlfriend during the assessment. I can't live anymore. I'm going to lure the monsters and charge up the hill. Lu Yu, don't stop me. It wasn't just the livestream exploding in chaos, even the Federal Council chamber fell into a heavy silence. Zhuqi's mouth twitched as he stared at the screen showing Lu Yu's expression that practically screamed, "I'm the protagonist," and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "This kid, even taking an exam feels like an idle drama." Lin Shui's expression was equally peculiar. Would you say he's a genius or a disaster? Both, Yin Shu said, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. But if he can really hold back this wave of monsters, then Blue Star's future is truly about to change. Star Realm, Wild Plains Star. Lu Yu's lips curved slightly upward as he looked at May Xin's flushed face, smiling like a child who had just stolen some candy. You said it yourself. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. May Xin's face turned even redder, her head lowered as she dared not meet his gaze, murmuring softly, Lu Yu, satisfied, pulled out the crimson lightning spear and turned to head down the mountain. Stay on the mountain. Anyone who comes down, I'll pick a fight with. One person, that's enough. As the words fell, his figure stood upright like a spear, stepping alone into the barren land at the foot of the mountain. By now, night had fully descended. The entire Wild Plains Star was shrouded in complete darkness, replaced instead with rising red mist from deep underground, and deafening roars. Boom! The ground began to tremble slightly, and patches of black earth in the distance began to crack open, countless black figures slowly crawling out from the fissures. Their massive forms were hulking, limbs thick and powerful, their skin pitch black as ink, but their eyes burned with bright, red flames. Each one bore an aura of at least the 5th tier of body refinement, and among them, some emanated a presence equal to that of the mountain-moving realm. They're here. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed as he calmly raised the crimson lightning spear before him. System, detect the number and levels of the monsters. Ding. Scanning in progress, number of monsters within range, 24, 5-10 level distribution. Body refinement tier 5 to 7 is the majority, tier 8 and higher accounting for 10%, approximately 300 monsters below mountain-moving realm estimated arrival at the foot of the mountain. 5 minutes system alert. Please ensure the host's safety like hell I care. Lu Yu licked his lips, the fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. I've been training for this very moment. System, activate the Hongyang field. Prepare thermal charge for space rift teleportation. Ding. Hongyang field activated. Current temperature, 9,000 degrees. Radius, 18 meters. Space rift preparation complete. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Lu Yu's feet stomped down, sending the hem of his combat suit fluttering as golden flames surged around him, his whole form like a golden battle god standing in the pitch dark night. Behind him, May Xin and the others from the mountain stared wordlessly at the scene. He's really challenging this wave of monsters alone? This is madness. No, wait, why does his aura seem so strong? What kind of skill is that? Didn't he just say something like Hongyang? Isn't that the fabled SSS class ability? My god, he's actually daring to go all in alone. The livestream erupted yet again. What the hell, Lu Yu's insane. Charging downhill alone with a field activated, does he even count as human? Those monsters are practically tearing up the ground. Is he really going down there to throw his life away? Not gonna lie, this scene is ridiculously cool. King Lu is not just showing off, he's stuffing the whole planet's pride into his act. If he actually holds back this wave of monsters, I'll livestream myself eating a keyboard. Lu Yu, on the other hand, simply took a deep breath, the crimson lightning spear swiftly pointing forward. Come on, let me see how tens of thousands of monsters will fall to me and me alone. Boom! The first monster burst through the black mist, and Lu Yu moved like lightning, sweeping his spear horizontally. Crimson lightning thunderburst. The 5-meter thunder realm instantly expanded, electric arcs like serpents, flames scattering everywhere. The monster had no time to react before being torn in half by the spear's radiance, its corpse crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. First one, Lu Yu said softly. The next moment come, let all of you perish before me. As Lu Yu's voice, oh, little score points, what great joy, echoed across the mountain wilderness, the whole desolate field seemed ignited. The originally chaotic and roaring horde of monsters all simultaneously simultaneously locked their gaze on the seemingly over-the-top, arrogant figure halfway up the mountain. Lu Yu, single-handedly, stood against the blood moon's twilight upon a bare rock. His black combat suit rustled in the wind, and the scarlet thunder spear was held horizontally before him, like a lone blade guarding the mountain. In the next second, boom, the horde moved. Countless werewolves, serpent beasts, hoofed demons, and rock-armored apes surged toward Lu Yu like a tidal wave. The entire foot of the mountain trembled, the ground roared, and the night wind carried the violent killing intent and stench of blood. The scene was like a flood of ferocious beasts charging at a lone young figure standing at the edge of a cliff. Too many. Manhwaedit stood at the summit, looking down below. Her whole body was nearly frozen. She had never seen such a massive monster tide, let alone someone standing at the very center without retreating. Lu Yu. Elsewhere at the top of the mountain, hundreds of other contestants were already shocked senseless. He really managed to draw aggro? This isn't drawing aggro, this is detonating it. How many monsters are there? I estimate at least over 3,000. One person, how can he possibly fight them all? The livestream chat was equally exploding. Here it comes, the bold stunt of Lu the Troll King has caused trouble. Oh my gosh, this density of monsters rivals a beast tide. Has he lost his mind? Not madness, just audacity. There's no way he'll survive this. So many monsters eating Lu Yu would barely be enough to satiate them. By the way, why is he still smiling? Indeed, at this moment, not only was Lu Yu not escaping, but he was smiling brilliantly. The corners of his mouth curled up, golden light burst from his eyes. The ever-bright domain around him had already erupted, extreme heat spreading around him until even the air began to distort. System, activate Scarlet Thunder Spear skill. Thunder. Ding. Skill activated. Boom. A streak of thunder shot skyward from the Scarlet Thunder Spear, then exploded beneath Lu Yu's feet, transforming into a 5-meter radius thunder field. Electric currents intertwined, lightning serpents danced wildly, and the ground within the contact zone immediately scorched black. System, prepare Rift Void and maximize Everbright domain output. Ding. Rift Void is preheating. Estimated first teleport in 10 seconds. Everbright domain temperature increasing. Current temperature, 9800 degree. Range, 22 meters. Lu Yu licked his lips, staring at the monstrous tide surging towards him like a flood. His entire being buzzed with excitement. Come on, let me, Lu Yu, personally send you all to the astral sky rankings. Boom. The first monster rushed into the thunder field. In the next moment, it convulsed violently under the electrical charge, letting out an anguished scream as it collapsed. Next came the second, the third, 10, then 100. Monsters poured into the battlefield like waves, but met only death within the lightning and fire trap. Lu Yu's spear struck like a dragon, the fire and lightning intertwining. Each stab claimed the life of a monster. From behind, the remainder of the untethered horde roared maddeningly, their aggression exploding as they surged forth like tidal waves. System, further enhance Everbright domain. Ding. Current temperature has reached astral limit. Further intensification is impossible. Then, speed up the killing. Lu Yu roared, his foot stamping down as his figure streaked like a flash of light into the heart of the monster horde. Lightning surged from the spear, his movements swift as a storm. He resembled a lone god of slaughter, weaving through the horde of monsters with every strike hitting its mark and every shot crackling with lightning and thunder. On the mountaintop, Manhwaedit was utterly awestruck. He's really fighting alone. Everyone else was equally shocked. Is this guy even human? Holy, he's actually holding off the monster tide all by himself? The rest of us combined couldn't last 10 minutes, and he's acting like this is a walk in the park. Inside the Federation Council chamber, all the top officials were completely silent. Zuochi's jaw hung open, and after a long while, he muttered, "This kid, he's not fighting, he's slaughtering." The Flame Monarch squinted slightly and suddenly said, "Activate Star Power Combat Analysis." A blue beam flashed, capturing Lu Yu's figure, and combat power evaluation data appeared in the void name. Lu Yu Planet, Blue Star, 915, Current Realm, Mountain Moving Realm, Second Level Combat State, Extreme Output Comprehensive Combat Strength Index 132000. For a moment, the entire council chamber was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. 132,000 combat power. The historical record for Region 5 is 90,000. This kid has completely shattered the record. The Flame Monarch smiled faintly, a hint of satisfaction finally surfacing in his eyes. Let them see Blue Star is no longer just a runner-up. Meanwhile, Lu Yu grew fiercer as he fought in the monster tide. System, what's the current point total? Ding. Monsters killed, for 31 current points, 1860 only over 1,000? That's way too little. Still not enough fighting. Lu Yu sent a mountain moving realm initial level monster flying with a single shot, using its corpse as a springboard to leap through the air, his body like an intertwining flash of fire and lightning, charging deeper into the horde. Come on, let's party. Don't chicken out, bring all you've got. Lu Yu, look at the screen. Back at the Federation Council chamber, Zuochi had stood up, his eyes locked tightly on the projection screen displaying the distant scene. Dust clouds billowed, and the earth roared. Gigantic beasts, each the size of a mountain, crushed hilltops underfoot. Their bodies towered 10 meters tall, muscles knotted, jagged fangs gleaming, and crimson eyes glowing like blood. Mountain moving realm. And not just one. There were 5. No, 7. Holy crap, has Wild Plainstar gone mad? Mountain moving realm beasts refreshing in groups, someone shouted in shock. Lin Shue's face turned unprecedentedly serious. These aren't ordinary mountain moving realm beasts, they're variant grade mountain moving realm star beasts. Born in the stellar realm, each one possesses combat capabilities exceeding its level. This time, Lu Yu is in real danger. Zuoqi gritted his teeth. No way, I need to contact the Stellar Realm Management Bureau, this difficulty level has way exceeded the limit. The Flame Monarch raised his hand to stop him, his gaze calm as the ocean. Hold on, watch him. At this moment, Stellar Realm Wild Plainstar foot of the 3rd mountain range, Lu Yu had just stomped the last beast into the sea of fire and was about to add a few more friends when deafening roars erupted from the distance. Boom! The ground trembled, the air twisted. Lu Yu looked up, and there, on the distant ridgeline, a monster as tall as a 3-story building stepped forward. Its skin was stone-like, its bones exposed, and several black spikes protruded from its back. 6 equally gargantuan monsters followed closely behind, their auras surging like a tide. Ding! Warning! Detected variant-grade mountain-moving realm star beasts. Current count, 7. Combat strength assessment, single unit strength approximately 3 times that of ordinary mountain-moving realm level 3, possessing initial intelligence with more strategic battle tactics. Activate high-risk combat mode? Lu Yu. Say what? 3 times mountain-moving level 3? System, yes. Host, Lu Yu. Sweet. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile brimming with battle intent. Finally, something decent. Those thousands before you nearly bored me to sleep. He slowly raised his hand, and the firebolt spear once again rested horizontally in front of him. System, status check. Host's current status, optimal, physical stamina remaining, 68%, remaining duration of the solar domain, 12 minutes, sky split cooldown remaining, 5 seconds, perfect, just enough to put on a good fight. Lu Yu licked his lips, then took a step forward, and the solar domain roared to life. The domain erupted again with scorching temperatures of 10,000 degrees, blazing like a golden sea of fire beneath the blood moon. Come on, beasts, let me see if you upgraded versions of monsters can force me, Lu Yu, to go all out. Atop the mountain, Mei Xian stared blankly at that solitary figure, her eyes filled with deep worry. This, 7 mountain-moving beasts? Lu Yu, can you really hold out? Meanwhile, the hundreds of other candidates had completely abandoned their previous air of levity and banter. Holy crap, that's a mutated mountain-moving beast. We thought he was invincible, but now, this looks like the true test. Lu Yu, you absolutely must hold on. Inside the live stream room, wait, is that a mountain-moving beast? Damn, 7 mountain-moving beasts. Not 1, but 7. I can't believe it. Lu Yu, quit pretending and just run. Nope, he's not running, he's walking forward. Is he crazy? He actually plans to take down all 7 mountain-moving beasts by himself? And Lu Yu was indeed walking forward, step by step, treading the sea of flame, facing the earth-shaking roars, with the spear tip aimed directly at the giant rock-armored demon ape leading the charge. System, mark attack rhythm for me. Ding! Initiating combat path simulation, predicting demon ape's movement patterns, estimated best strike window, in 3 seconds. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened. Gripping the firebolt spear tightly in his right hand, he slightly raised his left hand, lightning crackling in his palm. Let's kick things off with a combo punch. Sky split teleportation initiated. Whoosh! Lu Yu's figure suddenly vanished, appearing the next instant directly above the rock-armored demon ape's head. Firebolt thunderstrike. Boom boom boom. A thunderous field instantly expanded, lightning surging wildly within a 5-meter radius, blasting the demon ape into a howling roar. At the same time, Lu Yu pressed down with both feet for leverage, the firebolt spear plummeting like a meteor, piercing fiercely into the demon ape's forehead. Pow! The enormous beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving a massive pit in the ground. Ding! Mutated mountain-moving beast rock-armored demon ape killed. Points plus 500. Lu Yu landed, his golden eyes piercing like torches, his voice low and thunderous. 1 down. 6 to go. Right to the rear, and straight stab. One spear drove through the rear flank of a gigantic canine-like mountain-moving beast of the 4th tier. It didn't even have time to howl in agony before its entire spine was burned and crushed by the firebolt spear. The enormous body collapsed instantly, splattering blood everywhere. Ding! Heartbreak Girl Sanctuary, please add LX2341 points plus 1,500. Inside the live stream room, holy crap, King Lu is rear-end slaying? Damn, brutal. Straight stab from behind. Monster, at least let me die with some dignity. I declare this to be the most humiliating way to die in the Star Realm, bar none. Stop talking, I've already started mourning the monsters. King Lu kills not only quickly but stylishly, truly an artistic godslayer. And at this moment, Lu Yu moved through the battlefield as though it were deserted. His figure was like a stream of golden red light, swiftly darting through the group of monsters. Wherever he passed, flames burned, lightning exploded, and the spear light resembled a dragon. Every strike was as precise and lethal as a flash of lightning. System, remaining time for the Hanyang barrier? Remaining time for Hanyang barrier, 6 6 minutes Skyren cooldown in progress, remaining time 40 seconds current kill count, total of 41 monsters at mountain moving realm total points 15, 800 Liu licked his lips, his eyes burning like fire, not enough, still far from enough. The hunter's arm is just the beginning. My radiance, Luyu's radiance, will spread across the entire universe. He kicked away a rock-armored demon ape attempting a sneak attack, sweeping his scarlet lightning spear horizontally, pinning 3 mountain-moving realm first-level monsters directly to the ground. Sparks flew, and the bodies were charred. In the distance, the silver-white wolf king locked onto by Luyu finally couldn't hold back anymore. It roared toward the sky, stepping down with force and leaping forward, charging out like a silver bolt of lightning. Mountain-moving realm 5th level, fully unleashed. Luyu's gaze tightened. With a slight adjustment to his steps, his figure shifted to the side, and the scarlet lightning spear suddenly thrust upward clang. The spear's tip collided with the wolf's claws, sparking a burst of metallic flames. Luyu was forced back 3 steps, but his face showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, his eyes lit up with excitement. Nice, it feels good. Finally, a worthy opponent to make me get serious. He took a deep breath, his aura surging once more. Boom! The temperature of the Hongyang barrier soared to the limit, melting the ground and turning the surrounding 10 meters into a hellish molten zone. Come, Wolf King, I'll give you a chance survive 3 moves from me. As soon as Luyu finished speaking, his entire body shot upward like a flame. The scarlet lightning spear, wrapped in thunder and fire, aimed straight at the Wolf King's face. The Wolf King roared, crossing its claws to block. Crash! The first strike defended, but its paws cracked wide open, with blood splattering everywhere. Luyu spun, sweeping the spear tip horizontally like a meteor crashing, smashing directly into the Wolf King's chest. The second strike direct hit. The Wolf King's chest bones fractured, and its massive body was blasted dozens of meters away, slamming hard into the mountain wall. The third strike Luyu shifted his silhouette, activating the Skyren teleportation, sending you flying. Appearing above the Wolf King, he raised the scarlet lightning spear high above his head. Thunder surged, flames roared, and he thrust downward with force. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire mountain wall, causing it to collapse. The silver-white Wolf King was pinned firmly into the ground below. Mountains trembled, dust rose. Ding! Killed mountain-moving realm 5th level silver-white Wolf King. Points plus 5,000 current total points, 2,800. The live broadcast fell silent for 3 seconds before game over. I'll never dare doubt him again. This isn't a battle, this is slaughter. Soloing a mountain-moving realm 5th level opponent and utterly crushing it? Luby *** King is the real deal. Charge! We must spread the glory of Blue Star across every corner of the universe. Heartbroken Girl Refuge, please add LX2341. I've already applied for the 9th time. Meanwhile, in the first martial arts school's girls' dormitory, there was an explosion of excitement. Lu God won. Lu God triumphed. I told you he could do it. Lu God is so handsome. That sentence just now, my heart is in shambles. And Tian clenched her fists tightly, her eyes already glimmering with tears. Lu Yu, you really did it. In the boys' dormitory, there was dead silence. Someone slowly set down his wine glass, murmuring, how can we still compete? That's not a human. That's the god of Blue Star. In the Federation Parliament Hall, Zuichi slapped his thigh fiercely. Profitable. Lin Shui glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh. You opportunist, always about gambling. Envoy Yenmaster let out a soft sigh, his gaze complicated. If the previous Luyu was merely Blue Star's hope, now he has already become the legend of the Orion Arm. Luyu stood amidst the sea of monster corpses, the scarlet lightning spear planted firmly in the ground, entwined with thunder and fire. He slowly lifted his head, gazed at the blood moon, and a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. First place. I'm here. Warning. Intruders from Castor Planet detected. Killing them will result in the forfeiture of all points. The moment the notification sounded, Luyu, who had just been reveling in his point harvesting machine mode, froze slightly. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his gaze instantly turned dangerous. Point givers have finally arrived? He muttered to himself. The scarlet lightning spear spun lightly in his hand, its tip slicing through the air, emitting a piercing hum. I was enjoying slaying monsters, but you Castor dogs have come at just the right time. Luyu's lips curled into an icy grin, a golden gleam flashed in his eyes, and his demeanor changed in an instant. System, locate the coordinates of the intruders. Ding! Detected Castor spaceship landed in the southern plains region of Wildlands planet. Current coordinates 47 kilometers from the host. Estimated number of first-wave Castor geniuses, 32 people. Among them, superpowered individuals above grade A, 24 people. Those with equivalent strength to mountain shifting realm, 5 people. Maximum threat target, cruise, suspected mountain shifting realm level 5 pinnacle, awakened superpower of space control, grade S+. Listening to the report, Luyu raised an eyebrow. Space manipulation? Another spatial mobility player? Unfortunately, I also play with space. System, prepare to enter hunt mode. Ding! Hunt mode activated for the host. Current points, 428,000. Hosts ranking, first place. Note, crews and others have received special permissions. Killing Earth containers contestants will directly gain all their points, and vice versa. So, they're bringing the points to me? Lu Yu grinned, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. A flame of murderous intent flickered wildly in his eyes. Well, I can't let down these honorable guests. Meanwhile, in the southern plains of Wildlands Planet, a silver disc-shaped spacecraft descended slowly. The cabin door opened, and over 30 Castor Planet youths, dressed in silver-white combat uniforms and exuding an aura of superiority, filed out one after the other. Leading the group was Cruz, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with a tall, commanding presence and a high-bridged nose. The spatial energy rippling faintly around him made him seem like a born aristocrat. Such a barren place, he muttered, furrowing his brows as he adjusted his gloves. But it is fitting for clearing out the trash. Reynolds, Maria, Harold, you three handle the eastern side. Kill any Earthlings you see no survivors. Yes, my lord. The rest of you, spread out and search for any remnants still alive. Remember, this is a hunt, not a contest. Understood. The 30-some Castor geniuses instantly dispersed, heading in all directions. But just as they began their operation, boom! A thunderous explosion descended from the heavens, kicking up billowing dust. A blazing gold-red figure smashed into the center of the plains like a falling meteor. Thud! The dust settled. Lu Yu stood before the silver spacecraft, one hand gripping his spear, flames coiling around him, battle intent raging high. Looking for me? The one you're searching for, it's me. Cruz narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flickering with a hint of surprise. You are Lu Yu, the so-called strongest genius from Earth's top martial arts school? Lu Yu cocked his head, his leisurely smile spreading. Oh, you know my name? Then you must also know I'm already ranked first in points, huh? And now you're here. Are you trying to compete? Cruz's lips curled into a cold sneer as he stepped forward. First place in points? Ha! It's nothing more than slaughtering brainless monsters. True combat is a battle between humans. You nouveau riche relying on superpowers piled up. You can't even defeat the weakest genius on our Castor Star. Lu Yu sighed softly upon hearing this. You people from Castor Star all speak in the same tone. Arrogant, conceited, and self-righteous. Do you really think that by trampling us Blue Star folks beneath your feet, you can forever reign above us? Today let me show you. Lu Yu stepped forward. The Hongyang domain exploded open, lightning and flame intertwined, and the aura swept across the plain like a raging storm. Blue Star is no longer the same, and I am the beginning of this change. The livestream room boiled over instantly. Here we go, here we go. Those Castor Star dogs have shown up. Lu Yu stunned all of them with a single sentence. Damn, is he seriously going to take on over 30 Castor Star geniuses alone? Not gonna lie, I'm suddenly looking forward to this. King Lu. Destroy them. At the dorms of the first martial arts school, chaos erupted. Lu Yu's insane. He really dares to go down there. But that's the elite battle team from Castor Star's first martial arts school. Still, Lu Yu is no ordinary guy. He's our Blue Star's strongest genius. Inside the Federal Council Hall, the Flame Lord rose slowly, staring at the screen showing Lu Yu. His eyes were bright with determination. This battle will decide whether Blue Star continues to bow its head. Lu Yu, good luck. On the battlefield, the smile on Cruz's lips completely vanished, and for the first time, his gaze turned serious. Then let me see if you, this light of Blue Star, truly deserve the title. He raised his hand, and the void twisted, revealing spatial blades. Everyone, hunt Lu Yu. Boom! Over 30 Castor Star geniuses erupted simultaneously, unleashing their superpowers. Lu Yu chuckled lightly, raised his crimson lightning spear high, and flames of Hongyang soared into the sky. Come on, deliver those points. I've been waiting for you. Lu Yu squinted at the public channel message on his intelligence device, his lips twitching. Brotherly, you've exposed yourself. His tone was a mix of helplessness and schadenfreude. Normally, you're pretty steady. How come you reported your position at a time like this? Xin was utterly confused. Who's Li Yu? A tough guy from our class, Li Yu casually replied. During the last physical test, he ranked second behind me, only 9,000 kilograms weaker. Xin. You're sure that's second? Of course, the rest fall behind by about the same margin. Lu Yu said it as if it were obvious, completely unaware of how demoralizing his statement was. Meanwhile, the live stream room had already exploded. Holy crap, Li Yu's been discovered? It's over. It's over. Isn't Brother Li usually stealthy as hell? How did he suddenly expose himself? Could he be targeted by the geniuses from Castor Star? Not good. Brother Li's strength is decent, but those Castor folks are seriously ruthless. King Lu, hurry and save him. Charge now. Brother Li is your bro. In another canyon on Wildstar, Li Yu crouched behind a massive rock, gripping a short blade. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face was full of tension. Damn, how did I suddenly get discovered? He stared intently at the figures in the distance. 3 geniuses from Castor Star, steadily approaching. Target locked. Blue Star participant, ID LY013. Score, 0, utterly worthless. But killing him wouldn't hurt. The 3 spoke as they advanced step by step toward Li Yu's location. Li Yu's expression shifted drastically. Gritting his teeth, he clenched the short blade tightly, his palms already dripping with sweat. System, analyze enemy combat power. power. Ding. Enemy strength assessment. All three are at body refining tier 9, skilled in combat techniques, and their abilities are unknown. TCH. 3 at body refining tier 9. Liu took a deep breath, ready to fight to the death. Suddenly buzz. A streak of golden red light descended from the skies. Boom. With a loud explosion, the air shattered, and the ground was engulfed in billowing dust. Before the three Castar Planet geniuses could react, a black spear shadow broke through the air, crackling with lightning and fire, aiming straight for them. What? It's an ambush. Splatter. Before finishing his sentence, one of them had his chest pierced through, his body exploding into an illusion. Ding. Castar Planet contestant killed. Points plus 3,500. Liu stood amidst the swirling dust, his spear wreathed in flames, his gaze sharp like lightning, appearing as if he had descended from the heavens like a divine weapon. Who said my brother is worthless? Did you bother asking me? Liu was completely dumbfounded. He had just steeled himself for a desperate fight, but in the next second, a familiar, annoying voice descended from above. Liu, why are you here? Didn't you say you were farming monster points? I'm done farming. Liu casually flicked the tip of his spear, smiling leisurely. Just heard someone was handing out points, so I came over to grab a kill. You're way too chill. Liu's mouth twitched. I was about to die, and now you show up. You won't die, not while I'm here. Liu patted his shoulder, acting every bit the protective brother. At this moment, the remaining two Castar geniuses were utterly stunned. You're Liu? Blue Star's first martial school student number 001? What are you doing here? Aren't you still farming monsters? Liu tilted his head slightly, his grin playful. Farming monsters is tiresome. Decided to look for something more challenging. You two, consider yourselves my warm-up. The next second, boom. Liu's aura erupted, his solar domain expanding sharply, interwoven with lightning and flames as the temperature surged. His flaming spear swept sideways, unleashing a strike that blazed like the scorching sun. Dodge! The two shouted in terror, scrambling to evade, but how could they possibly succeed? Moments later, splatter! Splatter! Two figures exploded midair, blood mist scattering. Ding! Castar Planet contestant killed. Points plus 3,500. Ding! Castar Planet contestant killed. Points plus 3,700. Current total score for 39,700. Liu gently withdrew his spear and turned to smile at Liu. Alright, warm-up's over. The next round, it's officially starting. The live stream chat had transformed into a sea of frenzy. OMG, OMG, OMG. Luby King is too cool. Libro just got rescued by a hero. Wait, no, by his bro. This is what brotherhood is all about. This is the pride of Blue Star. Caster dogs are nothing special after all. 3 seconds each, whoever comes, dies. Liu, go get him. Inside the Federal Council chamber, Zhuiqi slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes ablaze with excitement. I told you, this kid is destined to win. The Flame Lord also chuckled, his voice low and resolute. Killing 1 is a warning. Killing 2 is a declaration. Killing 3 is Blue Star's true horn of counterattack. Liu, this kid is the real deal. I told you so. Zhuiqi let out a fierce roar, breaking the oppressive silence within the council chamber, his gaze piercing, his tone carrying unprecedented determination. You were all worried he couldn't handle it? Ha! Let me remind you, from the very beginning, ordinary logic was never applicable to this kid. You still remember, don't you? During his first test, he smashed the equipment with 1 punch. During his first combat, he skewered a mountain shift realm opponent with 1 spear. During the Monster Tide siege, he stood alone at the base of the mountain, slaughtering until the monsters went extinct. And now you're saying he can't beat 30 Castar geniuses? Zhuiqi recited each word with a voice as loud as a bell, shaking everyone's hearts. He is not an ordinary Blue Star human. He is Liu. He is the genius our Blue Star has waited thousands of years for. Wilderness Star, Northern Plains. Gray-yellow dust danced in the wind, the air filled with a suffocating atmosphere of deadly tension. Klaus was leisurely wiping his long spear, his arrogant demeanor as if he had just killed an insect rather than a person. What a pity, it ended so quickly. I thought that great genius of Blue Star would arrive sooner. Liu, weren't you saying you'd take revenge? I'm here, waiting for you. His lips curled slightly upward, a smile filled with mockery and provocation. Yet, in the next second, boom, a gust of violent wind swept across, blasting the dust off the plains. A golden red streak of light shot from the horizon, slicing through the sky with lightning speed, descending straight down. What is this? Spatial fluctuation? No wind and fire fusion? Fallback bang. A figure descended like a deity, landing heavily before Klaus, bringing forth an intensely scorching heat wave. Liu had arrived. Clutching his crimson lightning spear, his combat suit ablaze with flames, his gaze as cold as a blade, his presence as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain and roaring tsunami pressed down on everyone present. Who has touched my brothers? Liu's voice was deep and resonated like thunder from the depths of hell, exuding bone-chilling murderous intent. Klaus raised an eyebrow. For the first time, his smile stiffened. So you're Liu? Still, quite fast. Liu did not reply but slowly raised the crimson lightning spear, its tip aimed straight at Klaus's chest. You were right. I did arrive a bit late, but I'm here now, and none of you should think about leaving. Boom! As As his words fell, Lu Yu unleashed his full momentum. The Eversun domain exploded instantly, air burned with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, lightning and fire interwove, covering a range of tens of meters. Simultaneously, shadow abilities activated, black mist entwined, spatial ripples churned like whirlpools. Wind, fire, lightning, shadow, and space 5 elemental powers surged forth. At this moment, Lu Yu's aura had reached a level so terrifying it sent shivers down the spines of all the Castor Star talents present. How can this guy be so strong? Is he even human? Set up formations quickly. Don't let him get close to Lord Klaus too late. Lu Yu stepped forward. The Crimson Lightning Spear detonated into action. The first strike blasts of thunderfire erupted. 3 Castor Star talents were swept away by the shockwave and their bodies shattered into fragments mid-air. Ding! Killed 3 Castor Star participants times 3 points plus 10500. The second strike Void Rift ability activated instantly. Lu Yu flashed to another side. Crimson Lightning Spear swept horizontally, and 2 more were obliterated. Ding! Killed 2 Castor Star participants times 2 points plus 7000. What kind of monster is this? Is he insane? How can he be this powerful? Retreat! Retreat now. Who said you could leave? Lu Yu sneered coldly. The Eversun domain temperature surged to its limit. When the sky falls, I'll hold it up. He advanced step by step, each step resonating like the beat of war drums. Each strike as overwhelming as a thunderstorm. At this moment, Castor Star's arrogance and pride were thoroughly crushed into dust. The livestream erupted into chaos. Kill. Lu the god is unstoppable. Well done. Now they know what Blue Star's counterattack means. This is the true light of Blue Star. Lu King is invincible. Within the Federation Parliament Hall, the high-ranking officials stood up, their gazes fiery, their hearts stirred. The Flame Lord had unknowingly clenched his fist tightly. Lu Yu, this battle is your true ascension to divinity. Zuoqi shouted loudly, this kid can do it. I said so. On the battlefield, Lu Yu stepped on the chest of a Castor Star genius, his gun tip pressed against the other's forehead. I told you, none of you are getting away. You killed my brothers. Now it's your turn to pay. Bang! The crimson lightning gun stabbed downward, blood splattering. Lu Yu turned, his gaze locking onto the fleeing Cruz, the killing intent in his eyes growing ever more intense. Cruz, didn't you call me here? Well, now I'm here. Are you ready to die? The live broadcast exploded, completely and utterly. What the F******? Is this the visual of hell? King Lu, with these moves, who wouldn't exclaim father? 1 kill per second, 30 in 10 seconds? Castor Star geniuses, why the hell did I end up being planted? F******. All I can picture in my head now is that row of heads neatly buried in the ground, looking just like radishes sprouting heads. No, correction, it's a species of radish. God Lu was harvesting Castor Star's pride. This isn't a battle, it's an execution. Federal Assembly Hall, silent as death. Everyone stared at the projection, at that row of neat and tidy Castor Star geniuses with only their heads sticking out of the ground, speechless for a moment. Seconds later, pwahahaha, Zuoqi nearly sprayed a mouthful of liquor, slamming his palm onto the table, his face flushed red with excitement. I told you, that kid Lu Yu has got it. He's not just a genius of Blue Planet, he's the god of Blue Planet. Even the usually sullen Flame Lord cracked a rare smile and nodded lightly. This battle is enough to be inscribed into Blue Planet's history. From this day on, Castor Star will no longer be Blue Planet's nightmare. Wild Plains northern area, Lu Yu stood in front of that row of radish heads, lightly patting the body of the crimson lightning gun, his expression indifferent as though he'd not just planted humans but ordinary cabbages. I told you, if I don't give you a chance to kneel, I'll help you kneel myself. He swept his gaze around. Those Castor heads were filled with terror, shame, anger, and disbelief. Some were on the verge of tears. One Castor youth stammered, trembling as he asked, what? What kind of monster are you? Moving mountains level what? Me? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. Isn't it a little too late to ask now? He didn't answer, because there was no need to. The fact he was standing there was already the answer. He raised his head to glance at the blood moon in the sky, speaking softly, people of Castor Star, listen closely. This is the territory of Blue Planet. From today onward, if anyone dares to step across this boundary, I, Lu Yu, will kill one, bury one. If I can't bury them all, I'll plant crops until the edge of the universe. With those words, the live broadcast erupted once again. King Lu's aura is off the charts. The first violent farmer of Blue Planet is born. Career skill, burying with a single shot. Castor Star, we didn't come to assess, we came to be planted. Lu Yu's badass. Blue Planet's badass. I swear, from today onwards, anyone who dares to say Blue Planet is at the bottom, I'll personally shove them into the dirt. At this moment, on the mountaintop, Machine covered her mouth with both hands, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never seen Lu Yu like this. Amidst the lightning and fire, he walked step by step over the noble Castor Star geniuses without any arrogance, only calm, determination, and fury sharp as a blade. He wasn't showing off his skills. He was reclaiming dignity for his comrades, for all of Blue Planet. Lu Yu, Machine murmured, a trace of unusual emotion glinting in her gaze. Meanwhile, at this very moment, moment, on Castor's home planet, the principal team of the first martial arts school was synchronously watching the battle unfold. When they saw their own noble geniuses buried in the soil with only their heads exposed, making eye contact with each other in confusion, the entire conference room fell silent. After a long pause, Principal Claude, seated at the head of the table, spoke in a low voice, "Investigate thoroughly. This Blue Star boy named Lu Yu must be utterly eliminated." Meanwhile, Lu Yu had long since turned and prepared to leave. He had more important matters to attend to. System, how many points do I have now? Ding. Point calculation in progress. Current points, 968, 400 host point ranking. Orion 5th zone first exceeding second place's points 940,000 plus. Expected to secure first place, not bad. It's only just begun. Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile, his gaze sharp as lightning as he looked toward the distant stars. Blue Star's brilliance must illuminate the universe. I, Lu Yu, will make every planet utter one name: Blue Star, the strongest. The interstellar spacecraft traversed the atmosphere, its tail flame like a rainbow streaking across the sky. In the midst of countless gazes, it flew away from Wild Plains Star, heading straight toward the celestial depths. At that moment, it was as if everyone on Blue Star held their breath. Lu Yu truly left. Alone, he embarked on the journey to Castor Star's assessment planet. This wasn't escape, nor avoidance, it was a deliberate offensive. Alone, he aimed to storm the enemy's stronghold. The live stream room was ablaze with activity, nearly crashing from the fervor. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Lu Yu is going to Castor Star alone. I've never seen anyone turn an assessment into an offensive battle. What is this? This is Blue Star's declaration of war. Charge, brothers. Lucian is solo raiding the enemy base. Lucian, charge. First Martial Arts School medical room. Liu stared at the livestream displaying the ship disappearing into the distance, his eyes ablaze. His lips bore a slight bitter smile, yet there was no jealousy, only heartfelt admiration. Lu Yu, you madman, but only you could pull off something like this. Clenching his fist lightly, he whispered, represent us, restore Blue Star's honor. In the Federation Assembly Hall, chaos had erupted. He really went. He actually went to Castor Star. Alone. Just him. This kid is absolutely insane. Zuichi, his eyes red-rimmed, stared fixatedly at the screen like a soldier who had bet everything. Insane? He's not insane. He's Blue Star's god of war. From this day forward, if anyone dares laugh at Blue Star, let them try saying anything after hearing Lu Yu's name. Yenshu gazed at the ship's distant silhouette and finally gave a slight nod. He's more than just Blue Star's genius. He is Blue Star's proclamation. At this moment, inside the interstellar spacecraft, Lu Yu stood by the porthole, gazing at the receding image of Wild Plains Star with a calm expression. He felt not the slightest nervousness at the prospect of facing Castor Star's geniuses. On the contrary, his determination had never been stronger. System. Ding. Here, what instructions does the host have? Target all Castor Star participants. Plan, leave no one behind. Ding. Target established. The system will fully assist the host in combat analysis and strategic planning. Lu Yu slowly closed his eyes, the red lightning spear silently standing by his side. Flames danced at the tip, seemingly preparing for the upcoming bloody battle. Meanwhile, on Castor Star Prime Cliff Star, this assessment planet, exclusive to Castor Star, boasted a highly stable ecosystem, minimal monster activity, and abundant resources, a cradle for generations of Castor talents. At this moment, the sky over Prime Cliff Star was crystal clear, sunlight cascading over towering white buildings. The contestants from the first martial school of Castor Star were leisurely sitting in the rest area, enjoying the advanced nutritional meals provided by the assessment planet. The people from Blue Star should have been mostly dealt with by Cruz and the others, right? Same as every year. We don't even need to lift a finger. There's just that guy named Lu Yu. I've heard he's quite a fighter. A fighter? So what? Daring to come to our UN Mustar? Can he single-handedly take on our entire assessment team? Everyone burst into laughter, their faces full of disdain. And then boom! The sky above suddenly tore apart, and a fiery red interstellar spaceship descended from above, crashing heavily into the middle of the training field. Dust flew, the ground cracked, and everyone instantly stood up, their expressions drastically changing. What is that? Where did the spaceship come from? There's an intruder. Quick, activate the defense system. The next second, the spaceship's door slowly opened. A figure emerged from the flames and smoke, wearing a black and gold combat suit, holding a scarlet electric rifle, his gaze as cold as the stars. Lu Yu had arrived. So, you're the geniuses of Castor Star? Good. Lu Yu scanned the hundreds of contestants from Castor Star in front of him, a cold smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. That makes things easier. Starting today, you all have to call me Daddy. Inside the Federation Council Hall, Zuichi directly slammed the specially made table into pieces as he stood up, laughing heartily as he spoke. Old friends, a bet is a bet. Zuichi laughed as he continued. The geniuses of Castor Star aren't completely wiped out yet. What, you don't trust this kid Lu Yu? Zuichi snorted coldly. Trust him? Fine, fine. Someone also laughed as they spoke. Others began pulling out origin crystals as well. Regardless of whether Lu Yu could wipe out all the geniuses from Caster Star in one fell swoop. Just that earlier battle alone was enough to make everyone willingly hand over their origin crystals. There was no escaping it. Some people laughed while crying. To hell with Caster Star, they finally met their day too. I'm happy to hand over this origin crystal. Finally satisfied. The anger I've held onto for hundreds of years has been released. The upper echelons all laughed heartily as they spoke. The Flame Lord stared at Lu Yu's silhouette with an incomparably approving look. The old bastards of Caster Star, they'll probably keel over with anger after the assessment is over, won't they? The Flame Lord smiled. Meanwhile, back at the first martial school, all the boys, for some reason, began cheering Lu Yu on while sitting in front of their screens. Damn! Destroy those damn dogs. Shit, Lu Yu is so annoying. He stole my goddess, but watching him fight Caster Star people is too satisfying. Damn, I feel the same. +1. Over at the girls' dormitory, countless girls were cheering, and Tian was watching Lu Yu on the screen with tears in her eyes, her heart racing. The entire Blue Star was cheering, and in this atmosphere, Lu Yu had finally arrived at the assessment planet of Caster Star. Yuanmu Star. This planet was roughly the size of Wilderness Star, with a massive rift running through its center, resembling an open eye. Caster Star's assessment planet. Entering Yuanmu Star's atmosphere now, please prepare yourselves. Lu Yu stood still and gazed out at Yuanmu Star through the spaceship's window, smiling faintly as he spoke. Caster Star people, your god has arrived. The spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, like a meteor descending from the heavens. This caught the attention of all the geniuses from Caster Star. As they looked to the sky, their voices quickly filled the communication channels. It should be Lord Cruz and the others returning. Quick, go welcome them. Go, 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 let's greet the lords. Another complete annihilation of Blue Star this time. Ha ha ha. Absolutely, this calls for celebration. Countless geniuses from Caster Star rushed toward the spaceship, speaking excitedly. Meanwhile, in the live stream room of Caster Star, countless viewers watched the unfolding events with fear gripping their hearts. No, don't go there. God, the demon is emerging. They are welcoming a demon. It's over, it's over. Countless Casterans broke down. Outside the landed spaceship, hundreds of Castor Star prodigies had already gathered. They had long cleared the dangers of the assessment planet and were just waiting to eliminate the prodigies of Blue Star and await the end of the assessment. Therefore, as soon as the spaceship touched down, countless people rushed over. Lord Cruz, we have been waiting for you for a long time. You return with glory. Blue Star is just a low-level planet. Countless Castor Star prodigies cheered. At this moment, the spaceship door moved. Everyone's expressions immediately became solemn, their gaze fixed on the door. Soon, the door opened, but no one appeared. What's going on? Just as everyone was puzzled, suddenly, Lu Yu's figure appeared at the spaceship entrance. Are you welcoming me? Lu Yu wore a grin on his face. All the Castor Star prodigies froze on the spot. They were unfamiliar with Lu Yu's face. Moreover, he didn't seem to be a Castoran. Could it be that Lord Cruz brought back a prisoner? Just as such thoughts crossed their minds, suddenly, an ice orb appeared in Lu Yu's hand. The next moment, the ice orb was thrown out and instantly exploded. Ah, no! Heavens! One scream after another echoed. The Castoran prodigies left behind on Yuanmu Star were ordinary prodigies of Castor Star, not even having reached the mountain-moving realm. How could they possibly withstand Lu Yu's torrential ice needles? In just an instant, dozens of Castor Star prodigies were killed. At this moment, no matter how slow their reactions were, they realized something was wrong. Everyone, attack him! Someone shouted, but Lu Yu only smiled. Attack me? Ants, accept the gift of death. Lu Yu drove a spear into the crowd. In the next moment, the bodies of over 100 Castor Star prodigies exploded simultaneously. One strike, hundreds perished. No! Heavens! Run! Lord Cruz and the others are already dead. This is impossible. Countless people screamed madly. Lu Yu looked coldly as he made his move. He didn't heed their cries, striking again and again with his spear. Before long, the gathered group of nearly hundreds of Castor Star prodigies, unable even to escape, were all slaughtered by Lu Yu. Without the slightest resistance, only a few prodigies managed to flee to the distance. But this was destined to be futile. Activating the void-splitting ability, Lu Yu instantly captured them back. 3 Castor Star prodigies knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They didn't even dare to look at Lu Yu. This was absolutely not a human. How could Blue Star possibly possess such a powerful prodigy? Hundreds of people were not even a match for him alone. Too insane. Lu Yu glanced at the few Castoran prodigies and smirked. Take a good look, Castorans. This is your so-called star prodigies truly weak. With that, Lu Yu thrust his spear forward. One Castoran prodigy's head exploded on the spot. Countless Castorans witnessing this scene clenched their fists tightly. What is he trying to do? He's humiliating us, he seeks revenge. Blue Star people must die. Disgrace. Countless Castrans watching the livestream gritted their teeth furiously. Meanwhile, in the Castor Federation Parliamentary Hall, a meeting was in progress. A silver-haired man stood at the forefront, roaring in anger. Who can tell me what is happening? With his words, a terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain erupted indiscriminately. Countless high-ranking Castrans were trembling even as they fumed. They knew their Star Lord was furious, but soon, the footage disappeared. A line of text appeared. The gifted from Castor Star are completely annihilated. This assessment is over. This statement made the high-ranking officials of Castor Star's eyes widen. All dead? The silver-haired man stared at the screen, his fury nearly impossible to suppress. Kill him. He must be killed. The dignity of Castor Star cannot be trampled on like this. Primordial Star. After Lu Yu killed the last genius of Castor Star, the reward arrived. Only 2,000 points. Intelligent brain, have my points been settled yet? Point settlement complete. Current score, 1,024,020. Congratulations, you have become the first place in the 5th assessment region, and a broadcast has been sent across all zones. The voice of the intelligent brain echoed repeatedly. Across countless assessment planets, tens of thousands of assessors stared in shock at the intelligent brain's prompt. Points, 1 million? They looked at that peculiar ID, almost unable to believe it. You should know, the second place still is just barely 300,000. A gap of 700,000 points. Shock. An unparalleled shock. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, there erupted an earth-shattering cheer. All of Blue Star was cheering for Lu Yu, not for anything else. Just for Lu Yu alone, who single-handedly exterminated all of Castor Star's geniuses. Just for Lu Yu, who claimed the first rank with 1 million points. These are things never seen before in the history of Blue Star, especially the annihilation of Castor Star's geniuses. For tens of thousands of years, due to the menace of star beasts, Blue Star had always been oppressed by the people of Castor Star. But because of the star beasts, they were never able to contend. However, today, Lu Yu can be said to have cruelly trampled the faces of Castor Star's people right into the ground repeatedly. One person overwhelming 500 geniuses of Castor Star. Simply godlike. Blue Star's billions of people were celebrating. And in the 5th assessment region, countless people were equally shocked. 1 million points? What does this mean? The second place currently only has 300,000 points. The assessment has just barely started for less than 24 hours, and someone already reached 1 million points? It's simply astounding. On hundreds of assessment planets, the geniuses from various stars exchanged glances, almost unable to believe it. Red Star, a towering being, raised its head, looking at its ranking which had instantly fallen to second place, its eyes filled with shock. 1 million points? Beside him, his followers weren't much better off. 1 million points. How is that possible? The assessment has barely begun for less than 24 hours. How was this achieved? Heavens, is there really such a person? More than a dozen of Red Star's geniuses were stunned. The Red Star they were on was a highly developed and civilized planet. Martial arts had emerged as early as 10,000 years ago. Now, it was about to step into the 4th region. But even so, even under such circumstances as the strongest person on this star, Kuemu currently only had just 300,000 points. And yet this unexpected individual suddenly showed up, directly scoring 1 million points. Simply terrifying beyond comprehension. The same was true not only for Red Star, but almost simultaneously, the geniuses from several other leading ranked planets were also shocked. What's going on? Wasn't Kuemu in first place before? Damn it! 1 million points, how is this possible? This is like fantasy. Each genius was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. Kuemu was someone they knew well, someone familiar. Indeed, this guy was strong. But being strong only meant having just a margin of 10,000 more points than their own scores among the top 5 geniuses. With effort, it wasn't entirely impossible for them to catch up. But now, out of nowhere, there appeared this strange persona, Shattered Heart Girl. What the heck is this? 1 million points, without even seeing the name before. Completely unlike the recognized geniuses from those few powerful planets. While the geniuses at the top were confused, the rising talents from lower-ranked planets were sinking into utter shock. Yes, pure shock. 1 million points, already beyond their imagination. This was achieved in less than 24 hours. The assessment lasts a total of 72 hours. Who knows how many points he will have in total? Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the leaderboard, utterly lost in thought. Regional broadcast? Ridiculous. He's already at 1 million points. What would we even do if we went there? Get ourselves killed? Countless geniuses thought this way and even started distancing themselves from Cast Star's location. The result was that Lu Yu stayed on Cast Star for over an hour and didn't see a single soul. What's going on? Why isn't anyone coming? Lu Yu sat on a large boulder, extremely anxious. A mere million points, it's too little. Lu Yu's words were faithfully broadcasted back through the camera. 1 million points too little? I'm absolutely speechless. Second place, Heartbroken Girl, you're not even human. Plain and unassuming Lu Masterby, 1 million points are too few /dog emoji. Lu Masterby, could you at at least leave some wiggle room when you say things like this. Countless people in front of the live feed were already dumbstruck. 1,000,000 points. The gap is just too massive. Second place only had 300,000 points. And yet, Luyu had a full million. Even then, Luyu was dissatisfied. In reality, it wasn't entirely Luyu's fault. He simply couldn't stand the thought of so many unclaimed points just sitting there. It made him unbearably frustrated. No, I need to figure out something. Luyu sank into deep thought. This left the livestream viewers puzzled. Don't tell me Lu Master B is actually planning to go out and get more points? I mean, 1,000,000 points is plenty. With so much time left, he could do nothing and still land in the top 5. Exactly, what's wrong with just coasting along? If Luyu heard this, he would definitely be so enraged that he'd cough up blood on the spot. I want first place. First place. I want domination, total domination. Got it? Sitting there sulking for over half an hour, Luyu suddenly glanced at his AI assistant and an idea struck him. My location is constantly being broadcast. They're too afraid to come because they think I'm strong enough to reach 1,000,000 points. So, they're scared that coming here would just mean handing me free kills. So, doesn't that mean I could misguide them? A flash of brilliance crossed Luyu's mind, and he felt like he'd stumbled upon something important. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. This is absolutely brilliant. This move is a guaranteed win. Let's do it. I'm going to ruin them all. I'm a freaking genius. Luyu threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The live stream viewers? Has Lu Master be gone insane from thinking about points? He wasn't even this excited when flirting with girls earlier. Oh, is he about to do something reckless again? One by one, fellow Blue Star citizens inexplicably felt a surge of excitement alongside him. Then, they saw Luyu open his AI assistant. Ha! A question mark collectively appeared in everyone's mind. To go steal points, shouldn't he look for people to kill? Why open the AI assistant now? Was he choosing a location? That must be it. Everyone silently speculated, but Luyu's plan exceeded their imagination. AI, can I hide my identity and send a full region broadcast? Yes, contestant, the AI quickly replied. This made Luyu ecstatic. Alright, let's go, AI. Help me draft a message. I'm sending a full region broadcast. Luyu immediately gave the order. The livestream viewers were filled with a flood of question marks again. What is he going to say? Probably asking Heartbroken Girl for her contact info. Yeah, that's my guess too. This is insane. Countless people watched Luyu's actions with great curiosity and excitement. However, as they continued watching, their expressions slowly changed. No way. Are you serious? Lu Master B, you're really doing this? This is reckless. Absolutely reckless. Lu Master B, stop now. Don't do this. Can we hold on for a bit with the 1,000,000 points? I'm begging you, bro, don't really get killed. Damn, I'm cracking up. Countless people from Blue Star gasped sharply upon seeing what Luyu had posted, each one breaking into a cold sweat behind the screen. Meanwhile, Luyu had a look of satisfaction on his face. Intelligent brain, if there are no issues, send it out. Make sure to keep it anonymous. Alright, broadcasting it across the entire region. During Luyu's idle moments, the narrative around the 1,000,000 points and how he claimed the top spot had spread to nearly all the participants. Even though some contestants were eliminated after the competition began, at least 50,000 were still in the area. As they stared at those mind-boggling numbers, they couldn't resist the shock within. Then, they started madly running in the opposite direction. Are you kidding? If not now, then when? With this much time left in the assessment, do you think he'd just stay put waiting for us to come to him? He'll definitely start actively hunting down people. This was the thinking of every genius out there. Even Kuemu hesitated for a moment. Should he perhaps escape to a farther location? After all, the distance between Chi stars and Caster stars was very close. The other top 10 prodigies shared similar thoughts. The higher the score, the more likely they'd become hunting targets. If you don't possess enough strength to protect those points, then you're just a fat piece of meat. Clearly, to the person in first place, everyone else was merely meat on the chopping block. But just as all the participants were thinking things through, suddenly, their intelligent brain received a region-wide broadcast message. A 1,000,000-point contestant exploited rule loopholes to seize all the resources on the assessment planet. His home planet is nothing more than a lower-level civilization star. This announcement left all the participants stunned. Such an explosive headline grabbed their attention, and many couldn't help but click on it. However, after just one glance, all the candidates were dumbfounded. The first place Heartbroken Girl is actually just a one-mountain realm martial artist from a star ranked among the bottom 15 in its region. The article detailed how the first place holder had achieved their 1,000,000 points by exploiting rule loopholes to claim a massive score. Heartbroken Girl was assigned to a weaker assessment planet, where they quickly eradicated all the monsters on the planet, bringing the total score to 1,000,000. Before entering, it was prearranged that, if this situation occurred, the points would be donated to the strongest genius to aid them in getting admission to Orion Academy. As a result, all the geniuses automatically transferred their points to Heartbroken Girl and left the astral realm. That's how the 1,000,000 points came about, through a loophole in the rules. As for Heartbroken Girl's origins, everyone can verify it via intelligent brain. He is from a lower-level star, Blue Star, ranked as the 15th lowest in the region. The information ended here, and all the prodigies in the 5th region, after reading this, were frozen, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was way too absurd, wasn't it? The regional broadcast was already flooded with endless discussions. Do you guys think this is real? I feel like it's too ridiculous. Would anyone really do such a thing? Highly unlikely. Anonymous ID, what's impossible about it? For a chance to enter Orion Academy, it's worth it. You can check it yourself on Intelligent Brain. Seeing the anonymous ID surface again, many indeed went to verify through Intelligent Brain. The results left them shaken. My god, it's true. It's actually ranked as the 15th lowest ranked star. Unbelievable. 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 points. Could we perhaps have an opportunity? 1,000,000 points. Whoever gets there first can claim them. Wait a minute, aren't you wondering why this anonymous person? My god, 1,000,000 points. A guy from a low-ranked planet. He's making wedding clothes for us. On the Intelligent Brain, in the announcement channel, the information refreshed at an almost unimaginable speed. Countless people were stunned at that very moment. There was actually such a maneuver. The key point was that it was truly permissible within the rules. At Chixing Star, Kuemu looked at the information on the Intelligent Brain and then turned to a nearby genius. Intelligent Brain query results? The query results are out. The first place really comes from a low-ranked planet called Blue Star. A genius spoke in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Kuemu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Heaven helps me. Heaven helps me indeed. As long as I kill this guy, I will directly gain 1,000,000 points. A cold killing intent flashed in Kuemu's eyes. He considered that it might have been a trap. Yet, the Intelligent Brain's information couldn't be altered. A guy from a low-ranked planet, no matter how strong, would ultimately be limited. Plunder his points. Kuemu hesitated not one bit as he pointed at a dozen of the strongest geniuses from the same planetary system. You, follow me to Mu Star. We need to beat the others there. It wasn't just the Chixing Star side taking action like this. The top 10 contestants, after verifying the correctness of the information, became immensely excited. 1,000,000 points. Once obtained, it would guarantee them the top spot. They entertained suspicions but could no longer afford to care. It truly seemed to be a guy from a low-ranked planet. Perhaps it was real. If they didn't go, it would be too late if someone else got the opportunity first. Soon enough, the entire 5th region practically exploded due to this dramatic twist. The 5th assessment area, with 10,000 contestants. Initially, most of them weren't even aware of Luyu's true identity and dared not act rashly. Until the detailed information stated how Luyu utilized loopholes in the rules to legitimately harvest resources from the assessment star. In an instant, this shook all the contestants to their core. Coming from a planet ranked among the bottom 15, it was just too glaring. Such a weak and low-ranked planet, could it even produce geniuses? Impossible. Countless contestants felt invigorated. 1,000,000 points. This was like a massive pie falling from the sky. As long as they got those 1,000,000 points, they could soar to great heights. Even if they couldn't ultimately secure the 1,000,000 points, at least they would have once held them. Almost instantly, countless self-proclaimed mighty geniuses, like sharks smelling blood, abandoned their current assessment stars and headed toward Cast Star as indicated by the regional broadcast. At Cast Star, Luyu, looking at the public channel's messages, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, they're all coming. Luyu was ecstatic. His ingenious plan had attracted so many people. He couldn't help but want to give himself a thumbs up. I'm simply brilliant. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live broadcast were stunned speechless. He's gone mad. Luyu has really gone mad. He's courting death. I can't believe this. It's over. Completely over. At least 10,000 are heading over. Countless people were falling into despair. In the Federation Parliament Hall, Zuoqi was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the screen in utter disbelief. Madness. That brat Luyu has really lost it. Zuoqi trembled as he spoke. Originally, the situation had been ideal. No one would bother Luyu, and he could hold steady for at least a top 5 finish. But now, Luyu is courting disaster, attracting such a large crowd of geniuses to come after him. If this wasn't seeking death, then what was? Other high-ranking officials were even at a loss for words. Even Yanzhu's body stiffened slightly. From their perspective, Luyu's actions could only be described as suicidal. One man, trying to challenge tens of thousands? He had gone mad. But what they didn't know was that, at the Orionic Arm Star Realm Control Hub, an alien suddenly spoke in pain. It's over. The 5th region is doomed. That bastard is fishing. Luyu stood motionless, staring at the towering pile of corpses before him, momentarily dazed. He lowered his head to glance at his feet, then raised it to look at the sky, where ships were falling and colliding with each other. Nearby, geniuses were fiercely battling, scrambling over the killing rights. His lips twitched slightly. No, this isn't what we agreed upon earlier, a fight against tens of thousands, right? He was genuinely bewildered. This wasn't the scenario he'd envisioned. Originally, Luyu had meticulously planned it out: bait the enemy, lure them into an ambush, trap them, counterattack, a seamless operation designed to demonstrate demonstrate his Lu Epic King battle prowess in perfection. But now these geniuses weren't here to kill him, they were here to fight over him. Fighting to kill me is one thing, but why have you wiped out your own teams first? Are you all here to donate points to me? He hadn't even lifted a finger, yet his points were already shooting up uncontrollably. Ding! Killed Hal Star Genius times 12 points plus 8600 ding. Killed Chi Star Genius times 9 points plus 7200 ding. Passive Environment Death points times 38 points plus 13,400 current points. 1,114,220. Is that all? Lu Yu looked on, complicated emotions etched on his face, as these alien geniuses hacked, stabbed, and waged ferocious friendly fire chaos around the objective of who gets to kill him first. He didn't even need to act, just standing there, watching the show, his points flooded in like flowing water. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, viewers from Blue Star were rolling on the floor with laughter. Ha ha ha, I can't hold back anymore. Apologies, I realize this is a brutal scene, but I can't stop laughing aloud. Wasn't this supposed to be 1 versus tens of thousands? Turns out it's tens of thousands fighting over 1? Lu Epic King, I stand here, hands idle, while the points drop into my pocket on their own. Blue Star geniuses, we're all giving up resources to glorify Lu Yu's invincibility. This here? True fishing enforcement. Fish that jump onto the hook, clean themselves, and willingly leap into the pot. In the Federation's Parliament Hall, Left Chi was already standing up, clutching a table as his laughter grew so uncontrollable he couldn't straighten his back. Ah ha ha ha, I told you he wasn't courting death. This is baiting the enemy with extra post-battle automated dissection at its finest. These alien geniuses are totally out of their minds. Nearby, other executives were wiping sweat as they laughed between deep amazement, speechlessness, and joyous exhilaration. So, is this Lu Yu's strategy? No, this is Lu Yu's sheer fortune. Look at what he's done. Nothing. He's just standing there observing, but his points are climbing like a rocket. Back on Yuenmu Star's battlefield, Lu Yu witnessed groups of geniuses leaping off ships, roaring, "Blue Star scum, your death is imminent," only to meet swift end seconds later, often stabbed in the back by other geniuses. Some were crushed under falling ships. Lu Yu's sense of disbelief deepened. Do I really need to step in at all? If I stay here for another half hour, I might actually break through 2 million points, right? Of course, that was just idle humor. In Lu Yu's eyes, while this chaotic scene entertained, these people were ultimately just appetizers. His true opponents had yet to take the stage. He slowly raised his gaze towards the distance, where several ships remained hovering steadily in the high skies, uninvolved in the carnage below. Among these, the most conspicuous was a crimson vessel adorned with golden patterns. Its hull prominently bore the name marker, Chi Star Kuwait exclusive. They're here. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his lips curling into a faint smirk. Finally, someone worthy of my engagement has arrived. He twisted his wrist, and the scarlet bolt spear slid out from his spatial ring. Flames and crackling lightning instantly wreathed its body, surging faintly. It's about time for my entrance. With an explosive crackle of lightning fire beneath his feet, momentum surged like tidal waves as he strode forward boldly. You all scrambled to kill me? From now it's my turn to kill you. You're mine. Kuwemu took step after step toward Lu Yu, his entire body drenched in blood, enveloped in crimson light, and exuding an overwhelming aura like a mountain crumbling or a tsunami crashing down. His eyes were bloodshot, with dozens of blade wounds etched across his body, yet his gaze was clearer and more frenzied than ever before. He had won. He had fought his way through thousands, charging forward to the very end. All the other talents had fallen. Now, only he in the mountain-shifting realm first stage with 1,000,000 points remained before him. All he needed was to kill Lu Yu. That 1,000,000 points would then be his. He would rise to become the top figure in the 5th region, enter the Hunter Academy, and ascend to the pinnacle of the Star Realm. You managed to escape from so many people, but you won't escape from me. Kuwemu grinned, his smile ferocious, his face radiating murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Yu stood motionless, quietly watching him with a gaze as tranquil as water. He let out a soft sigh. Ah, I really didn't want to make a move. You 10 brothers have shown immense spirit, fighting from start to finish, refusing to touch me even once, and even clearing the field for me. You made it so that I feel bad about stepping in. But you, Lu Yu lowered his head slightly, raising one hand gently. A golden red lightning flame burst forth from his palm, and a crimson electric spear emerged in an instant, surrounded by thunder and fire that painted the whole world in turmoil. You just had to force my hand. Boom! The aura exploded as the solar domain materialized instantly. Thunder surged like tides, and flames roared into the sky. In an instant, Kuwemu, who had thought victory was at hand, suddenly changed expression. This aura, mountains shifting realm, 4th stage? No, this isn't simply the 4th stage. This overwhelming pressure, it's beyond anything I can withstand. His eyes widened in terror as his body instinctively tried to retreat. But in the next second Lu Yu moved. He took a single step forward as the void quaked, and the ground beneath him shattered entirely. It's over. The crimson electric spear surged with thunder and fire as Lu Yu thrust it forward. This single strike was as fast as a lightning bolt and as heavy as a falling star. Before Kuwemu's consciousness could even catch up, the tip of the spear had already reached his brow. No! No! Boom! Crimson light exploded, and Kuwemu didn't even have time to react before his entire being was reduced to fragments of data under the force of the spear, utterly dissipating. Ding! You have slain the top-tier genius Kuwemu of the Red Star. Points plus 15,000, total points, 1,189,220. As the final challenger fell, the battlefield descended into utter silence. Lu Yu retracted the crimson electric spear, standing amidst the endless corpses, and gazed at the desolate landscape. He exhaled softly. Finally, some peace and quiet. The livestream chat erupted. Holy crap, I just dropped to my knees. This twist was insanely intense. Aha. Kuwemu, I've fought my way to the end, I'm unstoppable. And then, boom. Lu Pretentious King's final line, you just had to force my hand, gave me goosebumps all over. So you call yourself a mountains-shifting realm, first stage? Turns out you're just a hidden god-slaying war sovereign? I officially declare Lu Yu the secret boss of Hell Mode in the 5th region. A mere 1,000,000 points is too little. Satisfied now? In the Federal Council Hall, Zuichi was almost in tears, laughing and pounding his chest in both excitement and regret. I told you this kid could take on 10 at once. Which one of you just said he was courting death? Stand up and let me punch you twice. Even Yanju let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the image of the young man's tall figure on the screen with a rare spark of admiration. This kid, he isn't just a genius, he's a miracle. On Yuanmu Star, Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings. Not a single soul remained standing. As he looked at the battlefield, reduced to ruins by the flames of war, he let out a gentle sigh. How did I, Lu Yu, deserve this? You all, one after another, just had to force my hand. Sigh, I'm truly touched. Saying this, he raised his sleeve and pretended to wipe the corner of his eye. This isn't killing people, it's cleaning up the mess. Understand? You all fought until the end, and I'm the only one left completely intact. If I don't step forward, who will? After saying this, he plopped down on the ground, pulled out a compressed biscuit, and calmly began to eat. System, settle the points. Ding! Points being settled. Current total points, 1,189,220. Unique survivor in Zone 5. Rewards doubled. Final estimated points, 2,378,440. Regional clearing successful. Congratulations, host, you are about to enter the Orion Academy 5th Star Domain Grand Finals. Excellent. Lu Yu bit into a biscuit, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Well, I hate it when people get tired of fighting. Fortunately, you all finished fighting for me. Lu. He feigned sentimentality. You belong to me now. Lu Yu couldn't help but shiver at these words. He glanced at Kuwemu's towering figure and instinctively stepped back. What are you doing? I don't do fencing, Lu Yu said warily. Kuwemu seemed not to hear Lu Yu's words but smiled nonetheless. You don't have a choice. Lu Yu. In the live stream room. Pfft. Ahahaha. Men are the true love. Women, step aside. No. Lucian belongs to us. I believe in Lucian's orientation. The live stream room erupted into laughter. On site, however, Lu Yu's expression turned serious as he looked at Kuwemu. Brother, considering how much you've helped me, why don't you admit defeat? I really don't want to kill you. Lu Yu shook his head and said he genuinely felt bad about making a move. How could he bear to strike? After all, this guy had worked so hard for him, and then he'd still have to finish him off? Wouldn't that make him inhuman? But to Lu Yu's dismay, Kuwemu sneered and spoke. You want me to surrender? If you hand over your points and commit suicide, it might be better for you. Kuwemu stood up with his blade. His injuries were already severe, and at this moment, just a single genius of his caliber could end him. But clearly, not Lu Yu. A seemingly ordinary first-level mountain mover realm opponent? He could be killed effortlessly. Listening to Kuwemu's words, Lu Yu's expression grew increasingly bitter. Does it really have to be this way? Of course. Kill yourself now. Kuwemu exuded unparalleled arrogance. With these 1,000,000 points, he would directly claim first place in this examination match. No one could possibly surpass him. Countless geniuses had already fallen, and his current points had reached an enormously terrifying amount. Although the points were still being tallied, he was roughly aware of his total. It absolutely wouldn't be less than 1,000,000. In other words, his final total points would be at least 2,000,000. He was about to become the record-breaking champion. Kuwemu couldn't contain his exhilaration. Lu Yu saw this and sighed. Let's be upfront, brother. Actually, I was just fishing for all of you. Lu Yu took out his scarlet lightning gun, deliberated for a moment, and then spoke the gentlest blow to Kuwemu's pride. What do you mean? Kuwemu's gaze turned wary. Lu Yu sighed and said to him, it's simple. I've been hiding my true strength. What? Kuwemu's expression froze instantly, his body tensed to the extreme. What's your real realm? Inwardly, Kuwemu felt a chill creeping over him. He never imagined that this guy was concealing his realm. If Lu Yu's cultivation exceeded 4th level mountain mover realm, things looked grim given Kuwemu's current condition. But very quickly, Kuwemu relaxed. Mountain mover realm, 2nd level. Lu Yu opted for honesty in his reply. Only 2nd level? Ha ha ha. Die. Kuwemu's eyes glinted icily, and he decided to waste no more time, bringing down his blade directly toward Lu Yu. In the next instant, the blade's light streaked across. Lu Yu watched the blade surging towards him and couldn't help but sigh. Was this necessary, huh? With those words, Lu Yu casually stabbed forward with his gun. Kuei-mu's smile froze on his face. A spear appeared in his chest. Lu Yu, at some unknown moment, was already standing in front of him. But just now, wasn't he still at his original spot? Kuei-mu's thoughts were in disarray. After a moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Before he fell, he asked Lu Yu one final question. What level are you? Second level of the moving mountain realm. I was afraid you'd hurt, so I didn't use much force with this spear, Lu Yu said with a sigh. Hearing this, Kuei-mu, who was already lying on the ground, began to struggle violently. Impossible. There's no way it's just the second level of the moving mountain realm. You're mocking me. Before he could finish speaking, Kuei-mu completely perished, his consciousness dispersing into the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the SS ranked ability, Bloodburst. Bloodburst, after activation, the user's overall attributes will be increased by 300% for a short time. Kuei-mu, my friend, you really are a good man. Even after leaving, you made sure to leave something nice behind. The system's description made Lu Yu feel even more guilt-ridden. His expression showed a trace of desolation and sorrow. I kept telling you all, let's not fight. But you wouldn't listen. Now you've been skewered to death, and you still don't believe me. Sigh, life is just too hard for me. Lu Yu's words caused an explosion of reactions within the live streaming room. He's lost it. Kuei-mu must be about to lose it mentally. Who would have thought? After painstakingly killing so many geniuses, just about to claim first place, it turns out, it's a tragic tale of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ah, absolutely wild. Congrats, yet another genius traumatized by Lu Awesome King. Many people in the live stream room were laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the medical ward of the First Martial Academy, Lu Yu watched this scene and sensed a trace of familiar vibes. Why does this all seem a bit familiar? He muttered to himself. At that moment, a voice came from the AI system. Point calculation complete. Points plus 9,343,563. Total points, 10,367,583. 10,367,583 points. Even Lu Yu himself was startled by the figure. Over 10 million. Unbelievable. But it made sense, given the sheer number of geniuses that had been taken down. Now, he could finally relax and take it easy without worrying about being surpassed. And at the moment these points appeared, the broadcast sounded again. Congratulations to the Heartbroken Girls Sanctuary for exceeding 10 million points. The milestone has been announced to all participants across the Orion Arm. Almost the instant this announcement echoed, all those moving through the star realm within the Orion Arm heard the notification from the AI system. Someone had broken the historical record for the assessment in Region 5. 10 million? Countless people were in shock. Whether they were still in the assessment or outside it, their gazes showed astonishment beyond measure. What was the previous record in Region 5? 1.5 million points. And when did that happen? 1,000 years ago. The examinee who broke that historical record back then had long become the master of a highly advanced civilization's planet, their power reaching the heavens. And now, after 1,000 years, was that amazing record finally shattered? What's more, by almost 9 million points. The first assessment region, the second assessment region, the third and fourth assessment regions. All the contestants were in shock. Even though they weren't in the same assessment region, they all felt an indescribable awe. The reason was simple: 10 million points was simply monstrous. For each assessment region, the strength of geniuses was roughly on par. Normally, it would be impossible for anyone to reach such an astonishing figure, unless the person's strength completely surpassed the level of Region 5. This would mean they'd killed at least tens of thousands of geniuses. It defied all comprehension. It seems the fifth region has produced some rather intriguing people. In the first assessment area, someone's gaze flickered with amusement. Indeed, this time the entrance exam for Orion Academy is likely not just a competition among a few of us. Beside him, another figure spoke up, and these were merely events happening in other assessment areas. Fifth assessment area. Countless geniuses who hadn't gone to Caster Star listened to the words transmitted back by the AI and were momentarily stunned, then their eyes filled with shock. Opening the leaderboard, a peculiar ID appeared at the top with a number so high it was almost despair-inducing. 10 million. And below, the rankings had changed. Kuei-mu's ranking had disappeared. The second place only had 9,000 points. What happened? How is this possible? They're all dead. Everyone who went to Caster Star is dead. Heavens, what on earth happened there? Wasn't the first place just some guy from a lower-tier planet? It's over. This assessment competition is over. That guy is a monster. The planets that had lost their geniuses were in collapse, while those who hadn't had the strength to go to Caster Star were overjoyed. Almost all the geniuses with higher points had fallen. Except for the first place, the only ones left were themselves. What a stroke of luck. Federal Council Hall. All the high-ranking officials of Blue Star stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Is this even possible? 10 million? At this moment, this question question surfaced in their minds. Zhuoqi couldn't help but speak. Flame Lord, will this assessment result be invalidated? No, Lu Yu acted within the rules. He's very clever. The Flame Lord burst into hearty laughter. All the high-ranking officials, upon hearing this, also laughed out loud. At the same time, a broadcast sounded. The fifth assessment area has ended early, and the results have been recorded. As the voice echoed, everyone felt their consciousness begin to crumble. Lu Yu looked at his hand, which had turned into a stream of consciousness, and couldn't help but laugh. System, I got first place. Leaping from the 6th floor, Lu Yu landed steadily. His combat suit automatically absorbed the impact, not even a speck of dust clinging to him. Huey patted the corner of his clothes, looked up at the familiar silhouette on the windowsill, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Lin Shui stood with her arms crossed, looking down at him with a faint smile in her eyes, as if to say, try jumping again, I dare you. Lu Yu quickly lowered his head, pretending not to see her. He silently pulled his mask further up his face, covering half of his handsome features, but inside, he was screaming, what's wrong with being handsome? Is being handsome a crime? I, Lu Yu, just happen to look a little better, have a bit more charisma, and naturally draw attention wherever I go. How does that affect others' cultivation? I refuse to accept this. Unfortunately, he didn't dare say it out loud. Forget it, stay low-key, Lu Yu muttered to himself, straightening his back as he walked. But he didn't notice that even with the mask on, countless girls on the street were still sneaking glances at him. Ah, even with a mask, Lucian is so handsome. That back view. I'd have 3 kids for him. Stop it, I've already enrolled in the Federal Advanced Academy just to be closer to Lu Yu. If I could just say one word to Lucian, I'd die without regrets. As Lu Yu walked, his AI kept chiming non-stop. Ding! You have been added as the one most attractive male in the Orion starfield. Ding! You have been added as the one male god girls most want to marry. Ding! You have been added as the one on the top 10 most disruptive individuals list. Reason: distracting female students from cultivation. Lu Yu. He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, his heart filled with grief. System, does this count as being cursed by my own beauty? Ding! This is a classic case of born beautiful and can't help it syndrome. Suggestion: wear multiple layers of masks. Shut up. Soon, Lu Yu arrived at the Federal Council Hall. The moment he stepped into the hall, a solemn and majestic atmosphere hit him. Above the hall hung the Federation star emblem of Blue Star, and dozens of Blue Star high-ranking officials stood up in unison, their eyes burning as they gazed at him. He's here, Lu Yu. Wow, he's actually a bit more handsome in person than in the projection. I didn't expect the first candidate to be so young. Those usually imposing high-ranking figures now behaved like fans meeting their idol. Ahem. The Flame Master stood up, his expression still maintaining its usual composure. After a light cough, he said, Lu Yu, you've done a fine job. Blue Star is proud of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted with thunderous applause. Lu Yu was slightly taken aback but quickly nodded with a smile. Fighting for Blue Star is an honor. Zhuoqi threw an arm around his shoulder. Kid, you're an absolute beast. Do you know your status now? You're the face of Blue Star. From now on, if anyone dares to call Blue Star a bottom feeder, I'll shove a screenshot of your leaderboard stats right in their face. Lu Yu's shoulders shook from the slap, but he answered with a grin, of course, why else would I put so much effort into being this handsome? Everyone froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. This kid, he's so arrogant, it's adorable. Even the Flame Master cracked a smile. Lu Yu, next, you will represent Blue Star in the finals at Orion Academy. This time, it's not for yourself but for the entire Blue Star. Are you ready? Lu Yu's eyes sharpened, his voice resolute and unwavering. I've been ready all along. I will win. I will make the entire Orion galaxy remember the name Blue Star. Remember, I am Lu Yu. With that, he leaped from the 6th floor and complained midair, this reminds me of Shaoling. Nearby students passing by were dumbfounded at what they had just seen. Lu Yu noticed their reactions but slipped away without hesitation. Halfway along his path, Lu Yu removed his mask. Just as he was heading toward the school gates, he received a message from Tian. Lu God, have you come out yet? Yeah, I'm out, Lu Yu replied. Where are you? I'll come find you. Lu Yu glanced around and quickly responded, the school gate. With that, he set off toward the school gates. Meanwhile, back in the girls' dormitory, Tian was incredibly anxious. Ladies, there's nothing wrong with my makeup, right? Is my outfit okay? Is my hair okay? Tian asked nervously. The other girls took a serious look and nodded in approval. Everything's perfect. What's up, Tian? Are you going to see Lu God again? Yep, I think today might be the day I can kiss Lu God. Kiss Lu God? Once you're done, come back and let us kiss you too. Indirectly kissing Lu God, I want in. Chaos erupted in the dorm room, and soon after, they escorted Tian to the school gates. At the gates, Lu Yu was completely unaware of what was happening at the dorm. If he did know, he'd undoubtedly. Lu God. As Lu Yu lost himself in thought, Tian ran over. Seeing her, Lu Yu immediately adopted a cool demeanor. What's up? And nothing, really. Before Tian could utter anything else, she hesitated and instead handed him a cup of milk tea. Lu Yu took note and secretly thought to himself, this girl, she's kinda innocent. assistant, clearly someone who's inexperienced in relationships. If it's nothing urgent, I'll talk to you later. I need to make a trip to the Federation first. Luyu patted her head, which filled the girl with joy. Alright, Lu God. As Luyu left, and Tian fell into another bout of distress. How should I talk to Lu God? Around her, male students seized the opportunity to step forward. What's wrong, Goddess and Tian? It's nothing. And Tian's expression instantly turned cool, and she walked away. However, as soon as she turned the corner, her face once again showed frustration. Lucian doesn't seem to like interacting with me much. Luyu had no idea that his casual actions were almost being overimagined into a cheesy romantic novel. In the Federal Parliament Hall, when Luyu arrived, the meeting hadn't adjourned yet. Lu boy, ha, I'm liking you more and more. Zuoqi greeted Luyu with a hearty slap on the shoulder, laughing so hard he could barely contain himself. Could he not laugh? This move had essentially secured decades worth of income in one go. Luyu sensed something odd in Zuoqi's overly enthusiastic gaze. Lord Zua, I prefer women, Luyu subtly hinted. Zuoqi's face immediately fell. Get lost, you brat, ha. The high-ranking officials in the Parliament Hall burst into laughter. Yanju looked at Luyu with a gaze full of approval. Luyu, your performance this time was excellent, truly excellent. Yanju praised openly, and Luyu nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Lord Yanju, what about the reward? Everyone's laughter froze. Goodness, he really took advantage of the situation, asking for a reward after just a few compliments. Yanju felt like coughing up blood internally. If he'd known this kid was so quick to seize an opportunity, he wouldn't have praised him. There will be a reward, but let's talk about your situation first. Take a seat. Yanju spoke, and Luyu sat down beside Zuoqi. First off, your performance in the assessment event was truly, well, it was quite good. Yanju originally intended to heap praise, but considering the potential for yet another bleed out, he chose to tone it down. The assessment in the 5th region, thanks to your actions, has essentially been rendered meaningless. Yanju smiled as he spoke. It was indeed meaningless. Luyu nearly wiped out most of the talents, leaving the ranking results with Luyu sitting at an unparalleled high, while the others below barely scraped together 1,000 points. The true batch of elites had all been tricked into heading to the Castar Star, where they'd been eliminated. The Star World side was understandably troubled by this situation. However, this wasn't Luyu's problem. He didn't break any rules. This simply demonstrated his power at its peak. This left Yanju deeply gratified. Luyu, with your abilities, you're guaranteed a spot at Orpheus Academy. Orpheus Academy? Luyu raised an eyebrow slightly. He had heard of the name before but didn't quite understand it. Seeing this, Yanju expressed understanding. After all, this detail wasn't included in the standard curriculum. The reason was simple. Blue Star had produced only 2 candidates for Orpheus Academy up to now. Orpheus Academy, also known as the Arm Academy, is a high-level institution organized by the Martial Arts Association within the Orpheus Arm, where Blue Star is located. Such academies exist only in 3 places across the galaxy and pool resources from the entire Arm to nurture talent. Their purpose is to create supreme warriors through systemic education, contributing to the development of the Orpheus Arm. The assessment event is just one phase, filtering out enough top talents for the admission tests. If you pass, you can officially enter Orpheus Academy. So far, Blue Star has produced only 2. Yanju explained. Luyu understood the earlier part but got a bit confused toward the end. If we've produced 2, doesn't that mean there's another one before me? Luyu asked curiously. He hadn't claimed first, which was disappointing but manageable. Since someone else already made it, he was quite curious to know who it was. But upon hearing his question, Yanju and everyone else fell silent at the same time. I'll tell you after you pass the test, Yanju finally said, his expression slightly complicated. Luyu shrugged helplessly. Alright, Lord Yen, is there anything else? There is. Yanju's expression suddenly shifted a bit. The reporter from Orion Daily will come to interview you. Remember to behave well and watch your words. A reporter is coming to interview me? Goodness. Just wow. Zuoqi patted Luyu on the shoulder. Did you hear what the Flame Lord said? Orion Daily, and the female reporter is super pretty. Zuoqi chuckled. Luyu's expression became slightly excited. Really? Of course, I watch it every day. Ah, then Lord Zua, have you ever been interviewed by a pretty female reporter? No. Zuoqi's face started to darken. The Flame Lord smiled and spoke. Luyu, take this seriously. Our Blue Star hasn't been reported on for hundreds of years. Many planets have forgotten about us. This time, because of you, our Blue Star can finally get some exposure. Say some good things. Of course. Without everyone's joint governance of Blue Star, how could there be any? Luyu grinned as he spoke, which made the Flame Lord very satisfied. But the next moment, Lu Yu extended his hand. What about the reward? I'll give you 1,000 top-grade source crystals. I'll pitch in a bit personally, and you all chip in a bit too. The Flame Lord spoke with an unchanged expression. This made the corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitch slightly. It seemed that this Flame Lord wasn't as wealthy as imagined. While Lu Yu was busy collecting money and handling matters, outside Blue Star, a spaceship emerged from a wormhole. Is this the place where that super genius was born? A silver-haired beauty gazed at Blue Star in disbelief. Patient number 9's heartbeat has stopped. In the medical pod of Red Star, alarms blared instantly. Doctors and nurses rushed with emergency equipment, shouting frantically, "Quick, activate the regeneration device. Prepare for energy infusion. This isn't an illness, it's anger. Anger killed them." Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was earnestly recounting in front of the camera, still wore a sincere expression and spoke in a heavy tone, as if he truly was an innocent mountain-moving realm level 1 who accidentally claimed first place. "Actually, I can't sleep well every night now. When I close my eyes, I see Brother Kuemu's face. He looked at me and said, 'Lu Yu, you must contribute to the Orion arm.' So I worked hard and inherited his points. It wasn't that I wanted to inherit them, he left them to me. I couldn't refuse." After finishing, Liu sighed deeply and gently closed his eyes, as if lost in painful memories. In front of the camera, Moen was completely stunned. In her career, she had interviewed countless geniuses, arrogant ones, cold ones, crazy ones, proud ones, but she had never seen someone so good at acting. This guy, his words sounded like he was forced, full of suffering, but in reality, one sentence could anger his enemies to the point of a stroke. The livestream chat exploded instantly. "Holy crap, I'm impressed. Lu, the king of bluffing, his mouth can bring the dead back to life or anger the living to death. Kuemu, if I have a spirit in heaven, I hope you meet an opponent like me next time. Lu Yu, don't worry, next time I won't bait you, I'll bait your senior brother." The Orion Daily interview turned into a massive battlefield scene. "I declare, Lu, the king of bluffing's mouth is his strongest weapon." In the Federal Council Hall, the Flame Lord was already laughing and crying, while Zuoqi was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face, repeatedly slapping the table. "I can't take it anymore. This kid is a master storyteller. He actually made the battle of 10,000 kills sound like an accidental windfall. This isn't an interview, it's psychological warfare." Even the federal higher-ups nodded one after another, their expressions complicated. This move, at the very least, will put Blue Star's name out there. Not just out there, but it'll leave psychological scars on all the geniuses from those planets. Who would dare say Blue Star is at the bottom again? Watch the livestream replay. If they can finish it without spitting blood, I'll admit defeat. The livestream continued. Moen gritted her teeth, suppressing the expression on her face that screamed, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Maintaining a professional expression, she continued to uphold her demeanor. "Lu Yu, then, what are your plans next? For example, in regard to the admission exam of Orion Academy?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression suddenly became solemn, and his tone finally became restrained. "I will go. I will give it my all. I will let everyone know that Blue Star is not at the bottom. I will stand at the pinnacle of Orion Academy and tell those planets the Blue Star, which you once looked down upon, is now a presence you must look up to." He slowly raised his head, gazing into the camera with a sharp look, yet the corner of his mouth formed a confident smile. "My name is Lu Yu. Remember it." Boom! The livestream chat instantly exploded with comments. "Lu Yu, light of Blue Star. I don't care anymore. If this guy has merchandise in the future, I'll buy it first. This is an idol. This is what a true idol looks like. God Lu, see you at Orion Academy." In the main control room of Orion Daily, Moen's superior stared at the screen, his expression frozen for a long time. "This kid, is he crazy?" "No, he's not crazy," replied a senior executive sitting nearby, leisurely sipping tea with a steady tone. "He is a true genius. The kind of genius that no planet can afford to ignore." Outside the Blue Star Congress Hall, the interview concluded. Moen put away the equipment, looking at Lu Yu with complex eyes. "Just now, everything you said, was it really spontaneous?" Lu Yu looked at her, his gaze as calm as ever, the corner of his lips curling slightly. "Of course, for the love and peace of the Orion arm." While speaking, he winked at her. Moen froze for a moment, her silver earlobes slightly reddening. "You're really something." "What?" "Nothing," she muttered as she turned to leave, her voice barely audible. "Quite the liar. I hope this kid can get into Orion Academy." The Flame Lord stood inside the Star Palace, gazing at the closed door, his figure slightly weary, yet his eyes filled with complexity. It wasn't that he didn't want to support Lu Yu, but this kid was just too cheeky. 5,000 top-grade elemental crystals. That wasn't a trivial amount, it was 1/3 of Blue Star's entire upper-tier resource inventory. And Lu Yu, after taking them, still acted so justified, as if without them, he would really abandon the competition. "Stingy Flame Lord," the Flame Lord muttered to himself as he shook his head and walked deeper into the palace. Outside the palace. "Uncle Zwa, where's the resource vault of our Blue Star? Can I pick out a few handy weapons while I'm at it?" Lu Yu looked earnestly at Zuoqi, his eyes clear, his tone sincere like a warrior ready to fight for Blue Star. Zuoqi twitched slightly at the corner corner of his mouth, nearly choking in disbelief. You kid, didn't you just get 5,000 top-grade elemental crystals? And now you want weapons too? Those are elemental crystals. Elemental crystals and weapons are two different things. Uncle Zwa, you have to be logical, right? I'd like to be logical, but your face is convincing me that you're actually impoverished. While Zwa Chi wanted to roll his eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. Alright then, come with me. I'll let you pick one weapon, but only one. Lu Yu immediately grinned from ear to ear. Uncle Zwa, you're my true uncle. Half an hour later, the Federation arsenal of Blue Star. Underground, 3 levels deep, heavily guarded. Zwa Chi led Lu Yu through layers of defenses, all the way to the most central weapons vault. Although Blue Star has limited resources, the weapons on this level were left by previous generations of warriors. Many are S-class or even SS class. See if there's anything you like, choose one that suits you. Lu Yu nodded, sweeping his gaze across the room before quickly locking onto a corner. Uncle Zwa, why is no one touching that gun? Following Lu Yu's pointed direction, Zwa Chi's eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment. You mean that Shenlei spear? Yes, exactly. It looks quite imposing. Zwa Chi hesitated for a moment before explaining, this spear is indeed SS grade, but it has a flaw. Its dual attributes of thunder and fire are extremely difficult to control. The user must possess both thunder and fire abilities, otherwise forcibly using it will cause backlash to the meridians. That's why no one has touched it all these years. Lu Yu blinked. Thunder and fire? I have them both. Ha! I'm dual ability in thunder and fire now, a perfect match. Zwa Chi's mouth twitched, his expression complicated. You little rascal, truly born to be a troublemaker. Thanks for the compliment, Uncle Zwa. Lu Yu cheerfully walked over and stored the Shenlei spear into his spatial ring. Alright, I've taken the resources and chosen my weapon. Now I'm going into closed door training. Zwa Chi raised his eyebrows. So driven? Lu Yu nodded seriously. It's not about ambition, it's because of the sheer number of challengers. If I don't enhance my strength now, once I step onto the assessment planet, just dealing with the challenges would exhaust me to death. I have to boost my combat power in advance and aim to scare them stiff the moment I show up. Zwa Chi laughed heartily. Alright then, go ahead. I'll arrange a closed training cabin for you 5 times gravity, with 30 times source energy concentration boost. 10 days of seclusion should be enough for you. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Uncle Zwa, you're truly my benefactor. Remember to put up a good showing for Blue Star after you get into Orpheus Academy. Definitely. Lu Yu turned abruptly and strode away, his figure full of vigor and determination. Zwa Chi watched his departing silhouette and muttered softly to himself, that kid really has something special. Above the starry sky of Blue Star, in the distant cosmic coordinates, several starships were quietly approaching. Among them, on the bow of one ship, stood a figure with eyes as sharp as an eagle, gazing coldly in the direction of Blue Star. Lu Yu, we'll meet at Orpheus Academy. Congratulations, host, on entering the first stage of Divine Bloodline and awakening the innate ability, Divine Might. The system's voice was clear and solemn, as if announcing the awakening of some forbidden power. Lu Yu sat in the villa's training room, his entire body radiating golden light, his vitality surging like the sea. Thunder coursed through his bones, producing a metallic roar akin to the beating of heavenly drums. And within him, a strange yet innately familiar power was slowly awakening. Divine Might. Innate ability Divine Might. Upon activation, physical attributes are enhanced by 500%, allowing temporary suppression of enemies with vitality lower than one's own. It creates a domain pressure, forcibly interrupts enemy skill execution, and reduces their combat power by 50%. Lu Yu stared at the description on the system panel, completely stunned. A 500% physical enhancement? And domain pressure too? TSK. This power might be even more absurd than my looks. He lowered his head to look at his faintly glowing golden palm and gently clenched his fist. The air around him instantly exploded with a deep sound wave. This is ridiculously powerful. And this is just the first stage of the Divine Bloodline? Lu Yu's pupils constricted, but his excitement grew. If the first stage is already like this, then when I fully unlock my bloodline, forget Orpheus Academy, the entire Orion arm, I could walk sideways. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, smiling as if he had stolen the permissions of the heavens. System, can I copy this Divine Might ability? Ding! Innate abilities are exclusive to the host and cannot be copied. TCH, dumb system. But maybe that's for the best. If this ability were given to someone else, I fear they'd swell up instantly. Lu Yu stretched his body, feeling the changes brought by his bloodline awakening. His very soul seemed to resonate with it, as if undergoing a complete transformation. Meanwhile, outside the first military school, chaos had broken loose. The entire campus was shaken by the celestial phenomenon created during Lu Yu's cultivation. Above the sky, golden light resembled an ocean, thunder roared, and it felt as if a god had descended upon the world, suffocating the entire district with its overwhelming presence. The girls' dormitory was filled with frantic screams. Ah, the god Lu has awakened some incredible power again. I declare, I'm going to be sleepless tonight. This golden light, it's way too cool. How can a scumbag be this strong? I won't forgive him. him, but I love him. Meanwhile, over in the boys' dormitory, everything had completely fallen apart. Damn it! Is this guy always this flashy even when he cultivates? What do you think, did he do it on purpose? He totally did it on purpose. Look at that thunder, it's practically like a concert sound system. Now every girl in the school is going crazy. We have zero chance anymore. Lu Yu, you scumbag, stop stacking buffs. Little did Lu Yu know, he'd already earned the Public Enemy of Romance label. He was simply immersed in the exhilaration of his bloodline awakening. Inside the cultivation room, thunder echoed and golden light intertwined, resembling the awakening of a deity. Meanwhile, a blurry black wall and a towering figure began to appear faintly in his mind. That wasn't an illusion. It was an ancient memory buried deep within the divine bloodline. It seems, this divine bloodline is far more complex than I thought. Lu Yu's gaze darkened as his eyes deepened with thought. System, what should I do next? Ding. Suggesting that the host adapts quickly to the physical changes brought by the bloodline and initiates combat practice in the realm of divine authority. Current task, complete 10 practical suppression battles in the realm of divine authority before the entrance examination for Orion Academy. Reward for completion, bloodline development rate plus 3%, unlock of divine authority realm second form. Second form? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. It can evolve? Interesting. He licked the corner of his lips, and a faint battle intent began to rise. Looks like I need to find a few people to test this out. Before the Orion Academy entrance examination, I need to warm up. Lu Yu stared at the items listed by the system, falling into contemplation. Divine authority. Why did that name sound so familiar? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu soon asked aloud, System, tell me about this divine authority. What's it used for? Certainly, host. Divine authority, the first stage awakening of the divine bloodline's gifted ability. Bloodline awakening, divine authority descending upon the world. Divine supremacy, when the host uses their divine bloodline, it will exert supreme suppression effects over other bloodlines. Everything shall bow. Unrivaled authority, when the host uses their divine bloodline, they will be invincible within the same rank. If the enemy is strong, I'll be stronger. If the enemy is weak, I'll still be strong. The system's explanation made Lu Yu pause for a moment. These abilities were easy to understand. The first, divine supremacy, meant that once he activated his bloodline, it would overpower anyone else's bloodline. By just standing there, hey, he wouldn't need to do anything, they'd kneel on their own. The second, unrivaled authority, sounded even more badass. Invincible within the same rank? If the enemy gets stronger, so do I. If they don't, I remain stronger anyway. Holy crap, that's insane. If I were to fight other prodigies and get into clashes, I could just stand motionless, activate these abilities, and hands behind my back, a solitary gaze at the sky tilted at a 45 degrees totally embody the essence of an elite genius. I'm loving this. I really am too strong. Realizing that he could effortlessly invoke these two abilities, Lu Yu casually flicked his small hand behind his back and with a melancholic angle, began gazing at the heavens. Behold, this is the presence of a genius. Just as Lu Yu began practicing his posture, the door suddenly opened. Lu God and Tian's figure appeared at the entrance. Lu Yu froze for a moment but maintained his posture for the sake of his appearance. Do you need something? Lu Yu's eyes fixed on the night sky outside the window, deep as though he had seen through everything. Accompanied by the lingering golden aura of vitality, at this moment, the unparalleled brilliance of a peerless prodigy was on full display. And Tian's face was already completely flushed, her red lips tightly pressed together. She embraced Lu Yu from behind. God Lu, I really like you a lot. Lu Yu felt the softness behind him and listened to Tian's words. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. Stay calm. Stay calm. I'm now a peerless prodigy. I'm now a master. I must remain composed. But very quickly, Lu Yu couldn't hold out any longer, and Tian suddenly ran to the front and directly kissed Lu Yu on the mouth. Soft, that was Lu Yu's first sensation. So damn soft. Nope, I can't hold it in anymore. Forget being a master today. Just as Lu Yu was about to lose his composure, and Tian let go of his lips. God Lu, remember this is what we agreed upon. I'm leaving now. With a sweet smile on her face, and Tian seemed so joyful that there were tears in her eyes. By the time Lu Yu realized and wanted to call out for her to wait, and Tian's figure had already disappeared. Smacking his lips, Lu Yu seemed to still taste the sweetness lingering there. And Tian, so sweet. Damn it, how did I just let her get away like that? Should I go after her? No, that's not ideal. Doing so would undermine the image I've crafted as a peerless prodigy. Nope, I really can't hold it in anymore. If not now, then when? Lu Yu hesitated on the spot for a while and was just about to step forward to chase her when a faint sigh sounded. Sigh, I truly envy you young ones full of youth. This voice made Lu Yu turn his head. On the roof of his house, Lin Shue's figure appeared. Sitting on the eaves, she was gazing at Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face was filled with multiple question marks. Don't overthink it. I'm not here to spy. I just came to observe your cultivation. Lin Shue's face showed no sign of embarrassment as she spoke plainly. Lu Yu laughed. Yeah, sure, I totally believe you. Principal Lin, it just so happens that there's something I don't quite understand. Why don't we go and inside and delve deeper into this topic, maybe spar a bit. Lu Yu spoke earnestly. Lin Shui's face immediately turned red, and in the next second, she vanished completely. Ha, clearly spying on my cultivation, Liu scoffed, glanced outside, and saw that Tian's figure was nowhere to be found. This left him exasperated. Oh well, there will be opportunities in the future. Lu Yu regretfully turned around. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Lin Shui touched her flushed face. This boy is far too suspicious. I was just watching how he cultivates, nothing more. Inside the small villa, Liu pushed aside all distractions and began replicating star cores. System, replicate 3 times for me. Go big or go home. Lu Yu directly gave the command. Ding! Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining star core low-grade. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining star core low-grade. Ding. Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining star core mid-grade. The system chimed 3 times in succession, and 3 star cores appeared before Lu Yu. Among them, one was slightly different from the other 2. It displayed a more profound black hue, resembling a crystalline piece. System, are there different grades of star cores? Certainly. The formation of star cores is influenced by factors such as the civilization level of the planet, its geological environment, and its position in the universe, among others. The system quickly replied, and Lu Yu nodded to indicate his understanding. He assessed that this mid-grade star core, though small, was equivalent to roughly 15,000 high-quality energy crystals. Incredible. Host, there's no need to praise the system, this is standard procedure. I wasn't praising you. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. This system sure has an ego. He was complimenting the star core, but apparently, it felt good enough to insert itself there. Host, the system occasionally needs some appreciation too, it responded. Lu Yu chuckled. If I praise you, will you help me replicate more? That can be arranged. Wow, you're truly the most invincible, super awesome, strongest, and most divine system in the universe. Copy point +1. Get lost. Lu Yu was furious. You say all that just to give me +1? Who are you trying to mess with? Do you look down on me, Lu Yu? I, Lu Yu, will not bow down for mere petty gains. Lu Yu sneered and prepared to absorb the star core directly. Just then, the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! Main quest issued. Quest name, Shine Brightly. Quest requirements, rank first in the admissions assessment at Orion Academy. Quest rewards, 4,000 copy points. Bloodline development rate increased by 5%. Mountain splitting fist and cloud shocking spear technique upgraded to mid-grade profound techniques. Any 2 abilities upgraded to SSS level. The system's voice suddenly sounded, making Lu Yu gasp. Whoa! The rewards this time are insane. Forget the copy points. That miserly system has never given this much before. The bloodline improvement is the same as the last time. But let's talk about the last 2 rewards. Upgrading mountain splitting fist and cloud shocking spear technique to mid-grade profound techniques? Mountain splitting fist was just a mundane level technique, and Lu Yu had even considered replacing it. Turns out there's no need. The system directly upgrades it by 2 entire levels. The cloud shocking spear technique was the same, upgraded by 1 minor level. But the most extraordinary reward is the last one, the ability to directly upgrade any 2 abilities to SSS level. Incredible. System, I absolutely love you. Copy point +1. You insult me. While Lu Yu was arguing with the system, on Castor Star, a meeting was taking place. Castor Star, also a member of the Human Federation, the environment on Castor Star was far superior to that on Blue Star. Without the threat of star beasts, it developed freely. Currently, at the Federation headquarters of Castor Star, a meeting was ongoing. I just want to know why all our planet's geniuses were killed by a single genius from Blue Star. Tongu glanced coldly below. He was the Star Lord of Castor Star, holding an incredibly prestigious position. Faced with Tongu's question, none of Castor Star's senior members dared to raise their heads. Idiots. Kluas, what level of strength do you think that guy possesses? Tongu shouted, his gaze now on Kluas. Kluas's face was still somewhat pale. Being killed in the Star Realm meant the synchronizing program would feed back the injury into real-life conditions. Although death was avoided, severe injuries were inevitable. Kluas had only just recovered from treatment. Now, upon being questioned by Tongu, he knelt directly. Lord Star Master, I'm not entirely certain, but his strength must not be below the 5th layer of mountain moving realm. Kluas could only speculate. Given how easily he was defeated, the opponent must be above the 4th layer of mountain moving. As for anything beyond that, it was difficult to confirm. Lu Yu's actual strength was shrouded in mystery. He had only made 2 explicit moves. One was the easy defeat of Kluas. The other was against Kimu. Kimu, as the genius of Akastar, had long surpassed the limits of body refinement. Although he was only at the 4th layer of mountain moving, the combat power he exhibited was undeniably terrifying. However, Kimu had already suffered severe injuries at that time. Any random 4th layer mountain moving expert could have taken him down, allowing Lu Yu to secure first place in this situation. Due to this incident, the higher-ups of many planets found it hard to assess Lu Yu's true strength. In fact, most most planets began spreading rumors that Lu Yu's real strength wasn't nearly enough to accrue so many points. This was merely a coincidence in history. After all, Kimu had been gravely injured at that moment. Tongu was aware of these rumors, and his eyes narrowed. Can't determine his strength? Given Blue Star's standards, there's no way they could nurture an exceptionally strong genius. They haven't even surpassed the limits of body refinement. Tongu sneered. Upon hearing this, the other high-level leaders couldn't help but smile. Whether a planet's genius has potential breaking the body refining limit is a key benchmark. If you can't break the limit, on what grounds can you claim to have potential? Tongu glanced at Klus and said casually, "Let Yuka come see me." Yuka? The moment everyone heard this, they froze, followed by faces lighting up with joy. Even Klus couldn't help but ask, "Star-Lord, has my brother come out?" "Naturally. Then that bastard Lu Yu is definitely doomed." Klus laughed uproariously. Moments later, a young man dressed in a black robe appeared at the doorway. His skin had an eerie pallor, even revealing the blood vessels beneath. His eyes were blood-red and striking sharpness made it hard for anyone to look directly at him. The instant Yuka entered, all the high-ranking officials of the Caster Star turned to him, their gazes filled with reverence. Meanwhile, Klus was brimming with excitement. "Brother, you're here, you have to avenge me." Yuka paid no attention to Klus's words. Instead, he looked toward Tongu and said calmly, "Star-Lord, why have you summoned me?" Tongu gazed at Yuka, his blue eyes openly showing admiration. "Yuka, you now have a rival." "A rival? What do you mean?" Yuka asked skeptically. Tongu chuckled. "You've just come out from the ancestral land, so you might not know much yet. On Blue Planet, there's an emerging genius during the first Martial School evaluation. He slaughtered all of our planet's students." "Oh, such an existence?" A hint of interest flashed in Yuka's eyes. He licked his lips, his tongue was so crimson it almost seemed to drip blood. Tongu laughed aloud. "You've already passed the internal test for Orpheus Academy. For the forthcoming entrance exam, I want you to kill him. Understand? I will accomplish this, Star-Lord." Yuka elegantly bowed, flashing two razor-sharp fangs. "I think his flesh and blood will be quite tasty." Yuka's words triggered an awestruck gaze among the top officials of Caster Star. Vampire bloodline. Yes, Yuka has awakened his vampire lineage. He is the first on Caster Star and perhaps the entire human federation to awaken this bloodline. Although only a low-ranking Viscount lineage was activated, the power of the bloodline can crush anyone without such lineage. Moreover, Yuka is a super genius who has broken the 15,000 kilograms body refining limit. Sending Yuka means that in this Orpheus Academy evaluation, Blue Planet's genius is destined to fall. Before even fully growing, he's doomed to perish. Countless high-level Caster Star officials guffawed, and a hint of triumph flickered in Tongu's eyes. Blue Planet dreams of leveraging this opportunity to rise? Impossible. While Caster Star plotted confidently, Blue Planet. In his villa, Lu Yu opened his eyes. Phew, third stage of mountain lifting achieved. Lu Yu tested his fist. Bam. A section of the wall crumbled. This could even serve as an air cannon. Incredible. Lu Yu clicked his tongue. After washing up, he stepped out of the villa. There were still 14 days before the Orpheus Annex Arm evaluation. He didn't feel too rushed. Currently, with his third stage mountain lifting, reaching fifth stage by the evaluation date should suffice, right? Still, to be on the safe side, Lu Yu thought consulting the system might be best. System, for the Orpheus Academy evaluation, what level of strength should I aim for? See expanding realm. Lu Yu was startled. Don't tell me all the geniuses participating are at that level? No, the system is merely advising the host. Achieving C expanding realm would allow you to utterly crush them, sowing maximum despair. Lu Yu didn't know what to say. How could this system be even more intent on messing with people's minds than he was? Crushing others, destroying their confidence, is this okay? No, it's not. Just as Lu Yu was pondering whether to have breakfast, Zuichi walked over with a stern face. Lu Yu. Zuichi fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Lu Yu, startling him. Did I do something wrong? Seeing Lu Yu instantly straighten his posture, Zuichi looked satisfied. The major exam at Orion Academy starts in 14 days. Why are you slacking here? Lu Yu really wanted to tell Zuichi, I just spent all night cultivating and wanted to grab some breakfast. Is that not allowed? Zuichi snorted coldly and spoke harshly. The Orion Academy exam concerns your future, the future of the entire Blue Star. You don't have time to play around right now. Follow me, I'm going to sharpen your skills. Bang! Lu Yu threw a thunderous kick, landing squarely on Zuichi's unsuspecting backside, sending him flying out of the center of the arena in a perfect arca. Amid the crowd's shocked cries, Zuichi slammed heavily into the barrier at the edge of the arena. The recoil force bounced him back, and he tumbled 3 times before barely gaining his footing. The entire venue fell silent. In the next moment, rumble. Whoa, 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 whoa. The king of clickbait is at it again. Lu, the king, scores another win. Lord Zoi got kicked flying. Damn, that was awesome. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the young man on stage, still holding his kick position. Surrounded by lightning, his aura was sharp, while his handsome face displayed a resigned, I tried to hold back expression. Meanwhile, Zuichi sprang up from the ground, clutching his back backside, his face as dark as ink. Lu, you little brat, you were playing me? That kick wasn't the strength of a mountain lifting tier 3, was it? Lu spread his hands innocently. You said you'd let me have 3 moves, didn't you? That's just the first one. Besides, I kicked you from behind and made sure to aim for the fleshy spot. Look at you, still alive and jumping around. Isn't that proof I held back? I was being pretty measured about it. Zuoqi was so angry that even his beard was twitching. You dare argue? That kick nearly gave me internal injuries. You're clearly at mountain lifting tier 3, yet you sent me flying with 1 move? Lu sighed, looking at Zuoqi with an expression of genuine admiration. Lord Zua, for the sake of building my reputation, and to establish your authority, you didn't hesitate to stage this, deliberately cooperating with me, even getting kicked away without batting an eye. This level of magnanimity, this spirit and bearing, I, Lu, truly admire. You'll forever be my role model. Zuoqi, I staged your head. I really got kicked flying, okay? The students watching from the sidelines were already laughing themselves senseless. Ah, Lord Zua's face has turned green. Lu, the king's verbal kung fu is insane. Not only does he kick Lord Zua, but he praises him for going along with it afterward. Lord Zua's expression looks just like my dad when he finds out I failed my finals. Let me announce this, Lord Zua has officially lost his cool swagger in our school. Ah, Lu, that was vicious, but I loved it. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the girls' dormitory. Lu God is so handsome. Aha. Did you see that kick? So stylish. Even Lord Zua got kicked flying. I'm willing to let Lu God kick me once. Someone arrange it. Lu God, forever our God. And in the highest council hall of Blue Star, the gathered high-ranking officials had, at first, come to watch for entertainment, but when they saw Lu kick Zuoqi flying in 1 move, they all fell into a stunned silence. Is this kid actually at mountain lifting tier 3? Zuoqi suppressed himself to mountain moving level 3, yet he didn't even have time to react before being kicked into the air. This speed, this strength, it's not like the mountain moving realm. I suspect he has already touched the threshold of the wave sea realm. The Flame Lord sat in the main seat, his lips slightly curved as he spoke calmly. I've said before, this kid Lu can't be figured out. On the arena stage, Zuoqi rubbed his rear as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Lu. Lu brat, don't be so cocky. I just wasn't paying attention earlier. Second move. Bring it on. Lu's voice suddenly fell, and in a flash, he darted towards Zuoqi like lightning. Zuoqi instinctively shielded himself, but Lu didn't hold back with his punch. Bang, it landed squarely on Zuoqi's chest, sending him flying backward again. Ow, damn it. Zuoqi slammed into the edge of the arena, nearly coughing up blood right then and there. You son of a, are you really mountain moving level 3? Lu stood calmly at the center of the arena, hands behind his back, lips slightly curved, and eyes tranquil as the surface of water. His tone carried a detached refinement. Lord Zua, didn't you say you'd give me 3 moves? This is the second move. There's 1 more. Are you ready for it? Zuoqi. Ready? My ass. Zuoqi suddenly flew out, crashing through a wall before finally coming to a stop. He lay there in a pile of rubble, utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, Lu's speed was indescribable, so fast that he couldn't react before he was sent flying. Besides, damn it, where's this kid supposedly at mountain moving tier 2? When the heck did he jump to tier 3? And you, breaking the limit of physical refinement, battling me at the same level? You're not playing fair. Bullying me. Zuoqi wanted to speak but couldn't. Lu observed him and sighed softly. I initially thought, Lord Zua, you'd elevate your realm a bit higher. You didn't listen. Sigh. Lu shook his head, disappointed. His feeling of regret deepened. From his perspective, Zuoqi should have effortlessly blocked that kick based on his strength. But Lord Zua, in a strange bid to let Lu shine before the classmates, had taken the hit head-on. At his age, he still acted this well. I am truly impressed. Below the stage, everyone stood dumbfounded. Their minds were blank, completely baffled, seriously baffled. A stunned silence descended across the crowd. Even Lin Shui was no exception. No one had anticipated that even after suppressing himself to the same realm, Zuoqi couldn't withstand just 1 kick from Lu. Moments later, the girls erupted in deafening cheers. Lu God is invincible. Lu God is invincible. Lu God is invincible. Zuoqi lay in the rubble. Initially, he intended to stand up, but seeing the scene outside, he wisely chose to stay down. Too humiliating. Utterly humiliating. How would he show his face again after this? Zuoqi couldn't help but feel like dying. He'd already deduced the entirety of what had occurred. This brat Lu was doing it all, on purpose. Lord Zua, wake up. Lu shook Zuoqi, but Zuoqi kept his eyes firmly shut, refusing to open them. Lu stared at him for 2 seconds, his heart sinking. Oh no, did I accidentally kill him? Damn, Lord Zua, don't die on me. If you really die, I'm screwed. Lu suddenly shouted, panic rising. At this, Zuoqi couldn't hold back any longer. This brat was practically kneeling on him, crying and wailing. If he continued mourning like this, Zuoqi might genuinely feel like kicking the bucket. I'm fine, just thinking I may have some things at home to deal with. After speaking, Zuoqi struggled to his feet, dusting the dirt from his clothing, and forced to smile as he departed. Seeing Zuoqi leave on his own, Liu finally let out a breath of relief. Good, he's okay. If Zuoqi Qi had truly died, Liu would carry immense psychological baggage. As Zhuo Qi left, the crowd below once again burst into ecstatic cheers. Lu God! Lu God! This is insane! Even a Tongxian realm opponent isn't a match. Lu God is invincible, aha! Within the boundless cheers, Lu Yu smiled, basking in the admiration. Outside the #1 martial arts school, Zhuo Qi felt as if his heart had been heavily hammered. Sure enough, just as he hadn't boarded the aircraft to leave, Lin Shui appeared. Zhuo Qi, you've really gone to great lengths to shape Lu Yu's image. Now even the internet is flooded with information about it, Lin Shui remarked with a sigh. In this era of rapid information dissemination, whatever happened moments ago could quickly become widely known. Hearing this, Zhuo Qi, though his injuries weren't serious, already felt internal bleeding. It's fine. We always need heroes, right? Building a bit of public confidence is no big deal, he said, swallowing down a mouthful of blood and leaving it lightspeed. Couldn't stay any longer. Absolutely couldn't. Lost all face. Damn that kid for playing me. On the arena, Lu Yu looked at Zhuo Qi's aircraft ascending away from the school, feeling deeply guilty inside. Sir Zhua has gambled his lifelong reputation just to cultivate my invincible spirit. Alas, I must not let him down. After basking in the moment of being in the spotlight, Lu Yu promptly returned. Though he had planned to rest today, it seemed he was in no position to rest. Let's work hard. Absorb the star cores. Closing his eyes, 4 star cores floated around Lu Yu simultaneously. Golden energy and blood spread outward, and countless people gazing in his direction were filled with admiration. This king of show-offs might love to flaunt, but his effort is real. Exactly. Lucian's success is no coincidence. Lucian, keep it up. Time flew by, a day and night passed. On the second day, Lu Yu broke through again, mountain moving level 4. Feeling the overwhelming and nearly uncontrollable power surging within, Lu Yu decided to pause his absorption of star source energy for now. He headed to the school's martial arts room, which was equipped with state-of-the-art training facilities. Lu Yu's reason for coming here was naturally to practice his boxing techniques while stabilizing his physical strength. However, after hesitating for a moment, Lu Yu realized that only the most durable equipment could withstand the power of the mountain-moving realm. The standard for the mountain-moving realm was a strength level of 100,000 kilograms. But the problem was, his power had already surpassed this limit. Now, having reached mountain-moving level 4, his sheer physical strength had already reached 150,000 kilograms, not to mention using his opening mountain punch or other techniques. Opening mountain punch, 100% boost. Master level techniques, 200% boost. With all these combined, the standard mountain-moving equipment was completely inadequate for his needs. Unsurprisingly, Lu Yu casually landed a punch on one power testing machine. Boom! The next moment, the machine was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. What followed were gazes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Whoa, has his power already surpassed the mountain-moving level? Unbelievable. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Numerous people from the #1 martial arts school were stunned, including senior students. Their gazes at Lu Yu were filled with awe and reverence. The reason was simple: even the strongest 4th-year student now was merely at mountain-moving level 5. Judging by Lu Yu's past performances, defeating someone at mountain-moving level 5 would be effortless for him. Seeing this, Lu Yu could only sigh and leave, afterward contacting Lin Shui. Hello, Principal Lin, do you have any equipment fit for sea crossing or mystical realms that I can use? Aren't you at the mountain-moving realm? The school's equipment can't withstand even a single strike of mine. Alright then, go to the Federation headquarters. They have what you need there. Lin Shui replied reluctantly. Having a monstrous student in school was both a privilege and a headache. This student had far surpassed their teaching capacity. Whether he attended school or not didn't really matter for a student like him. Ending the call, Lu Yu headed toward the Federation headquarters. The Federation headquarters had already received information about Lu Yu, so he was swiftly guided to a martial arts venue. This time, Lu Yu finally felt satisfied. Because the martial arts equipment here, the worst of them, was at the level of a high realm. This was due to being prepared for the Federation's high officials. Without much hesitation, Lu Yu began his training. Inside the Federation Parliament Hall, while Lu Yu was training over there, this side was already filled with people. All eyes unconsciously drifted towards Zhuo Qi. Even the Flame Master did so. Zhuo Qi remained silent, just as he had before. Finally, unable to hold it back, he spoke up. Actually, I intentionally lost to that kid, Zhuo Qi said seriously. Everyone exchanged glances and then burst out laughing. Even the Flame Master couldn't suppress a chuckle. Alright, you intentionally lost. Let's move on to the main topic. Everyone, let's discuss whether Lu Yu can be admitted to the Orion Academy. The Flame Master pressed his hand down to signal silence. Instantly, everyone frowned in contemplation. After a while, someone responded. Flame Master, isn't it meaningless to discuss this now? Why is it meaningless? What if Lu Yu enters and what happened in the past happens again? The Flame Master looked toward the one who spoke, a Tian Yuan realm individual. For a moment, he lowered his head, unable to respond. The other attendees were equally speechless. That incident continued to be Blue Star's eternal pain. pain. Seeing this, the Flame Master smiled faintly. Speaking of which, our blue star is really quite useless. For Lu Yu to reach this point, aside from giving him some resources, we've contributed nothing. These words made the heads of many high-ranking officials bow even lower. None of them dared to lift their gaze. What the Flame Master said wasn't untrue. Compared to other powerful planets, Blue Star could offer Lu Yu very little. Everything else he had achieved was only through his own efforts. There's no need for everyone to feel too downcast. At least, right now, Lu Yu seems to be in a very good state. Lu Yu's figure appeared on the holographic screen, sweat pouring down as he punched it to a high-level force tester. It was clear to see the numbers on the tester fluctuating wildly. 200,000 kilograms, 300,000 kilograms, 400,000 kilograms. The numbers continued to rise until Lu Yu delivered a punch that directly broke the million-kilogram threshold. Countless high-ranking officials gasped upon witnessing this. So, this was Lu Yu's true strength? Even Zuo Qi stood there dumbfounded. The truth was confirmed: this kid had indeed done it on purpose. The Flame Master's eyes carried a hint of laughter. The usual limit for a Banshan realm individual's physical strength is 100,000 kilograms. For the Tua High realm, it's 1 million kilograms. This was solely raw physical strength, but Lu Yu had applied martial techniques as well. On top of that, his punching style had reached the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster level? The high-ranking officials present, hearing this, were utterly shocked again. They knew Lu Yu's marksmanship had also reached the Grandmaster level, and to achieve Grandmaster level mastery was already extremely difficult. Among those present, aside from the Flame Master, there were only 2 or 3 individuals who had reached Grandmaster mastery in a given field, and even that was achieved after years of experience. Yet here Lu Yu was, merely at the age of 18, possessing 2 Grandmaster level proficiencies. This talent couldn't merely be described as extraordinary, he was terrifying. Absolutely monstrous. The Flame Master gazed at the holographic screen with profound admiration. With Lu Yu's current capability, a Tua High realm fighter who does not use martial arts or other techniques would fail against his pure physical strength. Of course, there isn't a Tua High realm fighter stupid enough to do that. In terms of practical ability, Lu Yu's calculated power likely surpasses a typical Banshan realm 9th stage combatant. There was no exaggeration in the Flame Master's remarks. A typical 9th stage Banshan realm fighter possesses physical strength of 100,000 kilograms. Along with some martial techniques, weapons, or moderately high proficiency, their total capacity amounts to about 1 million kilograms. And as for Lu Yu, the power unleashed by his punch just now has already reached the astonishing figure of 1.2 million kilograms. This is merely the strength derived from his pure application of martial arts techniques. It should be noted that Lu Yu also possesses the power of bloodline as well as numerous abilities. Yan Zhu's smile could hardly be contained anymore. The average level of geniuses in the first region might be higher compared to ours on Blue Star, but that doesn't mean they're stronger than Lu Yu. Among these geniuses, there may be a few he cannot match, but that doesn't matter. If Lu Yu successfully enters the Orion Academy, he will gain access to resources far beyond what he could find on Blue Star. With his talent, leveling the playing field is just a matter of course, Yan Zhu remarked. The expressions of the other high-ranking officials instantly changed. Zuo Qi stood up. Everyone, the bets have already been placed, there's no changing them now. Zuo Qi grinned from ear to ear, utterly delighted. Although he'd just been duped by Lu Yu earlier, the prospect of earning another wave of profit brightened his mood again. The other high-ranking officials listening to his words silently felt their blood boiling inside. If only they'd realized earlier how highly Yan Zhu thought of Lu Yu, who would still gamble with him. Meanwhile, in the martial arts training room, Lu Yu looked outside at the descending night and left the place. Returning to his small villa, he resumed absorbing the star core energy. However, compared to before, he exercised much more restraint. Before participating in the Orion Academy examination, reaching the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm would suffice. Breaking through beyond that would actually backfire. Lu Yu was mindful of maintaining stability in his foundation. He knew that without it, his path forward would be cut short. Thus, Lu Yu spent his days practicing his punches at the federal headquarters and his nights absorbing energy crystals. He rested for only about an hour each day. Even so, he remained energetic throughout. Several dozen days flew by in the blink of an eye. On this particular night, Lu Yu successfully advanced to the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm. Golden chi and blood surged into the sky but quickly dissipated. Lu Yu felt the surging power within his body and exhaled deeply. The next moment, his personal system panel appeared. Host, Lu Yu Realm, 5th level of the mountain-moving realm bloodline, 10% unlock rate first stage physique, 75% unlock rate copy points, 3300 unlimited copy attempts, 7 talent, SSS abilities, Hanyang SSS-level fire, Blood Fury SS-level blood, Spatial Rift SS-level space, Shadow SS-level darkness, Wing Blade / SS-level wind, Storm Ice Needles SS-level ice, Thunderclap S-level lightning, Scarlet Flame S-level fire, Golden Holy Light S-level gold, Water Escape A-level water, Earth Spirit, Body A-level earth, Wood Healing B-level Wood Strength, 151,300 200 kg speed, 15,130 meters per second neural response, SSS martial techniques, mountain breaking fist top grade mortal class, 100% strength amplification, upgradable, master level proficiency cloud shocking spear technique bottom grade spirit class, 120% strength amplification, 30% attack speed amplification, master level proficiency weapons, scarlet lightning spear, moonlight sword. Looking at his personal panel, Liu felt pretty good about himself. Breaking through to the 5th level of the mountain moving realm, coupled with his bloodline entering the first stage, the combination of master level martial techniques and spear techniques, along with his abnormal talent and bloodline abilities, there shouldn't be any problems, right? System, regarding this Orion Academy entrance exam, do you feel that I'm secure in my position? For safety's sake, Liu decided to ask his system host, please have more confidence. A mere Orion arm is not an obstacle to your conquest of the stars and seas. The system's response left Liu somewhat speechless. I'm asking you a serious question, and you're giving me your grandmother's motivational speech? Host, this isn't motivational talk, it's reality. Those selected by the system as hosts are all destined for greatness, shining stars among humanity. This response sounded much better. Liu smirked and went to his bedroom to rest. Tomorrow marks the entrance exam, he needs a good night's sleep. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, and by the time Liu opened his eyes the next day, it was already 7 in the morning. After washing up, Liu walked out of his villa. As he walked along the road, he noticed that the gazes of his peers were different. Previously, the boys who saw him would grit their teeth in resentment. But today, surprisingly, their expressions had softened. The girls, one by one, were cheering him on. God Liu, you can do it. God Liu is invincible. Keep it up. Aim for first place. Amidst these encouraging cheers, Liu found the crowd growing larger the further he walked. At the entrance of the first martial academy, 2 long lines of people had formed at some point. Lin Shui stood by the school gate, smiling at Liu. Liu, stepping through this gate means it's time for you to bring glory to your alma mater. The school is proud of you. God Liu, go for it. Good luck. As Lin Shui spoke, countless people on either side cheered for Liu. Clearly, the Orpheus Academy's entrance examination was taken very seriously. Liu felt somewhat touched and smiled as he nodded. Relax, I'll definitely maintain my first place standing. For once, Lin Shui didn't deny his confidence. I believe in you. Now go, the Flame Lord is waiting for you in the council hall. Liu nodded and left the school. Walking through the streets, Liu witnessed an even more bewildering scene. Countless people cheered for him the moment they saw him. Even after boarding a flying craft, other crafts in the sky consciously made way for him. This left Liu a bit astonished. Has my reputation on Blue Star soared so high? At the Federal Council Hall, when Liu finally arrived, he was greeted by cheers all along the way. The Flame Lord and numerous high-ranking officials turned their eyes to Liu and applauded once more. Liu, this time I will personally send you to the assessment planet. You're familiar with the rules, correct? The Flame Lord asked with a smile. Liu nodded lightly because the Flame Lord had explained the rules to him before. The examination was primarily based on free competition. All examinees would be placed on the same assessment planet to battle each other, with the one accumulating the highest points declared the winner. A notable aspect of the rules was that killing a competitor or forcing them to surrender would immediately grant the victor all their points. In other words, participants could hunt down the geniuses from other planets without facing any consequences. An incredibly brutal setup. Death meant real death, unlike the assessments in Astral Realm, where only the consciousness would perish. The Flame Lord patted Liu's shoulder. It's good that you understand. Time is tight. Let's get started. The Flame Lord escorted Liu to an ultra-advanced wormhole ship. The assessment planet this time was located far from Blue Star, a distance of several light years. Meanwhile, as the spaceship from Blue Star lifted off, vessels were simultaneously departing from numerous other participating planets. From Castor Planet, a spaceship shot forward. Yuka, gazing in the direction of Blue Star, licked his lips. The slaughter is about to begin. The Pegasus system. This was a miniature star system comprising 2 almost identical stars. The 2 stars orbited a planet called Pegasus Star. Due to the balanced distance, Pegasus Star had avoided the gravitational tearing of the 2 stars and even evolved a primitive civilization of its own. This planet was designated as the site for this round of Orpheus Academy's assessment. Through the porthole, Liu gazed at the magnificent planet outside, somewhat in awe. Truthfully, this was his first time leaving Blue Star, his first interstellar journey, and his first glimpse of a mini-star system outside the solar system. What made Pegasus Star particularly special was that it had 3 moons orbiting it, which meant that when night fell, Pegasus Star would be graced with 3 moons in its sky, a truly rare sight. The Flame Lord was also gazing at Pegasus Star, but unlike Liu, his eyes were fixed not on the celestial body itself but on its surroundings. Space outside was already teeming with countless spaceships. The spacecraft had various designs, but all possessed the ability for interstellar navigation. Whether a civilization could be called a civilization primarily depended on its capacity for interstellar travel, which was also the universal criteria criterion for evaluating civilizations. If a civilization couldn't even achieve interstellar travel, it would be deemed a juvenile civilization. Such civilizations generally faced two outcomes. One was annihilation, and the other was protection by the Interstellar Alliance. Blue Planet belonged to the latter. After the appearance of the Star Beast era, technology advanced rapidly, and Blue Planet was accepted into the Interstellar Alliance, classified as a low-level civilization. In fact, ascending to a mid-level civilization was quite straightforward, as it depended on the flourishing of martial arts. While the development of technological civilization was one aspect, the true measure of a planet's strength was its martial arts culture. For a civilization to shed its low-level status and step into the category of a first-tier universal civilization, it needed to have at least 2-star Lord-level beings. Attaining a 4th-tier civilization was the benchmark for becoming a mid-level civilization. However, even so, most civilizations in the Orion Arm were still low-tier civilizations or even juvenile civilizations. There were only a few dozen mid-level civilized planets, and as for high-level ones, the number barely exceeded 5. After all, the process of civilization advancement was extraordinarily challenging. Whether Blue Planet could step into the first-tier civilization category was something Flame Lord could only pin his hopes on. Lu Yu, how are you feeling? Nervous? Flame Lord asked with a smile. Lu Yu, who had also noticed the various spacecraft, responded with a cheerful grin, of course, I'm nervous. I'm already thinking about how to craft my winning speech when I take first place. Flame Lord fell silent for a moment. This guy was annoyingly confident. To all participating planets, please pilot your spacecraft to the central region of the assessment planet. Once the assessors are ready, all non-participants must leave. At that moment, a resounding voice spread across the area. Strangely, it didn't seem to originate from any spacecraft but rather directly transmitted through the cosmos itself. Lu Yu's gaze showed a hint of astonishment. It was common knowledge that the universe was a vacuum and couldn't transmit sound. Yet now, he could clearly hear this voice. As Lu Yu was still marveling, the fleet of spacecraft began moving. One after another, the spacecraft entered the atmosphere of Pegasus Star. In the equatorial regions of Pegasus Star, countless spacecraft hovered in midair as assessors disembarked from them one by one. Flame Lord also parked his spacecraft above the area. Lu Yu, the assessment lasts for 3 days. I'll be waiting for you off-planet for 3 days. Good luck, Flame Lord advised. He was already taking a significant risk. Remaining away from Blue Planet for too long greatly increased the likelihood of Star Beast uprisings. Lu Yu nodded and leaped off the spacecraft. A fall of several hundred meters meant nothing to a martial artist of the mountain-moving realm. Landing on the ground, Lu Yu glanced at the dusty yellow soil and then looked skyward. Numerous prodigies were similarly disembarking from their spacecraft and distancing themselves from others with wary gazes. Among them, Lu Yu didn't spot many familiar faces. Regardless, everyone was a stranger here. The atmosphere at the site was tense, no one spoke. Everyone was on guard. After all, this tournament allowed participants to kill each other for real. Moreover, the main scoring system revolved around taking points from others, making the competition particularly brutal. Lu Yu, though, seemed oblivious, wandering around leisurely. His actions attracted the side eye of a considerable number of participants. What is this guy up to? Lu Yu's thought process was incredibly simple: copying abilities or talents. Such a great opportunity couldn't go to waste. These participants represented the top-tier talents from their planets. Surely, anything they carried would be exceptional. For example, the girl ahead of him with pointy ears looked like an elf. As soon as Lu Yu approached her, the system chimed instantly. SS-grade talent detected. Forest power. Wow. Starting with an SS-level talent? Not bad, not bad. I'll take it. Hello, beautiful. Lu Yu approached the girl, who seemed like she was from the elf tribe, slightly bowed, and spoke. The girl was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lu Yu to take the initiative to approach her. Well, look, don't we resemble each other? Unlike that guy next to us, clearly a human body, but with a doggo, no, a wolf's head. Lu Yu smiled warmly as he pointed to a talented member of the werewolf tribe, trying his best to establish a connection. Instantly, the werewolf's expression turned sour. What do you mean? Ha? Nothing much, brother. You do have a human body and a wolf's head, right? Lu Yu replied with a puzzled look. Did I say something wrong? No, I didn't. The girl couldn't help but giggle, extending her hand with a smile. Hi, I'm Dora Lala, from the Greenwood Planet Forest Elf Tribe. Hello, I'm Lu Yu, from Blue Planet's human tribe. Lu Yu immediately shook her hand with a grin. In the next moment, he activated his copying skill without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully copied the supernatural ability, Forest Power. Forest Power activates a 70% acceleration in full attribute recovery speed. When in a forest, you can harness Forest Power to enhance both your own and teammates' 100% attribute recovery capability. Ha! Lu Yu read the description and was instantly dumbfounded. What the heck? A healer team pet skill. Wow! Lu Yu furtively glanced at Dora Lala and couldn't help but have an idea pop into his mind. If I could bring her into my team, wouldn't that mean carrying a healer by my side all the time? I could fight anyone, carelessly unleash my skills, and just let her heal me afterward, right? Not bad, not bad. As Lu Yu was about to take the next step, he suddenly noticed that many of the surrounding geniuses were staring at him with hostile intent. Is this guy Lu Yu? He's the one who broke the historical record in Zone 5, isn't he? Doesn't seem all that strong. Turns out, as suspected, he probably got super lucky. Ha ha. Around him, the talented individuals gazed at Lu Yu greedily. The incident of Lu Yu breaking the Zone 5 record had long spread throughout the Orion arm. Everyone knew of his existence. At first, they assumed Lu Yu was quite powerful. After all, scoring so many points couldn't just happen by fluke. But once everyone learned the actual details, they were all dumbfounded. Where's the power in Lu Yu? It's clear he was just lucky at that time the dying Kuei-mu provided him the perfect opportunity to seize the advantage. That wasn't even the main issue. The real problem was Lu Yu being overly arrogant during interviews with reporters. Many talented individuals had started considering him as their top target for elimination. Now, Lu Yu had openly revealed his identity in the square, causing everyone to scrutinize his face, intent on memorizing it. Lu Yu felt a tad awkward being watched by so many people. Sigh. There's no escaping it. This genius's charm is just too irresistible. After a brief sigh, Lu Yu turned his attention back to Doralala. Beautiful, interested in teaming up with me? Lu Yu flashed an exceptionally friendly smile. However, Doralala's expression appeared conflicted. After some hesitation, she declined, leaving behind a cryptic remark. Lu Yu, take care of yourself. Ha! Lu Yu was left baffled by her words. A mocking voice chimed in. Does someone here really think they're handsome? Yuka stepped out from the crowd, looking at Lu Yu with disdain in his eyes. This remark made the surrounding crowd erupt in laughter. Lu Yu admitted he felt quite irritated internally, especially since this guy's appearance reminded him of something. A genius from Castor Planet? Wait a minute, didn't I already wipe out all the geniuses on your planet? The kind that I kicked around like a ball. Lu Yu's words caused the other geniuses to fall silent. What's going on? This kid named Lu Yu single-handedly killed all the geniuses of the Castor Planet? And judging by the expression on this genius of Castor Planet, it seems to be true? Yuka could no longer smile. He stared coldly at Lu Yu, his face darkening. Rest assured, I'll kill you and then drink every drop of your blood. With that, Yuka revealed his fangs. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu froze for a moment, his face a blend of disbelief as he spoke. Really? What do you think? Yuka saw the change in Lu Yu's expression and felt smug. After hearing this, Lu Yu remained silent for a moment, then mustered the courage to speak. You like sucking blood so much, could you help suck my hemorrhoids? Silence. Absolute silence. All the geniuses froze in place upon hearing these words. Even Yuka was stunned. Lu Yu saw his expression and sighed regretfully. If you can't even suck that, what's the point of your blood sucking? As his words fell, countless geniuses instantly burst into thunderous laughter. Yuka's face turned green with rage. He glared at Lu Yu one last time before turning and walking away. The laughter continued, and from afar, Mo Yin's voice appeared. Hello everyone, this is Orion Daily. Today we're broadcasting the entrance examination for Orion Academy. Thank you for tuning in. There seems to be some commotion ahead. I'll take everyone over to check it out. Noticing the laughter erupting in the previously quiet square, Mo Yin immediately headed over with the reporters. However, as soon as she got there, she froze. What a coincidence, Lu Yu. Mo Yin's face showed a smile as she introduced him to the camera. Lu Yu, the genius who broke historical records in the 5th region's assessment last time. We even interviewed him previously. Lu Yu also waved at the camera. Hello, everyone, I'm back again. In the livestream chat, no one wanted to say a word. After a brief farewell, they were seeing this guy again. Encountering him, Mo Yin casually asked, Lu Yu, can you share what rank you anticipate achieving in this genius tournament? Mo Yin casually tossed out the question. Lu Yu thought briefly before quickly replying. First place, barring any surprises. First place? Mo Yin was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, what if there are surprises? There won't be any, Lu Yu answered nonchalantly. He had already observed everything upon arrival. Most of the geniuses were at the 5th stage of the mountain-moving realm, and they hadn't even broken the limits of body refinement. This was too weak. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have worked so hard and could have slacked off for a few more days before coming to casually score some points. Wouldn't that be better? Mo Yin fell silent over Lu Yu's statement. In the livestream chat, after a brief silence, outrage erupted. So arrogant. Truly arrogant. I can't stand it. Why does this guy from a lower-tier planet have such a superiority complex? I'm confused too. Doesn't he know this assessment includes numerous geniuses from the 1st region? Countless people in the livestream couldn't hold back and began furiously venting. And in the square, the brows of numerous geniuses furrowed as well. As geniuses, the strongest individuals on their respective planets, arrogance was a given. But arrogance had its place, and clearly, in this realm brimming with geniuses, someone from an ordinary planet didn't amount to much. True geniuses were those standing in the distance. Far away, dozens of figures stood. Simply standing there, they made other geniuses resources from the various planets hesitate to approach. Currently, these dozens of individuals were smiling as they looked in Lu Yu's direction. "This guy from the lower-tier planet is really confident," a young man remarked, his face adorned with a smile. "What do you think of his strength?" "Likely not very strong. Indeed, the resources from his planet are limited." "No, he's not simple." Just as the other people were shaking their heads, a young man dressed in silver suddenly shook his head. This remark left everyone else momentarily stunned. "Silvermoon, why do you think that?" a red-haired youth asked in confusion. The young man known as Silvermoon gazed at Lu Yu with a thoughtful expression. "I don't know, maybe it's because his displayed strength is too ordinary," the young man replied. Indeed, Lu Yu's currently displayed strength was quite normal. He was at the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm, which was relatively low compared to others present. If that were his true strength, he wouldn't qualify for admission to the Hunter Academy. Many of the other prodigies frowned as they reflected on this comment. Amid their contemplation, a booming voice suddenly echoed. "All personnel, silence." At the sound of the voice, countless prodigies instinctively shut their mouths, stood upright, and looked toward the sky. Hovering in midair was a stern-faced middle-aged man wearing a purple robe, the examination officer for Hunter Academy, responsible for the admission test. His cultivation level was unimaginably terrifying. He was a stellar-level powerhouse, beyond the realm of Star Lords. Just a single move from him could destroy an entire small stellar system. In a place like the Pegasus star, a stellar-level expert could annihilate it with the wave of a hand. The man's overwhelming presence enveloped the plaza, and not a single prodigy dared utter a sound. "The rules, I assume you've all familiarized yourselves with them," he said. "However, here we must inform you of one new addition to this year's entrance exam. The competition for first place will no longer be determined by points alone. In the final 2 hours of the exam period, a guarded area will appear in Pegasus Star's central region. To claim first place, you must not only accumulate the highest point total, but also protect the guarded area for 2 hours. Only then can you secure first place." Whoa! As soon as the examination officer announced this, all the participants were dumbfounded. This assessment format was at least 10 times harder than before. If you want to take first place, you must defend the assessment area for 2 hours, 2 long hours, against the attacks of over 1,000 prodigies. That was simply too difficult. However, most people felt relieved provided they weren't aiming for first place. This wasn't their biggest concern. Only the top-tier prodigies in the first zone showed significant changes in expression. Why did they suddenly implement this new evaluation method this year? No idea. What a pain. Many prodigies cursed angrily, Lu Yu included. "Screw you. Are you messing with me?" Lu Yu cursed. Wasn't this clearly a move targeting him? Originally, he just planned to casually eliminate a few people to take first place, but now they were forcing him to hold the area too? Oh well. Messing with me, huh? Sorry, but I'll just kill them all. Then no one will even be left to besiege me. Lu Yu's mind eased once again. The examination officer glanced at Lu Yu's calm expression and suddenly felt a pang of uneasiness within. "Let's hope this change to the Academy's assessment yields good results," the officer sighed, waving his hand. In the next moment, beams of light descended upon each participant, scattering them across random locations on Pegasus Star. In the meeting room, silence reigned. The Hunter Academy's vice principal coldly stared at the screen, where Lu Yu, lounging on the grass, eating an apple on horseback as though he were on vacation, was displayed. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. "This is the so-called 5-star prodigy you mentioned?" Her voice wasn't loud, yet it sent a chill through everyone's hearts. "He looks more like a tourist enthusiast to me." Examination officer Xian Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced himself to respond calmly. "Vice principal, this boy is indeed highly unusual, but if he were truly a waste, the Star Realm's scoring system would never have rated him as a 5-star prodigy. He possesses an SSS-level ability, Eternal Sun, master-level martial arts and marksmanship, a 10% bloodline awakening rate, and has likely broken the physical refinement limit. These stats are all verifiable. However, his actions are truly incomprehensible." The vice president's gaze was icy. "What's his current score?" Xian Xian lowered her head to check the AI brain. Her face froze, and she replied in a voice barely above a whisper. 1,000. Original score, completely untouched. The meeting room fell into dead silence once again. At that moment, the screen showed Lu Yu yawning while casually roasting a wild chicken he had apparently caught somewhere. He skillfully set up a stove, lit a fire, and sprinkled seasonings. As he hummed a tune, he slowly roasted the chicken. The atmosphere in the meeting room completely fractured. The faces of the executives turned perplexed, unsure whether to be furious or amused. He truly doesn't seem to take this assessment seriously, or maybe, does he know we're watching him and is doing it intentionally? Intentional? This level of performance feels over the top. The vice president stared at the screen in silence for a few seconds before suddenly speaking quietly. "He's waiting." "Waiting?" someone asked in confusion. The vice president nodded slowly, his gaze profound. "He's waiting for others to act, waiting for everyone's strength and hidden cards to be revealed before swallowing them whole. Like a lion lurking in the grasslands, disguised as a sheep quietly waiting for all the prey to gather. And when he finally makes his move, move, it'll be with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, on the Pegasus Star grasslands, Luyu patted his stomach after burping, wiped his mouth, and sighed. That chicken was pretty tasty. System, did that grasslands wild chicken earlier give me any points? Ding. Target did not meet the score evaluation criteria. Current score remains 1000. Ate it for nothing. Luyu shook his head, sat back down in the grass, and continued scrolling through the AI Brains leaderboard. Current top 10 on leaderboard: 1. Silver Moon 3800 points. 2. Red Flame 3700 points. 3. Lei Luo 3650 points. 4. Yuka 3600 points. Rank 1293. Luyu, Blue Star, 1000 points. Luyu's mouth twitched. This ranking is ridiculously stable. He rubbed his chin, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. It's about time. I've attracted enough resentment, and the enemies are already on edge. Time to harvest. Luyu stood up, gently stretching his arms and legs. The bones across his body crackled as golden blood energy surged within. He looked towards the distant horizon, a slow smile forming on his lips. System, start marking hostile targets nearby. Scan complete. Locked onto 21 hostile contestants within a 30-kilometer radius. Excellent. Luyu spoke softly, stepped forward, and transformed into a faint golden stream of light that instantly disappeared into the grasslands. In the livestream chat room, the channel had just switched back to Luyu's feed, capturing the perfect moment of him standing and moving smoothly in one fluid motion. Host Emoine paused in surprise. Huh? He's moving? The viewers immediately perked up. Damn, he's finally moving. I thought this guy was going to sunbathe until the assessment ended. Here we go. The king of acting is about to put on his show. System, hurry up and send some real opponents his way. As everyone focused their attention, Luyu's figure flashed and lightly landed near a rocky hill. Ahead, 3 individuals were encircling a point-scoring creature. They were geniuses from the 3rd region, the highest cultivation among them no more than level 6 moving mountains. Having just cooperated to slay the Earthfire beast, they hadn't yet divided the points when suddenly a figure descended from the sky. Ha! Someone from Blue Planet? By himself? Is he crazy? Kill him. The 3 quickly reached a consensus and unleashed their abilities simultaneously. But just as they were about to strike, Luyu moved first. Mountain Crushing Fist, Thunder Burst style. His fist roared like thunder, his energy surged like tidal waves. With one punch, the 3 were sent flying like ragdolls, crashing into the rock wall, spewing blood before fainting instantly. Ding! Defeated 3 contestants, earned points 3200. Luyu looked at the skyrocketing points and smiled in satisfaction. A little appetizer. Now, time for the main course. Who could have imagined that such an unassuming planet could produce a super genius like this? He had already reached the standard of a 5-star genius and was even capable of pursuing 6 stars. And as for Silver Moon on the current leaderboard, at best, he was only at a 4-star genius level. The Starfield assessment in Region 5 has already been wrecked by him. Hopefully, things will stay stable this time. The vice principal sighed helplessly. The other executives of Orion Academy had similar expressions. Attracting such a powerhouse to their academy was certainly a great fortune. But this genius does have a penchant for causing havoc. While he seemed calm now, it wasn't certain he'd stay that way for long. The proctor smiled and nodded. There shouldn't be any problem. If he intends to aim for first place, the other contestants will gang up on him. He can fend them off for 2 hours, no problem. But thinking about killing too many geniuses, that's impossible. Exactly. Unless he's already touched the threshold of a 6-star, or even 7-star genius, but that's surely not the case. All the higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief and began to chuckle. This newly added rule, of course, had been tailored specifically for Luyu. Otherwise, if the previous scenario of Luyu single-handedly wiping out most of the candidates happened again, what kind of assessment would that be? From the looks of it now, they had seemingly managed to prevent that. After all, talent was a fixed thing. Even if it grew, it had only been a matter of a few weeks. How much could someone improve in such a short time? It seems we might have overthought it. The higher-ups began to relax. But suddenly, someone asked, doesn't this count as breaking the fairness of the competition? Probably, but once he enters Orion Academy, I'll personally make it up to him. Hopefully, this time he can change a bit, the vice principal said with a resigned tone. Orion Academy had existed for countless years, but this was the first time they had to change rules because of a student who was too powerful. Truly, a move of last resort. Pegasus Star, time flew by, and a few hours passed. Nightfall descended. Luyu gazed at the wondrous sight of the celestial night sky with great delight. Oh yeah, I'm now officially the first Earth human to spend the night on an alien planet. Looking at the 3 moons in the sky, watching the moonlight gently sway through the grass, Luyu was overjoyed. He tapped on his spatial wristband. In the next moment, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. The fire was already blazing, and on the grill was a native creature of Pegasus Star. It looked somewhat like a dog but was much larger in size. After being hunted by Luyu while trying to prey on a flock of sheep, it now served as a delicious barbecue. Perhaps because Luyu had defended them, the sheep showed great affinity towards him. A small lamb walked over and gently nuzzled his arm. arm. Bah! It stared at the wine bottle in Lu Yu's hand, its pink little nose twitching continuously. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He gestured for the lamb to open its mouth. In the next moment, the wine flowed into the little lamb's mouth. Since it was fruit wine, instead of spitting it out, the lamb smacked its lips as if savoring the taste, looking as though it wanted more. Lu Yu laughed heartily and poured the entire bottle in without hesitation. After all, his spatial wristband was well stocked, so this was nothing. What Lu Yu didn't know was that his actions were fully observed by manhwaedit. She initially thought that, after several hours, Lu Yu should have made some moves by now. To her surprise, Lu Yu acted like he was sightseeing. Perhaps he truly had given up. Honestly, that wasn't so bad, as fighting to the death really wasn't meaningful. Lu Yu's approach is quite nice. It carries a rural charm reminiscent of long-lost interstellar civilizations, manhwaedit remarked. The comments below echoed similar sentiments. This guy really knows how to enjoy life, but his words are simply too brash. He always claims to be the best at everything. True, if he wasn't so arrogant in his earlier remarks, I might actually find this quite enjoyable. The scenery of Pegasus Star is stunning. I'll make it a point to visit and play there next time. Many chimed in, all unanimously concluding that Lu Yu had essentially given up. Yet, Lu Yu was completely oblivious to this. Right now, he was flipping over the meat on the grill, sprinkling seasoning over it. Are you kidding me? Is this even allowed? Is he here for the competition or on a free vacation? Wow, Blue Star people are total foodies. I absolutely agree. Countless viewers expressed bewilderment. While the others were racing against time in the competition, Lu Yu here had already moved into barbecue mode. manhwaedit noticed this just as she had cut away. Moments later, her comments section exploded. Don't switch. Everyone else is fighting and killing, but now I suddenly want to keep watching this Blue Star guy enjoy life. Well said. Life is stressful enough. This is actually quite soothing to watch. I've always had the wish to travel, which I've never fulfilled. Now, seeing this Lu Yu from Blue Star leisurely grilling during a competition, why can't I do the same? Quitting my job tomorrow to go on vacation. +1. In no time, quite a few viewers found themselves captivated by Lu Yu's laid-back approach. Indeed, while other contestants were either locked in battle or on their way to it, the number of competitors had already dwindled to less than 1,000 within just a few hours. After watching intense events all afternoon, some audience members were already feeling fatigued. Lu Yu's display of pastoral romance from a bygone interstellar era truly attracted a fair share of viewers. Lu Yu, of course, remained unaware of all this as he focused entirely on his barbecue. Soon, the meat from the Pegasus Star creature was grilled to a perfect golden crisp, with oil sizzling and dripping down. Lu Yu sprinkled on a final dash of cumin and used his ability to carefully control the fire. Tearing off a leg, Lu Yu took a sniff. It smelled incredible. The lamb nearby wandered over again, and Lu Yu smiled as he extended the roasted leg towards it. But the lamb merely sniffed it briefly before bleating and scampering off, then returned carrying a bunch of grass. Bah! The lamb tilted its head at Lu Yu. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Heavens, are you trying to make me go vegetarian? Shaking his head, Lu Yu bit directly into the roasted leg. TSK. Not bad at all, absolutely delicious. In no time, Lu Yu devoured a leg entirely, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream found themselves slightly dazed from watching. That roasted leg looks seriously amazing. I'm starving now. Same. Wait a minute. Doesn't our species lack stomachs? Oddly tempting. His cooking skills seem really solid. Isn't it common nowadays to use robots for cooking? Countless viewers raised questions. After all, everyone participating in the competition was, at minimum, from a lower-tier civilized planet. On such planets, cooking with robots had become exceedingly commonplace. Lu Yu's self-grilling techniques were almost a lost art. Some even left other livestreams just to specifically watch Lu Yu cook. Lu Yu remained oblivious to all this, his meal now almost finished. Ah, this laid-back lifestyle feels delightful, Lu Yu murmured, glancing at the leaderboard. I've already ranked last. 912, that means there are only 912 contestants left now. The competition is truly fierce. But it's okay, once I'm done slacking off, I'll just run out and crush them on the third day. Easy life. Just as Lu Yu was about to fall asleep, a mocking laugh suddenly came from nearby. So you've already given up on the competition, huh? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu looked up. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at him from the woods. Yuka? Suspended in midair, Yuka's scarlet eyes boiled with killing intent. Behind him, a pair of jet-black wings slowly flapped, stirring a sinister wind that lifted debris and dust from the ground. Moonlight spilled over him, making his entire figure appear bathed in blood. The atmosphere across the grassland instantly grew oppressive and chilling. Blue Star human, he hissed, his voice harsh and grating like it had been squeezed out from deep within his throat. There's still time to regret. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life. After all, I'd like to savor the moment as I drain your blood, drop by drop. As his words fell, the live broadcast lit up with explosive reactions. Here it is, here it is. Yuka in his bloodline state is finally taking it seriously. His aura has completely changed. It's terrifying. Lu Yu was strong earlier, but against a bloodline awakener, it's going to be tough. A vampire bloodline surpasses ordinary martial artists by far. Meanwhile, on the Pegasus Star grassland, Liu stood on the ground, head tilted to look at Yuka in midair, his expression completely relaxed, showing no trace of tension. He even reached out to rub his neck, frowning. Why are you flying so high? Think you're a deity or something? My neck is about to cramp from looking up. And can you put away those bat wings? They're really ugly. I have trypophobia. Looking at those wings makes my skin crawl. Yuka's face darkened completely. You're seeking death. With a fierce flap of his wings, Yuka dove toward Liu like a blood-red meteor, hands outstretched, fingertips transformed into sharp claws enveloped in crimson energy, aiming to rip through Liu's chest. This strike was powerful enough to shred 10 meters of steel plates, but just at that instant Liu moved. With a sudden stomp, the ground beneath him shattered like a spider web, and his figure vanished from its original spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared directly above Yuka's landing point. Elevated, his right fist was fully poised and ready. Weren't you planning to drain my blood? Come, I'll smash your head into a blood pouch. Boom! With a single punch, golden energy waves surged wildly, smashing Yuka, who was still in midair, into a backward flight. Put! Blood sprayed from Yuka's mouth. His crimson wings were heavily damaged, and his form crashed into the ground like a meteor, kicking up clouds of dust. In the live broadcast room, the audience was dumbfounded. What? Even a bloodline state got suppressed? Just how insanely strong is Liu's power? That punch just now must have had at least 1,500,000 kilograms of impact force. Isn't the bloodline supposed to be an absolute advantage? How did he still get pummeled here? Oh my god, this guy isn't here for exams, he's here to dominate the rankings. On the ground, Yuka struggled to get up, his face pale, breathing erratic, blood streaming from his wings. With venomous eyes, he glared at Liu and roared hoarsely, "Why, you're not just an ordinary human. You've awakened a bloodline too. Who the hell are you?" Liu landed lightly, golden blood energy radiating from him, resembling a deity descending into the mortal realm. He lowered his gaze, noticing a tiny lamb curled up beside his leg, bleeding softly. Turning to Yuka, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you stepped on it. Now, kneel and apologize to it." Yuka's face twitched, gritting his teeth. "You're humiliating me, I'm giving you a chance." Liu's expression was indifferent. "If you don't cherish life, I'll beat you until there's not even ashes left to collect. You may choose not to kneel, but the cost is even in death. You'll die kneeling." As these words fell, the livestream chat erupted. "This is insane. Who can withstand this? Liu is too badass. I declare he's the one true god in my heart. This is what it means to be truly ruthless and sparing no words. Apologize to the Little Lamb series. Someone make an emoji package." Meanwhile, in the Castel Star Council Hall, Tongu's face had turned as dark as a pot's bottom. He stared at the screen, fists clenched, teeth grinding. Yuka hasn't lost yet. His bloodline hasn't fully unleashed. As if responding to Tongu's words, Yuka on the ground let out a furious howl, blood surging madly from within his body. He roared in unwillingness, "I want you dead." Scarlet energy surged once again, the power of his bloodline fully awakened. His entire being began to burn like a blood-red flame. Wings spread out again, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire scene. "Blue Star Human. Remember this. I, Yuka, will never kneel." Liu narrowed his eyes and gently shook his head. "Then I'll beat you until you finally kneel." He stepped forward, his figure disappearing once more. "Standing like this, looking up at you makes my neck sore." Liu tilted his head upwards, seemingly exerting effort. Listening to Liu's words, Yuka exposed sharp fangs. He licked his lips, his gaze devoid of any warmth. "Blue Star Human, with such arrogance, do you truly not fear death?" As his words fell, a blood-red mist proliferated from Yuka's body in an instant. On the ground, a flock of sheep was enveloped in this mist, and the next moment, they turned into dry corpses lying on the ground. One little lamb kicked its legs, staring in Liu's direction with unwillingness in its lifeless eyes, opening its mouth for the last time. Meh. Liu's gaze suddenly became icy cold. He stared at Yuka and spoke each word with precision. "Do you have a death wish? Ah, seems like you care a lot about these sheep, eh?" Yuka appeared to have discovered Liu's sore spot, his expression lighting up with joy. With a wave of his hand, one by one, the sheep's corpses disintegrated into shreds. "TSK, so what can you do about it?" Watching as every last lamb was reduced to nothing but debris, Yuka's expression appeared particularly gleeful. "This Blue Star Human cares so much about them? Well, then, I'll destroy them all." On the ground, Liu's face had already turned emotionless. He looked at Yuka and suddenly began to laugh. "Actually, I quite like your ignorance. Now, kneel." Liu roared. In an instant, golden chi and blood surged forth. Divine majesty talent. Godlike supremacy. Yuka, who had been looking mockingly at Liu, instantly felt an unprecedented, terrifying force descend upon him. An instinctive reverence, as if rooted in his very bones, caused Yuka to plummet straight from the sky. He tried to flap his wings, but at that moment, his wings, or rather, his entire body felt like it had completely lost control. Yuka landed directly on the ground, kneeling before Liu. "You, who are you really?" Yuka tried to speak. But at that moment, he realized he no longer even had the right to speak. The person before him seemed to have transformed into a deity, intolerable to gaze upon. That golden chi and blood made Yuka feel as though he was bathing in an unbearably scorching sunlight, letting out heart-wrenching screams. "No, this is impossible!" Yuka screamed in agony, attempting to struggle. The blood in his body was actually evaporating, and his noble vampire lineage could do nothing to resist. Luyu stared coldly at Yuka, his face revealing a frosty smile. "You enjoy tormenting the weak, don't you? Perfect, because in my eyes, you're no more than a weakling yourself." Luyu stepped behind Yuka, his motions barely visible. In the next instant, Yuka's wings were torn from his back. "No!" Yuka tried to scream, but he had already lost the ability to make any sound and could only watch helplessly as Luyu burned his wings into ashes. "Blue Star human, I will kill you." Yuka struggled to speak, attempting to make a move, but Luyu merely glanced at him. In an instant, Yuka fell to his knees once again. A force like divine wrath poured down upon him, anchoring his feet firmly to the ground. He felt no desire to resist whatsoever. But this was his own body. Yuka's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and Luyu, staring into them, couldn't help but chuckle. "So, this is your strength? I originally didn't intend to kill you so early, but why make it necessary?" The barely alive lamb was brought before Yuka by Luyu, who dismissed it into the air. Luyu gazed coldly at Yuka, bow before it and apologize. "Blue Star human, you're delusional." Yuka roared furiously. As a noble vampire bloodline, how could he possibly bow to a mere beast? Luyu, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. "This is not up to you." Luyu raised his hand slightly and pressed down. In the next moment, Yuka's head seemed out of his control, bowing directly toward the lamb. Bang, 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 again and again, until Yuka's forehead was a bloody, mangled mess. By now, the lamb had finally died completely, its eyes misted with tears. Luyu sighed softly. Originally, this lamb did not have to die. It could have lived peacefully on Pegasus Star until its old age, or perhaps fallen prey to hunters. But no matter what, Luyu found it interesting here and felt it shouldn't have died so soon. "Now do you understand the law of the jungle? In my eyes, your life is no more noble than his," Luyu said with a smile, looking at Yuka. Yuka's gaze was filled with terror. No matter how much hatred he harbored for Luyu, at this moment he realized something was gravely wrong. What kind of bloodline are you? What kind of bloodline am I? I am, oh never mind, talking to someone as insignificant as you serves no purpose. You should die instead." Luyu delivered a powerful kick, and in the next instant, Yuka's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving only his limp corpse falling to the ground. Luyu smiled as he looked toward the sky. "Castor Stars, is this really your planet's greatest talent? TSK, utterly pathetic. Not even worthy of me exerting serious effort." Luyu mocked loudly. On Castor Star, Tango could no longer suppress his rage. His aura erupted, causing the entire capital of Castor Star to look toward the Federation in shock and fear. Why was the Star Master so out of control? Worthless, all worthless, Tango bellowed in an uncontrollable fury. How dare he? He killed the genius of Castor Star. Did he believe he'd survive after this? Kill him. We must kill him. We can't grant Blue Star even the slightest opportunity. Tango roared, making countless Castor Star elites tremble in fear. On the interstellar spaceship, Flame Chief couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Boy did a remarkable job this time, downright satisfying. Though cheerful for a moment, Flame Chief's expression quickly turned serious. Eliminating Yuka was gratifying, but would Tango from Castor Star let it go? Unlikely. Let's hope Lu Boy performs well this time and secures the protection of Orion Academy. Flame Chief pondered. Back on Blue Star, a thunderous eruption of cheers broke out among countless people. "I knew it. There's no way King Lu he'd actually slack off. Ha ha. No, you all misunderstood. King Lu really was slacking off. Yuka, that idiot, just brought doom upon himself. Lu God is unstoppable. Awesome. Crushing Castor Star's trash with ease." At that moment, countless Blue Star residents were celebrating. In the live broadcast room, however, everything fell silent for a moment. Then someone finally spoke up. "Yuka just died like that? Oh heavens." Yuka was completely obliterated. Horror. The true strength of this Luyu is unbelievably terrifying. Even Yuka, who awakened her bloodline power, couldn't stand up to him. Haven't you noticed? Luyu definitely has a bloodline, and it's far superior to Yuka's. It seems we were all wrong. This guy really is scheming something. In the live stream room, countless viewers were shocked. At first, they all thought Luyu had already given up on the competition. But who would have expected Luyu to suddenly unleash his combat ability, leaving everyone dumbfounded? He directly wiped out Yuka, who ranked 12th. Yes, wiped out. From start to finish, Yuka didn't have any chance to resist. Frankly speaking, if Luyu had wanted, Yuka would have died as soon as he finished his first sentence. "It's over. I feel like the other contestants are in danger now. This guy has been feigning weakness all along. His true strength might exceed all our expectations. Damn it. The genius of our clan is in peril. We were all deceived by him. Countless viewers exclaimed, instantly realizing their clan's genius might be in danger. Meanwhile, a smile slowly appeared on Moin's face. It seems this contestant from Blue Planet has been hiding his true strength for a long time. He's not actually weak, he's been planning something, said Moin. Judging from now, the other contestants are indeed in peril. In truth, Moin didn't even need to say this. Many contestants had already realized something was amiss. Their rankings had all dropped by one position. Upon opening the leaderboard, they saw a name. Luyu had somehow climbed to 11th place. Meanwhile, Euchre, originally ranked 12th, had disappeared. Checking the AI data, it clearly stated, Luyu killed Euchre. This guy killed Euchre, who ranked 12th. Everyone knew Euchre. Though she came from the 5th region, her combat ability was remarkably strong, forcing her way into the top 20 and drawing considerable attention from other contestants. But now, she had been killed. And not just by anyone, by Luyu, who previously didn't appear all that strong. The 5th region's tens of millions of points might have been dismissed as coincidence. But this time, Luyu killing Euchre? Even a fool could sense that something was off. This guy must have been hiding something. Euchre had gone to exact revenge. It was impossible for her to be inexplicably killed by Luyu. We need to keep an extra close eye on this guy. Damn it! He seems to be close to my position. I just sensed some battle fluctuations nearby. Dangerous. Countless contestants were shaken. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak, Silvermoon, who was resting with eyes closed to recover his energy, broke into a smile. As expected, this guy isn't as weak as you all imagined. Behind Silvermoon stood more than 10 other geniuses. They all hailed from the same planet, forming an exceptionally strong group of contestants. Headed by Silvermoon, they had nearly monopolized the top 20 rankings. Upon hearing Silvermoon's words, the others were visibly itching to take action. Should we go hunt him down and eliminate him, leaving the top 20 entirely dominated by Silvermoon Planet? No rush. There's still 2 days left. We can kill him in the final day. Silvermoon shook his head and then closed his eyes once more. He began to cultivate, his body enveloped in a faint silver glow that seemed to channel the power of moonlight, a truly extraordinary sight. While most contestants were preoccupied with guarding against Luyu, inside a tree hollow, Dora cautiously peeked outside. Her ears twitched slightly, and her face turned pale. Should I go find that guy? I can't believe he's still alive. But just as Dora stepped out of the hollow, she quickly dashed back inside moments later, nervously curling up once again. Terrifying. There's a monster outside. A local organism from Pegasus Planet, at the 6th level of the mountain-moving realm, was passing by the tree. After hesitating briefly in front of it, the creature turned and walked away. From the perspective of the monster, the tree was just an ordinary tree. The monster left, and Dorala cautiously poked her head out again. Soon, her fair little hand rose. A green glow enveloped her as she headed toward the distance, in the direction of the grassland. Luyu had already tidied up everything around him, buried the sheep corpses, and was preparing to sleep. As for Yuka's corpse? Those wild dogs in the distance were already devouring it. Lying on a tree, Luyu was just about to sleep when a sudden rumbling noise came from the forest far away. Under the moonlight, 2 enormous creatures that looked like dinosaurs were chasing a green glow. That green glow was speeding toward Luyu. When it got closer, Luyu realized that Dorala was in the midst of it. Help! The monsters want to eat the elf. Dorala moved quickly, running behind Luyu, grabbing his clothes and burying her head in them, completely unwilling to look. The 2 monsters roared angrily as they approached Luyu. Seeing this scene, Luyu laughed. They're going to eat you, not me. What's this got to do with me? Luyu grabbed Dorala's long ears and dragged her out. Tears shimmered in her emerald green eyes. They want to eat you too. As Dorala spoke, she trembled and pointed at the 2 monsters with her small hand. Sure enough, the 2 6th-stage mountain-moving monsters were drooling as they stared at Luyu and Dorala. One of them seemed to be losing patience. Luyu's mouth twitched slightly at this sight. Dorala had come to him, which he could somewhat guess. This little girl probably saw him kill Yuka and thought he was strong, so she came to seek refuge. However, she hadn't trusted him from the start. Coming here to seek allegiance now was a bit difficult. I don't care. You deal with it yourself, Luyu said, stepping to the side. The next moment, the 2 monsters, seeing Luyu disappear, finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, pouncing toward Dorala. No! Get away from me! Help! I'm going to die. Don't come closer. Luyu stood off to the side, watching with great interest. This is kind of entertaining. The elf race, seemingly, doesn't have any offensive means she can only dodge. Every time the 2 monsters seemed about to get her, Dorala would transform into a green light and appear somewhere else. However, it was clear this required some sort of energy, and after repeated attempts for a while, the green glow significantly dimmed. Dorala's face turned pale. Please, save me. Dorala's voice was faint. Luyu simply snorted. Trying to deceive me? But his expression quickly changed. This time, Dorala was actually swallowed whole. What the? Is she really going to die? Luyu couldn't sit idly by. Though he just casually let her fend for herself, he had copied one of her abilities. No matter what, he couldn't just watch her die. Originally, he thought he was just teasing her. Now it seemed she was really in danger. The live stream watching viewers also grew anxious. What the are you seriously going to let the little girl die? Don't scare me, please. Doesn't know how to cherish. Elves are perfect for bringing home. Not only do their adult forms have high attractiveness, they can act as support and, well, other things. Wait, your intentions are impure. You're despicable. In the livestream, countless viewers were visibly panicking. At this critical moment, Luyu appeared in front of the monster. Before it could swallow completely, Luyu struck with a powerful punch. Die! Boom! The punch burst forth, piercing through the monster's chest instantly. It collapsed to the ground, its fate unclear. The other monster tried to attack Luyu but was immediately impaled in the head by Luyu's spear. Without bothering to retrieve the spear, Luyu quickly pried open the defeated monster's mouth. You okay? Just as Luyu was stirring porridge in the pot, hearing her say, "You're so fierce," his hand shook, almost flinging the spatula into the pot. He turned his head and saw Dualala standing with her hands behind her back, her ears drooping, and her watery eyes looking at him with a pitiful expression, as if she might cry at any moment. Luyu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. "I'm not being mean, I'm just educating." "But you speak so harshly, it makes me want to cry," Dualala muttered softly. Luyu's scalp tingled, and he quickly let out a dry cough, pretending nothing had happened. Alright, I'll tone it down. I'm just straightforward, and my voice might come across loud, don't take it to heart." "Then, you can't be mean to me anymore," Dualala said softly, pursing her lips. "Fine, you have my word." Luyu waved his hand helplessly and resumed stirring the porridge in the pot. Dualala squatted nearby, staring at the contents of the pot, her eyes blinking non-stop. "This is called porridge. Do you eat this every day?" "It depends, sometimes I eat meat too." "How do you prepare meat?" "Roast, boil, stew, stir-fry, whatever's convenient." "Can you make some for me?" "But you don't need to eat, do you?" "But it smells so good when you cook, I want to taste it." Luyu paused for a moment, then replied without looking up, "Do you have a talkative personality?" "No, I'm just curious." Dualala shook her head, her ears wiggling along. "You've been talking non-stop since yesterday." Dualala was momentarily stunned but soon muttered under her breath, "Weren't you talking constantly during the fight?" "Luyu, that was for effect and strategy. But you talk quite a lot on a regular basis too." "That's called output-driven socializing. It's different." Dualala smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. "You're actually pretty easy to get along with." You seem grumpy on the surface, but you're actually very soft-hearted." Luyu sneered, "How do you know I didn't keep you around just because you look cute?" "Then I'm cute, right?" Dualala blinked. Luyu paused. "I said if." Heard it. "You said I'm cute." Dualala sat hugging her knees, grinning like she had scored a victory. Luyu sighed. "How did my mouth suddenly end up out of control?" The livestream audience was already laughing uncontrollably. "Haha, Luyu totally got swept up in the conversation." Dualala, talkative? "Nah, I'm just a social genius." Luyu tried to give off a cold and aloof vibe, ended up as a chatterbox doting guardian. Their interaction is so adorable. Now this feels like a proper interstellar runaway romance drama. At that moment, the porridge was finally ready. Luyu served a bowl and handed it to Dualala. "Here, try the first bowl of porridge in your life." Dualala took it with both hands, lowered her head to blow on it, and gently took a sip. It's so fragrant, smooth, and even slightly sweet." "That's because I added some fruit to it." Dualala drank one sip after another, eventually clutching the bowl and curling up by the fire, her face filled with satisfaction. "From now on, I'll follow you, and you can make this for me every day, okay?" Luyu rolled his eyes. "Can you stop sounding like you're proposing to me whenever you talk?" Dualala pursed her lips and giggled. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Well, not entirely impossible." Luyu was instantly petrified. You little rascal are actually dangerous." He began to have doubts again. Were all members of this elf race so silly and goofy? Dualala's mood seemed to shift quickly as she squatted next to Luyu again. "Can I have some of your cooking later?" "Sure," Luyu replied expressionlessly. Even though it was early morning, the live stream room was already buzzing with viewers. Many audience members, seeing Luyu cooking with all sorts of tools at the ready, felt a bit confused. "I'm beginning to have some doubts. Is this guy really planning to go all out, or is he just here for a sightseeing trip?" "He brought all the cooking tools, right? I kind of want to eat. I'm tired of robot-made food. This is the first time I've seen someone cook by hand." Countless viewers were commenting, most of them opening the live stream on their way to work. Compared to the life and death battles already unfolding in other streams, Luyu's feed was clearly much more relaxing. Luyu was still chatting with Dualala. He'd already discovered that elves have a tremendous potential to be chatterboxes. "Wow, it smells so good. What's that white one? I really want to eat it." "Eat it. Okay. Why do you have to use fire underneath it?" "Because it needs the fire." "Why? Take a break." Luyu stuffed a pair of chopsticks into Duala's mouth. He wanted to cry. If he had known she was such a chatterbox, he would have discreetly dumped her last night. Dualala tried to open her mouth to spit out the chopsticks, but Luyu was staring her down. This left her no choice but to shut her mouth and obediently watch the pan. The porridge was ready, and Luyu took out a bowl. "What's that? A bowl?" "Bowl? It looks like it's edible." Luyu was completely speechless. He simply simply ladled out a bowl of porridge and handed it over. "Eat," he sighed, wanting to die on the spot. Dulala tentatively began sipping the porridge. The moment she took a sip, her large eyes narrowed in satisfaction. "Wow, this tastes so good." In just a few gulps, Dulala polished off a bowl of porridge and then looked at Luyu with a pleading expression on her face. I want more." Seeing Dulala's pitiful appearance, Luyu's thoughts began wandering off. "Want more? More? Sure thing, here you go." Luyu ladled her another bowl. Dulala finished it again, and this time, she lay down on the ground with a contented look on her face. "So tasty. The chief said we shouldn't eat, but it's all lies." Luyu sipped his porridge, sneaking a few glances. Great figure, flawless skin, and adorable face. Not bad at all. The live stream chat was filled with envy. "This looks like it's actually pretty good. I want to try it too. Head to Pegasus Star and find Luyu. There's still time. Forming a party 1/99999999999. A flood of messages came pouring in, brimming with jealousy. Most races didn't eat food, so seeing Dulala enjoyed her meal this much made them inexplicably hungry. Back at the scene, Luyu continued eating, but as he ate, he suddenly put down his bowl. At some point, figures began appearing around them. Over a dozen of them surrounded Luyu and Dulala. They were humanoid, but their bodies were covered in scales. Their gazes were greedy as they stared at Luyu and Dulala. "Wake up, trouble's here." Luyu patted Dulala, instantly waking the girl up. When she saw the situation around her, Dulala immediately froze in fear. Her ears perked up, and she instinctively clung to Luyu. "Run, run," Luyu chuckled. "What's your business here, folks?" He didn't need to think about it, they were here to die. He was just trying to take it easy on his last day, and now they had to come bother him. At this point, asking questions was just to make their deaths more thorough. The dozen or so scaly figures stepped back slightly at his words. A young man with golden scales emerged from the group. He looked at Luyu with a sharp, cold gaze. "You're Luyu, you blind fish? Can't you tell?" Luyu replied nonchalantly. Those words really choked Longyu. He grimaced unpleasantly. "Alright, you are. Today, I know. You came to claim my life today, didn't you?" Luyu sneered. Same old. How unoriginal." Longyu's expression grew increasingly grim. He repeated the word good several times and spoke coldly. "Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Today, dying at my..." "Spare me the routine of introducing yourself. I'm not curious about the name of a dead man anyway," Luyu retorted. He pulled Dulala off his body, though the young girl still nervously clung to his arm. "Luyu, they seem to be from the Dragonfish clan. They're terrifying," Dulala said, her words startling Luyu into pause. "So, what you're saying is, golden dragonfish oil is extracted from your kind?" As Luyu uttered these words, the dozen or so members of the Dragonfish clan froze on the spot. Dulala couldn't help but giggle, but noticing the murderous glares directed at her, she instantly shut her mouth. In the livestream chat, laughter erupted. "Goodness, this young master of the Dragonfish clan might die of anger thanks to Luyu. 3 consecutive hits, straight to the kill. Just curious, what exactly is golden dragonfish oil? Probably some kind of cooking ingredient? Stop laughing, seriously, stop. Luyu might be in some trouble this time. This Dragonfish clan genius is ranked around 20th or so, bringing a whole group with him. They might be hunting Luyu." Someone analyzed the situation, and Moine, after laughing for a while, realized the gravity of it. She glanced at the leaderboard with a slightly worried expression. "It looks like this is indeed a targeted hunt against Luyu. This Dragonfish clan's young master seems to be at the 7th level of the mountain-moving realm and has brought along over a dozen kin." As she said that, the livestream became palpably tense. Moyin's analysis hit the nail on the head. Luyu was being cornered. The Dragonfish clan's young master hadn't underestimated Luyu. Rather than coming alone, he had brought over 10 of his clan members, determined to eliminate Luyu directly. At the scene, Longyu's face had turned ashen. "If you have nothing left to say, then to hell with you," he declared, wasting no time launching an attack at Luyu. Luyu saw this and patted Dulala's hand. "Relax a bit, I'm about to make my move." "Ah, okay." Dulala let go, her expression still tense. At the same time, a green glow emanated from her body and merged into Luyu's. In an instant, Luyu felt the star force within him surge significantly. Not bad. Luyu was satisfied. As for this so-called golden dragonfish oil, watching Longyu swing his fist toward him, Luyu stood in place without moving at all. He wasn't dodging? Longyu's eyes lit up with joy as his fist hurtled straight toward Luyu's chest. Closing in to just a few meters away, Luyu still didn't evade. What the heck? Is he insane? What's happening? I don't get it. I don't understand either. As everyone watched, bewildered, Longyu's fist finally landed on Luyu. Boom! A shockwave erupted, sending a figure flying instantly. Was Luyu gone? The crowd speculated, but one voice immediately dispelled their doubts. Seriously, that punch did you even eat? Night descended upon Pegasus Star. 3 radiant moons rose quietly into the sky, their silver light spilling over the grassy plains, mingling with the scent of blood and death in the air. A short yet earth-shattering battle had utterly shattered everyone's notions. Longyu, the young master of the Dragonfish clan, had arrived arrived with over a dozen fellow geniuses, making a grand entrance with a clear goal to hunt down Lu Yu. But the result? Total annihilation. Lu Yu didn't even dodge, taking 2 punches head-on and countering with force, gravely injuring Long Yu in the process. And then, with a single spear thrust from afar, he pierced through Long Yu's body before he could even react. This wasn't a clash, it was a massacre. A declaration from a true powerhouse. Your so-called geniuses, in my eyes, are nothing but fish waiting to be slaughtered. Now, Lu Yu sat by the campfire, lazily leaning against a tree trunk, idly fiddling with a twig in his hand, face expressionless. Dorala hugged her energy bar, squatting next to him, chewing loudly, occasionally sneaking a glance at Lu Yu, and asked softly, "You really won't kill me?" Lu Yu rolled his eyes. "How much do you want me to kill you?" Dorala shrank her neck and quickly shook her head. No, I'm just afraid you'll change your mind. You were so fierce just now when you were killing people." "Fierce?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "I call that decisiveness. If you don't kill them, they'll come and kill you. Didn't you say your people forced you to join this competition? Then you've got to understand it's not child's play." Dorala bit her energy bar, her expression somewhat dazed. "But, I've never killed anyone before." "Then just follow me and watch how I kill." Lu Yu glanced at her, his tone indifferent. "Remember one thing, follow me, and you won't die. But if you follow the wrong person, you'll die very quickly." After hearing that, Dorala nodded, half understanding. After a few seconds, she looked up again and asked, "Then why didn't you kill them earlier? Why bother saying so much?" Lu Yu paused and chuckled casually, "Because talking creates hatred. Don't you think shouting some harsh words before a fight adds a sense of ceremony? And, it's also kind of giving them a psychological buffer, letting them die with some understanding." Dorala looked confused. "Do you want to shout harsh words at me?" "Lu Yu, shut up." The live chat exploded with laughter. "Ha, Dorala is so silly, she actually asked to be shouted at." "Lu Yu, what funny thing have I picked up? But seriously, after this fight, who dares to say Lu Yu is just a luck-based genius from the 5th region? Mountain Moving rank 7 nearly doubted their existence. Isn't his strength already close to rank 8? What's more terrifying is that he's been holding back, only starting to act now. Meanwhile, the leaderboard had undergone major changes. Lu Yu ranked 7th, points, about 32,000, and he had only killed 1 wave of people. This meant that if he truly got serious and started harvesting, the consequences would be unimaginable. Central Tianma Star. Silver Moon glanced at the leaderboard on his intelligent device and smirked slightly, seeming to have everything under control. Ranked 7 already? Faster than I predicted. But it doesn't matter. The moment he needs to act hasn't arrived yet. When the final 2 hours of the Guardian battle begin, I will make my move myself, and then end him. End everyone. Behind him, a dozen geniuses clad in silver-white battle armor stood silent, their expressions stern, murderous intent hidden deep within their bones. They were the true trump card of Silver Moonstar. At the same time, Lu Yu glanced at the time on his device and said softly, 8 o'clock tonight. He stood up, stretched lazily, his joints releasing a series of crisp popping sounds, and his blood surged like a tide. "It's about time. Little healer, are you ready?" Dorala jumped in surprise, quickly stood up, and blinked. Are we heading out?" Lu Yu nodded, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "From now on, I want them to know from the moment I make my move. This assessment has only one goal left. Kill." The night was deep, and the branches and leaves in the forest swayed in the cold wind, rustling as if whispering softly. Lu Yu led Dola through the woods with steady steps and a calm demeanor, as if they were merely taking a casual stroll. Dola, on the other hand, followed him cautiously, her body emitting a faint green glow, always ready to unleash her abilities. She had just tested her combat skills, thinking she might be of some use, but the result, "Your lame skills aren't even worth mentioning. Just lie down and stay put." Lu Yu's merciless remark immediately shattered her confidence. Feeling aggrieved, Dola lowered her head with drooping ears, looking like a scolded schoolchild. But in the next moment, she raised her head again, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, was my move just now at least a little useful?" Lu Yu's expression remained indifferent. "Well, it did delay for 1 second. Hee, so I was kind of awesome, right? If you ask again, I'll bury you in the dirt for frogs to practice their tongues." Dola quickly shut her mouth, clutching her energy bar tightly and silently taking a lick. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yu caught her licking it with the same earnestness as someone savoring a lollipop, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch slightly. "Just how much do you like this thing?" "You've been licking it for 3 hours. It's sweet," Dola said in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's buzz, "and I get nervous, so I want to lick something." "Then lick your own fingers." "But they don't have any flavor." Lu Yu. The livestream chat had descended into laughter. 3 hours of licking? I'm impressed. Do elves evolve by licking? Lu Yu, stop licking already, I can't take it anymore. Look at Lu Yu, his expression is about to crack. Ha, who can relate? This type of adorable, chatty, and slightly troublesome little healer would wear anyone out. Honestly, though, this pair is pure gold. A killing machine paired with a chatterbox, what a vibe. Lu Yu took a deep breath, banishing the improper thoughts from his mind. Alright, stop licking, we're almost there. Where are we going? Our first target. Lu Yu's gaze darkened as a golden spear silently formed in his his hand. His aura retracted, making him seem one with the forest. Stay behind me and don't make a sound. Okay. Dola stuck out her tongue and quickly nodded, her green glow quietly fading as well. The two stealthily approached the clearing at the edge of the forest. At that moment, four geniuses were gathered around a campfire in the clearing, leisurely eating some kind of energy rations while chatting away. I heard that Liu killed quite a few people over the past couple days. Yeah, but only lone targets, none of them were part of any group. Heh, if I ever ran into him, I'd personally twist his head off. Stop bluffing. Just now, you couldn't even take down a rank 3 mountain beast. Shut up. As they bantered, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind them. Who's there? The leader whipped around abruptly, ready to strike, but a golden flash cut through the air before he could react. Mountain-splitting spear, thunder strike. In a single instant, the golden spear pierced through his neck. He collapsed without even a chance to scream. The remaining three were horrified, scrambling to prepare for a counterattack. But before they could react, Liu Yu's figure disappeared into the darkness, only to reappear right in front of them. Bang! A thunderous punch crushed one man's chest inwards. Two left. Liu Yu's gaze was as calm as still water. With a twist of his spear, he swept it in an arcing slash, severing the torsos of the remaining two in one stroke. Blood splattered, and the area around the campfire fell into a sudden, eerie silence. Dola stood quietly on the side, her mouth agape in shock. She even forgot to lick her energy bar. You're amazing. Liu Yu stowed away his spear and said blandly, "You're only realizing that now? I just said it, didn't I? I'm very powerful. But you told me to shut up back then. How about I praise you more next time? Suit yourself." The live stream erupted completely into chaos. Holy crap, 4 kills in 3 seconds. Liu Yu's moves are way too ruthless. This is what a true hunter looks like. He now resembles a Grim Reaper in the night, silently reaping lives. The slaughter has begun. At this moment, beneath the starry sky of Tianma, Liu Yu gazed toward the depths of the distant forest, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Next, let's go, Dorala, we still have a lot of dinners to take care of. A streak of fire broke across the horizon like a falling star, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on both sides. What is that? A beast? No, it's a person. Mou and the scaled woman simultaneously looked up, their eyes locking onto the flame. The next moment, the fireball smashed to the ground and exploded with a loud bang. From the flames emerged a figure, golden energy swirling around him, a long spear across his back, exuding an overwhelming presence. Who's making all that noise here? It's so loud I can't even sleep. Liu Yu stepped forward leisurely, his tone lazy, yet each step seemed to press heavily on everyone's chest, making it hard to breathe. You are. Mou's eyes flickered, his face changing slightly. Liu Yu. The scaled woman's pupils contracted immediately, her face turning deathly pale. How is it possible? Why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be in the other region? How can he show up here? Her voice trembled, and the few prodigies from Hylon Star behind her also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Liu Yu glanced at her faintly, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. What did you just say? Kill the people from Tianyu Star, and Tianyu Star won't avenge them? Well then, are you ready to pay the price for your words? Liu Yu. The woman forced herself to stay calm, shouting in anger, "If you meddle in our fight, that's against the rules." Against the rules? Liu Yu raised an eyebrow and laughed. You must have forgotten, this is the assessment of Orion Academy. The only rule is survival of the fittest. Before his words even finished, Liu Yu's figure vanished, reappearing instantly in front of the woman. You splat, the spear pierced through. The woman's pupils dilated, and she looked down at the blood spurting from her chest. Before she could utter a word, she slumped to the ground. Hylon Star's #1 prodigy. Nothing special. Liu Yu withdrew his spear and turned to the stunned Mou and his group. Are you all okay? Mou was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to his senses, his expression complex as he looked at Liu Yu. Why did you help us? Liu Yu shrugged. Her mouth was too annoying, that's all. If you trust me, you'll survive. If not, I'm not going to explain. Now, take your people and leave this place. Mou's expression tightened, and he bowed deeply. Liu Yu's kindness, Tianyu Star will remember it forever. He decisively led his team away, while Liu Yu cast a faint glance at the Hylon Star corpses on the ground. Points plus 2,200. Rank, 2nd. The live stream exploded once again. Oh my god, he's directly ranked 2nd now. The #1 genius of Hylon Star got taken out just like that? Just for being annoying? Each action Liu Yu takes now is like death himself patrolling the mountains. Whoever encounters him is doomed. Who can stop him? Who dares to stop him? I'm starting to suspect he might be an enforcer sent by Orion Academy to sweep the field. At this moment, Dolly finally caught up, her little face flushed from exhaustion as she gasped for breath and threw herself onto Liu Yu. You ran too fast. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Liu Yu looked at her tightly clasped little hands and chuckled, rubbing his forehead. I never told you to chase me. But if I don't chase you, what if you run away? Dolly muttered softly, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance. Alright, stop acting coy. The next wave of targets won't be so easy to deal with. Liu Yu looked toward the distance. It was the central region of Pegasus Star, the gathering place of true elites. Let's go, Dolly. The night's slaughter has only just begun. In the central central mountain range of Pegasus Star, the moon and stars hung high. The flames had yet to dissipate, and the aura of blood lingered. Luyu slowly walked along a blood-stained forest trail, leading Dora by the hand. The night wind brushed against his face, and the ground was still littered with charred remnants and cracks that hadn't yet cooled, remnants of the aftermath of a single shot. One shot, 14 geniuses, reduced to ashes. No struggle, no chance to counterattack. Luyu's steps were unhurried, his expression carrying a faint smile, as if he had merely returned from an evening stroll. Dora, on the other hand, had fallen completely silent, tightly clutching Luyu's hand. Her small face was ghostly pale, her heart raced, and even her ears quivered lightly. "Luyu," she whispered, her voice so soft that the wind almost carried it away. "You're unbelievably strong." "Am I?" Luyu glanced at her indifferently, his smile enigmatic. "Then, when you were trembling behind me just now, were you overwhelmed with emotion?" Dora's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. Her small hand instinctively gripped his even tighter. I was just startled by that shot. It was so dazzling." "Oh." Luyu didn't seem inclined to expose her pretense. "Then, when you see my second shot next time, don't forget to bring sunglasses." Dora, the livestream chat had already descended into chaos. Whoa, he really wasn't exaggerating. No one can even survive 2 of his shots. 1 shot per genius, there's not even time for a second round. This isn't a genius, this is a reaper, a killing god. When will he meet someone who can take 2 of his shots? I want to see a bloodbath, not a one-sided slaughter. You want to see him get wrecked? Are you insane? Meanwhile, Luyu's score had skyrocketed beyond imagination. Current score, 81,700. Current rank 1. This time, his targets were 2 teams of geniuses from high-tier regions, directly blowing the leaderboard apart. And this was only the beginning. Orion Academy spaceship conference room. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Every high-ranking officer seemed like they were on high alert, their faces filled with shock and unease. He killed 14 people with just 1 shot. And they were all top-tier geniuses. The examiner's voice trembled, palms slick with cold sweat. "Vice Dean, are we really not going to stop this? If this continues enough." The Vice Dean finally spoke, his tone low and steady. "He hasn't broken any rules. This is the assessment system we devised ourselves, where participants assume responsibility for life and death. Is there any point in going back on it now? Besides, Orion Academy cannot suppress the strong just because they're too strong. Otherwise, what purpose would people like us serve?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. But it was clear to all they were beginning to waver, because Luyu's existence had shattered every boundary they believed could not be broken. At that moment, the camera switched. Silver Moon finally appeared in the livestream. He was as elegant as ever, bathed in lunar brilliance, as if cloaked in sacred light. By his side were over a dozen core geniuses from the Silver Moon Star, each exuding a profound aura with restrained killing intent. "Luyu has finally climbed to first place." Silver Moon spoke softly, his tone indifferent, yet it sent chills down spines. "Everyone, you remember your mission, right?" "We do. We do." A unified response echoed, their eyes glimmering with battle spirit. Silver Moon smiled faintly, raising his head to gaze at the night sky. "Then let's begin. It's our turn to reap." Pegasus Star. The night was as dark as ink, the killing unending. Luyu stood atop a mountain rock, looking down at the growing assembly of genius figures below, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a grin. "At last, someone wants to take my second shot? Let's see if any of you can withstand it." Orion Spaceship Central Conference Room. The air was frozen, the atmosphere an icy abyss. All the top-level executives fixed their gaze on that scene. Luyu was standing at the peak of the central mountain range of Pegasus Star. A gentle breeze stirred his clothes, his expression calm and relaxed, as if he wasn't about to challenge the strongest genius of the Orion arm, but rather attending a casual moon-viewing gathering. "Do you think Silver Moon is his match?" The vice principal's airy voice broke the silence, jolting everyone's hearts. No one answered. Nobody dared to respond lightly. After a moment, an elderly mentor spoke in a deep voice. "Silver Moon's bloodline purity exceeds 50%, making him unprecedented in millennia. Plus, he's broken through the limits of body refinement. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the mountain-moving realm, with combat power far surpassing peers at the same level." But he looked up at the screen, at the unhurried figure of the young man, and his tone paused. "Luyu is no ordinary person either. There's an unknown element in him." Pegasus Star's central mountain range. "Are you crazy?" Duo Lala's face turned pale as she watched Luyu walk step by step toward the northern plateau, her small hand desperately clutching Luyu's hem. "You're really going to challenge Silver Moon?" Luyu stopped in his tracks, turned to look at her, and curved his lips. "Didn't you say he's very strong? I just want to see if firing 3 shots now will tire me out." "You, wake up." Duo Lala was on the verge of tears. "He's the strongest existence on Silver Moon Star. You haven't even awakened your bloodline. Who says I haven't awakened?" Luyu interrupted her, his gaze suddenly darkening. "Keep this in mind, you're following the future god." Duo Lala froze, staring blankly at Luyu's side profile, unable to utter a word for a moment. She seemed to vaguely understand this man, from beginning to end, was never climbing toward anyone's height, but standing standing atop the clouds overlooking the masses. Meanwhile, at Pegasus Star Northern Plateau, Silvermoon meditated with closed eyes, surrounded by moonlight akin to water, as if a deity had descended to earth. Behind him stood more than 10 geniuses of the Silvermoon clan, all solemn and silent. Silvermoon. One clan member suddenly spoke, his tone slightly hesitant. Will he really come? Silvermoon slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, and replied, he has already killed all those who stood in his way. Now, only I remain. Livestream room boiling with excitement. Luyu's gone mad? He's actually going to challenge Silvermoon. Damn it, does he think this examination has been too easy and wants to find some difficulty? Finally, a glimmer of hope for our clan's genius. Silvermoon, kill him for us. Luyu, can't you just stay low-key? Why must you challenge the strongest? I really want to see if he can withstand Silvermoon's lunar god slash. Luyu strolled leisurely ahead while Duo Lala was pulled along, her pale face taut, her heart screaming a million, don't go don't go. But Luyu didn't listen at all. He only raised the corners of his mouth faintly, glancing at the name still ranked second on the AI screen. Silvermoon score 101200. He laughed lightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Dawn had yet to arrive. Night had not yet dispersed. At the intersection of the equator and meridian of Pegasus Star, morning mist hung thick, while 3 moons still hovered high, shedding silver-white radiance as if heralding this duel destined to enter history. Silvermoon had long been standing on the mountaintop, dressed in a silver-white robe, moonlight encircling his figure like a deity proudly overlooking heaven and earth. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if this duel were merely a fleeting footnote in his life. At this moment, Liu emerged through the morning mist, his chi and blood unmoved, yet he carried an inexplicable air of composure and confidence. He looked at that figure and slowly lifted the corners of his mouth. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly across the land. Your opponent is Liu, martial artist from Blue Star, the third orbit of the solar system within the Orion Arm. As the words fell, everyone's hearts trembled. Livestream room, he's here, he's here, he's here. This sentence is so thrilling. Blue Star martial warrior, Liu. Such presence, such an entrance, the aura is maxed out. I have goosebumps all over. Meanwhile, in the ancient hall of Silver Moonstar, numerous high-ranking Silver Moon members laughed contemptuously after hearing Liu's self-introduction. Blue Star martial warrior? That title sounds like a joke. I'm afraid he can't even touch the hem of Silver Moon's robe. Only the most powerful Silver Moon member, with an imposing expression, remained calm as his heart subtly trembled. Blue Star martial warrior. He closed his eyes, seemingly recalling a name from the distant past, but ultimately shook his head. Liu looked up at Silver Moon, gently flexed his wrist, his spear yet to leave its sheath, his blood yet to stir, but his entire being was like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Doesn't seem like you're in a good mood? Me, not in a good mood? Silver Moon smiled, his tone calm and indifferent. No, I'm just a bit curious. Where does a low-level planet ant find the courage to stand before me? Is it arrogance? Or foolishness? Liu nodded, smiling. Turns out you're quite refined in your speech. Remember to keep being refined next. I'm afraid if I hurt you with one strike, you might lose that refinement. Silver Moon's expression slightly darkened, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Clearly, you fail to grasp the disparity between us. I don't understand. Liu nodded earnestly. Are you talking about the disparity where you're standing on the ground while I'm standing in the clouds? Ah, right, almost forgot to tell you. Suddenly, Liu stepped forward. Lightning exploded beneath his feet, shaking heaven and earth. I'm not here to fight today. I'm here to educate the slave race. As this sentence landed, Silver Moon's pupils shrank violently. The dozen or so Silver Moon talents behind him turned pale. What did you say? How dare you call us slaves? Liu shrugged, an innocent look on his face. If I don't call you a slave race, should I call you master? Do you deserve it? Boom! A burst of golden blood energy exploded from Liu's body, soaring skyward, resembling a golden sun breaking through the night. Within the golden blood waves, the faint shadow of a deity emerged, gazing down upon the earth, dominating the heavens. Silver Moon's expression finally shifted. This aura is divine blood? You awakened divine bloodline. Liu enunciated each word calmly, yet it was like the rumble of thunder. At this moment, it wasn't just Silver Moon, the entire livestream exploded. Divine bloodline? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He actually awakened the divine bloodline? No wonder he can suppress everyone, including Yuka, Huaming, and other bloodline holders from higher planets. This is beyond the same dimension. Silver Moon is finished. In the Blue Star Council Hall, everyone stood up in shock, and Flame Lord's eyes sparkled brightly. Divine bloodline. It really is him. He actually awakened that bloodline. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, at the summit of the Equator Mountains on Pegasus Star, around Silver Moon, the moonlight surged madly, silver radiance billowing like tidal waves, his aura reaching its peak. I refuse to believe this. You, a barbarian from a low-level planet, how is it possible for you to possess divine blood? You shouldn't exist at this level. You shouldn't oppose me. Liu stood with hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, his figure remaining unmoved as Silver Moon Moon's waves of aura washed over him. He chuckled softly, his voice piercing through the heavens and earth. You're right, I shouldn't oppose you, because you are unworthy. And, how dare you mock me? Silver Moon ground his teeth, his gaze dark and sharp, dripping with malice. His silver robe had already torn at one corner, moonlight scattered, and his aura slightly disordered. The excruciating pain from that kick and punch made it almost impossible for him to maintain his usual arrogance. Behind him, the genius youths of the Silver Moon tribe who had been inadvertently injured were also all shocked, their faces pale. He just actually played the "there's someone behind you" trick? And it worked too? Silver Moon's young master actually believed it? And we even got hit. The dozen people exchanged confused and complex looks, their emotions turbulent. Meanwhile, the chat in the livestream exploded instantaneously. Ha, I can't take this anymore. Lu Yu's move is way too wicked. There's someone behind you, Silver Moon. Don't fool me, I don't believe you. Bam! Wait, there really is? This Lu Yu guy is insanely clever, fighting and entertaining at the same time. His battle prowess and comedic timing are maxed out. This isn't combat, it's a major humiliation live show. Silver Moon tribe's dignity just got stomped into a pot lid by Lu Yu. Silver Moon, I let you have 3 moves, and yet with just a punch and a kick, you even managed to attack my teammates too. Lu Yu, I'm very reasonable in combat. If you don't believe me, well, I can't help you. Back on Blue Star, at the first martial school, the atmosphere boiled over completely. Lu Yu is freaking awesome. This is what you call a battle artist. This isn't just combat, this is utter humiliation, got it? Effective immediately, Silver Moon officially becomes Lu Yu's background extra. In the Federal Parliament Hall, the previously oppressive atmosphere finally began to lift. Zuoqi slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Ah, I told you this kid was solid. Now look, he's started the party. Silver Moon's about to lose their mind over him. The other senior members couldn't help but smile as well, feeling a slight weight lifted from their chests. At the scene, Silver Moon finally steadied his stance, his expression dark to the extreme. You seek death. He raised his hand slowly, moonlight gathering in his palm, transforming into a silver blade of light. In an instant, the aura of the world changed drastically. Silver Moon / initial form. Silver Moon spoke in a low voice, and a crescent-shaped light blade instantly sliced through the air, tearing across the sky directly toward Lu Yu. With this strike, the air warped, the ground exploded, and even livestream viewers, watching through their screens, could feel the sharp and terrifying aura. Finally serious? Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his foot slammed down, and golden light erupted around him. Divine Might Dominion first phase. Boom! Golden Chi surged like a tidal wave toward the heavens, and he stood there like a divine figure towering between heaven and earth. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, its sharp tip trembling and humming in the wind. Moonbreaker, first strike. Swish! Spear light tore through the night, directly confronting the crescent light blade. The two forces collided violently in midair. Boom! A massive explosion erupted at the point of impact, intertwining light and shadow, shaking the surroundings. The ground collapsed, rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. In this single clash, all color drained from the world. The livestream fell into complete silence. Moments later, as the dust settled, the viewers finally saw the outcome. Lu Yu remained standing in place, his spear lowered, aura steady as a mountain. Silver Moon, however, had retreated 3 steps, his chest heaving, and his complexion paler. He had lost this exchange. How is this possible? Your level is clearly lower than mine. Lu Yu chuckled lightly, raising his hand to point at himself. I already told you, I'm here to teach a lesson to the enslaving tribes. Listen carefully. Your opponent right now isn't some mere heir to the Silver Moon Star. It's a bloodline awakener of divine lineage. The wind stopped. In that moment, the morning breeze of Pegasus Star seemed to freeze, time stretched out, fixed on Lu Yu's declaration, barely managing around 10 million kilograms, give or take. At the scene, in the livestream, and across the galaxy-wide audience, a strange silence descended. The phrase, barely passable, was magnified infinitely, like a bolt of thunder striking everyone's minds. You broke Silver Moon's arm with a single punch, sent him flying hundreds of meters, and smashed a massive crater into the mountain, yet you say, barely passable? What the hell do you mean by barely passable? I'm completely dumbfounded. You make 10 million kilograms sound like it's only 100 pounds. How did he do that? Isn't he from the 5th region? Brothers, from now on, barely passable 10 million kilograms is going on my bedside as my morning mantra. Lu Yu isn't just a one-punch man, he's a one-punch god. Silver Moon is about to be pounded into a literal mooncake. Can you believe it? Just a moment ago, this guy was playing that cliche "there's someone behind you" trick, and now a single punch has completely wrecked Silver Moon. Lu Yu, I was just being a tiny bit serious. At this moment, Silver Moon staggered to his feet, half kneeling on the ground. His right arm was completely numb, charred black and split open, his breathing disordered, and the moonlight aura around him dissipating. He glared at Lu Yu with veins bulging on his forehead, his face ashen. You're strong, I admit that, but you don't have a bloodline. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a rootless weed. Silver Moon gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with barely suppressed rage and humiliation. He had thought that with over 50% Silver Moon bloodline, an 8th layer mountain level cultivation, and a physique enhanced to monstrous extremes, he could sweep aside any prodigy in his path. Yet this young man from a lower-tier planet, with neither bloodline nor weapons, had sent him flying with a single punch. How was he supposed to accept this? Hearing these words, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You're saying I don't have a bloodline? Shouldn't you at least be thankful I didn't use my bloodline to fight you? If I had, you wouldn't even have the chance to kneel right now. Silvermoon's face turned dark as water, and his moonlight aura surged violently once again. You are asking for death. Boom! Silver light shot skyward. He had finally unleashed the full power of his bloodline. The livestream chat exploded once again. Silver Moon is getting serious. His bloodline power's finally been activated. The Silver Moon clan's bloodline comes from an ancient divine heritage. It contains primordial moon essence and is one of the strongest in the Orion arm. Now we're about to see some real head-to-head combat. Lu Yu's done for. Without a bloodline, how can he withstand the primordial level moon essence power? Tianma Star, Equatorial Battlefield. Lu Yu glanced lazily at the surging tide of moonlight power and blinked, seemingly unimpressed. Only getting serious now? Alright, I'll get serious too. The next moment, boom! A surge of golden blood energy erupted violently, piercing through the clouds and into the heavens. Unlike Silver Moon's moonlight aura, Lu Yu's blood energy carried no traces of impurity. It was the most primal, pure, and terrifying divine blood energy. The entire world seemed to tremble. A suffocating sense of oppression swept forth, with the very fabric of space cracking inch by inch. Behind Lu Yu, a vague yet divine and majestic shadow slowly emerged, stepping on stars and grasping the sun and moon. It was none other than the primordial manifestation of a godly bloodline. Silver Moon's expression changed drastically. How can you have godly blood? Are you the sovereign of the slave tribes? Lu Yu took a step forward, his voice low and thunderous. Who I am doesn't matter to you. All you need to know is today, you will lose. On Tianma Star, at the intersection of the equator and the meridian, the moonlight was hidden behind thick clouds, the world dim and winds howling, but nothing could overshadow the thunderous clash of spear and halberd. Silver Moon was once again sent flying, coughing up blood. His halberd was knocked out of his hands, his figure disheveled and battered. He had thought that, with the activation of his bloodline, victory would be inevitable. Yet he hadn't expected that Lu Yu would still shatter his attack with a single spear strike. How is this possible? He knelt on the ground, face pale, his eyes locked onto Lu Yu's figure, filled with disbelief and madness. I am the first successor of Silver Moonstar, with a bloodline purity exceeding 50%, at the 8th stage of the mountain-moving realm, surpassing the limits of physical refinement, blessed by moonlight, and in harmony with the universe. And him? He's just a wild bastard from a lower planet. How could he possibly withstand my full-force strike? How does he deserve it? What realm are you in? Silver Moon roared in a hoarse voice, unable to suppress the fear boiling deep within. Yet Lu Yu, gripping the scorching lightning spear, stood motionless, golden energy and blood surging endlessly around him like a golden war god. His expression remained indifferent. Mountain-moving realm, stage 5. But you can think of it this way: 5 stages are enough to casually defeat your 8 stages. His tone was calm, yet it struck thunderously in everyone's hearts. The livestream fell into dead silence. Stage 5 of the mountain-moving realm, against stage 8? Lu Yu only used the 5th stage? What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? He didn't rely on bloodline superiority. He didn't suppress with laws. He simply defeated with strength. Silver Moon lost just like that? No, Silver Moon hasn't lost yet. Look behind him at that shadow. What is that? On the battlefield of Pegasus Star, Silver Moon stood up, his body surging with silver radiance, completely boiling. You want to witness the power of bloodlines? Then I'll show you what true ancestral descent looks like. Boom! With a furious roar, an ancient and awe-inspiring shadow gradually emerged behind him. It was an elder with silver hair and silver eyes, clad in moon-patterned battle armor, wielding a white jade scepter, his expression stern, radiating pressure as heavy as a mountain. As the shadow descended, the heavens and earth trembled. Silver Moon's aura surged dramatically once more. The blessing of the ancestral blood shadow. This is one of the Silver Moon clan's strongest foundations. Today, I will ensure you die without a burial. At this moment, Silver Moon held nothing back. Even if it meant burning his life force, he was determined to execute a killing blow. Silver Moon Star Main Hall. The face of the Star Lord of the Silver Moon clan finally changed dramatically as he suddenly stood up. He actually summoned the ancestral blood shadow? This indicates bloodline development exceeding 65%. Numerous high-ranking officials broke into uncontrollable joy. Ha ha ha, Silver Moon is about to turn the tables. This is the heritage of my Silver Moon clan. Divine bloodline, so what? That is the blood of the primordial era, long since declining. Silver Moon is the ruler of the new age. On the battlefield of Pegasus Star, Silver Moon's form merged with the ancestral shadow, his aura reaching its zenith. Lu Yu, he roared, the moonlight flooding the land once again concentrating into his grasp. Yet Lu Yu still stood where he was, his expression calm, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. He stared at the ancestral shadow and let out a soft sigh. I didn't want to resort to bloodline suppression, but you're determined to die. In the next instant, boom, from within Lu Yu's body, an aura even more ancient and vast erupted like a raging storm. Golden energy and blood surged like divine flames, shrouding heaven and earth, dimming the sun and moon. Within the blood energy, a figure slowly emerged. It was the shadow of an ancient god, wearing a solar crown, clad in star-patterned battle robes, wielding a thunder spear, standing atop the chaotic starsea. At that moment, the heavens and earth fell silent, and all living beings bowed. Silvermoon's ancestral shadow, confronting that godly apparition, began to tremble. This is Silvermoon's face turned pale, his lips trembling, and unprecedented terror filled his eyes. The main bloodline of the gods, you, are the true line of the divine? Lu Yu raised his hand, the scorching lightning spear reappearing, its tip pointing skyward as the godly figure slowly opened his eyes. A slave's bloodline dares to dream of overthrowing its master? Unforgivable sin. Lu Yu, wait. Just as Lu Yu was about to unleash a thrust to completely end Silvermoon, a piercing voice erupted in the distance, breaking the silence like a sudden thunderclap. Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his spear-wielding motion paused, and he turned his head to look. Above the skies of Pegasus Star, a silver-white figure rapidly approached. Before its figure arrived, its overwhelming presence was palpable. It was a mentor from the Orion Academy, clad in a silver-patterned battle robe, exuding a powerful aura. The livestream instantly exploded. Here they come. The Academy has finally stepped in. Is Silvermoon going to be saved? As expected of the strongest academy in Orion Arm, they even sent a mentor personally. Will Lu Yu be forcibly stopped? It's gone this far. What's the point of stopping now? Lu Yu glanced at the approaching mentor, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Showing up now? Did the mentors from your Orion Academy deliberately wait until I beat him down to his knees before intervening? Or is it that you're afraid my next strike will completely bury your so-called future hope? The mentor's face subtly changed, but he didn't deny it. He halted midair, his brows furrowed as he gazed at the golden aura-clad figure slowly advancing behind Lu Yu. Waves of shock surged within him. He dared not look directly at it. Even a fleeting glance at that phantom sent a trembling fear through his bloodline, a deep, primal warning of something beyond his perception. Lu Yu, you've already won. Silvermoon has lost. Killing him further holds little meaning. Lu Yu sneered. Little meaning? Then you tell me, what is the meaning of this battle? He sought my death without hesitation, yet upon my victory, I'm supposed to spare his life? Just because he's Silvermoon Star's heir? Just because your academy wants to preserve a so-called genius representing the future? You truly think I, Lu Yu, am here to play along with your theatrics? Lu Yu's words struck like knives, hammers, and roaring thunder, leaving countless spectators in the livestream momentarily speechless. The mentor's expression darkened, just about to speak when an older, ancient voice interrupted. If he sought your death, you would surely perish. You defeated him, and now they attempt to hold you back? Where in this world does such reasoning exist? This voice seemed to transcend the stars, resonating from the depths of history, carrying an undeniable majesty. The livestream erupted once again. Who is this? Where is this voice coming from? It wasn't Lu Yu. This is a third voice. Could an even higher level entity be paying attention to this battle? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, then smirked. Senior, it seems that, after all, there are those in this universe who understand reason. After his words fell, Lu Yu raised his weapon once more. Fear finally flickered in Silvermoon's eyes. You can't kill me. I'm Silvermoon Star's heir. I am Slash. Before he could finish, a flash of gunlight pierced the air, fiercely piercing his chest. Golden aura erupted in an instant. Silvermoon's eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness and disbelief as his body slowly collapsed to the ground, silver-white blood scattering across the surface. Silence. A deathly stillness followed. Everyone in the livestream held their breath, seemingly forgetting to flood the screen with comments. Only the system notification rang out in all their minds. Orion Arm Silvermoon Star First Heir Silvermoon has been slain. Points plus 150000. Current rank 1 points 372000. Plop. With a soft sound, the long spear in Lu Yu's hand slowly dissolved, the golden aura returning to his body. Behind him, the phantom striding through history faded and vanished into invisibility. Lu Yu turned, walking toward a small figure in the distance. Tears welled in Dola's eyes as she hopped and dashed forward. Lu Yu, you won. You really won. I always knew you were the strongest. Lu Yu rubbed her head with a gentle smile. Do you even need to say that? I am Lu Yu of Blue Star, the greatest badass across all worlds.